your head, and then you make from that concept as best you can a physical representation. You can't take a concept out of someone's head, put it on the table, and say, "Look at that concept. Touch it, feel it, smell it." You see?
Yeah, you don't say when you once you're done once you have the concept of the house or the car and then you build it. That's not the concept. That's the actual thing.
Correct, but those are two different things still. The concept remains in the head, and the building also is now based on the concept and the physical reality.
What about the blueprint, though?
Blueprint is still just a physical creation of the best representation of what's in people's heads about the building.
Yeah, it's the concept materialized.
It's... Okay.
Correct. But the concept itself is not material.
Correct.
No, the problem is when people conceptualize without having reality as a base. Like you can have a concept based on reality, cool. If you have a concept that doesn't have a base on reality with your senses, then you're just like playing around with castles in the air, kind of.
Yeah, you're just making shit up. Yeah, and that's a good way to segue back to the globe being nonsense. It's if even one thing about the globe narrative is proven to be merely a concept and not showable in physical reality, it's done. The whole thing is done.
Absolutely. You can invalidate it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I chime in for a second?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if Dr. Danny Faulkner, Bob Jones University, born-again Christian, self-professing, cares that his fake globe glorifies Satan with 666 at 1 mile of curve, 10 mile of curve, 20 mile of curve, 50 mile of curve, 100 mile of curve, 66,600 miles per hour around the sun, and his tilt is 23.4 minus 90 minus 23.4 is 666. Does Danny, born again, Bob Jones University, Faulkner, care about his globe glorifying Satan at about every measurement possible? Does he care, or does he just want to write a book and make some money? That's all I care about. If Danny Faulkner could possibly ever answer that question, if he enjoys glorifying through his globe Satan.
He doesn't believe that's what he's doing.
He is a Mason. He doesn't care.
Right. And he doesn't believe that's what he's doing anyway.
He's already deceived. No chance. Like, literally, if you're a Mason and you serve two masters, then I'm sorry for you. Like, how can you even call a human being a master? How crazy is that? Or yourself? It's just, literally, it's just the opposite from what, the Most High wants from us.
How can you serve a master if you're a free Mason?
Or a free man. Whoops.
Actually, if you're a Freemason, you don't serve two masters. You serve one. Freemasonry.
Yeah, that's what
master when you're a free Mason.
Yeah, that 666 thing, that should be so undeniably just, I don't even have a word for it, but it's just, when you can break it down to where the globe model has been specifically designed to match up every one of those numbers coming up with the 666 involved in it, that shows complete engineering is what it does.
I agree. Here's the deal. They don't even care, but I think a lot of the reason they don't care, it's just me, that they think we're making those numbers up, guys. They think we're just fucking saying whatever so that Earth is that globe Earth is satanic, and the good Earth is flat.
It is the same coincidence as Mr. Danny having a Masonic letter opener in a mason jar while making a mason sign on a puppet.
He was mocking us, right?
Yeah, right. Or doing a live stream and having the all-seeing eye in the background. That's things that you do as a Christian, to expose darkness, to make yourself look like someone who is on the opposite side.
It's like playground bully tactics, dude. It's pathetic.
What's 666 miles per hour in kilometers? Anyone?
I can't answer that.
So this wording. So when we build a language that is in relation to our experiences and the things, reality, the soil, the water, the air, we talk about these things based on the language to communicate based on our experience. And then you make up this story about the Earth's a spinning globe going through a vacuum of space and exoplanets. What is that language? That that's not based on the actual experience that we're having. It's something else. It, is that what Satan is? Is that Satan's language? You're saying? Like when
I
you
think it's
start
all
talking
stories.
about when you start talking about, hey, the Earth is curving at this rate and it's spinning at this
They mean the
speed, and
666. Like that repetition is satanic and stuff.
yeah, so it's built upon that, but there is a language to speak about it, right? There's words that are made up that have no relation to the actual thing. That this spinning on an axis, Earth, right? And exoplanets and black holes. This whole wording has no relation to reality. It's like a made up, made up words.
They just made the heliocentric model full of 666s just to troll the flat earthers, right?
Well, maybe it's not like the globe model that's satanic. Maybe, and that's why this is why I asked like what's 666 in the metric system. Maybe it's the imperial system that's satanic because it seems
I
like
don't think
a lot
it's
of these
evil at
numbers
all.
are imperial.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't think that the numbers are evil at all. It's intention. I think 3s, 6s, and 9s are super important here. So affecting, like influencing things with numbers. You can do it evil or not. I don't think this place is made up of an opinion of good or evil. You know what I mean? I think it's more just an energy thing.
Let me ask you something, then, Glatt. I got a question for you.
Sure.
Well, do you think that? I mean, I think you obviously agree that in order for all of those numbers to line up the way they do, everything is related to the 666 with the even gravity and everything. There's 666 numbers in the globe, every which way, the curvature drop rate, everything. It's in every single thing. So that screams complete back engineering is what that causes.
Yep.
Okay. So also, if it's not true, it's deception. And do you not think deception is evil?
I think my opinion is that it's quote unquote evil. I just don't think this binary system has opinions, doesn't care about good or evil. It's just set up I don't want to say set up. It just is a certain way. It does what it does. Yeah. I think good and evil are opinions of ours.
It's not doing any of that stuff. It's that everything about the globe model is not true. It's doing none of those things.
Here's the thing: if 3s, 6s, and 9s, and perhaps 6s for whatever reason, are most powerful, then they want to attach their narrative to the numbers that affect this place most.
I was going to say that the globe model would probably have to be back engineered from something in reality, right? Like maybe the circumference, the distance around the equator or something like that. That should be pretty close to what they're claiming for a circumference, right? Like, because imagine they were arguing for a ball that was 7 times the size of Jupiter or something. Then they would have an equator that has no relationship to the Earth that we live on. So I wonder if those numbers do have some sort of connection to reality.
I would say not.
There is something to the numerology that is just. Go ahead.
I would say they don't. I say it's complete deception, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you're right. In my opinion, too, it's all just a big show, all of it.
Remember, because when you use, let's say, numbers to let's say build a pyramid, right? You use the metrics and you build this structure that is based on foundations that are real, tangible, right? And then on top of that, you could make a story on where that pyramid is standing on, right? You just, but the structure is based on reality, but then the story is added up on top of that. and they can use numerology to tell the story and the lies and the deception.
Yep. Truth in every lie.
I think most would say in here that the globe, as we've been taught, is fake. It's imagination. It doesn't exist. Therefore, the people that gave us those numbers, either through what we going around the sun, which doesn't exist, that we've been taught, the tilt, which doesn't exist, and all the numbers on the Earth curve calculator, which are their numbers. The Earth, it's the globe model, which is fake, is not evil. It's the people that put the numbers out there that are evil.
That's what I'm saying. If 666 is important here, if it helps affect the mechanics, if shit here can change because of numbers, it's all about intention that is put behind the use of the numbers, in my opinion.
Well, I just agree totally with what he just said, that everything about the globe model that we've been taught is utterly all fantasy. None of it exists. And so I can't see how it ties to reality at all. I just think that it's been whoever did this had some divine help of some sort, whether it's when you want to call it demons or fallen angels or whatever. I think there was some divinity involved in the design of this heliocentric model. I think that it is so perfect in all those things where you break it down and it falls back to that 666 every single time with this. I mean, with just about every measurement that you can think of, that number's in it and it's part of it. That just, I just can't imagine a single man or a group of men coming up with this whole design where it works with all the wandering stars. It works with everything involved. And I just think there was a little bit of help.
Don't doubt that at all.
In the design of it.
Yeah, for sure.
I absolutely agree that you can be a flat earth or flat stationary believer and not be biblical. You can be secular all you want, and that's great, and I respect that. But you come down to the fact that you have a geocentric model, which is what we believe in. You don't have a heliocentric model. You have a satanic-centric model. It is satanic. It is all it is. And all I would say is, God bless everybody who uses heliocentric, but let's start calling it what it is. It's satanic-centric.
Heliosatanic.
Kabbalistic.
I think it's possible that it is geo-heaven centric, because we are in between those two. We are between heaven and earth.
So what about the distance of the so-called equator? Does anybody think that would be similar to their 24,901 mile circumference claim?
Say that again?
Well, there are 20. Actually, I think it's the closest part of it they have, and the reason they do have it is because directly in the middle of the tropics of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, that range is where they know the sun travels throughout that whole range.
So that's what I'm thinking, is a lot of it must have been back engineered from that, because if they were claiming like a much bigger ball, say a 240,000 mile radius ball or something like that, that would make their equator absolutely enormous, and that would have obviously no resemblance to reality.
That's what they did. Listen, they knew the whole time as they were navigating during this age of exploration that they were navigating over flat, horizontal water, level water. They knew this. That's how they were measuring elevation angles to get there. They knew that line of travel was horizontal. Yeah. That was the top secret information of the age that went to Elizabeth I, that locked down that information as top secret, never to be brought forth again. Like it was put into the tower. No one ever comes out of the tower. No one, and that information is never to be revealed.
So if they're basically lifting their circumference from the line that the sun traces out on the equinoxes, then it's kind of interesting that all those 666s still end up in the model.
Because they just took those. They just they guesstimated it. Because look, could you say navigating that you got right at the equator at whatever longitude you want, because that's just by chronometers, and your dead reckoning is how you know how far you've traveled. Just simple, speed over a certain time, and then if you find your elevation angle where the sun is almost directly or at a zenith directly above you. Now, would you be at that exact place as far as their miles? How would you determine that? You would have to measure. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we know it's all horizontal water, though. That's how they've navigated across it. That they knew this.
So someone earlier said, and this might help with that point, because I agree. Someone earlier in this conversation said back engineered. I happen to agree. I think whatever this world is, its entire makeup and the way it works has been 100% perfectly back engineered to give people a lie that also works with a lot of the shit that's happening here.
Right. So all they did is here's my take on this whole thing.
Back engineered reality. Sorry, go ahead.
They took the basics that we knew here on Earth, and they projected the celestial sphere onto Earth. That's what they did, making Earth a ball and making it a part of the sphere that we actually do see. A spherical type screen above us. It looks like it's a celestial sphere. That's what they projected down onto Earth. So they got the sphere part right. But Earth isn't the sphere, and Earth is not spinning around anything. They just made that choice because their whole dilemma was: are we going to say that the sky is moving above us, the heavens move above us and around us, or that we're flying around? They chose with the latter, that yes, we're going to go with we're flying around. Yeah, I don't know if they chose to do this against their own senses or how they had to rationalize that.
They just take reality and invert it every possible way.
Yep. I got a GIF that obviously is not real to scale, but it helps get the gears going about this. Hang on,
So
I'll find
it. People that they're doing that something is happening opposite to everything they actually experience. Yes, that seems to be part of the religion.
Yep. Backwards.
And 666 is like the signature of this deception.
Okay, so check the yeah, definitely.
Because how could anything in reality and nature provide such numbers unless you just contrive to them and imagine them?
Right. You notice the pattern already happening, and then you just turn it on its face upside down. Check real quick. Check the live stream voice text, folks, for the GIF. Fascinating to think about it that way.
Yeah, how weird.
You show Glober that, like, hey, guess what? The flat map wrapped around the ball.
They just took the real thing and wrapped it around a ball. That's exactly. What they did.
Occam's razor on that one too. Simplest explanation. So, why wouldn't you do it like that? It's perfect.
Yeah, all you do is you stretch out all the oceans, like in the very first little part where that's all flat. We know all the water's horizontal to each other. You don't point down to Japan. Yep. And you point across over to where I am, to the west, and so do I. And if people stood in a line from the farthest of Nova Scotia to Minnesota, all pointing west, and the west coast, I'm pointing west, we're all pointing west, all of our arms are going to be parallel to each other. Hey, horizontal in nature. You're all pointing horizontal, just like that's reality. Ask anybody where it is, Glober or not. Go to the coast and say, point to Japan for me, please. They're going to put their arms straight out. Thank you very much.
Hey, whoever did the flat Earth map, didn't they patent it because isn't that copyright infringement to wrap your globe, using the flat Earth map and just wrap it around to make a globe?
Yeah, but which one did
isn't
they
that
use?
copyright infringement?
Well, which one did they use? They have so many different projections. How are you going to tell?
So this is why they're using their pear-shaped explainaways too, because obviously in reality, south of what they're calling the equator, the latitudes would get longer, right?
Yeah. That's a sly way of them saying, yeah, it's freaking horizontal all the way up.
Since most of the population isn't in the south and they're not that far south for the most part, they can kind of just say that and get away with it, I guess. But I don't even know how many people are putting two and two together and realizing that that's why they would say that.
Hey, in 1984, 2 and 2 was 5, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Flat was correct.
It could be anything the authorities want it to be, actually.
Okay, 2 and 2 is 8. I'll go with that.
Or
one.
it could be 3 on occasion.
Yeah. Okay.
Depends on what the squawk box tells you, that little box where the Big Brother's going to tell you.
Whatever CNN tells me, I'm going to go with.
I mean, if you put today's people that you see around us out in the outside our windows, you put those people in 1984 and they fit perfectly, which is shocking. I just feel like a bystander. I'm passing by watching all this stuff and I'm like, holy shit.
You could just tell those people anything, and if it came from the authorities, they'd believe it. If they just came out and admitted tomorrow on CNN or NASA or something said it, that the Earth is flat, then they would just go with that. They just jump right on ship right away.
Right up, and you say, guess what the authorities just found? They measured everywhere and they found no curvature in any direction. What do you think about that? Man on the street with a mic. Here we go. What do you got to say, sir?
They'd say no problem. And then they'd start calling you crazy if you still thought the Earth was a globe.
I did it on my bicycle. Stop. Hey, did you hear? Scientists are measuring and they found no curvature on Earth.
Yeah, they'd say, yeah, science evolves.
A couple of them were like, oh, really? Oh, or a ride by and there's a bunch of younger women, let's say, all laying out in the park on towels, and all 6 of them have a cell phone in their hand. Like ride by and Google flat Earth, which is actually stupid. You'll never find anything by Googling flat Earth, right? But if you just go by and say, well, no, maybe you should not use the word like Fight Club, right? Don't ever say Fight Club. So
Why?
Yeah, in the movie Fight Club, the one thing you never say is Fight Club.
Oh, right.
So, and we don't say the word flat Earth.
I personally practiced with my white magic like for a long time, and yeah, like all the things related with numbers can easily be used for like in a dark like for black magic or for something positive. Like when you take a look at the number, for example, 666, like you have to add them all together and it gives you 18. And basically the number 18 is like the number of the subconscious. And so, yeah, I mean, this is just speculation, right? But I do believe that they probably have like, they use it for magic. Like, I know it sounds really stupid, right? But I'm sure that they have a lot of knowledge, like infinite. They know everything. And
it is a spell. Like they casting a spell, which is kind of has to do with what you're saying, man.
It's their commitment to the rituals that they do, kind of like it's not magic itself, the numbers that they use. It's just part of the commitment of the ritual that they use. It's like they are committed spiritually with the work that they do. You know, like you have to be committed with it. Like it's like a sacrifice. Like you have to offer something. Like for example, when you do a ritual, you have to offer something to the universe, energy, whatever. So it's a type of sacrifice. It's a type of offering. It's like saying like we are committed to this ritual, and so it's like a way of manifesting that offering. That's what they use the numbers, because they are committed. They wouldn't do it if they wouldn't have to. But I know it sounds really crazy what I'm talking about, but that's what I believe in. Because I've worked with white magic, like for helping people. I've done rituals, like just for releasing them of blockages and stuff like that. And you can, just as you can use it for positive things, you can use it for negative things. Yeah. Mm. So 666. Well, you have to add the numbers together, and they give you 18. 18 means the subconscious. It's the darkest aspect of the human being. The subconscious. It's infinite. It's mysterious. It's completely mysterious. It's like the unknown, and they seem to they can keep you in that state, like where you don't know. You can get lost in the subconscious. It's the opposite of the conscious. It's also the number 18 represents the archetype of the moon, the dark side.
Is it
Not it. Yeah.
is it like a repetitive thing for it to work? Like there's people that definitely operate in the subconscious most of the time. Like the
Well, we do all the
let's say
time.
I think when people claim the globe,
It's
it's
part of
a
our nature.
subconscious thing.
So you
It's part
said
of our nature.
real quick about
Yeah.
18. So in numerology, 8 plus 1 equals 9. Then you got your 369, and then you got your So anyway,
Yeah.
a lot of it adds up to 3s, 6s, and especially 9s. It's just it's all over the place. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that's what they do. It's like an offering that they do. They have to do. They wouldn't do it if they wouldn't have to. It's like it's a commitment. It's a spiritual commitment that they have. Actually, they are committed spiritually. They work with this type of laws, spiritual laws, but in a dark way. That's what I come to conclude. But it sounds like fairy tales. I know, but that's what I think they do. Because I work with white magic, and it works. When you do an offering, when you do a ritual, and you offer something of yourself, something that represents value to you, something that, for example, you're committed yourself to the ritual. It doesn't have to hurt. Like for example, you can offer some fruits, you can offer like an incense. It's just like a small gift, small detail that you're actually committed with what you're doing, and you think that it's real, and you make it work. I've done it many times. And it does work. You tap into some sort of unknown laws that might belong to the subconscious, but if you do it with faith, it does work. And you can do it negatively as well. You can do it negatively as well, and it can be very powerful. I don't know. But I've done white magic, and I do think it works. I do think it works. I don't know how it works. Don't ask me how it works. But if you put faith on, it's similar. Like for example, like when you pray. Okay, I don't believe in God, right? I mean, I do believe in God. Now, I don't talk about God, but I know it works. If you pray sincerely, you tap into something. We don't know what it is, but you make things work. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of like you tap into a spiritual realm. You can use it for good or for bad.
I agree 100% with that. 100%.
And I would highly recommend to stop doing that. But that's your decision.
So yeah, they seem to have a lot of knowledge, you know? I'm sure they do. It's a lot of noise in the background.
Don't you just love how Dr. Danny Bob Jones, born again Christian Faulkner, just parachutes in every once in a while, doesn't talk to us, and then parachutes back out? He's like, he's like the ultimate troll, for being a doctor of astronomy. He's actually laughable. He's a total clown. He is a pretender clown. I don't know if QE uses that term or not. I don't know if I got pretender clown from QE or somebody else on here.
Oh yeah,
But
it's QE all the way.
but he's actually a pretender clown.
Did he ever engage in a conversation on this Discord? Did he ever hello, can you hear me?
I mean, if I parachuted in the not Professor Dave or wannabe Professor Dave or two-time dropout Professor Dave, anywhere that he was on, I'd actually ask a few questions, but I wouldn't parachute in and parachute out without saying something. My God, that's just a coward.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ah, okay. Did he ever engage in any conversation on this Discord?
Yes, he has. A couple times that I know of.
So he lost. Otherwise, he would be talking, right?
So yeah,
he's just creeping around.
Creeper, what a fucking creeper! Ooh.
I got one thing to say to Flat Earth Dude, and I hope he has a really great vacation. Cherokee people, Cherokee pride. I need to learn the whole song.
The Flat Earth Nation.
Imagine there's a flat Earth. It's easy if you try. No planets above us, just God's sky.
Yeah, I sort of do the Fight Club thing that Sonny was talking about earlier too. I don't mention flat Earth. I just kind of drop like flat Earth truth bombs without actually directly, saying it.
It's a weaponized term, so yeah, you don't want to actually just trigger people. If you want to actually have a conversation, Just keep it step by step. If someone is interested in the first topic that you bring up, and then you go from there to the next one. You don't have to push it to anyone and say, "Hey, yeah, flat Earth. This works because of flat Earth." You don't have to do it. It's better when
I'm
people
a
are receptive and actually
Yeah.
want to have a conversation.
my new
About
term is I'm a non-ball lever.
Well, I give them all sorts of flat Earth arguments without them even knowing that that's what they are, and they're like, yeah, interesting. Oh yeah, got to think about that.
Yeah.
I like it.
I usually don't get to the curvature though, because at that point it'll become too obvious what I'm talking about. But just spoon feeding them, just giving them little bits that they can kind of go off of, and maybe their journey will end up in the right place.
Just like the last 27 months has taught me to be an anti-you-know-whatter, the last 8 or 9 months has taught me to be an anti-glober.
Nazi.
Recovering heliocentric. Or recovering, yeah, anyway. Okay.
Yeah, that's what the cog dis room is for.
Ooh.
Heliocentrists in rehab.
Recovery.
So Faulkner just did the math on what a globe with a 66,600 mile per hour spin would be, like how big it would be. And it's funny because it would be the same size, basically, that the globe appears like it would be based on the geometric horizon where that would be in the Black Swan picture. Sorry, I said that in a really convoluted way. But, okay, yeah, to say it like this. If the Black Swan picture, if that geometric horizon, well, if that horizon were geometric, then the globe would be about 268,000 miles in radius, and then it would have a 66,600 mile per hour spin, like somebody's incorrect meme said in the chat. Blah, numbers.
Ugh.
Heck, they fabricated the current globe numbers because they're fake. He could go ahead and fabricate 1.6 million miles for a circumference. I mean, Danny's a smart enough liar and coward to be able to fabricate 1.6 million miles circumference if he wanted to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They could do that right off of the Black Swan picture.
Yeah.
Because that's the circumference that is implied if that horizon were to be geometric.
I'm sure Danny could get together with Neil and Bill and everybody and say, hey, let's change the model altogether. And by the way, let's change our Earth curve model as well, so we can make it a little bit better. Maybe take the sixes out of it, so we don't glorify Satan so much.
Pretender clown.
Now, is that pretender clown? Is that a QE saying, or
Yeah.
who else came up with that?
Definitely QE, I think.
So what are we talking about?
Pretender clown is awesome.
No, just imaginary stuff, mostly the globe. Other hypothetical globes. Just imaginary stuff.
No, man, I've
Just
got
your imagination.
I've got $240 million in GTA 5. That's not imaginary, is it?
Well, you can spend it somewhere. The money's good in GTA.
Yes. It works within the model.
Yeah.
Do-do-do-do. Wow, it's really noisy. Jesus. Is it really noisy, guys? Is there a lot of noise? No.
Not really. No one's really talking, so your noise is just filling some dead air.
Okay.
Goes quiet.
Next topic.
Yeah, I started rattling numbers, and then everybody's eyeballs rolled back into their heads.
Yeah. Huh?
It's big numbers, big
Yep.
ass numbers. Man.
I'm the first one to get intimidated with numbers.
Big numbers.
I don't know how you guys do it.
Well, my eyeballs roll back into the back of my head when I hear them the first time, too. It's just that I'm used to the numbers now.
Did you give Danny a good pounding?
Not really. Just somebody posted an incorrect meme in the chat that said, the globe model says Earth is spinning at 66,000 miles per hour. And then I just made a comment like, yeah, but how big would the globe have to be to spin that fast? And then Danny came back with, it would have a 1.6 million mile circumference. And I was like, wow, that's the circumference pretty much that the globe would have to have if the horizon and the black swan picture was geometric. I don't know. Just an interesting sort of side tangent.
Big ass globe, man. It's huge.
It's huge.
Huge.
I would say, which would you feel more, the 1,000-mile spin at the equator or the 600 or 66,600 flying through the air? Which would you feel more?
Well, none of it, because it's all relative, man.
The globe is so huge, you can't see it with your own eyes, any curve, but you can see ships going over the horizon at 3 miles. Okay, thanks, Bill. Thanks, Bill Nye. Okay, I get it. Which is it?
Yeah, in the globe model, you can't feel yourself moving at 800 miles per second. Which is obviously insane. Because you feel yourself on a bike, in a car, in a plane, you don't feel yourself moving at 800 miles per second in the globe model.
I've only been at this for 8 or 9 months, but doesn't it seem that, you're globe normies, which most people are globe normies. You ever notice the people who actually advocate for the globe in any sort of way, whether it's books or interviews or debates?
Come back.
You left your mobile, Jim.
Get a weird feeling from all of them. It's
Man, it sounds like you just walked down the hallway.
I mean, Matthews, I wouldn't consider Matthew weird. He just, I think there's a 21.8% chance that he's actually a closet flat earther.
It's the first time I hear that expression.
Come out of the closet, Danny. Get your ass out of the closet, Danny.
I know Flat Earth dude's been talking to him for the last few months to come out of the closet. It's just fine outside the closet. It's nice and warm out here with us Flat Earthers.
Very cozy, very cozy.
Not really, when he's going to lose his job, his money, his book deals, and how much money and reputation. So he's got a lot on the line.
Okay, we forgive him then.
I don't forgive him.
He could learn a new profession. You know, that's been done before. Yeah, come on. Fuck your
Come on,
tenure.
Danny.
Fucking, come on, Danny.
Come on, live the life, man.
I mean, Matthew could go teach at Bob Jones University because, that's where Danny Faulkner went to school. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm bad.
Wait, we're talking about Danny or Matthew? Doing mixed in.
At least Matthew engages. You know, it's like Danny runs. Run, Dan. Oh, I got it. Run, Forrest, run. Run, Danny, run. Run, Danny, run.
Does he ever debate in here? I haven't heard it.
I would say, for some reason, Matthew doesn't mind. Matthew doesn't mind double speaking on audio and it being recorded, but Danny doesn't want to be caught double speaking on audio and recorded.
Yeah, that's what I would expect from most of them. But Matthew just squares it with, I'm here to represent the globe side.
Yes, Danny has been in here and spoken with multiple people. The first day he joined, he spoke to Miggy, and that didn't go too well.
Yeah, that wouldn't go well.
Yeah, he wants to be coddled and treated, like he's better than us, or he doesn't want to be. Doesn't want to be called out on his bullshit, pretty much.
What a shame.
Pretender clown. Making shit up, man. Making shit. Yeah, it works. Calculation works, man. A star's a trillion billion trillion miles away. And in a billion years, it won't be there. It'll be somewhere else. And yeah. Okay. Kiss my flat ass. Danny probably don't sleep too well at night, man. Oh, I'm sure he doesn't. Lying to the kids every day. Yep. I'm in the hills. I could be breaking up. Anyway, measured curvature. Anybody, any evidence for that anywhere? That would be cool. Somebody wants to come in here and shut this server down. Come on.
Hey, flat Earth
Dude.
dude. Flat Earth dude. Danny's brain has curvature.
Right.
Flat Earth dude, everything is too curved to show you any curvature. It's so curved it all just looks flat. The ball is curved. Damn it. The light going around it is curved. So it all just looks flat.
That's a mindfuck, dude.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
It's all.
Well, I mean,
Your eyeballs are.
Honestly, you can tell it's curved because of how flat it looks.
I've heard that argument.
If they were going to fake a curve, they'd do it better than that, you know? They'd fake that curve way better than that. So that's how you know it's real. It's legit. By how flat it looks.
Once we get our curvature and everything, I'll figure it out, and
We can go home, no?
we're gonna
Finally wrap it up and go home.
What you guys want to turn a server into like a Hot Wheels server or maybe a music server? We could do something on.
Yeah.
What do you guys
I like
say?
Hot Wheels. Those are models, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I like models. We should do that. Yeah.
Okay. It'll be 24/7 Hot Wheel server.
I mean, a thing can't be real if it's not modeled, right? So I think that Hot Wheels is a good place to go to next.
There
Can't have cars without models of cars. So Hot Wheels is perfect. And then when they ask us, where's your model? We'll be like, dude, this whole server's about models.
We have like thousands of models. But first,
The funny thing about the Hot Wheel is I have a flat Earth friend in Germany, Artez. Anyway, he was actually on. He's a Hot Wheel collector, and he was on some Hot Wheel servers, and he says those guys argue more than the Globies and flat Earthers. He said it was ridiculous how much they argued back and forth about shit, man.
I'm gonna have to see this for myself.
It's like,
really? Are you serious?
I am dead serious. Absolutely. Yeah. He was telling me, he's like, these guys are brutal, man. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Man, maybe I'll get sucked into the argument if I go check it out. I'll become one of those guys.
So the arguments continue, apparently.
Hey, Flat Earth Dude in Central, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
We have a new guest here with no roles if somebody wants to try to talk to him. Spirit of Truth.
Great.
Sure.
Yeah.
$5.
I cannot.
Hi, Spirit. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Oh, yeah. Well,
$5.
He's back.
Why don't you just keep the same roles? We don't have to go through this every time.
Yeah, stop making new accounts, man. We didn't ban your previous account. We let you speak freely.
You gotta be careful, you know.
Yet you come in with a new account every time. What's wrong with you, man? No, go on.
Look, when it comes to the Earth,
give you some
boys,
roles.
listen, when it comes to the Earth, you gotta be real careful with what you're dealing with, okay?
Jesus Christ, man. This guy. Oh.
Some people like to go measure the water, right? I wouldn't recommend it. Stick to the Earth.
What do you think the audience thinks of the Pea Drinker cameos? Are they like, oh yeah, he's on? It's like in Star Trek when Q's in there. They're like, oh yeah, I love this episode where this guy.
How's the piss today? Does it taste good? No?
What kind of question is
Taking a
that?
piss? It's actually a pretty legit. Since he's the pea drinker, I'm just going to ask him how it's going. You know.
Oh.
Is it going good?
I don't know.
I understand urine therapy, man. I've looked into it. Partake myself. I like drinking distilled water. What do you think of that? Is that good or bad or?
Yeah, I would definitely recommend dancing in the rain before showering in tap water for sure.
Cool. All right. Yeah, tap water is pretty nasty.
Wait, what?
Tap water
We
is
was talking about
very.
distilled water, and I was like, oh yeah, I'd rather dance in the rain, right, than shower in tap water.
Yeah, me too.
Or you take a swim in the lake?
I don't know. The deer's poop in the lake. I don't know if I want to deal with that. The deer poop.
I think you have to get a little bit of everything.
What's up with Lake Mead? Did y'all hear about Lake Matthew's here? Matthew, did you hear about Lake Mead? What's happening over there? I heard the Globers went out there and they said it's drying up. They can't find any curvature.
It's like 130 feet below the maximum or something like that.
Okay, so you did hear about. Okay, thank you.
No, I've seen it with my own eyes last month.
Oh my God! Wow, you're in the area, so you know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Yeah, I think last time it was near the top was the year 2000.
I heard that Salt Lake is it's all dried up.
It should be pretty flat at the bottom, right?
Yeah. God Rockin' was going to go out there and check it out. I don't know if he ain't made it yet. He lives pretty close to there.
Yeah, maybe we can go down there. We can measure the Earth and see if we can find anything. Like my idea, they say like Kansas is flat as a pancake, right? So this is my idea. You can say if it's dumb or not. I don't really care. So I figured we go out there, we get some industrial lawnmowers, we mow in a straight line, right? Just call up some farmer, he'll be like, yeah, it's cool, whatever. So you mow in a straight line, then you get a steamroller, and you steamroll the straight path, right? And then we set up the distance measurements, right? We see if the horizon where it's supposed to be or not, right? And then we record the whole thing. And then if it's not where it's supposed to be, then it can't be a globe, right, Matthew?
Either that or some other explanation, right?
Okay, cool. I mean, if he agrees to that, I don't have any more questions. Well, thank you. I guess we just need someone to do the experiment in this debate once and for all.
Measure what?
The Earth.
You want to measure the Earth?
Yeah, we'll scale it down, right? What is it? 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So if we scale it down to 3 inches, how far should we be able to see? My research says 0.7 miles. If we can see 0.7 miles, we can see too far. So we don't need to really measure, thousands and thousands of miles worth of Earth. We scale it down, get the observer height to 3 inches. If we can see over 0.7 miles, globe's dead. So we just need to do it, right?
I thought it has already been dead. 1.2.
Well, where's this experiment? I'm just
Well,
has anybody
yeah.
measured the Earth?
The problem is, I guess, according to P Drinker, that there's no Earth in the Black Swan or any of those. So we got to do this with Earth, right?
Ah, so water is not part of the Earth. Okay.
I mean, you'd have to show me the definition where Earth is
Gotta
water.
do it again.
Everything I've said is Earth is dry land. Earth is not water. So.
No, but you wouldn't have all things on Earth without water. So it's part of Earth in the cycle.
If 3/4 of the Earth is covered with water, then you just need to test over water, and then therefore, if all the water shows no curvature ever measured in any direction over water, then therefore the land would, is doing what it's doing. It's having undulations in the surface terrain. Yeah, there's terrain. So what? There's no curvature if the water's all flat.
It's just really confusing, Sonny, and hey, but it's just really confusing because what they're doing is they're giving us the radius of the Earth and not the radius of the water. That's what I'm concerned about.
Who cares what they are doing?
Cheaters!
I just gotta make sure I know what I need to measure. Should I be measuring Earth? Should I be measuring water? What is it?
Yeah, what do you think of that argument, Matthew?
As many things as you can.
Did we get it all
I
wrong,
don't have
Matthew?
limited funds. Gas is like $8 a gallon or whatever. I only want to make this trip once. So should I measure the Earth or the water?
The water.
When we say the radius of the Earth, we mean the radius of the surface of the Earth, which is either water or land, depending where you are.
Oh my God, the surface of the Earth is water. Oh my God.
Yeah, but all the water's horizontal.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead, Sonny.
All the water on Earth is horizontal.
Yeah, when I say the part of the surface of the Earth is water, I mean Earth as the planet, not Earth as in dirt.
Oh, you think it's a planet? Okay, I see what you're saying.
Earth is not a planet.
Yeah, he thinks it's a planet.
Measurably so, not a planet.
Oh, don't get me wet. No, I'm not getting in. You put it in.
God, rocking you hot miking. So we have a
type of different. He comes in hot miking. I haven't heard him do that before.
Oh, that's Lionel now. Lionel, you hot miking.
Hot mic.
Have we talked to Mops and Sticks?
I have no idea who that is.
Hello, Mops and Sticks. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, maybe we can use mops and sticks to clean up the globe mess.
Mops and shadows.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, we got sticks and shadows in the house. Woo, that'd be a good name for, server name. Sticks and shadows.
Mops and shadows, yeah.
Mops and shadows. It's pretty good, man.
Nailed
pretty
it,
clever.
yeah.
Yeah. You guys make my drive so entertaining. Thank you. Time just flies by.
Mops, do you wish to speak a little bit with us? Tell us your story. How do you become a mop? You mopping? None of your business. Okay.
That could just be his two favorite items in life, Mops and Sticks. Who knows? I don't know why that would be, but anyway.
I mean, does a mop have a gender? No one's assuming.
In many languages, mops do have genders.
Oh, really? In which language is that?
Spanish for one.
Leonel, is that true? Can someone unmute him? I need to ask him.
Es femenino o masculino?
Why
is feminine masculine in Spanish? That's a weird thing.
Un café con leche, un cortado.
Oh shit. Leonel, you didn't mute. Well. 5 genders for mops. Yeah, this world is going somewhere. Many things.
You say five genders?
Mops are a social construct.
For mops.
Don't misgender mops. They're a social construct.
Oh my god.
In Spanish, mop is a male.
Have you seen Not Professor Dave explaining what a woman is?
I watched that video. Actually, I watched Matt Walsh's video responding to Professor Dave.
What do you think?
Matt Walsh is right. Professor Dave is wrong.
Oh, I agree with you, Matt. That's something new.
I met Professor Dave once or twice before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did he also talk to you like your little child with a condescending tone?
No, I don't remember a whole lot about our conversation. It was at a YouTube conference, and so we were talking about YouTube stuff.
The next Flat Earth video?
It was when I had more subscribers than he did, but not anymore.
Ah, okay. Is there also a gatekeeping YouTube conference?
Isn't that just the normal YouTube conference?
Oh, right.
Yeah, I would think that no, this is VidCon, which is not run by YouTube. It's run by somebody else.
Somebody else.
It's run by YouTubers.
Yeah, I'm just joking. But not with the gatekeeping. Was any Flat Earth invited? I guess not.
It was Eric.
If I were king of the world, I would, king of YouTube, I would make a couple changes that would make it a lot better. Like, instead of a copyright strike or a content strike, I would give the person a warning, and then secondly, let people do revisions of videos so they could cut out that piece if they want to.
Helioskeptic should be invited to the conference.
So let me get this straight, Matthew. You still say that you want content to be created and it has to meet a format or content that you approve, right?
There has to be some standards for the content that's on YouTube, yes. But I would make them a lot wider than what they are currently.
Yeah, fair enough.
Actually, I'd like to see QE at that conference.
I would like to see a conversation between QE and not Professor Dave.
Yeah. I think we all would. Probably even Matthew would like to see that.
I got $500 to give to Professor Dave if he wants to come on and talk with everybody.
Yeah. We can pay for his visit. Why not?
3 hours. 500.
Yeah, I wouldn't give him anything.
No, just to have him on.
3 hours. Everybody gets a shot at him, man. And $500. Let him know, man.
The only thing he would do is the same in the video where he talks with the other Dave. Just, being very respectful and stuff.
That's Matthew here in a second. You there, Matthew?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. You know that the heliocentric model You know how when they do all the math, how it always comes back to like the tilt of the Earth. You minus that off the total number, it ends up 666. The drop rate.
It never ends up 666 except on flat Earth servers.
No, that's the heliocentric model. It's
I'm
all,
saying, but nobody measured it as 666 except.
I know they always
flat
it
Earth
with
servers.
the other side. Don't you think it's kind of funny that the entire model is based as you can find that 666 number in it? You don't find that suspicious at all?
You can tweak all kinds of numbers to end up having a 666 in it because 666 is basically 2/3. So anything that has 2/3 in it. But like the tilt of the Earth isn't 6.66.6.
It's 23 point whatever, and when you minus that off, it's very close to 666. Yes, it is.
It's 23.4, which is 666.
So
90,
it's some other number, but if you subtract it cleverly, then you can get 666. Is that what you're saying?
I just want to know, why is it there? Why is it everywhere in this model? I just don't. I just find it
not everywhere. It's like tweaked, like all these places. There's lots of numbers in science, and then you go around looking for numbers that are close, and then if you average them and round them just so, then you can get 666 in some numbers. Sure.
I don't think that's quite how it is, but yeah, I guess if that's how you want to try and find a way to accept it, I guess that's go ahead. But I see it a whole different way. It's
okay.
evil.
So I posted it in the live stream. 29 past the hour. So the axial tilt is 23.4364. And if you subtract it from 180 or 60 or 70 or 80, so if you subtract it from 90, I guess it's close to that.
Yeah, it rounds to that.
Yeah, but who's subtracting from 90?
I don't know. I mean,
because if something is tilted, you subtract, from the horizontal. Like
you subtract from 90 just simply to get the horizontal axis.
I mean, it seems suspicious that you pick 90 to subtract to just so you can get to 66.56357. Okay, so that's one. What's another example where you think that 666 shows up?
Height at 10 miles is 66.6 feet.
Well, it's just 2/3.
The orbit.
2/3 of what?
Yeah, the orbit
2/3
around.
of what?
Yeah, 2/3 of what? Yeah.
2/3 of 10 feet. What do you mean?
Yeah, but why would you go 2/3 of 10 miles?
Just because that's how big the drop is. Are you talking about the 8-inch per mile squared?
Well, yeah, I mean, it adds up to 66.6 feet of drop over 10 miles, right? 10 miles is a nice round number, and to get 66 out of that, I don't know. It's interesting, I guess.
To say the least, very interesting.
So 2/3 is 0.66666, like a whole bunch of sixes, and if you round it, to one digit, it's 0.7. To two digits, it's 0.67. 3 is 0.667. I mean, like all of these things.
Why put the 10 miles in terms of thirds, though?
People generally, science doesn't deal with miles at all. First of all, but that's just what it measures to be.
I personally don't bother going on witch hunts for things that could be chalked up to, we'll call it coincidence. I'm just saying 10 miles, according to the ball, at 10 miles, nice round number, 66.6 feet. Same with 100 miles. So 2/3 of what? I mean, 2/3 of 10 miles? What are you talking about? 2/3. Don't make that a correlation either.
What about the speed of the planet around the sun? It just seems to be everywhere. That's all I'm saying. It seems to be everywhere. It's disgusting. That's what it is.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Matthew. There's nothing suspicious about Buzz Aldrin in this picture or all the other pictures are posted with the astronauts constantly flashing the 666 with their hand sign. I think it's just a cool thing to do when you're old. You just pose like with the one eye thing, and coincidentally you use this 666 right on your eye.
Yeah,
and stuff
there's
like
another
that.
there's another 666 from the Globists.
Go around punching each other in the eye on the same side. Yeah.
Right. Has nothing to do with
Just saying, Matthew, they seem to like that number.
Little hand sign over the eye. Same eye. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, okay. Halftime satanic ritual.
I mean, look at Buzz Aldrin. He does seem to like that number, doesn't he? He's a glow proponent, right?
Yeah, and he actually has eyewitness testimony.
Even their head Luciferian priest there in the Vatican. Look at that. Look at that snake freaking head auditorium they have. Oh, that seems real Christian-like, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, Matthew, what do you say about your religion, Christianity, being infiltrated with the same Luciferian people that infiltrated the first 100-year Catholic Church, the first century Catholic Church?
Well, yeah, infiltration is bad. But which ones are you talking about specifically?
The Luciferian Kabbalist. It's not Christian, it's Kabbalist.
I don't know any of those people at my church.
Yeah, you do. You go worship with them. If you go to a Christian church, if they believe the same thing you do, that God created a spinning ball in the solar system, then
wait. So believing that the Earth is a globe is satanic?
Ancient mysticism, the mystery school belief system is what you have.
Wait, so if I'm incorrect about the shape of the Earth, that's satanic?
It's an abomination. Philosophy of that there is a creator, but it created a solar system. That's Kabbalistic.
And the globe is a satanic inversion of reality.
Right.
I think it's reality. I don't think it's a.
And by all the helio,
you have yet to demonstrate that.
All the helio priests were priests indeed. Newton, Einstein, Galileo.
So where are the foundations on the globe, Matthew? Where's the foundation on the globe? Or where's the clay? How can a globe be clay under a seal? Or let's see. How did the sun stood still? Or let's see. How do you have four corners? Or let's see. How did he stop the proud waters?
Yeah, so those are subject to correct interpretation. So, for example, four corners, I don't think anybody says that means that there's literally four corners.
So what's the correct interpretation of the Earth being created before the luminaries?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Me neither. I think it just works like it says, personally, but I don't know.
I probably maybe the 6 days are not like chronological, but more a framework model describing the totality of God's creative work over everything.
How do you misinterpret water being divided by a firmament?
What do you mean? So God created the atmosphere and the ocean, so the water is above and the water is below.
No, it doesn't say that.
The atmosphere. I don't see any atmosphere that God created.
It's a firmament which divides the waters from the waters above. Firmament.
If God created atmosphere, where is it? All I see is atmo. I don't see
the word
gas conforming to a sphere.
Happens to have the same four letters as the English word firm, which does not mean that it's actually firm. Just the accident of the English language.
Oh, okay.
The Old Testament was not written in
molten glass and stuff, right? It makes sense, Matthew, makes sense. Again, foundations, Well, where's heaven on your ball? Is heaven over Australia? Or is heaven over, I don't know, America? Probably America, right? It must be America.
Is the outer space vacuum heaven? Is that heaven?
Heaven
Well,
over
in
the
Hebrew, the
ISS?
heavens can mean either the air or the where the stars are, or maybe a spiritual realm where God is.
Oh yes, a place of pure heavenly bliss, the outer space vacuum.
No, there are three
Matthew,
separate.
do you think heaven is a real place, or do you think it's, I don't know, some metaphysical place?
It's probably a metaphysical place because it's sort of the spiritual realm rather than the physical realm.
So how can the earth be his footstool? Or is that just another misinterpretation?
I think that verse is representing the fact that God has power over the entire earth, and so it's as lowly as his footstool. I don't think it means that God has feet and like hangs out in his lounge chair, putting his feet on like the earth. That's what you mean.
Okay.
Kind of means that he looks down at us, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. He looks down at us.
Well,
he's
what
so
would
much
that
higher
mean?
than
He
us.
would be above us then, right?
Right, yeah. He looks
How
down
can
on
you
us.
have above us everywhere at the same time if Earth is a ball?
Oh, you meant it physically? Like, no, it's talking about God's
Matter. It's very
spiritual
simple. Basic context. Remember context?
Yeah,
So if the heavens are above all of us and we're all standing on the surface of Earth.
Oh, you want to make it physical?
You don't have
You think it's literally physical that God's way up there one direction and we're down here a different direction. You don't think it's spiritual?
Yes, it is physical. There is a heaven above.
Heaven above. So
Above
if the
the-
heavens are above us, then everybody's looking up at the same heavens. Then they're all above all of us at the same time. That doesn't mean some people are pointing downward
Wait.
on a ball.
Matthew, do you think the Bible is real? Like, do you think it's like a book that that happened? Do you think the events in the Bible happened? Do you think it should be taken literally?
Who cares?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we're sitting here asking, what about this verse and that verse? If he doesn't think that the Bible is literal, then there's really no point.
Is the Bible literal, server?
Is it?
No.
I'll answer
I don't
that
think
quickly,
it
then
is.
we can move on.
Yeah, that's why I was
talking
asking
about something.
Matthew.
Just quick, I will say I think the Bible is true. It needs to be properly interpreted. Some parts of it are literal and some parts aren't. But we can talk about physical evidence and leave this topic if you like.
I forgot my cigarettes. What a shame. We have Goku in the server. Hi, Goku.
Anyways, I will never understand it.
Hello. You're the boss. You're the boss. You speak German? Was that German? I don't understand. You sound like
sounds Polish, Polnish, or whatever you say in English. In Deutschland sagen Polen.
it sounds nice, but I don't understand it. Sounds like a robot. Is it a robot?
Oh no, that's like either Russian or Ukrainian, somewhere up there.
Blockies.
Oh,
Blockies.
блядь.
Hello, Blockies.
Yeah, block, yes.
Be nice. Be nice, guys, please.
I'm always nice.
What are you talking about? Blockies. Do you want to say something? Hello? Anything?
We are from Europe.
Jak się masz? Very nice. Definitely muted.
Oh my god, I didn't just do that, did I?
We just want to pump you up. So you won't be such a girly man. Oh, that's mean. Oh, shoot.
Well, you guys want to welcome Danny57 to the VC.
Yeah, Danny. Woo!
Danny.
Welcome.
Took long enough. Come on.
Danny.
What's up, bro? Long time no hear.
That gift.
I mean, we've been here, but long time since you've been here.
I've never heard Danny's voice. Hey, Matthew, have you ever met Danny?
No, I don't think I have.
Okay.
Yes, Danny, love you long time.
Danny, got any globe? Have you had globe for a long time? That's what we want to know here. How long you had globe for?
I think he has the belief in the globe, but I somehow doubt he has any evidence for it.
Me globe you long time.
Danny, are you spinning?
Danny globe you long time. Come on, Danny. You can do it.
Just say hello.
I know I'm overdoing it. I'm gonna shut up now before I get in trouble with AI. Oh, there's AI. And anyway, as far as that other subject from yesterday, I apologize, AI, and let's put it this way: mum's the word. Yeah. It's okay to tell Sunny to zip it sometime. I don't know. Some of you are brave enough.
No, you need to speak to me in private.
I couldn't hear you. All garbled.
Sonny, this is my bravery. Will you shut the F up?
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Now my day is almost done.
You know I didn't mean that facetiously, I hope.
Oh, I know. I don't. I expected it from someone.
It just felt like an opportunistic. I'm an opportunist.
Yeah.
If I see an opportunity, I'll take it. Yeah.
Aren't we all here?
Yeah.
That's
I've spent my whole life. I've spent my whole life being an opportunist. Because of it, I got a lot of things done, and I experienced a lot of different things. When the opportunity arose, I took it and I went for it.
Yeah, and some of those things that arose, we suffered greatly for the things we chose for.
Oh boy, and howdy, did I ever. But when I look back at it all, and it's all in the past and it's all behind me, I look at it like this. I don't know that I would have had an opportunity to learn all the things I learned and to become the kind of person I am today without having gone through some trials and tribulations of life and making some mistakes and whatever else, to be able to figure out this whole, what it takes to be happy and whatever else. And I'm sure it's different for everybody, but I still think I had to go through a bunch of shit to find out where I needed to be and what I needed to be doing. And so,
yeah, well, I think all in all, what you're saying, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that all of those experiences, whether good or bad or indifferent or whatever they were all purposeful. They all sort of had a meaning in our lives individually, right?
yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they absolutely are, and hopefully we can learn. Some of us have to keep repeating the same things over and over again just to really get it just really deep down inside. That this does or does not work. And that can be excruciating on a lot of different levels. But yeah, we make it through, and then the ultimate is that we survive all this mess the best of our ability, keep on going, try to put something positive into life instead of just taking, yeah. Exactly.
Amen.
And I concur with myself.
Oh, I'll go ahead and concur with you, Sonny, because you're telling the truth.
Yeah, no other choice at this point.
Never mind.
Like it's time for me to go outside, and I was just outside, went to the hardware store on my bicycle. It's like so cool. Like sometimes I go outside after being inside for a while, like stuck inside for whatever reason, not doing well or just taking a break or whatever it is. But go outside this morning and this afternoon, and this is one of these places I've lived here all these years, and sometimes I go outside and I'm like, it's so beautiful. I'm like, oh my God, the weather's like perfect. The sun's out. Everything's vibrant and colorful. And I'm like, what? Where am I again? Where is this place? It's like literally, and I go out into the wild, like on trails and things like that, and there's like no people out there hardly. And if they are, they're on just all the standard trails. And
amazing.
And I don't go like I'll go on the other side of the trails where people normally go, so I can see the rustic part of life, see nature in its, like preserved state. And they don't even see me over there sometimes. I swear to God, I'm completely camouflaged in a natural setting, and it's
people
like
don't go out, man.
It's terrible. It's
people
like
don't go out.
I like. Here's the thing, and I'm guilty of this. That I go outside in the last 2-3 years since all of that. I've been happy as ever outside because no one's out there to bother me. I don't care. Not even the homeless. They're all somewhere. When it gets cold enough, or hot enough, they're nowhere to be seen anywhere. I'm the only one there, and I'm out in nature by myself, and I love it. Like it, but there's rarely I do come across people sometimes that are cool, and I start talking with them, and like this one lady was out there painting the landscape because it is absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's just nothing but trees and bushes and flowers and plant life everywhere, and squirrels and rabbits and lizards and birds everywhere, hawks flying in the sky. Like there's stuff going on. Life is in progress.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're in San Diego where it's nice outside. It's hot everywhere else.
Always nice.
It's so weird that the people want to choose stand in the cities and not really seeing the earth and seeing the world the way it is. Not too many people do that anymore. I know that when I was young, people the whole neighborhood would pack up with their trailers and go camping and boating for the weekends and out doing something. But now it's like nobody does that shit anymore, hardly at all.
Yeah,
of course, all of our reservoirs are now empty.
Actually, we're one of the main thoroughfares, our 6th Avenue that comes down into the city part from higher elevations. There used to be a huge canyon right there, and I've seen pictures of people with horses and wagons hauling up this freaking canyon, rustic canyon, or gorges where water had rushed through and made these steep gorges there. Actually, there's a couple of them still left, and it's quite amazing. It's a very stark, unrealistic to look down 20 feet in a narrow gorge that water had rushed through, like literally 20 or 30 feet high. But some of these gorges,
We got
anyway,
places like that here.
there used to be a whole neighborhood community campground along that stretch somewhere until they graded 6th Street, and they filled in the whole entire thing. I mean, when I see the pictures of what it was before and how they just like,
You should see the canyons here. There's a place called Canyonlands. It's a national park.
yeah,
There's ravines and canyons that are just like super deep, and they just go on forever. And if it rains, you better not be in there.
That's even more
I mean,
stark.
you
But
got to
when I
be on
looked at-
top of the weather.
when I looked at Google Maps, like somebody UAP or one of these other people, maybe Ditra, was doing something. One of these people were doing something on how like this huge inland sea used to be here, and that at some point it like burst or ruptured the edge and all rushed out. And when you look at California, you see that place that looks like a blast crater in the middle of the Southwest here. Boom! It looks completely flattened and burned. All that could have been like underwater. I don't know. Who knows? But if you look at California, right where I live, you can see where the outlet was apparently of all this rush of water. You can actually see it. And then I look around in my town and go, there's part of it right there. Here's a big branch of that big, huge river delta coming out from this giant thing that used to be filled with water. And it makes you wonder, was it actually a huge lake there? And they thought California was an island because there's this misleading clues and maps and things like that about whether it was or whether it wasn't. And I looked into it further. I looked at the first explorers that came up with the Jesuits and all of that up into Northern California at past, Baja and into the Norte Californias and make all the missions and things like that. And so I don't know, like I'm just saying, when you look and see actually the images of what Earth is, because all those images that are like realistic, they're the real flat Earth, and they're showing us when they get close enough, it's flat, like it's flat everywhere. So when you look at that, and I could actually see where it looked like this inland sea was, where the outlet came out through somewhere down in Southern California here. All of these huge canyons that go from the foothills to the ocean. They're huge, like they're wide. They're 20 miles, some are 20 miles wide, up around where the Santa Ana River is, like where Flat Earth Dude is, like that. So a big rush of water came out of somewhere. That's all I'm saying on that. And from what I've seen in Google Maps and everything, you can kind of see where it's coming out. And some of the gorges I see in valleys around here don't make sense unless there was a huge amount of water that rushed out. That hasn't been that much water since then. I'll end with that.
I think California was an island at one time. I've seen too many maps that show it as an island. It was connected at the top, but I don't know what filled all that in. But like you're saying, maybe it was some big rush of water that drug a bunch of mud along with it, filled in that gap between the island and the mainland. I don't really know what happened there, but I think it probably was an island.
This could have been an ocean going from like where you live near in Utah, from the Salt Lake. It could have been all the way across, Nevada to Nevada,
there was a lake,
and California.
There was a lake here that's called Lake Bonneville, and you can see on the mountain east of me, you can see where the water was at. You can see where the waves used to beat against the mountain. There's a line all the way across. The elevation is something like 52 or 5,300 feet.
Yeah.
And everywhere in the state of Utah, if you go to that elevation,
that's right.
Lake Bonneville used to be, you can find Indian artifacts.
Yeah, so look, Lovelock Cave is in Nevada. Well, they have a talk of these Indians that lived around this huge inland sea there too. Those two seas probably were the same one. They could have probably connected. Lake Bonneville and Lake whatever. I forgot what that called, that other lake over in Nevada where Lovelock Cave is.
I think it was the same lake, honestly.
I think it's the same huge lake. Yeah, it was like a big inland sea. That thing was giant. And then there were giants, red-haired ones, apparently. stealing their women and children.
I've seen maps that show that, like, written right over the top of where Utah is. It says giants live here, basically.
I know, right?
Yeah. The hell does that mean? You know what I mean?
That's what they always. That's what they knew. They weren't guessing.
Right.
So the oral traditions, I trust them much more. But it's terrible. It's a shame. Like when Lewis and Clark went, they probably were followed by people that were just destroying all these ancient tribes that were here, like the Mississippian culture. They were probably just killed off by these Columbian expansionists.
Well,
and
you
they
know
just
that.
told us the story.
Hey, Sonny.
They were probably here before, wiping out all the civilizations first.
So, what do you think is the best piece of hard evidence for the existence of giants?
The fact that there's been a lot of skeletal bone remains
Yeah,
found.
lots of bones and there were complete human skulls, complete human bodies, even that are 7 to 9 feet. Even in Lompoc, California, they said there's a 14-foot tall man with with Stone Age arm, with Copper Age iron, Iron Age. Which one? Like using bronze, like shields and armor and stuff.
So where can we view any of these
Where can you view
bones
this?
you speak of?
You'd have to ask the Smithsonian institution that had taken all of it and never to be seen again. So there you go.
And I know, but if that's the story, then how can we prove that to be true? I mean, you might as well be talking about Bigfoot.
Yeah, but there's much more actually. Well,
I know people that
are right.
People that have seen them personally. They claim they have. They claim they found Indian burial sites and stuff with giants in them. People I know personally that claim they've actually seen them with their own 2 eyes. I'm not going to call them a liar.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I know of people that have seen Bigfoot with their own 2 eyes, but I'm not going to say I believe in Bigfoot.
No, I don't think anybody's ever seen Bigfoot.
Well, they seem pretty fucking convinced.
Yeah, but there's more photographic evidence that people have dug up huge skeletons on the beaches on all sorts of different places, and even documented on the Channel Islands off of Santa Barbara, the same place where the Black Swan, that island off there, Santa Rosa Island. Well, there's this 9,000-year-old apparently old skeleton was found. They call them something. What do they call them? Something Falls, man. I'm sorry, I don't have my facts in order right now.
Like one day.
But it's really just one kind of secondhand information for one topic, and then another kind of secondhand information for another topip. I mean,
right.
that's all it is.
So let's do like this. Let's just take it as a story and just say, okay, let's say that we don't know it's true or not. That's true. We don't know if it's true. Now let's just take the story. Then what makes me interested about it is, why is that in the story? That, like, okay, so why would that be inserted into the story as being a thing? Now I understand lots of things have been.
Why would they lie?
The general narrative, yeah, exactly. Obviously, all kinds of things have been inserted, but why would they put that into the narrative? Yeah, that is curious to me. Why would they would put that in? Why would they put these certain things in there like this to just muddy the water, or make a detour where you have a crossroad to take? That, okay, aliens, okay, Bigfoot, right? So they just added this giants in the past.
I have proof of giants on the video I just posted. Take a look. 30 minutes. The first minute, you'll see the giant.
I know, shit. So I don't know. Yeah, who do you believe exactly? Like, you could go online and see the things from Peru. They find these elongated head skeletons. How could you verify any of that? You're right. I can't verify it. Like, I don't know. It's a curious problem. Anyway, I got to get ready to go, or I'll never leave.
going?
I'm stuck on the Discord and I can't get up.
Hey,
So I'll see you guys
hey,
in a couple hours.
Bigfoot's a flat earther.
Okay.
I'm gonna go look for Bigfoot.
All right, be careful.
or Big Girl. I don't know.
No, you say Bigfoot. No. You can't change your mind now, bro.
You don't want a girl with big feet. A medium
No,
size.
one thing or the other, bro. You can't have both things at the same time.
Okay.
This 30-minute video is a pretty good compilation of giants. Take a look.
I'll look for a cute girl and I'll report back.
What a shame.
I'll just put it this way: if anybody that's done any research at all about the past of this plane, and they don't believe that there were giants on this earth at one time, then they are ignoring an awful lot of circumstantial evidence. And I just think that it makes more sense to realize that there were some awfully big people. The buildings that with the big steps, the big doors, there's just so much circumstantial evidence that, says there were larger people at one time. And I think to ignore that is like ignoring something right in front of your face almost. I mean, it's pretty close because the doorways are there, the steps are there, they're right in front of your face for people that had to be 20, 30 feet tall to have used them. So do you think they just built steps like that just for the fun of it? Seriously.
Check out my video, God Rockin'.
I'm on my phone. I'm even signing onto my computer. So I'll look at it in a minute.
There's so much.
I don't think they built those things that way for fun, but I do think it's hard enough to get people to accept the truth about the Earth being flat that there's no point in talking about other things you can't verify.
I disagree with that entirely. I think if someone wants to think about or investigate any subject they want, they can do so. And I wouldn't dare say they couldn't do that, because that's like saying, oh, you shouldn't investigate that because there's more.
I didn't say anybody couldn't do it. Don't misunderstand me. I didn't say. I just said I'm just saying it wouldn't be a good idea for us to bring up the topic if you can't validate the claim.
You can say that about history. If you can't prove it today,
yeah, you can say that about a lot of history.
It's stories.
Good portion of it. I mean, my parents were alive when JFK was assassinated. Pretty sure that happened.
But who assassinated him is the question.
I wish I knew.
Me, I fucking did it. Now what?
Oh, well, you're an asshole, dude.
That sucks because they put away Lee Harvey Oswald for it. So, right there.
Yeah, it's become a phrase. People buy it so much. Okay, Lee Harvey, right? People say shit like that. It's fucking ridiculous.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't there video evidence that it was Magneto?
Yeah, and much better quality video evidence. Photographic, right? Footage. Yep, indeed.
I mean, we have to. I mean, the more we're connected with history, if that really happened, it's wonderful. It connects you more with reality.
Wait a second. Whose history? Whose story? What are you talking about?
Oh, I know what God Rocking was mentioning before. No, it's just kind of talking to myself, actually.
Well, I know. I got you. Whose story do you want to go with today?
Oh no, I mean, I was listening.
History. That's
What happened?
The thing about it. The thing about history is, he said, I'm pretty sure my parents were alive during the Kennedy 2 S's and a Nation. Yeah. So, but that doesn't prove to me that it happened. So, you know what I mean?
That's okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But that's how I roll. This is me.
Mm-hmm. No, it's valid. Yeah.
Yeah. What I meant when I said that is I have very little doubt that it happened.
Perfect. Yeah, I agree. I also have very, very little doubt. For sure. Yep.
But I doubt a lot of other things.
Sure. Got to. That's what got us here, right?
Do the Japanese tell their children in their history books that the Japanese were the aggressors in World War II?
They teach them that, really?
I don't know what they teach them. I'm wondering what side of the story.
No, I guarantee you they don't. They probably don't even touch on it. No, I don't know. Who knows, man? It's a good question.
Interesting times, huh? Yeah, the problem is the problem is with the source of. We've been saying this so many times. Is Goku back? Oh no, she's blocked. It's a girl, no? Yeah, you have to make your own investigation. Certainly quite interesting, no?
Best we can do.
The buildings from the past. Those buildings, man. Wow.
They are pretty special, aren't they?
They speak for themselves.
Yeah, and what do they say to you?
They tell me they talk to me about like other times.
Yeah, I just wonder how they were made. No clue on most of that stuff, right? No clue.
They talk to me about other people with like different personalities, you know, with like different mindsets.
Yeah.
They tell me mystery, they just beauty.
Rumor has it.
No.
Cathode ray, bro.
What
You're
happened?
roboting really hard.
I thought. Yeah, it's interesting. I'd like to see somebody reproduce something like that today. And if someone has, that'd be great to see. Like an old cathedral. Like just build another one of those real quick. Right? And you've got these stories that say it took them, 15 years to build this thing. Whatever it is, kind of deal. You hear these stories. I don't know. I'd like to see just one of those things reproduced today for shits and gigs,
It seems like they had a function that we don't even understand, like what they use them for, because they use them for healing. I heard, for example, the cathedrals, the supposed cathedrals.
Yeah. No, you're right. Keep going. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, like they use music as a healing technique. I don't know. It's a lot of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. You put it to you this way: you vibrated. You find the frequency of like a crystal glass for one, or something.
Yeah, we're not.
And then you.
Yeah, we're not.
Hold on. You present that frequency into the room stronger and stronger next to that glass until it just shatters. There's something to be said about specific frequencies resonating to help cells, help the body find equilibrium in certain spots or all over. You know what I mean? There's again, it's rumor has it that the sound can do that. And then if you think about putting harmonies together, you know what I mean? Harmonies, like 2 or 3 or 5 harmonies of different frequencies. Who knows what you can accomplish if this is, science, if that's true.
Yeah, so the narrative goes that we go like the more you look into the past, the more primitive we are. So like right now we're at the top of civilization evolution, but all these things kind of contradict the narrative about history. It's like I'm not saying that we are worse or better, but yeah, it's
What about Atlantis?
like a
What about
different
it?
type of technology. They had a different type of technology, maybe. I'm just
I think we're advanced now
no.
more than before.
Well, clearly not. If you look back 100 years.
The conditions are different. The conditions are certainly different. The conditions are different.
I'd like to scuba dive down to the locations where they claim that they've seen steps and big knives and shit. I'd like to scuba dive down there, see what's up.
Here's a question: are we morally a better people now than in past history?
They want you to think so. I'm not sure.
What do you mean, we?
The whole world as a whole.
The whole world as a whole.
Mankind!
Yeah,
Well, you mean this realm?
This realm.
There's still wars, apparently. Still corruption, evil doers. If we become enlightened, something.
It's a duality machine. Yeah, it's going to be black and white and mixtures all the time. It's never going to be a utopia or anything even close. Utopia is a funny idea, but yeah, that's just the way it goes. Good and bad all the time. Never going to change.
You sure? I mean, Klaus Schwab had a good plan for us. You own nothing and be happy.
I'd like to share a beer with that guy. I'll bet that's not even how he talks in real life. Wait, I don't drink anymore. Shit. I'll just have a cigar with him. Klaus, come on, give me a real.
I'm waiting for Biden to build back better plan to kick in.
And then you got your BBB. What is it? 666 somehow, even though it's 222. Fuck. Well, 222 in numerology is 6. It's everywhere.
How can you, for example, how can you explain right? The fact that we can be away from each other by such a long distance and still interact with each other. I mean, isn't that insane?
I don't know if it's necessarily good. It keeps us
Oh
apart.
man, come on. I hate you. Oh.
It's
What do you
kids
mean?
now growing up. The kids are growing up looking at their phones, not able to interact socially. They're socially retarded now.
Such a great potential and so beautiful.
Well, and you know, I've noticed it too. Like for me, I've been losing focus in like looking people in the eye, you know, and like being nervous around people that I haven't felt since I was in like middle school. And because I look at my phone a shitload, my computer a shitload. I stare at the wall quite often. I look into the corners and just try to see if there's anything interesting. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I for whatever reason, and I think technology and screens have a lot to do with it. Yeah, I've become a little more, what's the word? Shy, man. Fucking shy. It's weird.
What's the cause? Is it the technology or the blah blah blah? Like what's? But you're socializing. I mean, the still does that? Are you still in that condition at the moment, or?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, no, yeah.
Because your iPhone and social media and all the games they put on for us.
Detach it from reality.
We've detached from reality because of our iPhones and because of our computers and because of social media.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad.
I mean, that's because we don't know what was in the past. Maybe there was some sort like we're talking about, for example, Tesla, free energy. Maybe there was other ways of communications like telepathic abilities. They claim we only use 10% of our brain. What about the last 90%? You know, what about our subconscious? What about when we are sleeping? All these kind of stages of mentality of the brain. You know what I'm trying to say? Like in a sense, we don't know where we come from. That's my point.
You don't have
know
to
what we
worry. If you make free energy, they will disappear you. You don't have to worry about that.
Oh, 100%. Like I would not be here. Like everything about me would be erased. but it's more like, what if? There is a lot of ifs in this. You know, like what if, even though they did not have computers and iPhones and food processors to make good food easily, like what if their technology was more advanced but on a different level than ours, in a sense, you know, like ours is very local, if you can call it like that, and very primitive.
Can you guys define what free energy is? What do you mean by free energy? It sounds like a marketing term.
That's the energy that cycles. It runs by itself. You don't have to plug it in. You don't monitor it. It just goes. I believe Tesla discovered it, or at least discovered it.
Does anybody have any demonstration of this anywhere?
They have videos of him and Einstein standing inside of it.
Yeah, but I mean, today, like, does anybody today have that?
So. I don't. Yeah, there is. No, I mean, I don't think so. No.
I mean, if nobody has it and we don't have any demonstrations of it, how do we know it exists or ever did?
Yeah, we don't know, I suppose. But what we were talking about before, what else were you saying? You were talking about conditions, no? What if this and what if that? Dude, I don't know. Like when I am, like, for example, if I am in a Burger King and I'm having a burger, I can think in two different ways. I can complain, or I can be really happy with it. You know, wrapped up, unwrapping the paper. I would be like, I can pray also. I can thank God for this burger and be really happy with it. So my question, my point is like, are things really, 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 really bad, or is it kind of like, are we making them also like worse than what they really are, and maybe they're not even bad? I mean, maybe like, for example, I'm sure that there are people out there that are like really, 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 really happy. You know, I want to be one of them, at least sometimes. You're not getting killed.
Yeah, things are bad. Last 2 years, perpetual wars, other psyops, other war crimes.
I mean,
Hey, I just had a funny thought the other day. I wonder what any of you think of this. I was thinking, are property taxes technically extortion? Because if you don't pay your property taxes, allegedly, you know,
it's not
the
your
police,
property.
the government, the bank, I don't know, some people come and take your
The
land
government
from you and kick
take
you
it
off your
away
land
from
if you
you.
don't pay your property taxes. So if they kick you off your own property for not paying taxes on your property, by definition, it's not your own property. But isn't that also extortion? Am I wrong about that?
Of the worst type, man. Of the worst type.
And as if it couldn't be any worse, you know, property taxes are used for the educational system, and the educational system, they brainwash children into believing that they live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
It's the shame. They are going against. They're going against life. They're going against like the value of life.
Right,
And
but
they're
how did you
trained.
acquire the property? How did you acquire the property?
They're prepped in school to be a worker bee and to live in debt and work all your life.
It's like, you're killing me. It's like, for example, if I try my best to buy tools for working, and you take away my property, my tools, it's kind of like the same thing. It's like, what right do you have to take away what I worked for? Kind of like, it goes against so many things. Pretty messed up.
Now, while I agree that taxation is theft and all these things we're talking about are done by sleight of hand, you also agree to the terms of all the things that you do. So you agree to pay your property taxes because you use Federal Reserve notes to buy everything. So you have to go by what they tell you have to do. Kind of simple.
I'm not sure if I would agree with that blanket statement.
Otherwise,
I mean, I
you
certainly
have
didn't
no.
say that. I wouldn't say all taxes are theft, but property taxes are unnecessary. I would
What
say
you
that.
forgot to say is that you have no choice. Just throw that in there. You have to pay to play.
Well, you see, the problem is that the government, especially the United States, has a duty to protect your property rights, right? And in exchange for that, they have a system of deeds, right? And liens and trusts and all these other things that you engage with when you quote unquote purchase the rights to a property. And because you're utilizing that system, right, you become culpable and responsible to all the details of that system.
Well, you have
So
to understand that.
if you take your property down to the courthouse to register it, right? Register your deed and register your record, you've already ceded the rights that you thought you had.
So should we not do that?
And if you don't do that, then any Tom, Dick, and Harry can show up and smack the living crap out of you and kick you off your quote unquote property, right? And what are you going to do about it? Nothing, because you got no proof it's yours. So you see the problem?
Yeah, I see the problem. But wait, the question I was meaning to ask before that, more important question is, can we maintain that system without property taxes being in place?
Maybe.
What system?
No, that system does not belong.
The
No,
system
that's
of being
totally
able to keep your
independent
deeds in
system.
order. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. What's difficult, I think, for most people to understand is that we've been tricked into, basically doing things that aren't necessarily that have to be done, right? So, but the way it works is that because we use somebody else's money, the international bank funds, to do all of our commerce in this nation, we are bound by the regulatory rules that come along with that. So the reason that you have to register your property is because you used their money to buy it. It's really insidious. It's underhanded and dirty. But if you don't follow the rules, then you stole from them, right? See how it works? Like you took their stuff and used it and didn't pay the fees associated with using their stuff. That's the best layman's way I can explain it. You're using their stuff. If you do that without agreeing, if you do that without abiding by the terms that comes with using their stuff, it's like renting somebody else's car, right? Or renting a piece of property. Like if I rent it from you, I have to abide by your rules. It's your stuff. So
you're saying they can one day come to you.
They make the rules. We don't.
So
Yeah, if you don't pay,
you can show them the hand. You can show them the check that you worked 40 hours for. They can say, we're not going to let you use our money anymore. So sorry. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. It's that simple, and yet it's really convoluted. Because you could always use a different form of currency.
That's true. What do you mean can't use our money? When does that ever happen?
What? Do you even know what I'm talking about?
You can always use a different
I was
form
referring
of
to something
currency.
Godric just said.
Like you can just say, I'm going to make my own gold-backed currency one day and start doing that. They'll let you do that.
Yeah, you can use a currency totally unassociated with theirs.
Let me just make the point that I wanted to make. I mean, I kind of barely did, but I just wanted to reinforce it. I'm saying that these systems we have for keeping track of who owns what property, I'm not necessarily opposed to these systems. I'm just saying, and I'm not even opposed to all taxes. I think taxes should be lowered and there should be less types of taxes. I'm just saying that I think it'd be great if we lived in a world where we could have the system where, we keep track of who owns what, but we just don't have property taxes.
Okay, but that's only half of it. Keeping track of who owns it is just a database of records. That's not the whole shebang. The whole shebang is the expectation that if there's any quarrel, right, that somebody is going to come and enforce it. Right?
Yeah,
sanctioned.
Shouldn't that be the case?
Well, do they work for free?
No. And I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying they should not have a paycheck that comes from property taxes, just from other taxes.
Well, I think you're missing your own point. I don't think you care about property taxes. I think you care more about property taxes being lienable against the property where they can repossess it. Or am I wrong?
Well, that, and even before that, just the basic logic that, as long as you're paying property taxes, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure by definition, you don't really own your own property. And that's the thing that really bothers me. The idea of not really owning your own property.
That's the condition. You don't.
Well, yeah, but that's my point, is that you would at least a hell of a lot more, in my own opinion, if you didn't have to pay property taxes.
Well, I don't know 100% how this works down in Florida, but they have the Homestead Act or something. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that if you can never get your house repossessed for taxes.
Is it kind of like you're loaning the house from folks? It's on a loan like your car.
No, the house. Listen, the house is an improvement. The house is not the property. The property is the plot of land. Yeah, look it. You can have your house all day long. Come get a tractor trailer and get the F out of here before Wednesday.
You put your house somewhere else, not on this land. Fucker.
Dude, you know what you should do if you know what you do? Is you come back, right, with a bunch of helicopters and some tractors and trailers and stuff, And you literally take the dirt too, like 10 feet deep. You know what I'm saying? So there's a big hole in the ground. Be like, yeah, I'll take that land.
That's ridiculous. Could you get away with it? I doubt that at all. And also, well, it'd be funny though, because it'd be like someone has, you know, a billionaire, even a millionaire, just do something like that for fun. That would be funny. That would be really funny. What a strange thing to do, though.
Yeah, so it's pretty weird. Like you can't own a house. It's kind of weird.
No, I think it's you can own a house. You cannot own the property upon which the house sits. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess it's
Well, it's
like
the same thing. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's your property. You can have a house. You can do whatever you want.
No, it's
You
not
just
your
don't.
property. You're leasing the
It's
property
either.
from the state or the city.
Well, it's either you are the owner or you're not. You don't owe anything to anybody. As long as you
You're
don't hurt
talking about
anybody.
owning your own land outright, not living in a city. I got you there. Sure.
Yeah, but in order to do that, you have to not pay property taxes on it.
Where could you own your own land without paying taxes?
Good luck.
Can anybody do that anywhere?
If you go find an island that no one's found, you can probably declare that yours, but someone else will take it from you, guaranteed.
It's called the church, the Vatican. They don't pay taxes.
Well, they are the owners of their property, certainly.
They paid it in gold.
There's a lot of horror stories of people losing their quote unquote property for missing payments on like $40 tax to the city. It's fucking insane.
Well, what do you think they're doing when they're zoning properties, business, commercial, residential zoning? They're basically saying we're going to make a certain amount of money from this property if we do business a certain way. I think
they're renting a business.
Here.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you're renting the land so you can put your stuff on the That's why they zone it. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it's all in the air. It's all in the air. Nobody seems to be the owner of anything anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I guess property-wise, sure. There's always going to be somebody claiming to own it, right? I think, but yeah, like the city will probably just claim to own it. I don't know if you can have private land within like I'm in a semi-major city, and even the outskirts, I'm pretty sure you got to make a deal with somebody for some land.
Well, the real question you need to know the answer to is, are human beings property?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Really?
But it depends on the definition. I mean, I don't. Okay, here's
okay. So if you have a child, did you not create that child?
Oh, I don't know about that one. That's sticky.
No, because the child is an individual.
Really? You used your inherent resources, right?
No, he's alive. He's a living being. He's an individual.
So what?
I think I'm using resources that are already here.
So you don't believe that your child's your own property?
Yeah, no. Your child is your property.
Sure.
No,
your property. Well, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I think the child, you're not property of the child.
Listen, if your child isn't your property, then whose property is it?
Of itself. The child is free.
Wrong. The government.
No, it's whoever comes along and claims it, I think.
You got it, bro. If you have abandoned property because the parents are too dumb to recognize that it's their own property, and the government comes along and says, "Oh, we found this abandoned property, ours now."
Yeah.
See the problem? You see how they tricked everyone?
Right. They get your soul print on your foot. It's crazy.
They convinced everybody that the idea of human beings being property is repugnant. Right, and they did that with slavery and other type things, which is inappropriate because now, to be fair, if someone sells themselves into indentured servitude, that's much different than forced slavery, right? Because it's voluntary.
Yeah, it's voluntary.
But listen, if you create something, it's yours.
It's yours.
how about invent or develop something? Not invent, but listen, I'm using resources that are already here to make something. That's not creation, that's manipulation to me.
No, that's creating. When you're combining different elements, you're creating something new, something that wasn't there.
That's more of a device or an invention or something of the world. I don't think I can create or destroy anything. Do you understand what I mean?
Right. So if you have that mentality, then you can never own anything or possess anything, and you're at the will of somebody who has more power, basically.
Okay, yeah, and that's not good either.
Look, the powers that be understand the way property works.
Well, they
That's
developed
why
the
they
language.
enforce. That's why they enforce their property rights over their property whenever they feel like it.
Yeah, they developed the language, and so if you're going to live in their paradigm, their little game, you got to try to follow their language. Most people don't understand it. Shit, I don't.
Glad. I just wanted to point out, you said manipulate stuff or create stuff. Or, you said, I think that's manipulating stuff, like building a computer or something, instead of creating stuff. But when you're creating something, you're manipulating materials to create something.
I suppose. I don't know. To me, it would be like creating something would be like out of nowhere pulling a metal or mineral that's never been here, never, whether or not we knew it. You know what I'm saying? Like to bring something here brand new would be to create and then like implement it, in my opinion. But yeah, crazy to think.
I'm just saying they're not two different things. Like to manipulate something is just, one thing within itself, and to create something is one thing within itself. But you can't really create something without manipulating anything.
Well, that's true, but is the cart before the horse on that one? Are they both? I mean, are they mutually exclusive or inclusive? Like that's, I don't know. Here's what I'm trying to say is, when I make a computer, I'm taking components that are built out of minerals, metals, and such that are already found here. Okay. Same thing with if my wife is developing a child, her body is pulling resources like minerals and metals and all kinds of shit to build that child inside. It's not creating anything. It's just manipulating to form something.
Yeah, but didn't you have to manipulate her a little bit in order for that child to form?
Well, I gave her stuff that was already there. It just happened to be within me in a certain concoction. So I didn't create anything. I'm not making anything that was
Okay, perfect. So then you have no claims of ownership over anything, and I'm going to come take your stuff, and if you don't like it, I'm going to kill your ass. How about that?
Wow, that's harsh.
See how that works?
Well, I didn't make that the supposed reality, so I'm going to follow.
Look. I mean, we got to be honest with each other here. This is a bankrupt philosophy, because this is what it leads to. It just leads to, if I'm stronger than you, I can do whatever the f I want.
Well, that's life. That's just life. That's how it works.
That's not life. No, that's not how it works.
You're starting to sound like Sasha 2.0 now.
All right, guys. You guys.
Right. Well, listen. To be fair, if that's life, okay, then you should have no compunction with somebody coming over, and basically, raping your woman, taking your stuff, and leaving you bleeding to death. Really, if that's just life.
Why would you leave it? It can happen. I'm not saying I'm okay with it. Then I'll do things to not have it happen. I don't understand. There's no way you can't create a system that's going to allow you to ignore nature. You can't hide. That's what I'm saying.
Will you give up your guns to make other people safe?
Right. And part of nature is recognizing. Check it out, bro. Part of nature is recognizing that we are sentient agents, right? That have inherent rights that we respect. And that when we cross those boundaries of ownership, property rights, and moral rights, that we're doing something wrong and we shouldn't do it. Not simply because that person's stronger than us and we're weaker and therefore our logistical powers don't allow us to, which is how ultimately those decisions would be made if that other philosophy were true. But you see, nobody lives that way except psychopaths.
Right. I agree. There's such thing in our opinion as right and wrong.
There's quite a few of those psychopaths around.
To humans, again, and I share your opinion. You know, of course, I don't want that to happen. That's morals and ethics. I'm not sure what you were trying to say, though.
No, see, wants aren't morals and ethics. See, that's the problem. Is wants aren't morals and ethics. Morals and ethics transcend wants. You have wants, right? You have wants and desires, and then you recognize that the pursuit of those wants and desires would be wrong, and therefore you don't act on them because you have a transcendent value greater than that you judge them against.
It depends on the wants and desires, but yeah, of the world, which is not as good as, I guess, something higher, more above and better than the world. But again, that's an opinion of what would be better. So it's like this. We have boundaries that we decide to put between good and bad things happening. Same with imaginary lines for states and countries and such.
Yes, true in a way, but we didn't just, have a forum like the World Council on what we shall decide morality should be. We discover morality through our intuitions and our exercise within the world and our understanding that the other person that we're actually hurting or that is being hurt is actually suffering from a wrongdoing. We didn't decide what's right and wrong. We realize it. Just like the natural laws. We didn't say the natural laws are just what we made up and therefore we decide it. No, we recognize that they exist.
Do you think a rock knows right from wrong? I think it's just our opinion.
What?
Well, that's a completely incohesive worldview, because then you only are as valid as your ability to control your opinion within your logistics. So, for example, somebody's raping and murdering your wife, and you're like, I really wouldn't like this to happen, but that's just my opinion. It's not like you're doing anything wrong, but I'd really like you to stop.
Your opinion. You can act on your opinion because that decision, you can actualize that in the physical realm. So therefore, go ahead and do it. Right or wrong. I think that's, I don't know. We have an opinion about what right.
So the guy raping your wife isn't doing anything wrong, and the only reason you're going to kill him is because you don't like it.
Given my opinion about right and wrong, he's doing the wrong thing. Yes. Are you trying to say right and wrong exist objectively?
Of course they do.
I shall not covet thy neighbor's wife.
All right. Well, my opinion is that.
Listen. If right and wrong don't exist objectively, then there is no right or wrong. There's only circumstantial feelings and opinions which don't have any moral weight.
So does love exist?
Yeah.
If you have it,
sure? That's the conception that we all agree upon. Are you sure?
Yeah, but what that we all agree upon?
Yep.
So where are we going with it?
Love exists.
So little girls have to be told what to agree upon before they get Twitter pated when they see handsome John Smith with his flowing locks walk through the room in kindergarten, and he's like, "Hey, sister, I'm gonna give this apple to the teacher." You think she needs social conventions?
They're important. It's important to us, but it's not physically objective. It's not like, I can go get a box of morals and ethics. Like, it's in our minds and what we call our hearts,
that's fine.
right?
That's fine. But the problem is that physical things are not the only real things that objectively exist.
Nice, man.
That's your perspective. You understand everything is perspective. Everything.
Yeah, but is perspective a real thing or a fake thing?
Mm-hmm.
It's a conception as well. All is mind.
But is a conception
real or not?
Is a conception a real thing or a fake thing?
He said all is mind.
Well, if all is mind, then mind is the only thing that is real. Therefore, conceptions are real by default. Look, no offense to you because I understand your worldview. But listen, you can go round and round philosophically, but you're never going to escape that mind is the entropically highest principle. The source of all things. No, not brains, minds.
Nice, man.
Yeah, but a mind is, you can get out and say, look at this. can't do that
But
with a mind.
what about this? The eyes are
But
useless if the mind is blind. Who's that?
It's a
and
powerful
what
quote.
about God?
I don't have an opinion one way or another about that. Not in this stream.
Oh, okay. By what I said or the last thing AI said?
No. Someone asked about God. I think it's Godric asked about God. I don't talk about that
Well,
here live stream.
yeah, we're not supposed to anyways. I mean, we can touch a little pinky toe, but that's about it.
You're not supposed to proselytize. It's not that the subject is off limits or taboo.
True. Thank you for
Yeah,
specifying.
it's just I don't want to talk about it, so I'm not gonna. Rules or not, I'm not gonna do it. It always causes
Well, do
trouble.
you believe the something out of nothing, or do you believe in a creator? I guess maybe that's what Godric was getting to, if I were to guess.
I can't say. I'm sorry. I don't know.
You don't believe in the Big Bang?
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
How are you
okay.
gonna prove that? Go back millions of years and show me that real quick. Just not.
Oh, no doubt about that. I mean, a lot of us would like to ask the people that put that out there that same question.
Yeah. Anyway, AI, appreciate your passion. Thanks for putting up with what I was saying. I appreciate that. It's a lot to think about. So, yeah.
Well, to be fair, it's the most important thing to think about. What we are and what our value is. Okay, because look, you can know the shape of the earth, right? And then you can go out and kill 100 people. So, I mean, the shape of the earth isn't the end goal, right?
That's kind of a good point.
Every person throughout history that has done good or evil has believed one thing or another, right? They either believe this or they believe that. And some of them did this and some of them did that, even transversely so. Like some people believed in good things and they did bad things. Some people believed in bad things and they did good things.
So doesn't that blur the line between we don't even fucking know what good and bad is, depending on, isn't it just our opinion? That's what I'm saying. Does a stoplight know good and bad?
There's do no harm.
No, I mean, well, look. It's real simple. Is killing, torturing, raping, eating babies in front of their parents the same thing as kicking over a sandcastle at the beach?
Not to me, no.
That is great. I love that AI. I love that. The magnitude of trauma of a child watching their sandcastle get kicked could be comparable potentially to other situations. I think that's great. You can't compare emotions. Is that what you were kind of saying? Or did I fly
What
off
I'm
into the
saying is that
weeds?
a sandcastle itself has no inherent value to where destroying it by kicking it over, right, is violating any moral good, right? Except if it's, the child who owns it, right?
Yeah, they're both
But you
bad.
see, if we just go around with opinion, right, you can alter your opinion at will. So today, killing a child is no big deal. Tomorrow, eating a child is no big deal. The next day, killing the parents, no big deal. But then after that, if I don't walk this old lady across the street, I'm a bad person. I mean, how could you possibly have any semblance of order if it's just opinion based?
It's all opinion based. So we've got a little order going on. Not all that we need, but yeah.
Dude, I will submit to you, okay, whether you realize it or not, that it is impossible to maintain that position, that morality is opinion based.
Well, physical pain, emotional pain are objective realities. And so I will base my actions that I choose from opinion to do on that.
Right, but whose pain? Yours or somebody else's?
All pain, in my opinion, I don't want.
Okay, so somebody else's pain?
No, for everyone. I don't want anybody to suffer. I want no pain whatsoever. And technically that can't happen here, but that's what I want. I want as little pain for everyone, including myself, as possible.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So what if I told you that all those people that you perceive as suffering are actually not suffering at all because none of them are sentient? They're just mud puddles.
show me one and let me get in the innards and stuff and do a bunch of psychological tests, I guess. I don't know, man.
Right. So you see that your standard of evidence, right, can't even hold true to your own beliefs because you actually believe intrinsically within your spirit that other spiritual entities, sentient beings exist and suffer.
Right. Listen, I live my life
with absolutely zero direct evidence that that's the case.
I live my life based on that stuff. Yes. I just think I'm trying to think outside of the box because
Right. So let's be clear. There's absolutely no empirical evidence of an internal world of another agent. Okay. That does not exist. It's not tangible. It's not accessible. You believe it based on faith alone.
Yes. I merely believe it. Right. So I think there's shit better than belief. That's what I'm trying to say. Goes way above mere belief.
Okay.
Right, but you can never experience another person's sentience as your own. It would always be you being present. So you can never prove that they exist. In no way, shape, or form. In principle, it's impossible.
Well, there you go.
So why bother treating any electric walking mud puddle like it's a sentient agent? Why not just do whatever you want, whenever you want? I will say to you that your feelings are a boundary upon your life that you don't need, and you need to unshackle yourself from them because they're limiting you. You need to ascend and evolve.
I don't know what you're trying to get me to say.
No, I'm just taking the assertions that you're making to their conclusion. Like, I'll put it to you like this: there's absolutely no rational reason for you to behave in any sense of morality whatsoever, unless you can prove of a necessity that the agents that exist outside of yourself are sentient. Because if they're not, you could do whatever you want to them. It's no different than kicking over a sandcastle.
In my opinion,
you back is your feelings.
Right. My feelings make my opinion different about that. So I think kicking over a sandcastle is just fine, no matter in what world. I mean, it's kind of mean to whoever built it, but whatever. And then the other thing that you mentioned, that's completely deplorable. You know, based on my opinion, developed by my feelings, developed by chemicals. But here we are.
So feelings are chemicals now?
What happens in the brain first is a chemical release, and then we act, and that's our feeling about it. So I'm angry, I'm sad, I'm this, I'm that. First, it's a chemical response to external stimuli.
Right. So chemicals are physical things, right? They exist in physical, tangible reality.
There's not.
And then our etheric mind, our mind elsewhere, wherever we can not find it, develops feelings based upon the chemical response. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I would submit to you that they experience feelings. They don't develop
There's
feelings.
not a single fucking test.
Can you choose to be butthurt or not?
In your brain,
That's what I'm saying. You choose to be butthurt or not. Offense isn't given, it's taken.
Oh, so then why have the chemicals at all?
There's no test.
That's like saying when somebody is hostile, and you have a synapse response, right? That's not instinctual. So it's like, why have instincts at all if you just must decide about every feeling?
There's instincts.
Why have a chemical firing at all?
There's instincts and decisions. And I don't know, man. I don't know all of everything.
Are you saying love is just chemicals in your brain? Is that what you're saying?
When you say chemicals, are you talking about THC?
Shit. You know what, guys? I got delivery, so I'm going to act like you won. Have the last word. I'll be back later.
Aww.
Listen, if love is just chemicals, you can take a chemical test before you get married. And if the chemicals come out right, you can get married. If they don't, then you don't really love your wife. You can't get married.
That's way off into the weeds, dude. I'm just going to tell you. Yeah.
So that's the word I should have used.
And the reason why I can say that is because I've done it.
Cannabinoids?
So can I just quickly say something? I think it's a terrible idea. Can I just say something? I think it's a terrible idea to think that everything based on feelings is only chemicals, because then showing love towards someone or being in love with someone is just a chemical reaction, which is then just an illusion, which then is just very weird conception of reality. And I certainly think that's very depressing when you think about it very deeply, to think feelings are just chemical reactions. I mean, you just love your mom because of chemical
They're not
reactions, or what?
two different things. First, the chemical reaction happens, and then you decide what you feel about that. Okay, I'm not asking. Sorry.
Wait, I thought you make a delivery. But again, chemical reactions are pretty, weird.
Hey, listen.
As
The reason why he had to
I have a
interject is because you
question.
said something he didn't say that insinuated that he is a physicalist, which he isn't.
What about parapsychology, like precognition and everything? That doesn't go along with the, chemical reaction to environmental stimuli. So there's that. I mean, it's
I have
definitely
zero history. I have zero personal history with that, so I can't
well.
comment one way or the other. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So you've never heard of remote viewing or anything like that? I find that hard to believe,
Of course
but
I've
okay.
heard of it. That doesn't mean I buy it. Of course I've heard of it.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
I've heard remote viewers on Coast to Coast AM talk about how they were remote viewing like the flag in the car that was left on the moon. That's great, isn't it?
That's hilarious.
Okay, well, I'm not saying that was a far-flung example, but people having precognition abilities, ESP, stuff like that. I mean,
We all have intuition. That can't be
right,
proven.
exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Godric. I try to go with my intuition.
There's an interesting theory that I guess has some backing to it that kind of relates to this about women being on the pill and their body thinking it's pregnant all the time actually chemically makes them tend to choose the wrong man because their body is thinking it's pregnant already. So it's the pheromones are seeking out aren't really. I guess the pheromones are actually supposed to seek a man that would be the best genetic compatibility to their own, either to compensate for their own
But if a woman's
shortcomings or
pregnant,
whatever.
if a woman is in the state of like as if they were pregnant, I don't think pregnant women have any desire to like mate during pregnancy. I mean, yes, of course they have
Right.
intercourse and such, but there's no innate natural ability that I mean, the
Right.
mission
It
is
takes away that
successful.
kind of natural pheromone seeking process that might choose the best genetic mate. Not to
Yeah.
say it's all, yeah.
Okay.
So there's a lot. The theory is that then they're choosing the wrong mate based on the fact that they're on the pill all the time and they're not, their pheromones aren't working to choose the correct genetic
Dang. Wow,
partner.
man. That's
Yeah.
incredible. I never heard anything like that.
Makes sense though when you think about it, right?
It sure does. And that's
Not to say
chemical.
love is all chemical, but
Well, that's why everyone should stay away from any kind of unnatural. Well, I don't know. Yeah, we don't want to go down that road.
there's a result. Is all I'm saying. It seems.
That is very interesting. That's like a multi-prong effect. That's wow. Yeah, that would cause all kinds of problems, faux show.
Makes you wonder, with all the side effects that birth control has on females, negative, right? The myriad side effects. There hasn't really been a pursuit for a male version of the equivalent of a female, birth control pill
Right.
or anything
Every
like
once
that.
in a while, the topic's brought up, but you're right. Nothing's
Yep.
ever been done.
And then
I think there's a patch they're doing now, right? They're a patch.
Well, they viciously fight against it, right? The female groups and politicians and all that, because they recognize that the woman having the exclusive control is favorable to the state agenda.
Oh. Yikes.
Yeah, think about it. If it was about equal rights and all of those types of noble goals that they claim, then they would have just as much money invested in both, or whatever. But they don't.
Oh, it's such a web, that whole thing. And anything you can think of, it's all intertwined like that. I mean, like, how did we get in this mess? I guess everybody plays the fool. Everybody. At some time. I don't know. What's your opinion on ignorance is bliss, AI? If I had the opportunity to unknow something or everything, like do like a system reset, like where you go back to a certain date.
I personally think ignorance is bliss is more like a good sentence, but it's not really reality in a certain way, because if you think about people that are stuck within this matrix, the system, you might think that they're happy, but actually, being stuck in something that is a fake world, especially as the being that
Well,
we
I
are.
was kind of referring to someone who hasn't been exposed to society, like mountain people, and they would be considered simpletons.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
like you guys don't know what you're missing. You need the internet and cell phones and social media and anxiety and pills for your anxiety, and then
Yep.
pills for the side effects for your anxiety pills.
Yeah, that's another story.
Yeah. Do you think you would be happy as a simpleton if you could go back in time, or would you rather try and wake everybody up?
You plant your own crops, have your own little farm, eggs, chickens.
Right.
Get
I
up
think that
from the
simple life is way better, probably than.
We're better off as a people with
It'd be
technology.
better for your soul. Oh, sorry, Godric. What?
Are we better off as a people with technology?
I don't know. I think a lot of people would have a lot more clean houses right now if it was like 3 decades ago, where you used to just stop by your friend's house just because. That's what we used to do. So I don't know.
I mean, if we look in our society nowadays, there's a huge trend of going simplistic, right, or minimalistic. Actually, my personal goal is to do the same. I wanna have a tiny house somewhere in a very
that'd
nice,
be amazing.
a
Do
very
van
nice
life.
nature.
Do the van life, man. Cheaper.
There's actually a great study about how much, like there's a study where people have been tracked in their big mansions or big house, or someone who has a huge villa, or I don't know what you say in English, mansion, I guess, or whatever. And they track their movement over a period of like many months. And the funny thing is they used actually only 10% of their house all the time. So just the essential things, so it's actually, we are not really, I think in general, we as human beings, we don't really need huge spaces or something like that.
I agree. I completely agree. I use maybe 75%. Well, I don't use, I have a huge living room I barely use. So it's just, I don't know. I could live in a van. I could really live in a van. I really could.
Yeah, and I mean, I personally, luckily, I've grown up in I grown up in a very good family, but what I always see is the problem with having many things is just having many things for some reason doesn't make you really, like, I don't know why, but I personally think just having as much as 2 suitcases that you go with you as a real possession is a way better life than having huge house and whatnot.
Think about it, though. Think about it. It literally and figuratively weighs you down. So you
Yeah.
invest in a home, you're stuck there. And it's a
The-
big hassle to move your assets to, get another home or whatever. So most
Right.
people make do with the life they set out for themselves, and
Right.
that's it.
The
They're
more
stuck.
the more you possess, the more you are possessed in a certain way. I think. I mean, if you look at rich people, how they embrace not everyone, okay, but like if you look at superstars and whatnot, you can see the trend. I'm saying every millionaire or billionaire, or whatever, but there is a trend that these people tend to glorify material over everything else.
Oh my God, that's what social media is all about. There's a
Right.
certain term for it. Oh, it's called flexing.
Right, but that's
Everybody
like
likes to flex what they have.
it's like a certain possession, right? It's like a certain. It's like it's weird somehow, how
Well, you
things.
got to think that there's, multi-billionaires, and then, you have your lowly millionaires now.
Mm,
So you got different classes of rich people. You have, and then you have the middle class, like your upper middle class that are completely comfortable or whatever. But, like the low level millionaires, I mean, that's what I think you would be referring to with what you were talking about. But, like filthy rich people like Paris Hilton, all she's got to do is point and probably nod her head and she gets what she wants. She doesn't have to lift a finger and do shit. Have you ever seen her cooking show? It's laughable. I mean, I don't understand it. The woman wore like bicycle gloves, they're fingerless gloves to cook with. That's not reality. That's not how you cook. It's like, are you kidding me, people? I mean, she only did like a few episodes or something, as far as I know. I could be wrong, but I don't see that something like that would take off unless they're like a diehard idolizer fan of hers. Then yeah, sure, why not? But it's just, those, like okay, so I don't know the Kardashians, they're not billionaires, are they? I think they're just millionaires. I don't know. But those people are just, I don't know. It's just insanity how much money some people have.
And
Are
it's
you guys
never
talking
enough.
about? Are you guys talking about what makes a person happy? Yeah.
Yes, I proposed, would you rather be would be classified as a simpleton, like a mountain dweller in the country person, not exposed to society, or would you rather, know what you know? It wasn't really about money. Somehow we turned it to money. So if you could turn back time and like do a system reset back to a certain point, a restore, like
Well,
from the
you said
computer.
you said
And
something
then you
about, you
could not
mentioned
know what
something.
you know. Would you rather do that?
You talked about ignorance and happiness or something like that.
Yes,
In
essentially,
bliss.
yes.
Yeah, I was gonna
Ignorance
say
is
something
bliss.
about that. Yeah, I
Ignorance
was
is
gonna
bliss
say
is
something
the
about.
original thing I'd said, yeah.
Yeah, ignorance cannot be blessed.
Really?
Yeah.
You'll have to elaborate.
Ignorance is bliss.
Well,
As long
because
as a Clover, it was bliss.
Well, let him elaborate.
no, it's not. No, it's not because you see, um, from the uh, from the standpoint that from the standpoint of life, for example, right? Like if you are ignorant, then you're taking a big risk. Like it's very risky to be ignorant. Very
Not
risky.
if you're in
Not
a
really.
simple environment. No, it is not.
Give an example.
Well, life is not like. Well,
I
it's
say
very.
ignorance is
It's
bliss.
What
Go
about
ahead.
what about people? Yeah, what about people who live in third world countries in the forest, and they seem like they're happy. I mean,
life is life is very dangerous. Like you cannot afford being ignorant.
Well, you wouldn't be ignorant to your environment. I don't think you understand the question. I apologize.
What is the concept? Oh, it's
Look,
okay.
if you're a child, you're ignorant, you're naive, right? So you don't have all the responsibilities of adults. Once you get older, you have all
Well,
the
you suffer a lot like a
weights, all
child.
the
No,
responsibilities
like
as an adult.
I don't think child would be a good
Ignorance is
example.
bliss.
I don't understand how ignorance can be bliss. To be honest.
I think some can afford to be ignorant, and my evidence of that is all the Teslas that I've seen drive through McDonald's drive-through.
What?
You roboted, dude, real bad.
He says something about
I
drive-through.
got the end. All the Teslas in the McDonald's drive-through. That explains it
That's
all.
all we got.
What is that?
So my evidence for some people being able to afford to be ignorant is all the Teslas I've seen drive through the McDonald's drive-through. They can afford Teslas, and they're eating McDonald's.
What does that mean?
It means they're very damn ignorant, and they have a lot of money. They can afford a lot.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Now
Isn't McDonald's extremely expensive? Why is it so poor trash food?
Does that mean they're
and
ignorant?
They're so ignorant in regards to what's good food and what's crap food.
If I have a Tesla
McDonald's, they drive their Tesla drive-through.
If I have a Tesla and I go to McDonald's, I am an ignorant person?
No. You're a very wealthy, ignorant person. You're rich. You can afford to be ignorant.
You can afford to be ignorant? What does that mean?
Yeah, if you clog your arteries, you can get surgery, no problem. No care.
Well, as long as the surgery works. Surgeries like that only work so far.
You
If at all.
You cannot be happy if you're ignorant. Because happiness requires you to have knowledge of what you want, of what your goals want. You want to be a productive person, productivity makes you happy. You need to have knowledge.
I don't think happiness is quite that involved.
Actually, the more knowledge you have, the less happy you're going to be because you have more stress and more onus and more responsibility.
Thank you. That was great.
Oh my
That's
goodness,
kind of
guys.
the crux of what I was trying to
You wanna no. You wanna live like an animal. You wanna be like an animal, not like a human being.
There's a song. It's a great song. It says something like "Be a simple man." That's just like life, like advice right there.
Yeah, but life is not simple like that.
Fist bump, Godric. I love it.
You can make it complicated, sure. And is it better?
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about making it complicated.
Look,
Yeah, you
as
are.
IQ, listen, I'll give you proof. As IQ increases,
No.
suicide
Well,
rate increases. Fact.
Life is hard. Life is hard. Life is
As
hard.
IQ increases upwards, so does suicide rate. Fact.
Yikes.
Okay, go ahead. Be ignorant. Be ignorant.
Wow, is that a response?
You're gonna be.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm not.
Oh. Dude, the problem is that they're talking about being ignorant in specifics, and you're talking about being ignorant in generality.
Ignorant of
I'm
what?
talking about being a simple man without a lot of headaches. That's what I'm talking about. Live a simple life. Live off the earth. Pray to
Oh, you're
God.
talking about-
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I'm probably misunderstood. I didn't know you were talking about headaches and stress. I don't know. Whatever.
Everybody plays the fool.
That's what I mean. Like people that are very intelligent have problems. That's what I'm saying.
No exception to
What? Oh man. So being
Yeah, like, think about it.
intelligent. No, come on. Like we need to speak with context, eh? When you say intelligent, I don't mean like I don't understand why intelligence is negative. Sorry. But
Because
anyway.
you know how you become so smart, you're stupid because you can't learn anything.
Okay, well that's not smart, man.
But I will also say it depends on the person, right? It just really depends also on the person.
He's talking about the burden of knowledge, you know, because if you know something, it's you can't deny it.
Who wants that, bro? Who wants the burden of knowledge? Okay, like knowing too much.
That's the point, right? So would you rather be ignorant of that burden?
You can live a simple life without the burden of all that knowledge that you don't even need.
Simple life.
Simple, easy, peaceful, happy life.
I'll take one. Thank you.
Look, the sleep of a laboring man is sweet. So if you're working with your hands, like if you're a bricklayer or a carpenter, you bust your ass every day, you go to sleep, you have a nice, peaceful sleep. If you have all this stress, sorry, there's a car out here. You have all the stress of a high stress life with all your super knowledge, you're gonna get stressed and have problems.
That's why people have cancer.
There you go.
Why do people have cancer?
From stress.
You've never looked up alternative things about cancer? Like stress, like Godric said, but I mean, there's all different kinds of. I'm not saying any medical information. It's not like it's some sort of secret. People are talking about it. Okay, I think we can. The cricket award goes to Cod. I'm gonna blame it on Godric.
Basically, just go back to being Amish. That's what you want to do.
There you go.
Man, it's too bad Danny left. So it's going to segue into an important part of being honest. An important part of being honest is not castigating a whole group of people as generally being intellectually deficient and liars.
What? So I take it didn't go well when he was here.
Nah, man, he didn't. Oh, he just sits there and lurks.
How creepy.
Why?
Well, he's got a book to write, you know, so he's got to get them juicy hamburgers of content so he can have, you know, chapters in his book so he can get paid and eat them steaks.
Oh, he's a writer.
Was that the conversation about if somebody's stronger than you, they can take your wife away in your house?
Yep. And then when you go to court, the judge will just say, "What's wrong with him taking your wife?" And you'll be like, "Well, it's my opinion that it's not right." And the judge will be like, "Well, whatever."
Hey, Just Jenny, are you there?
Yes.
Forrest Gump was on 3-4 hours ago. I didn't want to watch it. I didn't want to watch it for the 20th time. Could you do one of those run, Forrest, please?
Run, Forrest, run!
Awesome. Thank you.
I don't know why that's so amusing, but you're
Life is
welcome.
like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
You never know what you're gonna get. And there's no Mandela effect associated with that. I'm just gonna say that.
But
I think I think it says
I love you, Jenny.
But yeah, there's no ME for Forrest Gump.
Can you say, Just Jenny, can you say, will you marry me, Forrest?
Ooh, I can hear that in my head how Robin Wright said it. I don't know if I can do it justice. No.
Well, go ahead. Just give it a shot. Give it a shot.
No.
Is he smart?
Right, Jenny. What you don't get is right now he's dressed up as Forrest Gump.
Oh snap! That's that's a saucy thought, isn't it?
Hey, Captain Dan. How you doing, Captain Dan?
Man, that was such a great movie. That was when I was asleep. You know.
My dad's on vacation.
I think the first 10 times
My
that I saw it,
gosh.
it was good, but after that, no.
Oh no. It was I don't know if you probably heard this before. Who is it that was asking me to say Forrest Gump stuff?
Oh, Jim777.
Okay. So Jim, forgot what I was gonna say now. Oh well. Oh yeah, so I thoroughly enjoyed anytime Forrest Gump would be on, I would watch it. I probably still would if it was just like randomly on, if it, whatever. But oh my god.
At the
Yeah,
very
what ruined it for me was when at the height of the worldwide pandemic on Twitter, his little monkey business he did and everything, showing his true colors. It's like, damn, dude. And then there was the pee thing, that video. You know, that was a little sus. It was supposed to be a parody or something, but I don't know. I don't kind of think the same anymore. Like, I think in opposites because we live in upside down clown world. So I don't know if you guys think I'm some sort of kook, but yeah. So Tom Hanks, like the actor, it's just, you know, it
Tom
was
Hanks,
it was when I was
Tom
starting
Hanks is
to.
totally bought. Yep, totally
Yes,
bought.
exactly. That was when I was starting to develop the realization that these actors are just players on the world stage, you know, like Will Smith and Chris Rock. I love me some Chris Rock, you know, where he's talking about rims. They spinning, nigga, they spinning. It's so funny. But, you know, what kind of shenanigans were they covering for when Will Smith and Chris Rock was doing what they were doing? They want everybody to do their little tweets and argue and cannibalize each other, right? So it's just crazy. He's a player on the world stage. It's unfortunate, but that's how it is.
It's just a diversion to distract us from what they're doing to us on the world stage.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right. So, and then, you know, most recently, we all know about Mr. Johnny Depp, who I haven't really cared for a long time. And I, you know, didn't, you know, just an instincts like, ugh. So, you know, he said he didn't want any money. He just wanted his reputation reinstated. It's like, I can't wait to see what kind of great things Amber Heard or whatever the hell her name is going to be able to do next now that she was publicly humiliated on the world stage. So we'll see what happens to her.
Not only that, but she's obviously batshit crazy.
Allegedly. She is an actress, right? So, whatever.
So she was acting that whole time in court?
Well,
Yep.
she could
Absolutely.
turn around and be the spokeswoman for some sort of medication. You never know. Let's see.
Hey,
You know, she could fess up to her psychotic behavior, and you know, well, she's on she's on psychotic medication. And then other people, oh, I act like her. I want to be on it. Whatever, you know. It's like,
why don't we ask Jacob Rothschild? He's right here. Ask him how much he spent to buy Johnny Depp a number of decades ago. He probably knows. So, Jacob, how much did Johnny Depp cost you to sell his soul to you? No, I don't know. Jacob Rothschild's kind of being quiet over there. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to tell us how much he bought for Johnny Depp's soul.
no, but I was kind of thinking.
I think the answer is, I believe the answer is 2 briefcases of cocaine.
Really?
That may have been all it took back when he was young.
You can fit a lot of cocaine in a briefcase.
Yeah, that would last a while.
How long is he going to need his soul anyway?
Wonder how many souls the Rothschilds have bought over the generations.
Wow, countless, I'd say. Yeah, I wonder what it's like to be bought and paid for. We were talking about ignorance is bliss. What about the other end? You know, like I almost get the suspicion that like someone like Britney Spears was in on it the whole time.
Totally
And
bought.
she's just an evil bitch. How about that?
Totally bought. Totally bought.
Yeah. So
I
I
think
wonder what
anybody
it's
we see on
like to
I think
live with
anybody we see
yourself.
I think anybody
Sorry,
we see
go
on TV or Hollywood's bought.
ahead.
Anyway, I'm going to go see the new dinosaur movie on Monday. Should I report back about how many people the dinosaurs ate?
Yes. I'm not going to be watching no dumb dinosaur movie. You're going to have to watch it for us.
Yeah, I'll report back how many people they ate.
But I guess if you're going to watch a movie like that, it should be in the theater. You know, get the full benefit of the CGI.
It's interesting they give you a 50 cent discount for being a senior. 50 cents. Big deal.
Really? That's
50
the best
cents.
they can do? I tell them to stick that up their ass.
I mean the matinee is quite a bit less money than going in the evening, but 50-cent discounts, like, yeah, give me a break.
When was the policy put in place? Like the 60s? 50s?
I don't know. When I went to see Top Gun a couple Saturdays ago, it was I went, with my brother-in-law so we could hang out together, and so we went to the matinee, and so it was good to know there was a curvature of the Earth, because they couldn't communicate with Tom Cruise, when he was up in the air going Mach 10, but they still didn't show any curvature when he was up there. So that was fun. And then they did tell the audience that there's a rule of gravity, not a law of gravity, but a rule of gravity.
What? Nice catch on that.
Yeah, rule of gravity. It's a rule. But you didn't know gravity was a rule.
Never heard that. That just flew over my head back in the day watching it.
Wait, you said law of gravity versus rule of gravity? Whatever happened to the force of gravity?
Yeah.
Or the effect of gravity? Isn't that the joke? Gravity, it's an effect and a force.
You need to be constantly updated, my friend.
Yeah, Hollywood will keep you up to date on things. That's why you need to go watch their movies.
What movie are you watching?
What's that?
Are you for reals? What movie are you watching?
Well, I was joking that, if you want to stay up to
Oh, yeah?
date with the latest science, you should go watch Hollywood movies.
Yeah,
But you said you were
because
gonna watch
what's his face said there's no difference between science and science fiction. Who was that dude?
William
The
Shatner.
Star- Yeah, William Shatner. Yeah.
Shatner.
He went
Everything
into
I
space.
know about space, I learned from Star Trek.
He went into space at 90 years old, 63 miles up. Okay, but whatever.
Good for him.
I think he stayed on the ground. That's what I think. I don't think he went anywhere.
You're saying he lied?
Oh! Nobody would lie.
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
Why would they?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
There's no need to lie. To lie. Whoops, car's coming. I've been walking for the last 2 hours. What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday with Ladies' Night? Wasn't it Friday yesterday?
Where are you walking for 2 hours?
I went to the gas station to grab a coffee, and and then I hang out in like in some sort of plaza where there were some benches, and then I'm coming back home. I stayed home the whole day. It's too hot to come out. Maybe that's just an excuse I use. It's really hot. And right now it's 12:33 a.m. I mean midnight, night. Spain time. Spain.
You're out in the street after midnight in Spain?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You don't have to worry about getting jumped?
No way. You can walk at any time you want here. It's safe. It's very safe.
Awesome.
It is 104 in Dallas, Texas, with a heat index of 114. Fun.
I've heard so many topics, like the conversation took so many different forms in the last 2 hours. Crazy. Yeah. So what happened yesterday with Ladies' Night? Was canceled.
Unfortunately, I think the ladies just gave up. They just stopped showing up.
No. Shame.
Yep. They've been going on for so long.
What a
Now
loser.
it's the end.
What a loser.
I think it was like because it's kind of like summer and stuff like
You're
that.
taking a break, no? Taking a break. No?
I think so.
It'll
come
so
back.
You're not the leader? You're not the leader of the...
No.
The last 4 weeks, I just noticed a diminishment in the ladies, and there's only a couple. They didn't want to show up and do it to talk to themselves, so they just stopped.
Well, I just need to revamp the community type vibe with the ladies. That's all. It'll come back.
Okay.
There's about at least five active ladies, but they just have to, I guess, show up,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's important to show up, eh?
Everybody has their own respective lives.
They fight against each other.
Also, for some reason, the global participation hasn't been what we're used to in the last, let's say, month or so on Ladies
They're
Night.
giving
I
up,
guess
no?
nobody was invited, or they gave up. I don't know.
They're planning the latest theory.
Is that pronounced Leonel Sun? Lionel
Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon. Yeah, Lionel.
So Lionel, you have to bring back Ladies Night for us. Talk to all the ladies and have them come back.
Yeah,
Very
no
nice.
worries. I'll do that.
Well,
Okay.
you guys can always hype up the ladies and use the ladies' night tag. So, yeah. You guys can be the cheerleaders for the girls.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm dying to do that.
Anyone's free to advertise on any and all of the internets. So whatever social media, we have promo gifts. I think they're under the ladies' night category down below.
What if I feel like a lady that night?
You are
I
a
don't
lady,
know.
bro.
I don't
You're a
know.
lady, dude.
I would say give it a half and I don't know. I guess I'll
You
have to ask
wanna
Mary.
you wanna
I'll
transition?
I don't know. A half hour should be allotted to see if any ladies show up or something. I don't know. We'll
We
have to
need ladies. We
everyone.
need
We'll have.
somehow.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it'll get brought up at the next mod meeting, so it'll work out.
Shout out to the ladies and the gender fluids and the boys and
Why you
and
just
they have
say
a Ken doll.
human
Shut up,
beings?
man.
Just say
Oh,
human beings.
did you guys see the pregnant Ken doll? Did you guys see that?
No, I don't believe it.
You can Google it if you don't believe me.
No.
Yes.
Yep.
Have you seen it in the store yourself?
I want to buy one. It's a total collector's item. I gotta have one.
You
My name is
should.
Ken. That would help.
Make sure you put it in a clear box so nothing happens to it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I gotta keep it original. Yeah.
You'll have to
That'd be
pass
cool.
it along to children or your next of kin or something.
Yep.
You'll have to pass it on.
Definitely. Yeah.
Because 100 years
That
from
would be awesome.
now, ooh boy, that could pay for a college education or whatever you want.
Yeah.
College.
Nah, I don't know what I was saying when I said that, but I mean, it definitely could. All right, that would be above and beyond like the Thai beanie babies, how everybody thought they could collect those and save them and they'd be worth something. Everybody fell
Yeah.
for that. It's like cringy.
Cringy.
So cringy.
What does
So
cringy mean?
cringy.
Awkward
Cringy.
in a horrible
Ah,
way.
I
Yeah.
like that word.
Gives
I
you
like that
like
word. Cringy.
it gives you like goosebumps and goes, ugh, that's disgusting. That's
So yeah, a
cringy, man.
pregnant male doll. OMG. That is a piece
Yes.
of history.
Oh,
That's a piece of history.
Serious
that is
business,
a
no?
page
Serious.
Yeah.
of history. Totally.
How much is it? How much is it?
I'm about to meet up with a flat earther here. I
Ah,
haven't looked at the price yet.
yeah. Send me a link. Send me a link.
How much is it?
How much is it?
Like $2,000.
No.
No. I don't know.
3,000?
I'm sure it's available for anyone to buy.
Available for everybody.
Anyway, I thought it was a joke at first, and then I got very. Welcome to some weird times in history. Oh yeah, very
Well, the
strange
idea of a
indeed.
man being pregnant is not a new idea to our current timeline or whatever you want to call it. I mean, back in the 80s, Arnold
Right?
Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito did that movie together where I forget it's so long. I think it was, or wasn't Arnold the one that was pregnant?
It was a comedy, right?
Yeah, I barely remember it. It's so long
Good.
ago.
How you
Oh my-
doing? How was it? Yeah, it looks fun. Sorry, got some people walking by me. Don't want to be hot micing. Anyway, I'm just about to meet up with Flatter Day Saints right here.
Really
Just gonna
cool.
roll up here. What's up, man? What's up, baby? Yeah, just double park. These guys just left. So you can park right. Oh wait, this guy's about to leave, man. All right, that's Latter-day Saints right there. Cool, huh?
Tell him Just Jenny said hi.
All right, well, he's got to park his car, man. Yeah, we're at the beach. It's like really hard to get parking at the beach on a Saturday morning. You know, so parking's always an issue.
What is it like to meet somebody physically?
Oh, it's great, man. Flat earthers hanging out together. It's pretty cool. Very nice. I encourage you guys to do that too.
No doubt. It's always better to have someone with you if you're going to go out saying stuff.
Yeah. You know,
You don't want to get a Karen. Oh, what's the male version of a Karen? What's the name? I forget, you guys. Do you remember?
Carl.
Carl? No, I haven't heard that one, but maybe.
Ken.
No.
I think
Oh,
Ken is
Ken.
the one I've heard.
Karen, Ken. Interesting.
Kevin. Go Kevin.
I do like Carl. Kevin, maybe.
Kevin. Sounds
Okay,
like
Kevin.
the Backstreet Boys.
Okay, Karen.
Carol.
Karen.
Mr. Ken. California. Orange County.
Well, actually, I'm in Santa Barbara County right now.
Oh.
Which is totally different
Never mind.
scene than Orange
Never
County.
mind, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, Latter-day Saints lives over here, and I was driving
Crazy.
by, and I'm like, let's hook up.
Does that guy skateboards? He looks like a skateboarder.
Barefoot. Surfer,
Crazy.
skateboarder.
Wow.
He doesn't wear shoes ever, unless.
Wow, that's amazing.
I think he has some flip flops or something.
Oh.
Yeah, some restaurants they don't like that, man.
Yeah, no shirt, no shoes, no service.
No, that's not true.
Nice, bro.
California is like really open-minded, no?
You can go barefoot now?
Yeah, I think so. No, it
Oh,
kind of looks
wow.
weird though. No, it kind of looks weird, I think.
In Canada?
I lived in Orange County. I loved it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh?
Mm.
It's all right.
I lived in Costa Mesa.
That's a nice area.
Yeah.
Newport Beach.
Mm-hmm. I went to school there.
Yeah?
I did high school. there.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you
I
know.
did high school.
You know what we're up doing. Dude, traffic was shit, huh? That was
See, now, I could never drive. How many lanes are on the highway around there?
Like 20.
No, on one side. Like 10?
Like 10.
OMFG. That almost, just thinking about that makes me, I could have an anxiety attack. I'm serious.
Like second number 1. I don't drive. I'm scared of driving. You know, I have a problem with cars, actually.
Okay, so there's this really old version or episode or like of Family Guy. You hardly ever saw her like in the episodes, but it was a Chinese woman, and she was in her car on the highway, and if I remember right, she says, "How much turn signal? I need to change 8 lane. What? None? Okay, here. Good luck, everyone else." I was like, "Oh my god." Yeah, it's like just an inside joke. I have to watch it again to refresh the like exact way to say it, but
Yeah,
like,
I think
okay,
the
I
problem
go
is
now.
the problem is because she's from China.
Oh, but just okay, so usually Chinese females, it's like the stereotype is that, like they do nails. That's another one.
But the Chinese do nails in America. They don't do that in
I
China.
think it was mostly against women. I didn't really get I don't know if that's a stereotype or.
They do more than nails, let me tell you.
Oh, that's right. You are well.
What?
Are you just saying Asian or what? Because I don't think it's just one. You know what I'm saying? Like just Chinese.
Chinese.
Yeah,
I
so
mean, do they do that any more than we do? I mean,
it's meant for women so they cannot do anything correctly, so they cannot, be productive with their long ass nails. They can even wipe themselves.
well, I think the Family Guy episode that I was talking about, I shouldn't even mention. Well, you have to mention that she was Chinese because the accent but it was more like women drivers, that women don't know how to drive.
I don't know how to drive. Like literally.
Wow.
Chinese women can't drive for shit.
Are you
Really?
a woman?
Okay, so that is a double stereotype then, right, Godric? I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Leonel, are you a woman?
No, sir. I am a
Do you know how to
gentleman.
drive?
I don't know how to drive.
Does that mean that are you a man?
It doesn't mean anything.
Wait, bro, are you a man?
I'm scared of driving, bro. I'm scared of
Are
cars.
you
I don't
a
understand.
man? Are you a man?
100%, sir.
Does that mean that man don't know how to drive because you're a man and you don't know how to drive?
I get your point. I was just joking, I guess.
I get your point. You don't know how to drive, and it's okay.
I'm scared of cars. I don't know how people I see somebody driving and I'm just like, I feel like I'm next to a pilot flying an airplane. That's how much credit I give to people.
Sometimes when I'm driving on the highway, I get, I don't really like to drive, but how fast we drive now, like how insane that is actually. I mean, yes, it's convenient and everybody loves to travel quickly, but I don't know. I kind of vibe with what you're saying is why I jumped in. That's all I got. How did we get started talking about this?
Speaking of women,
Seriously.
there's this video and the guy's asking the question, "What is a woman?" To is like a women's rights march, and he asked the ladies in there, "Hey, can you tell me what a woman is?" And she was like, "I don't know. It's complicated." And he's like, "Well, you're having a women's rights march, so surely you know what a woman is." So anyway, Professor Dave debunked the guy, and we all know how he debunks people, right? He debunked attack like homonyms.
Oh my gosh, we can
This
barely
group of
hear.
people, they're exposed to Professor Dave.
You're voting.
Robocall.
You can't hear me?
No.
Yes, 50%, 50-50. But you were talking
Is this
about
better?
Professor Dave.
Mic check.
Yeah,
Maybe.
sounds great.
Okay, so the video that I just posted, you guys need to go there and you need to say that the same tactics he uses on this guy with the "what is a woman" question, he uses on flat earthers. Because when people recognize those tactics on their arguments and they see the same guy using the same tactics on arguments from someone else's camp, it's going to make them curious. Why is he using the same arguments on flat earthers? He's got NASA. It's 2022. He shouldn't be using ad hominems and other logical fallacies. So I would recommend you guys go over there, leave some comments, and invite people to the 24/7 Discord. Thanks.
Come on, guys. You have homework.
Got work to do.
You don't have to do it, but
I'm kidding.
if you want to invite people here, you can.
So you're saying this is taking place now? Like where?
The video that I posted, it's on YouTube.
Okay.
He's talking about Professor Dave allegedly debunking him, but he never actually addressed one single argument that the guy made. So a lot of the people in the comments are saying, yeah, Professor Dave didn't even address anything. He's just using tactics. See, like, I'll read the first one. Funny that Dave bullies flat earthers and yet believers in something arguably just as ridiculous. So I wrote, he used the same tactics on flat earthers, but that's different, right? 24/7 flat earth Discord. Come prove me wrong. So
Right.
you guys get it. You can do it if you want to. Obviously, you don't have to.
Just for fun.
Yeah, he just talked to appeal his audience. He doesn't create legit arguments. It's just for the morons.
You know, sometimes, like for example, I have a difficult time watching Professor Dave.
We all do. I find him so cringy. He's very cringy to me. His face,
Cringy, lady, cringy.
his demeanor is very like he thinks he's better than everybody. I know all this, and you guys are just
Yeah, the arrogance is very thick.
I don't understand how people can watch him, to be honest. Like,
That is a fair question. You should ask them that in the comments.
yeah, like a legit question.
Yeah, invite them to VC. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm gonna watch the video to see what that. I am. What is a woman? What is a woman?
You know, those people that have uteruses that can give birth.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Thanks, Hank.
I put it here.
If you have a uterus when you're born, that means you're a woman.
There you go.
How many children do you have, Jenny? Do you have any?
I have one, and I have 2 grandbabies.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
I have one son, 35, and I still don't have any grandbabies.
Uh-oh, you better tell him to get going.
I know, but I don't think he's cut out for the job, let's say.
Aw. Well, shoot.
Hold his faith, God rockin', because he can still make babies into his 90s. You know what I mean? He might be getting his shit together by then. I always say that people, when you look at them at their life now, it's only a snapshot. He might get his shit together in the next 5 years.
Okay, I'm gonna read the top comment that has like 1.6 thousand likes. Okay, I'm gonna read it. It's a very short comment. It says, "Funny that Dave bullies flat earthers and yet believes in something arguably just as ridiculous."
That's okay. That's not like all the way positive, but at least they're acknowledging the shenanigans of Professor Dave. But why are they? Yeah. Okay, what's another one?
Well, The other one. Okay, the next one is one of the most cruel and malicious things you can do to a mentally ill person is tell them their delusions are correct and give them the go-ahead to manipulate themselves.
Whoa. That's a little weird.
Yeah, I didn't really.
Go ahead and live your delusions as if they're real life, huh?
Well, apparently people manipulate themselves is what's weird to me. We still have the vanity link, don't we?
Look at this one. Flat earthers make more compelling arguments than Dave does.
Woohoo! Love that
Has
one.
a lot of likes, huh?
How many?
Wow, like this one is a comment from the first comment, like a comment of a comment, and it's on the top of the list by far. I don't know.
Yeah, when I see opportunities like these, I try not to waste them because if this, video doesn't get taken down, these comments are going to be read by people for the next 10 years.
Yep. You could say something like share the vanity link and say come talk to a real flat earther.
I think if you share the link, the author has to manually post it. But if you
Yeah.
just say, Flat Earth 24/7 on Discord, most people will be able to find that.
I think people acknowledge that he bullies, and that's not a good thing.
I know.
Actually, like bully, no? Bully. They acknowledge that he bullies flat earthers. I don't understand how a professional person can bully, somebody in public.
Because he's not a professional. That's why.
He doesn't bully us. If he were to come in here, I assure you, one person could annihilate him.
Like I can bully, I can try to be funny. I can bully, but I don't take it far. Like I don't know how he can take it so far. It's insane.
There's a word for that as the reason, but I'm not gonna get around.
Come on, I'm in a negative mood, Jenny. Let's hear it.
Well, would he be considered a shell?
A what?
A shell? Would he be considered a shell or no?
I would have to say yes. He's probably making some good money off his channel. He's got lots of followers and he's probably monetized and all that. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, but
I don't mean
look at how many views he gets. He's got 2 million subs, but he only gets what?
I give him credit for that.
Well, how many views, Hank, on average?
Let me go look. I don't want to tell him a lie.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
listen.
to me,
One day, I'll tell you. One day ago, video posted almost 1 million views.
Because he gets promoted by algorithm. He gets promoted by he gets promoted by Facebook, and because that's what they want.
Right. What a shame. What a shame.
I don't know if that's real number. That's 2 million things.
that's what Hank was kind of bringing up. He's gonna look at a kind of an average, and then if somebody's got 2 million followers and they get 30,000 views, then that's to me, or I don't know, maybe not that high, I would guess. I don't know. I do not waste my time on Professor Dave. But
he's famous.
Famous. He's
I've
YouTube famous.
I've watched maybe 2 or 3 things from Professor Dave, and it triggered me so bad because he was just lying. He was just lying.
I can't get past the attitude. I can't stand the attitude is what my problem is.
Yeah, that and just straight up lies.
I cannot listening for 1 minute, one entire minute.
I'd rather go to Gem Pandas than listen to Professor Dave. So
Is it he was there?
no, I'd rather go to his server than listen to
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Last time I went to Jim Panda's, it took about 30 seconds, and I had like 20 of them just screaming at me all at the same time.
Oh, I don't doubt it. They're insane over there.
You know, I just went over there all by myself one day. Just it wasn't that long ago, a few months ago, and introduced myself and told them, "Yeah, of course I'm a flat Earth. So why would I not be? The Earth's flat, you know." And they just started just all kinds of, I mean, just one after another and another, and just, I mean, I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I'd
we are a
like
little
to.
bit more civilized. Was that a server?
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
They just love it when a flat earther shows up over there. They just all just attack.
Oh, I want to show up.
And go for it, man. It's entertaining to say the least for a minute. And then
Don't
you
think
get
you're
sick
gonna
of
get anywhere. I'm just
I want to
saying.
do it. I'll go for it. Where do I go?
It'll be good practice for you. Go ahead.
I know zero science though. I don't
I can't
care.
remember. What's the name of his server? I can't remember.
Isn't it? Oh, I don't remember. It's been so long.
Humans of Earth or something like that.
What'd you say?
Is it public?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't it Humans on Earth or something like that?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. It might be.
Like,
But
hey guys.
hey, it's for horses. What do you want?
Come and kill me.
You're still on Discord, my friend.
All right, so I just did some preliminary research. It's not exhaustive, obviously, on Professor David's channel. And from what I saw, the largest number he got was 1 million views for the Dave versus Dave so-called debate. And I would say a lot of those were, TikTokers and other YouTubers cutting and slicing, that debate so they could get, Dave making his points so they could post it on their channel, their TikTok, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, some of them were like 7,000 views. Some of them were in the teens. Some of them were like 30, 40. There were some that were like 150,000, 300,000. But if you got 2 million subscribers, you'd figure some people would just accidentally click on the video just for it being in the feed. You know, so his subs don't match his viewing numbers at all.
Yikes.
Leo, if you want, I posted the Gem Panda link on the server. If you want to
really?
go.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, don't go in there with any expectations. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, zero expectations.
Well,
Debate,
one
flat earth, and more.
Except that if you speak too much, maybe you will be muted immediately.
No, for sure.
But
Be
I
sure
was
to
there. They are
report
not
back.
speaking about flat Earth anymore, Pug. They are speaking all other things.
Okay.
Flat
Interesting.
Earth, that's it.
I don't know, politics.
Politics.
Which one is their Discord? The one that they're debating us? Debate flat Earth and more? That's the one?
Yeah.
I think so.
But I think he might have renamed his YouTube channel, so maybe the Discord got renamed. I don't know. It's been too long.
Humans of Earth, yeah, that's part of it too. Hank was right.
What a name, eh?
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. That is kind of weird.
Like if there were humans from other places.
Well, they do believe in space, so humans of Earth, indicating there's life on other planets. Maybe you should ask them about that. It's like, why do you have your server name?
Yeah, if you go to a server and it gives you several options. Gems Flat Earth. There's one that's live right now. It's called Debate Flat Earth. It's live. So that's the one, Debate Flat Earth. Once you get over there, join it.
But the YouTube channel is Humans of Earth because they don't want to be shadow banned and all the stuff that happens to us. They don't want to be demonetized and all that bullshit.
Do they still do their Sunday roast?
I haven't been in there in a while. Last time I went, I had a video of the current president back in the late 90s saying that these Baltic states keep joining the European Union and it's going to cause a war in Ukraine. And when I showed it to them, they were saying, "Where did you get that from?" And I was like, "The video? Like, yeah, what's your source?" I was like, "I got it from Jimmy Dore." And they were like, "Oh, it's wrong because it came from Jimmy Dore because he's an alt-right extremist." And then they started calling me a liar over and over and over and over and again, like over and over. And I was like, what did I lie about? I mean, I got the horse's mouth. How is it a lie? Because you don't like Jimmy Dore?
So was that like a la 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 la, I'm not talking to Jeffrey kind of thing with their ears plugged or what? I mean, that sounds weird.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they want it to be Putin's fault. Everything's got to be Putin's fault. And see, I'm like one of those people, I don't care whose fault it is. I'm against war, like altogether. So if Jimmy Dore is against war, then even though I don't agree with everything Jimmy Dore says, obviously, he's an extreme leftist. But, you know, he's still anti-war and he reports anti-war news. So I'm going to use that to my benefit.
That's super.
There
Is that
are
Oh, super. Why don't you and me go over to Jim Panda's server and fight it out with them?
hey, there's some
They know who I am. They'll mute me almost right away. It's a thing.
I can recognize some flat earthers.
I mean, I'll do it. I'm not pussing out at all. Let's go do it.
Let's go right now, bro.
Yeah, I'm
Let's
gonna go.
let's
What's the server called again?
Debate
Check
Flat
on
Earth
the-
and more.
Oh yeah. Okay. See you guys there.
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Wait,
I'm gonna go.
is debate flat Earth and more? Is that a flat Earth server or?
No.
Yeah.
No,
it's on
not.
human.
Or they're
Humans of Earth.
Globers.
Wait.
Let's go. Let's
Okay,
go for.
So which server, guys? Debate Flat Earth and More, or what other?
Yes, it's the only one that's live right now.
Okay.
I'm
You
gonna
got-
join.
All right, let's do it.
Debate.
You got to get voice
listen.
permission. So
Let's go for 10 minutes and then come back or something.
Yeah, I'm going in now.
Me too.
I'll come back in 10 or 20 minutes. I'll come back in 10 or 20 minutes. I'm gonna go and do a dive. If I don't come alive, if I don't come back, it's because I'm dead.
Well, shit, I don't want to go through all the work that it takes to get unmuted, and they're having a civil conversation. So you know what? Unlike
once I
Wilbur,
get in,
I don't want to interrupt.
Glad once
You're
I
not-
get in, I'll message somebody
No.
for you. Okay.
I mean, if you want, I appreciate it, but yeah, I don't know.
It'll be
You're
less
backing
hassle.
up. You're backing up, bro. You're backing up.
Glad, why did you leave?
I can't speak or post anything in that server. So, and it's
okay.
fucking. Listen, if it's just a
Jim's
point and click
in
away,
there.
I'll go. You know,
Jim's in there, so I'm
jaw
gonna head
flap.
over there.
Yeah, but they're having a conversation that's like, I don't want to
No,
interrupt,
I
right?
can wedge my way in. It's all good. TTFN.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you want, I appreciate it. If not, no big deal.
I'll come back. I'll come back in a little bit.
Whiskey Bent,
Yo.
are you what's going on with you? What do you think about the Earth?
Flat. Good segue.
No problem. Take your time. All right, time's up. So, is the Earth flat or stationary, or is it a globe moving around? What's going on?
Flat.
Cool. All right. Well, there's that. And why do you how is it that you came to understand that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I heard on a podcast and I went to research myself. First with David Weiss.
David Weiss, yeah, he's a good one. Have you performed any observations of flatness?
No, not yet.
Okay, right on.
I would like to get a 1000, but quite expensive.
Oh, I would just take a plane ride somewhere, you know.
Oh yeah, that too.
There's one place that we talk about a lot in America where you can see 7 states hundreds of miles out, certain directions. The very least
I think I've seen
kills
that
all
photo,
globe
that lookout
suppositions.
point.
Sorry, what?
Wasn't there a photo of that with a lookout point?
Yeah, yep. See 7 states is what it says. That's just one of a countless amount of observations one can make to empirically, i.e. personally, confirm that, at the very least, the current accepted globe math is absurd compared to reality.
Because if I just look north now, I can see sunlight. The globe is retarded.
Wait, what was that first sentence?
I can see the sunlight if I look
Oh, the
north right
sunlight.
now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I love the sun and I love talking about it, but to me it's not a one way or the other flat earth proof. You know what it does though? My observation is that the sun is moving and that I'm not. And had I never been told that it's the other way around, I never would have assumed that. Not once. So there's something there. We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented, It's as simple as that.
Matrix.
No, that is Truman Show.
Is it? Oh yeah, it is.
It's all good. It's all the same kind of stuff. Just lies on top of trying to wake us up on top of lies. It's just, theater. It's theatrical, all that. Those who are going to quote unquote wake up are going to do it regardless of media. But it is a fun ride, the movies and such.
Hey guys, just came from that channel and they're having a very nice conversation, very civilized. So
Exactly. That's why I didn't want to fuss about over there. Let them have that for sure.
Yeah, that's rare. Don't mess that up.
Nope. I'll go back and listen. That's fine. You tell me. Listen. You tell me when we're gonna roll in like a pack of trolls, and I'll go. But
just when they're getting their act together, we're gonna roll in like a pack of trolls.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Hello?
Just kidding.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to play.
Hey,
Don't be like them.
they're asking for flat earthers. They're literally saying, please, flat earthers, let's talk. Like, tell me more. What is it? And they're asking questions. They're being very kind, nice. And they're I want to hear it. Tell me, what is it? One of the guys there. So
that's good.
There's a guy talking for the flat earth, but he's not doing a good job.
Bring him in here. Tell him to come on in here and ask questions.
All right.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah.
They're inviting people to that server so to talk. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
All right, I'll go over.
Deactivating server. Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome.
Where did everyone go?
Hello and welcome. Goodbye. Hello and welcome. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
Fucking Mike Tyson, bro. Welcome to the chat. Imagine a stationary Pangea floating in a giant body of water.
What kind of shit is that?
Oh, now we've got Chris in the building.
Do you speak any English?
It's not bad. You got the little audio bite game down good.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I'll rip it this dab, guys. Calm down. Don't panic. Sheesh. Imagine believing at its weakest point, gravity is strongest. And at its strongest point, gravity is at its weakest when you're dealing with helium. Just imagine. Just imagine on the surface there's zero interaction with gravity and helium. And then just imagine at its weakest point, furthest away, closest to the Kármán line. They'll tell you it's at its strongest and it's holding the gas down to the surface of the Earth, creating a spherical shape.
Imagination.
Big facts. But it's too big for you to be able to see that it's a ball. Like, why would you expect to see curvature?
You said it's too big.
Well, of course. That's what she said.
Oh my.
Just too big. Ab daddy.
Guys, we recently just acquired a sponsor. They figured they'd get a lot of traffic here, and seems to be their target audience. So it's a space restaurant, and they feature galaxy fries with dark matter sauce and Saturn's rings, chicken rings, and all types of stuff. So make sure you guys go check out Spacies. They are our sponsor. We got to get these bills paid, ladies and gentlemen.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
So make sure you guys get your ticket. Get on that rocket. Make sure you guys try those galaxy fries.
Sponsor, I missed it. I want to go on a fry ride.
It was a brilliant idea for them to link up a deal with the Flat Earth server. We get a lot of traffic, and it seems like the perfect target audience. So, and they're paying us, baby. We're getting paid, baby. So let's go.
Most famous achievement, accomplishment of mankind, of humans, the landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
Don Pettit here from NASA. That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit. It is shit, Austin. It's a bit nutty.
Disgusting.
I mean, they had to know that they were making jokes like that about the space coffee, that it was already going to be a thing later. Mike Myers, man, I'll tell you what. And he's got that Pentaverate show on Netflix, making fun of people who know about the Freemasons and stuff. Or conspiracy theorists, let's just say, like staunch conspiracy theorists. Ones that make us look bad. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I just know that the Earth measures flat. And that is that.
It's a bit nutty.
That's great.
Those conspiracy theorists, yeah, they're a little bit nutty.
Exactly.
Still talking about space. Eh?
Well, it is Pride Month.
Oh, yeah, there's a
well,
lot about that we can't talk about. Well, I'm just not going to bring it up here. But yeah.
but when he said refraction, I left.
Yeah,
Okay.
refraction, man. They can't talk about
It's like a
curvature.
magic word for them.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's their pimp word.
There's no reason to talk about it here, though. I guarantee it.
But how are they just gonna pretend like we didn't use that wasn't our argument? I don't get that. It's so weird. That was our argument, like, what, 5 years ago? It's less than that. Right?
Well, they're trained. They're trained to go down a certain. He said etymological, and I say rabbit hole. So it doesn't. They argue about arguing. They don't argue about the Earth. They don't want to talk about the Earth. That's all I have to say.
Right. No, it's just weird because when I first got into this topic, they were trying to argue for boats over a curve, which would require a physical Earth hump edge blocking boats and buildings. It was a geometric location back then for them. That was their argument. And we would argue, no, there's things like refraction and all these different effects that produce this boat disappearing type of effect. And then fast forward to now, they're like, well, refraction. It's like, wait a minute. What happened to when I was saying refraction? You were saying, no, it was a physical thing. So we're just going to forget about that? Okay, because I didn't forget. Dummies.
Someone told me 24/7 BS won't work here in a DM. After I said, they sent me a couple messages, like saying fuck and shit and cunt, all that stuff. And then I said, so is this your posit?
I'm glad if you don't say those things.
Hold on. I said, is this your posit for a direct Earth curve measurement? And he said 27 BS won't work here. And I'm like, bro, I'm just thinking to myself, because then he blocked me. But I'm just thinking to myself, like, curvature is the only thing we need to talk about. Really and truly, I know you know that. Stop ignoring it. Stop lying to yourself and others, bro. You're so much better than that. That's what I wanted to say.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I was just going to say, like,
you're good.
If you don't start off yelling saying cuss words and stuff, then you can't prove the globe. That's how you started off.
Yeah, you're right. It was weird. It was like a tick he has to do that first, and then. Well, anyway.
That's funny.
It's almost like Achilles heel curvature.
Okay, brother, you speak so soft. Hold on, I don't think there's a volume amount that I can turn you up. See, I'm speaking soft because you speak. Yeah, I got you at 200, partner. Whiskey Bent, that is.
You have me at 200.
Yeah, now I can hear you. You just speak soft, sir, and that's okay. I don't want to try to change that. I can't. No one can.
Just trying to set the mood, baby. Come on now.
I wasn't complaining about the music, sir.
No. What's in his soft voice?
Anyway, I just can't hear him very well. Guys, you know what? I got bad hearing, and you should know that by now, and I'm sorry. Did someone say something?
No, Quetz was just whispering more sweet nothings in your ear clap.
Sweet nothings. I like that term.
It might be your audio though, because I have him at 100. I can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear you.
He sounds good to me.
Yeah,
I mean, Quetz, I can hear Quetz fine at 100, not 200.
Same.
Yeah, and I think we're back at 100 now. I'm at that. Hey, are you French?
Who?
Whiskey Ben, are you French? You sound...
No, Swedish.
No? Swedish. I was way off. Okay.
Oh, sweet, dude.
He's what we call a Swedish banana.
He's sweet-ish. Swedish banana? Is that different from a regular banana?
Never heard that before.
Expression.
Yeah, is it? Really?
Yeah. Now I know, I guess.
now I know. Now whatever country that's an expression within, I can visit and fit right in.
Yes, sounds great in English.
Well, either way, it's a cool accent. I always love to like just everyone's accent, even if they say, "Oh, I'm from UK, I'm from Australia, I'm from this, that, and the other." To me, it's almost a completely different accent in every person, and I love that.
Yeah, me too.
Accents are great.
I feel like we get better hanging out here because there's so many of us from all over this flat, non-moving Earth. But and like I feel I've gotten better over time. But I got coffee like a week ago. And this guy was from Morocco, and dude, I could not understand what this guy was saying. I felt bad.
Was he trying to speak Moroccan to you? You know,
No, it
just
was just like there's no Moroccans in the
oh, I
server,
see
so it's
with the
not like
accent.
I'm just not familiar with that accent. So I was like,
Yeah.
I kept being like, what? But I felt bad because usually I'm really good with accents and stuff.
Hey, you know what?
Even here.
He might be used to it though. Probably
Yeah,
is.
probably.
Yeah, Helio, I do have selective hearing. And so if you were talking to me just then, I had you blocked out in my mind. So, but now I've unlocked the corridor of communication. You can talk to me if you want. No big deal. What's on your mind?
So, Glad, what's your best globe argument?
My best globe argument, like the one that defends the globe and it's a smoking gun.
You know, if you were gonna put your baller hat on for like 5 minutes.
This question sucks.
Dude, I know. I don't have the answer. And
I'll answer, but it'll be lackluster. I mean,
well, for me, it'd be like just a bold-faced lie. That's
what I'm saying. Like, we all know it's going to be a lie. So I was like,
yeah.
How well can I lie? Is what you're asking me. I don't think I'm going to do that on the live stream, partner.
Who's the best liar here?
Oh shit.
Yeah, man. Depends on how you grit your teeth.
Well,
That's why I'm not very good at it.
Not a lot. Well,
too easy.
I don't know. It's not that much harder to lie through your teeth than it is to open your mouth and lie. I think they're pretty much the same thing. It's just if someone else can understand you, it's different. Because, like, people that talk like this, they've lied to people before. You know? It's just human nature. Go ahead. Make your jokes, Mr. Jokey. Joke maker.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19.
It's like somebody took a tongue depressor and just left it there for like a year. And now he's stuck with that. Like, you know? It's weird. It's like he's got a chip in his upper mouth. You know, it's just...
He's got the chip. Wow, that's funny, dude.
I don't know. I'm trying to imagine what's happening in his mouth to do that.
I like that. He's got a Dorito in there. He's trying not to break it.
Yeah, it's like stabbing.
John Pettit here.
The doctors say that... No, I'm not going to do it. I got to cook my pizza. I'll be back. Also, real quick, adults will know this correlation. It's bad that his initials are DP. You know what I'm saying? All right, I'll be right back.
Right.
But the doctor said that I could not perform perfect sentences for the rest of my life, and that's I have had to accept that. What was disappointing was when my children were born with the same lisp.
Damn, so it's like a genetic thing?
I suppose.
Is that like a side effect of,
Too good.
is that like a side effect of your high IQ or what?
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there!
Well, I'm not going to sit around here and wait for hours and hours for the show. No.
I thought it was.
That's right.
Got rocking hot micing again.
There's 2 credit cards there with it. I don't know what they are, but it's food cards, so I just brought them just in case it said, "What?"
I was gonna say maybe he'll read the number to us.
What number?
He was talking about credit cards.
Your number, Glad. Hey.
Hey.
Oh.
Credit cards. Yeah, let's not talk about those, please.
Jake, don't shoot me, KJ. I'm sorry.
Other than don't get any more of them, people. Don't get any. See, what's going to happen, this is just, I'm trying to be funny. There's going to be a social credit system, bro. And all your bad credit from right now is going to transfer over with interest. So, fucking China, man. It's coming. It's coming right now.
They already got your score, bro.
China knows everything. TikTok, dude, you know.
Yeah, TikTok, yep.
Yeah.
If you've even typed the words flat earth, you have negative credit.
I think so, right? I think that may, like, they're already building it. They're like, hell, the reason we don't shut them up now is because they're digging their own damn grave.
Wow.
They have no clue. No clue.
Yeah, that might be true.
Please no. Please no. Thanks. So, like, okay, social credit, like you have good or bad social credit. Can you spend social credit on, like, a really nice evening out with somebody? You know, for extra. You know what I mean? Just like a little icing on the cake. Right? I don't know.
It just gets you in the door.
Doesn't
You
just
don't
the
have
door.
credit, you're not allowed in the club.
Doesn't work that way.
Okay. All right. Whose mic sucks? Is that you, Flat Earth dude, Kenny?
FED.
Special K.
Yeah, fucking A.
Cool.
Shit.
Well, now I know you're talking to us. So, hi.
Hey, what's happening? No, it doesn't work like that. You can't spend your social credit like that.
But so you can lose it, but you can't, like, use it? What's going on,
I
man?
guess.
No, that's how you buy your Facebook property. You know, in the virtual
Oh,
world,
that's right. That's right. You
you
have to
use your
buy
social credit
everything
to buy. Yeah,
digital.
you buy
Everything's
your
Oh,
digital.
right.
you buy your freaking apartment on the whatever it's called, Facebook
I
Meta or whatever.
Right.
I keep forgetting that people think that other people are going to try to turn this place into a video game. I don't believe any of that shit, by the way.
Yeah, me either. Forget that.
We just won't let it happen.
Nope. I like reality too much. Damn it.
Well, yeah, here's the thing. When you make a clone of a clone of a clone of a clone, the theory is that it gets worse over time. Each time it gets worse. And so if you make the world you're already in, so like to err is human, right? To make mistakes is human. And so if we build something that we think represents just fine, almost perfectly or even better, our reality, whatever the hell that could mean, the transhumanism thing just falls short because it's a bastardization of what we experience, no matter how many times you flip it, how many ways you cook it. That's just me.
I like it.
Whooping in the kitchen.
Whoop, whoop.
Can't stand that he get the fuck out the kitchen.
Whipping.
You're not living on the globe.
So we need more rap songs.
Oh, dude, I came up with one today. I thought of an idea today.
Just write it down, CB. We need another hit from you, and you'll do it.
Well, I got two in mind. I thought of one today. Maybe you've heard the song called "Down in the DMs." It go down in the DMs. Have you heard that?
Bro, write it tonight. Finish it tonight.
Well, I was gonna change it to say like it go down in the Discord. Like
Right.
it go down in the Discord.
See, you've already written the song. You have the hook right there. Now
Yeah, I got
do
the
it.
hook. I got the hook. Yeah.
Don't fail me. You're the creation bear after all now. Come on.
Yep. The other one I thought of the other day, I actually did write some of this one down. I got like half of it done. Song's called Pushin' P. Okay, maybe you've heard the kids say this. You'll see them type it in the chat with like a blue P. I don't know, some weird slang these days. You'll probably notice it now.
I don't want to know about that. It just sounds like something I don't want to be a part of.
I don't even know what it means for real, but
all right.
But instead of pushing P, I changed it to push FE.
No, I don't think that's gonna
No,
fly.
dude, it's sick. Glad it's sick, dude. Trust me.
Okay, do it,
the
and then I'll be the one and only judge of that. Yep.
Okay. Dude, it's actually so dope. I wrote like half the song. It's pretty good. In the song, they're saying I'm pushing P, and then I just changed it to like I push FE. And it sounds pretty good, man.
I don't think you're using that word properly.
What?
No. Okay, so I think that when they say that, they're being sexual about it, but maybe not. But it's like an ego thing. Like I'm pushing P, bro. You pushing P? Hell yeah. Like it's kind of like
gotta listen to the song. Listen to the song because it has lots of different like references. It doesn't. I understand at first glance. That's what.
Sure, right. But I
mean other things like I'm pushing product.
I'm still working on that. Yeah, I see. I go there every time. I'm sorry, but listen,
That's on you.
Listen. It is. It's true.
Yeah.
Dude. So anyway, do it. Write it all down. Be creative. Please.
All right. We'll do.
Super.
It go down in the Discord.
Down in the DM. What?
All right, boys. I got a boogie. I'll holler at you guys later.
All right, cheers.
Take care.
Sounds good, man. See you later.
I got some coffee here. All right.
It's always nice to find that extra little bit of coffee in it.
Yeah. Yeah, after eating lunch, getting back on the road. There.
I think we've lost you, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm lost.
No, okay, you're still there. Just quiet.
Still there? Yeah, I driving.
Where you
40
headed?
miles. Central Coast, California.
What are you gonna do there?
Oh, you're probably like 20 minutes from man.
Yeah, Santa
Yeah.
Maria, to be specific.
Yep. That's where I was born.
So was what's her name? Marilyn Monroe.
No way.
Yeah. Graduated Santa Maria High School, I believe.
Wow.
Now that's some trivia.
There you go.
That's high quality gravy right there.
And Santa Maria is also famous for their tri-tip.
Mm-hmm.
They have a very special way of cooking the tri-tip. It's a
Jocko's Steakhouse is right up north of that in Napomo.
There you go. Yep.
Best steaks ever.
Oh. What about the Chop House? You ever been over there?
No, where's that?
It's like northwest of Santa Maria. I don't know what city it's in. It's this little teeny town, but they got this steakhouse called the Chop House. I guess people come from miles and miles to go there. I don't know.
Yeah, Central Coast is beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Pismo Beach and
Pismo.
San Luis Obispo.
Slow is awesome, man.
Yeah.
Downtown there, it's real chill with the river running through
Yeah.
all the buildings and shit. That's so cool, man. If I could
great
afford to
town.
live there, man, I would probably move there in a minute. It's pretty cool.
For sure. Yeah, me too. Good spots out at Avila.
Yeah, Avila, man. Absolutely amazing. They got a new campsite up there, man. I'll get the details. My buddy camped there this week, and for a couple nights. I guess it just opened up, so we'll see how it is.
Nice. Did you already see Saints?
Yeah, we hung out, man, for about an hour,
Nice.
a little
There
over
you
an
go.
hour. We were getting into some deep dive stuff, man, sitting on the beach.
Oh, cool.
It was real kind of super foggy. We couldn't see. We were actually at the Black Swan spot where it was taken, and it was just super foggy. It couldn't even tell there was derricks out there unless you were looking for them. It was just
It's all good. This special Earth of ours is dynamic. No big deal.
yeah. It was, but I'll hit it on the way back. Maybe I'll have better luck. Maybe. I hope so. But yeah, it was cool to see exactly where the picture was taken on the video. That was nice.
Oh, the Black Swan spot?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it was cool.
the #1 makeout spot.
No doubt. There's some pretty good surf there today. A lot of surfers out there. I took a couple pictures. I'll share them up. Saints took a video. I don't know. He's going to put it in. I don't know. So he's going to the studio tonight to record some music. So we'll see what comes out of it. Some rap music, Sean. Rap. Wrap it up.
Every time.
I'm more of a punk rocker, but to each his own. You can mix the two, punk rock and rap. I think you can do it. No doubt. Let me know if my mic's too loud or too much wind or whatever. Let me know. Or if you can hear me at all. It might be
Yeah,
that
you're good.
problem too. Maybe not. I don't know. I never know. I'm 80 miles an hour on a cell phone,
All right.
smartphone, dumb phone. I never know when it's going to work or not, or who knows. It usually works most of the time. It drops out every once in a while.
So funny.
Are you at the beach, dude?
Nah, I'm driving up Coast Highway though.
Oh, that's too bad. It really sounded like the beach. It sounded lovely.
It does sound like the beach, huh? Those are waves coming in.
Waves of traffic.
Waves. Sound waves. There you go. How flat are sound waves? Are they flat? I don't know.
They can be sharp too.
Sharper, they're what? I'm a sharp earther. I like it. Sharp earth dude. All right. Let me know if I'm losing my mind over here. Let me know. We got a big flat earth meetup coming up a week from today. Southern California.
Yep,
They,
excited.
should be a good time. Some really cool people coming. Man. Latter-day Saints will be there. I heard Sonny might be coming.
Will the Cherokee be there? A flat Earth dude.
Hold on, I lost it.
Is the Cherokee going to be there?
Shit. What's that?
Is the Cherokee going to be there?
One more time, man.
I think you're having too much fun. That's the problem.
Who's gonna? Oh, there you are. Now I got you, Jim.
Are
I'm in
the
the
are the
boonies.
Cherokee and the Blackfeet going to be there?
We're gonna have a ceremony for him, for sure. Little drum circle. We're gonna definitely have a drum circle. Flat Earth drum circle happening next Saturday, man. It's gonna be totally kick ass. It's gonna be amazing.
No way. I've got a
At
drum.
the beach, no
Animal
less.
skin.
With yeah, we got about
Cool.
4 or 5 there. Yeah, I'll bring a couple. You bring one. Yeah, Flat Earth drum circle. Woo! Can't wait. I was in a drum circle last weekend, a week ago today, with about 500, 500
Wow.
ish. It was awesome, man. It was so powerful. Love it. All right, I'll kill the road noise. Most of it. There you go. Is that better? That's better.
Hey,
Hey.
where's the meetup in SoCal? Hello?
How? How?
You're roboting.
How?
Oh,
It's in Southern California and a beach, uh, SoCal, at Sunset Beach.
Is anyone looking?
Who's that just mumbling? Mumbles. Speak up. Earth calling mumbles. Jeez.
What are you eating?
Gummy bear.
Oh, that sounds about right.
Sorry.
Chickadee check of the microphone 1 2. Hey,
Loud and clear.
I just found the latest Flat Earth banjo video. You know who that is? Anybody? Anyone?
Yeah.
I just watched like the first 10 seconds of it. He just put it out today. It's like 27 minutes long. I mean, it's kind of dead air right now. You guys want to listen to it?
Go for it.
If you insist, I guess. Holy shit.
I mean, Flat Earth Banjo has put out some good stuff, and so, but it's intermittent. But he just put one out today. I just found it. I think we should listen to it instead.
Isn't that
It starts out
TikTok
if you watch
video?
if you watch the video. Well, I mean, I like I said, I watched like the first 20 seconds of it. It's this hot chick pulling up The Greatest Lie on Earth, Edward Hendry's book. So I don't know. I don't even know what it is.
It's not like we can argue with you, Helio. It's your channel. Let's get on with it.
No,
I'm just fucking with you, dude. Come on. Play the goddamn song.
Sheesh.
Come on, man.
Fuck. Let's see if this. Well. Well, player's been stopped and the queue's been cleared, and let me go. See if this works. And while I'm playing it, the audio here, I'll play the video, on the live stream. People can. Never mind.
What a great idea. Why don't we read together? Shall we? The greatest lie on earth, proof that our world is not a spinning globe. Let's just see what the first page says. The most universally accepted deceit today is the ingrained teaching that the Earth is a globe spinning at the speed of approximately 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, while at the same time orbiting the sun at approximately 66,600 miles per hour. While the Earth is orbiting and spinning, the sun in turn is supposed to be hurtling through the Milky Way galaxy at approximately 500,000 miles per hour, so 500,000 miles per hour. What most people are not told is that all of this spinning, orbiting, and speeding through space has never been proven. Indeed, those hypotheses, movements, and speeds are completely made up. In fact, every scientific experiment that has ever been performed to determine the motion of the Earth has proven that the Earth is completely stationary, yet scientific textbooks ignore the scientific proof that contradicts the myth of an orbiting and spinning Earth. You want to know what's really messed up? They teach that the inside of the Earth is there's an inner core, an outer core, mantle, and a crust. Right? We all learn this. Children are learning this. Everybody has learned this. They have videos for children for it. It's in textbooks. It's everywhere that we know what's on the inside of the Earth as a fact. But did you know that the farthest we've ever dug into Earth is 8 miles? Humans have drilled over 12 kilometers, which is equivalent to approximately 7.5 miles. So the farthest we've ever dug into Earth is 8 miles. Almost 8 miles. So have we ever had any actual evidence of what they're teaching in schools and teaching in textbooks and indoctrinating children on about the fact of the Earth? Do we have any actual scientific proof or evidence on this? Unless something awful happens to our planet, we will never have a direct observation of Earth's core. Just another thing that we've never been able to observe, prove, test, or detect. But they have absolutely no problem stating that we can find Earth's core at 1,802 miles below Earth's surface, even though we've only dug less than 8 miles down. And they have no problem saying what it's like in the core when we are nowhere near it and have never been able to detect what it is. But they are certain and they're very sure on what is down there. Okay, 1,802 miles compared to 8 miles, you guys. How would they have any idea with that huge margin missing? How would they have any clue what's down there? And just in case you guys don't know what indoctrination is, it's the process of teaching a person or group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. So it's accepting beliefs without any proof. Here's another example of just that on the globe. So just to reiterate, the furthest we've drilled into the Earth is around 12 kilometers, which is equivalent to almost 8 miles, while the distance to the center is over 500 times farther than what we've actually dug. Yet they are telling people what is down there when we are nowhere near it. And then it starts talking about how flat Earth is propaganda and how we know we don't live on a disc, even though nobody believes that we live on a disc. And just to reiterate, what else can't be observed, detected, or proven on the globe is gravity. It's a theory, not a fact. Absolutely no proof of it, absolutely no evidence. Can't test it, can't detect it. And the motion of the Earth, because you and everything else, including Earth's oceans, atmosphere, are spinning along with the Earth at the same constant speed. So gravity can't be detected, the Earth's motion can't be detected, and the inside of the Earth cannot be detected. All crucial things of the globe. And by the way, the definition of science is to study through observation and experiment. Okay guys, I'm going to address a question that I get constantly. If Earth is flat, why are all the other planets round? Why are all the other planets spheres? Here's the answer. The other planets are not planets. They are luminaries. They are lights. Here is Saturn. Here's what Saturn really looks like. That's a true image. And here is what NASA shows you. Please look at the difference between real and a cartoon that you believe. Take that in for a second. Another example, here's Mars. Here is real Mars, and here is the cartoon Mars. Okay? It's a light. It's a luminary. A luminary. Okay? Not a surface planet. Not a surface planet. Here's Venus, and I would like to point something out about this. You can see, when you zoom in very closely to stars and the planets, water ripples. Okay? Water ripples. Here is a side-by-side comparison of planets next to real images of these planets that are lights. Okay? Why are NASA images not even close to reality? Why? Another side-by-side, pause to read. They say that Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are gas giants and are not surfaces. They're made of gas. But isn't it interesting, look, that Mars and Venus look the same as these planets that they say are gas. These are clearly not surfaces either. And before you bring up the moon is the same exact idea. The moon is a light. Okay? That's why the closer you get up to it, the more it fades away. It disappears into the sky. You could see stars through it. Clouds have been seen through it. If it was a surface rock, that would not be possible. We didn't land on the moon because you can't land on the moon because it's not a surface. If it was, light would reflect off it the way it does on any sphere. It illuminates itself. Think about this. If you believe in God and a creator, and you also believe in outer space and the globe, you need to understand that those two things are not the same and they don't correlate, and you have to pick one because they contradict each other completely. The moon is a lesser light to govern the night. And before you say that I don't understand science, let's read the definition of science. The study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Remember, science, not CGI. You can observe that the planets are not surfaces by zooming in on them, and you can see that they are not. The heliocentric model was created to deceive you and deny God. He made us the center of creation, not the sun. Okay, guys, I really want you to think about this. Like, critically think. Water needs a container, okay? So, if we're on a globe, how would there be a container on a sphere? If you think about a pool, I was just with my friends yesterday in a pool, and I got them thinking, talking about this. Picture a pool without the container. How is the water being held in without some kind of container? That's exactly what the globe is. You can't have a container on a sphere, guys. This is the biggest, most obvious thing about how we're not on a spinning globe, is that there's no container on a globe. There is a flat earth, a flat surface, and a container holding the water in, which is the Antarctic wall. There's no way around needing a container to hold the water in. We have a container holding the water in. There has to be. You cannot deny that water needs a container, and that water always finds its level, and that it has to have something to hold it in. I really, really, really want you guys to think about this before commenting. Water doesn't bend around a ball. Water doesn't act like this. It acts like the flat, the last one. It doesn't bend to a sphere, and it never will, and it physically can't. This does not have a container holding it, and don't say gravity. Do not say gravity. It's very crucial to understand that gravity only works on the globe heliocentric model. Gravity is a force that is designed to explain how anything would ever work on a globe. It's just designed to deceive you. This doesn't make any sense. Gravity is strong enough to hold a tank, cruise ships, bodies of water in place, but it's not strong enough to hurt a butterfly flying or a duck swimming or crushing us. Helium balloons completely defy gravity altogether. Just try for 1 second to use your senses and instinct instead of what you've been told. Does this make sense to you? Do you really think that rain is falling upside down and waterfalls are falling upside down and cruise ships are being held upside down by gravity? Is it really so much harder to believe that we're just on the same surface under the same sky, and the sky isn't this like round thing? The sky, you guys, would be around the entire globe. Like the sky above us is under us also on the other side of the world, opposite ends, because it's a sphere. Is that really harder to believe than that we're on a globe and gravity is somehow holding everything in and that the sky is all around? You have to think about this. Is that really harder to believe than the globe? Guys, if the Earth was a globe, we would see a physical curve and it would be a physical barrier, and it isn't, and it never has been, and it never will be. The Earth is flat. You know what's not provable, detectable, or observable? The motion of the Earth. You know what else isn't? Gravity. You know what else isn't? Earth's curve that can't seem to be found without CGI or a fisheye lens. Interesting how water is always level. Water is used as a level to level things out. Why would water be flat on a sphere? It does not look like that. It looks like that. Water does not curve. If you have a ball or a circle or a sphere, however you want to say it, water would separate if it was on a ball. No matter how big the ball is, it doesn't matter. There is no straight line on any size ball. There's no straight line. Water should bend to the ball if gravity is holding it, but it doesn't. It lays flat. Why? Is it because it's not a globe? Maybe it is. And before you say boats go over the curve, no, they don't. It looks like it's going over something to the human eye, but it's all about perspective and illusion. This has been proven. This has been tested. You can even do it yourself. The boat is staying completely level. If you zoom in with a camera or use a laser test, it is still completely level. It just looks like that to the human eye, but it is still level. This has been tested. Same thing with the sun. The sun is not going over a curve. It's going straight, and it looks like it's going like this. It's the same as a hallway. When it gets narrow, it's perspective and illusion. It has nothing to do with a curve. There's no curve to be found. This has been tested. This has been proven, and I have a video on it if you want to see Dave Weiss explain how this works. You know what is observable and provable, though? The constellations seem to come back in the same exact fixed position every single year in the same night. As long as there's clear skies, you can see the same exact star pattern in the sky. If we are moving 500,000 miles per hour, how would that be possible? Also, Polaris, the North Star, never moves. That star stays exactly where it is always and has never moved since the beginning of time, never has moved. If we are flying through space at 500,000 miles per hour, how is the star still in the same exact spot? We even have Georgia guidestones to show the star through the hole. It's like they're showing us it doesn't move. No, it is not, because it is billions and billions and billions of miles away, and in a billion years from now, it'll be in a different spot, but we won't be around for that. It is a cover-up to hide where we live. Please understand. The radius value of Earth is 3959. If that was accurate, the horizon should not be 10 plus miles away from us. It should be 1.2 miles away. I'll put the equation right here. Since we know and have tested that the horizon is 10 plus miles away, we should have the radius value at 264,000 miles. Please tell me in what world there would be 1,000% error between just less than 4,000 and well over 200,000. That's a huge margin of error. The Earth is flat. Love this question. Thank you for asking. Here's why. Do you guys know how much money NASA makes a day? Just take a guess. 60 million. 60 million a day. In one day. A day. Without outer space and the globe and all of their lies, they wouldn't be able to make this much money. It's all based on lies. They are pocketing this money. Another reason is to hide land. If we do not know the shape of the Earth, if they hide the shape of the Earth to everybody, we don't know where land could be. We think it's a globe, right? So imagine if it wasn't, and there's this ice wall and like the land beyond the ice wall that we cannot go to because every country signed this treaty forbidding us to go there or explore or anything at all. Another reason is to hide a creator. So the flat Earth firmament has no other explanation other than a creator. There's no way that that could be possible without God. So outer space being vast and infinite, never ending, all of these other life forms and potential other like galaxies and whatever, all of that stuff takes away from how important and special we actually are. So they want you to feel like you're a speck of dust in the universe, that you mean absolutely nothing. They want you to feel insignificant. That's another reason. It's for control, brainwashing. They have diehard Christians and Catholics and whatever religion denying God without even knowing it by believing in outer space. Do you follow what I'm saying? It's actually really messed up when you think about it. People that go to church and, you know, worship and everything, believe in the Bible and they preach the Bible, but they completely leave out God's creation. They completely leave out that he made us. They believe in outer space still. It's like it's one or the other. You can't believe in both because they don't correlate at all. It's very interesting. I just learned about this and it's like been like, whoa. These people that are telling you that it's a globe, they hide it in plain sight. They know the truth. They know that it's not a globe. They know that outer space doesn't exist. They're aware they're doing this on purpose. So the people that are defending the lie don't realize that the people that started the lie know the truth. So yeah, hiding a creator, hiding land, and money are the three biggest reasons why they have such an extensive lie about this. And let me show you a couple examples of how they hide it in plain sight. Look at these organizations and their logos. Every single one of these is a flat earth map. The United Nations on the top left. Look at this. This is literally a flat earth map. 33 boxes inside. 33 is a number for the Freemasons. They put it right in your face. Why would these huge organizations that preach the globe have a flat earth map as their logo? What would be the reason for that? We know that water always finds its level. Every ocean, every body of water is going to lay flat. If it was a ball, it would separate. You can't have water on a sphere. It doesn't work. Hidden in plain sight. I might have to make a part 2 for this, but I hope that answers your question. If you think flat earth is stupid, it's because you're thinking of a stupid flat earth. Flat earth is not a floating disc in the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model is designed for the globe. It only works with the globe. They're two completely different concepts. You need to understand that first of all. Second, if you think it's stupid to not believe in gravity, understand that gravity does not correlate with flat earth. Gravity is a concept that was made up to fit the globe narrative. The globe narrative fits the heliocentric model. Those three things are their own model. It's a theory, it's a conspiracy. A lot of people don't know this, but let me tell you, NASA, Antarctica Treaty, globe propaganda, and the globe model being taught in school systems all started in the same decade, all together. This was a plan to brainwash the entire world, and the generation that was taught flat earth is dying. We need to understand the truth. If I asked you how fast the earth is spinning, how fast is it chasing the sun, how fast is it orbiting the sun, would you know how to answer those questions? Do you even know what you believe? No, you don't, so let me tell you. The earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. As it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour, it's rotating the sun at 66,616 miles per hour, okay? So spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, rotating at 66,000 miles per hour, and chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour, all at the same time. That's what you believe if you believe in the globe. Do you know how ridiculous that is? But we don't feel any of it, right? Let me continue. You think it's stupid not to believe in gravity? Listen to how stupid this is. If you believe in gravity, you believe that waterfalls are falling upside down, rain falls upside down. If I jump, I'm jumping upside down. This invisible force is strong enough to hold trillions, I don't even know, tons of water. Strong enough to hold these tons of bodies of water, strong enough to hold the Titanic upside down on the globe. But it's also delicate enough to not harm a butterfly flying. Do you know how delicate butterflies' wings are? There is no such thing as a force that is strong enough to do one thing and gentle enough to do another. It is a made-up concept to be able to explain how things are upside down on the globe model that does not exist. If you believe in the globe and gravity, this is what you believe. We are all under the same sky. The sky is not a circle around the globe. It is above all of us on the same level. The sun is not the center of the universe. Earth is. We are the center of the universe. We are the center of God's creation, whether you want to accept that or not. Water always finds its level. Water always fills its container. You cannot do that on a circle. Water does not curve. Water doesn't bend with a globe. It would separate. There would be a middle ground. We would see the curve. We would see the horizon if the earth was truly a curve. There is no curve. It is not a globe. Wake up to your reality. I watched the best video I have ever seen in my entire life, and I need to share it with you guys. when I tell you this video is full of proof, real evidence, science, math, real science, not pseudoscience. This is what it's called. The Next Level. It's on YouTube. I literally cried. It's amazing. Regardless of what you believe, you really should watch this video. It's just incredible. When you finally realize the truth, the feeling is just, I can't even describe to you. I just want everyone to feel what I feel. If you're interested in finding out where the lie started, how it started, why it started, and why we're taught what we're taught, why we're not taught the truth, this video is perfect to explain it. The best thing that you can do for yourself is put your ego aside and let the truth set you free, because it will. All right, guys, why do objects fall at the same rate in a vacuum chamber? I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna start talking about gravity, just like Google says, but the real answer is not gravity. The real reason is air resistance. There is no air resistance in a vacuum chamber. Air resistance is a force that is caused by air, a force that acts in the opposite direction as an object falling. So if an object is falling through the air is resisting it. There is none of this in a vacuum chamber. Air resistance makes light objects fall slower, making them float for a while. Here's an example. When a feather falls, it falls slowly because the air is in its way. If you dropped a feather and a golf ball at the same time in a vacuum, a space with no air, the feather would drop as fast as the golf ball because of a lack of air resistance. There is no air resistance in a vacuum chamber. It has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is the most irrelevant, unnecessary thing. And let's not forget how much we love symbolism. Let's not forget what year gravity was discovered. Okay, of course, it was 1666. Of course. Now I'm going to play a video for you of an electric engineer from 1974 that debunked gravity.
That speed, that wheel has enough energy to throw itself 200 feet in the air. Did you notice that as it went round in a circle, there was no centrifugal force trying to pull my arm out sideways? Let's just do it once more. To save time, we've already spun it up. So here goes 40 pounds of wheel as light as a feather. This is not a conjuring trick. This is a fact of science. Watch it again carefully. A fact about a spinning wheel, so far, everyone has missed.
Notice how he said it's a fact of science. A fact of science. And remember, the definition of science is to study through observation and experiment, which is what he did. Also remember, gravity is a theory, not a fact. And let's not forget what a theory is. A theory is just an idea. It's just an idea. It's an idea, a theory, not a scientific fact. No one has ever proved it because it doesn't exist. And before you say there's a difference between a theory and a scientific theory, understand that the observation behind gravity is literally things fall due to density, and air resistance makes things fall at different rates, and it makes it not fall at different rates in a vacuum chamber because there's no air resistance. So where is gravity needed? Ever wonder what a real photo of Earth looks like without CGI or a fisheye lens? Look no further. CGI, fisheye lens. This is just a fisheye lens on this one, but hi, how are you? That's what it really looks like. Just flat, horizon, horizontal, horizon, plane, flat plane. NASA's photo at 75,000 feet. Interesting how there's a fisheye lens on that one too. Oh, and then an amateur photo at 120,000 feet, which is way higher. And it's completely flat. Is that not weird to you? If you're looking for a real photo of Earth using NASA or other space agencies, you're looking at the wrong places because you're not going to find one there. Which cartoon, CGI, made up design, drawn by CGI artists do you believe in that you live on? These are all so different. Why are they so different? Why are the continent sizes so different?
Through the night sky as it hits another thrust set right there. Just see the trail it's leaving behind. absolutely amazing. And to describe it to you, and you can see it, but from the ground, it almost looks as though a cloud of smoke with its own mind is just shooting through the sky.
Where's the video on this? Where can we
This
watch
is
it?
absolutely incredible.
Or are we just stuck listening to this stupid audio?
Again, you're watching the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launch from Vandenberg Air Force Base. This visible from Bakersfield. Absolutely incredible.
You guys are not ready for this one. So my friend Jeremy explained this one to me when I was questioning how do we have satellites in outer space showing us Earth that you can zoom in, you can even see in your own driveway, your own house. How do we have this if outer space and satellites aren't really there? So here we go. So here's the Google Earth. Interesting how it has this white perimeter around it. What is that, the Antarctic wall? Like, what would that be? Come on. Anyway, this is completely fake, painted drawing of a globe, but I'm just zooming into just a random place, and you will see, keep watching very closely. Watch for the change. Right now. See that? See that switch? That's a painting to real images from a plane. This is not a satellite in outer space. See that? Zooming in, you can see these are real images from a plane. Don't be fooled. You know what's really interesting to me? Every single person that I've asked, is gravity a fact? They say yes. Gravity is not a fact. If you don't believe me, you can simply Google it. But it's literally called the gravitational theory. It's a theory. It has never been proven and can never be proven. So isn't it weird how every single person believes that it's a fact? That's indoctrination. So I'm wondering why, if gravity is a theory, can I look it up anywhere? I can find any article, any information, multiple books on it at the library, anywhere. But when I look up flat earth or a flat earth book, it's really hard to find any information on a flat earth, even though they're both theories. Does that make sense? And I'm going to show you what it looks like when you Google proof of a flat earth. Just look what it looks like. Fighting flat earth theory, how to debate a flat earther. Are flat earthers being serious? Here's some more. I don't know about you, but to me, that's a red flag.
I'm sorry. Not everybody fits in the bad bitch genre. It's a genre. Not everybody fits on the Rasta.
My God!
Was I hot micing a little bit?
Was that it? Was that
Yeah, I
it?
think that's it. Was I hot micing during that? Because I was texting with my brother
No,
and shit.
no,
Yeah.
you were fine. You were fine. Well, who the fuck is that, man? She's all over it.
Dude, watch the video. She's hot, man.
She's on TikTok though.
Okay, cool, man. You go, girl.
That's what it was. Just like, look at this flat Earth book, and she's just freaking rolling with every single argument that we talk about every single day.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's cool. I'm glad Flat Earth Banjo found that shit. You know, it's pretty cool. Do you say she has a TikTok channel?
Right on, Banjo.
Yeah, she's on TikTok apparently.
Oh, no. Yep.
That's what's up, man. I mean, he just put that video out today, so yeah. Shout out to Flat Earth Banjo, man. He hasn't put anything out in a while. I mean, I like a lot of his stuff. We all don't, like each other's stuff all the time, but Flat Earth Banjo has good content.
Flat Earth Banjo is a very accomplished human being, so
no doubt about it.
He's got a
great
very
channel.
established work history,
It's
career.
like, if he's going to put a video out, it's going to be good.
Oh,
Yeah.
guaranteed, yeah.
That's why I just watched like 20 seconds of it. I was like, "Hey, do you guys want to hear the new latest Flat Earth Banjo video?" I didn't even have
Yes,
to.
I do.
I didn't have to vet it first. I only vetted 20 seconds of it. I was like, "Yeah, I think if people want to hear this one."
Man,
He is in the documentary, The Next Level.
that Flat Earth debate Discord is really an interesting place when you go into the
Right?
chat. Yeah,
So is it better than Professor Dave? Is the question.
the only thing, yeah, no, the only thing that they did was insulting me all the time, like literally, all
Oh,
the time. The N-word.
you went to Jim Panda?
Yeah,
What?
I got everybody going earlier, Helio. They were talking about Professor Dave. They were talking about Professor Dave, and I'm like, ooh, I can't get past the arrogance and everything to listen to anything he has to say.
It's always
But
interesting.
after I said that, I said I'd rather go into Gem Pandas than listen to his ass. And everybody's like, "Oh, what's that?" So
Oh yeah. So I
we
want to hear.
popped over there for a few minutes.
I
Well,
want to
I
hear
left because I
this
got a
guy.
phone call,
You've
but
been there before, but I want to hear this guy's experience over
yeah. So who was it that got their first experience today? I'm not looking at my phone, and I don't know everybody's name.
Oh no, I was there, but
Yeah,
I
Clay
really
Seal. Is that the first time you've been there? It was Clay Seal.
I can't really talk to
Darn it.
people that just are
Yeah.
not capable of being able to have a
Oh.
social discussion, based on normal communication.
Yeah, it was
I'm
Clay
just
that
very
wanted to go
sorry.
over there.
I'm just very sorry for those people because they're so hurt. The only thing they did all the time in the chat was insulting. So.
Nah. You go over there enough, you'll change your opinion.
Oh no, he said
So,
he
yeah,
feels
they've
sorry
been
for
doing
those
their
people. I
thing.
don't feel sorry for. They actually attack us when we come in there. They come. They're
Yeah,
like,
they've been doing that. They've had their server just about as long as we have, the original one. So, like, for over 5 years. Well,
it's like, hey, why don't you come over here? They'll try to recruit flat earthers to come over there and talk. But actually, the reason they do that is because they're not allowed to come here.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that would be better. I thought of that. I'm like, damn, too bad you're not in the chat. I was thinking about you, Helio. We could have just slid your YouTube over there for a minute.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, but
I can do that. Actually, I've live streamed from that channel before. As long as it's a focused discussion, we can do that. We can live stream from there.
Right,
But
right.
I ain't hating or nothing.
I'm just not going to live stream a shit show.
Right. So Glatt went in there a little hot, I guess, because he's been in there before and a little salty over it. Maybe, and Jem popped in and called him out. I was like, oh, okay.
Hey, I get in arguments with flat earthers in here.
Well,
Why would I even want to argue with Globies over there?
Because we all decided to go over there. That's all.
Other people in there had a conversation, so I was only posting memes most of the time, and sometimes writing something to other people within the chat. But the only thing you get back is just them being insulting you all the time, which is quite
that's
sad.
all they got.
That's all they got.
Goading you. It's like, hey, one of you flat earthers they might even look into our
they're so
YouTube
sad
chat or whatever,
was
or
in
the
there
Discord, and they'd be like, hey, come over to this server, which I don't mind. Hey, everybody should go over there. That's a flat earther. Everyone should go experience it and then see the
they
flag.
should.
Yeah,
that is a great suggestion.
Yeah, the liars always need to be insulting. That's the thing that that I learned in life, regardless of this topic or other things. People who lie tend to be aggressive, insulting, and just generally very, very evil somehow. And
I wouldn't say evil or not. It's just they have their thing, But if you're
their paradigm,
if you're new to how they act and whatever, yeah, I mean, that's why we don't go. Most of us,
yeah, they're holding on to their
with
branches.
And if they want to set up like a debate, and we can have a cordial like 1v1 or 2v2 debate, and they'll host it. But if you just jump into their to their live
Hank is there now speaking.
Yeah, the thing is, that's the typical thing that they do. They're holding on to branches, right? Instead of actually considering the obvious things, such as that, nothing adds up in their inconsistent model. They just stick to the branches.
So I'll give you a little bit of something to consider on how they operate over there. So once a week, they do what they call a Sunday roast. And I don't know how much they do it now, but in the heyday,
It's at least like 2 or 3 times a month. He does a Sunday afternoon show.
So they watch flat Earth videos from random flat Earth people, and then they laugh and say how ridiculous it is. They do that every Sunday.
Right.
Yeah.
I
So
can
that's
imagine.
their entertainment. That's what they do. So instead of, really, all they want to do is just disregard everything any flat earther says.
Right.
So
the great thing
they
is,
actually cherry pick what we say and then put it in the flat Earth roast thing.
Right. You know what the great thing is? These people.
But also, flat Earthers make fools of themselves sometimes. So
That's
you have
true.
to be
Yeah.
careful. And
Yeah.
so we're always live here. So be careful what you say because they will pick and choose, bro.
Yeah.
They'll put
The
you on
thing-
the roast. They'll be like,
They'll put you on blast.
they'll straw man the fuck out of you on the roast. Just be careful what you say.
The thing is I'm just sorry for them because there will be a day where everything will be exposed to everyone that ever lived, and certainly they then gonna realize all the lies that they have been fed.
Okay. Well, hey, do you think that's going to happen soon?
I know it's gonna happen someday. It doesn't matter when it happens, but someday.
Well, how about this? How about this? We know it's going to happen in the future, but we live as if it's not going to happen in the near future. Because the only thing we can do is live in the present.
Well, see, we have to deal with people in which their mind is blind and they are not willing to accept.
That's on both sides. That's on both sides.
Oh, sure. I mean, otherwise
because you have
they
someone
wouldn't have.
like him saying, very soon Jesus Christ is going to come down from heaven. He's going to take care of these people. Because I heard you talking, Claire, in the serial earlier. That's, bro. All right.
Hey,
yeah.
you're
He's
inserting
reinforcing
something right now.
exactly what I'm saying.
You're inserting something that I didn't say once on this Discord yet.
All right, cool. So what were you saying when you said this stuff? That that we're near the end times and it's coming to a focal point. Or what did you
Never
mean?
said that.
All right,
I don't know when the end time. I don't know when the judgment day is. No one knows.
All right. Well, he's obviously got you mixed up with somebody else. Then
No, I don't have it mixed up. But anyway,
only that point. It's also important. What judgment day?
What is it? A question? What judgment day is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you stand naked before your creator, and you're going to be judged based on what you have, where you've broken the law.
And it will be like that. I will be naked in front of my creator, and then how? And that mean.
Let's go in a biblical room. I can explain you.
That means that you have that experience.
Let's go in a biblical room.
That's cool. Hey, I can explain it.
Can I say it?
Let's go in a biblical room.
Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, that means that you have that experience, and that I still need to get that point where, because that happen.
What? I understand.
If you know that I will stay naked in front of creator, that means that you know what creator will do with me. First of all, I will be naked in front of him.
Yeah, your naked soul, exposed to you and everyone else, right?
Yeah, not your naked human body. I mean, come on now.
Okay, sorry.
And
I take everything so literal.
but my assumption is this: if you know that that means that you have some kind of powers and that you somehow connected with the Creator, and then somehow we need to listen to you.
Oops. Yeah.
Listen. I never said that. That's something you
Yeah, but you
assuming.
know what is the judgment day, man. Nobody knows, but
You're just assuming. I only know what is written, right?
Oh. Okay. All right, you
is
guys.
that what is that's the point.
If you want to talk,
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. I know what is written too. I don't accept it the
I can
way
ask you:
that people
is that literal will happen? That what is written? Everything what is written will literal happen in every book or only in one book?
Only one book.
Which book is that?
Let's go in the biblical room. I will explain it to you, man.
Okay, tell me which book. Tell me no. Wait, tell me which book is that?
See, I can't even do it. I'm trying to divert it into.
That doesn't matter.
You can
I
say it's
want
the
to
Bible.
know.
You can say it's the Bible and then move into biblical.
And yeah, then I will have problems because some.
Oh, you're not going to talk about it here, Sasha. No.
I will have problems. I will have problems with other people who never ever touched the Bible, who never ever wanted to touch the Bible.
You know that. I'm just saying this
listen, who could never ever be in the touch with the Bible because of
Sasha, can you shut up for a second? Because I'm telling you, you can have this conversation, but not in this voice room.
Can you
I know
that.
I have an answer for your question.
Right, since you know that, why do you keep doing it?
Stop.
So, do you want to go into biblical room? I explain it to you.
No, I am only saying I don't want to assume God through the one religion.
Sasha.
Only that.
We gotta change the
Do I have to
topic,
move
man.
both of you into that room?
I would go there, but
Can't
he
you
doesn't
both
want to.
just go there and talk about it so that we don't?
Yeah, I want to.
Okay, bye.
Sasha, go in there and talk to him.
Yeah.
Hey man, that was fun. I just came back from the other server. It was like an amazing experience from the debate Flat Earth.
Are you serious?
Gonna come
You
in
just-
and
you
Okay, we gotta talk about it. We gotta.
he's not going to leave and go talk to him about it. He just wanted to talk about it on live stream for some reason.
You say you just returned from the slime pit?
Yeah, that's cool. They liked me, bro. They liked me, dude.
Did they? Tell us about your experience.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Be careful. Be very careful.
I was super polite. Yeah, I mean they were fine. They were very
extra.
Cool.
You don't even know how to be rude.
Like
au contraire, mon frère.
You know,
we do know how to be rude.
Lionel, you know why they probably like you? Because they think you're naive or something. That's why they like you.
Oh yeah, the moment you slam down the
dude, they almost convert me. They almost convert me to a Glooby. No,
really? But how did they do that?
Do tell.
Yeah, we want to hear. We don't want to hear the whole experience.
Yes.
No.
Don't leave anything out.
Did they soothe your aching heart with some curvature measurement?
They wouldn't be able to do that, but
no, I asked a couple of questions.
yeah. What questions did you ask? Go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. Go ahead. I want to hear your story.
No, just like I just asked him like, do you guys like? I just want to know. I started talking about the photograph from outer space, right? And I told him that that doing some research, I found out that the pictures are images, and that they're and they started explaining me like they didn't really know like they didn't really know
what images from.
Wait a minute. What didn't they know? I want to know that first. What didn't they know?
Well, they it's like they have a hard time. Like for example, it's really weird. Like they just
I know. That's why I want to know.
Yeah.
Keep going.
What did they tell me?
Well, you were saying what they didn't know. You were talking about the photos, and somebody asked which photo exactly. So, which photo?
So they know that they're all like like they're manipulate like the pictures. They believe in the pictures. They believe in the pictures. They believe the pictures are legit.
So why did you waste your time talking to them then?
What did you learn?
Well, I asked them, like for example, I asked them like, okay, like for example, let's say like if I asked them something like if I was just born today and I came to the server for the first time and I wanted to do like what could they show me? How could I know that I live on a sphere? And basically they told me something like I wouldn't be able to know that I live on a globe because I would have to like study. Well, somebody told me that I would have to study like 1 or 2 careers or something, and then
So it's not
and
obvious.
then yeah, but they couldn't. Basically, honestly, they couldn't tell me one thing. Like one. So basically, it's not easy to realize that you live on a. You have to like study a lot. You have to.
Study a lot to get as diluted as
Really
well.
imagine,
Yeah.
imagine
You need
really hard.
Astrophysics degree will tell you.
Okay, that's the
You need-
opposite of
you need
ignorance
8
is
years.
bliss, maybe.
8 years in severe.
And then somebody brought up like, yeah, well, you have to understand, like, you have to understand what epistemology is all about. And I told them like, well, epistemology is based on concepts, based on reality. You acquire data through your senses. So the concepts that you create have to be based on reality. It's very difficult to have conversations like, and they just jump out into like very complex. They fucking love math, man.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, and I have a hard time with it, like I just listen, and
You're not
but
alone.
but they're really into the technical part. Curb and Mirage, they talk about like the refraction. It's a very hot topic. A very hot topic nowadays.
So no globe. That's very interesting, isn't it?
Refraction, though.
Refraction, yeah, it's a hot topic, apparently.
So no geometric horizon, the very thing that they need as a fundamental basics of their entire paradigm.
What?
They don't have that. The fundamental, primary fundamental basics. They don't have the number one.
Maybe we should do a Sunday roast, but a nice one, not like mean like Jem does it.
Did you know that we live on a technical? Did you know that? I thought we lived on a model, but I guess we live on a
Technical. Is there a manual for that technical?
I want to see the manual for the technical that we live on.
The technical Earth. Can you give me the technical Earth model?
Yeah, it's really technical. The globe is like really technical.
Technical globe. I like it.
Except for the 3N body problem, there's, with the whole concept of the heliocentric theory,
I thought we decided it was a Satan-centric theory. What do you think about that?
Oh,
run, Jenny,
applause.
run, Forrest, run!
Applause. You could not be more right, in my humble opinion. Ooh.
Run, Forrest, run!
No, I just thought of somebody just now. Somebody from the 24/7 Discord past. In the
What does it mean, 3 body problem?
I'm not done. So anyway, this person who no longer is here, he used to do a perfect rendition of that Psychopath by Billy Bob Thornton. I forget the character's name, but he goes,
Oh yeah, Sling Blade, the movie's called Sling Blade.
Yeah, thank you, Sling Blade. Yeah. So I had to have a moment, a little anonymous shout out. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Whoever, Godric, what did you want to come in with?
How does that 3 body problem work?
doesn't.
Can somebody explain it to us?
Penguin might be able to explain it.
Penguin?
Penguin.
Should we take
Where's
Penguin off
Penguin?
mute?
Penguin.
Aw. Does he have a
And
cheese
what does the
slice?
concept mean, and why is it a problem?
Because it can't get past the mechanics of just two bodies, let alone more than that. That's the whole basics of it, right? They can't figure out a model where two bodies or three bodies would be moving in conjunction with each other in any way, shape, or form. They can't do it even in models.
Penguin needs to be checked in. Unless he has special powers or something.
But why does he need to be checked in?
He's a noob. I took him off mute, but I'll put him back on mute. Then he can just go to the
Yeah,
VC.
you have to babysit him.
Penguin it's a villain, no? From the Batman movie.
That would be the Penguin.
Oh, yeah?
Oh.
No, this one is the Penguin.
As an official Americana connoisseur.
I don't know if I'd use Penguin as my Discord name, but to each their own, I guess.
Hey, Sonny, guess what?
What?
I had a really great idea today. So, like, I don't know, a month ago or something like that, they changed the music track at work. And so now it's kind of like early 70s, almost some of it kind of funk, like one of them's Flashlight, so it's like, whoa, yeah. Okay, so anyway, one of the songs, I actually took part of it and I started whistling to my dog for like, so he knows it's me.
How does it go?
Okay, so it goes, you might not, hopefully you can hear it. Did you hear it?
No, we only heard
first part.
No. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. But anyway, the name of the song is called Everybody Plays the Fool.
Everybody plays the fool sometimes.
Yeah. So I think that can be a flat earth song. Like
Why
if
not?
you listen or read all the lyrics, it's pretty kind of cool.
Everybody plays the fool sometimes when they put that globe inside your mind.
Yeah.
Mind.
Yeah, I think it can totally be a kick-ass flat earth song. So hopefully maybe those that are talented lyrically can come up with something.
I think we can put Sunny and Helio on that as a joint project.
Oh, yeah. We've already thought about a collab team. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an awesome freaking song. I've never heard of the name of the band before. I think it's the name of them. They're The Essential Ingredient. Yeah.
One-hit wonders.
Yes. I didn't want to no, The Main Ingredient is the name of the band.
Oh.
And when I get a chance later, I'm going to look them up and see if they have something else that was like radio play worthy in their time of fame. But it's an awesome song. Everybody's heard it if you lived in that time period. I mean,
Everybody plays the fool sometime.
we were all there once.
Yes.
Oh, yes, we were. I think it could be an awesome freaking song.
When we all learn about the globe in your mind. Main ingredient. Let's see. Main ingredient. Here we go.
Did they have another radio play song?
It was formed with a trio called the Poets in New York City in 1964, composed of a lead singer, Donald McPherson, Luther Simmons Jr., just died in 2016, Panama-born Tony Sylvester, October 41 to November 2006. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. They made their first recording for Lieber and Stahler's Red Bird label, but soon changed their name to The Insiders and signed with RCA Records. In 1968, after a couple singles, they changed their name once again, this time permanently to The Main Ingredient.
Huh.
The name came from a Coca-Cola bottle.
What?
Yeah, they teamed up with record producer and arranger Bert DeCocteau. Under his direction, The Main Ingredient reached R&B's top 30 for the first time.
You know
And
what that means? They didn't make no motherfucking money. That's what
yeah,
that
so
means.
they hit the top 30 R&B top 30 in 1970 with "You've Been My Inspiration," a cover of The Impressions' "I'm So Proud." I'm So Proud broke the top 20, and spinning around Must Be Falling in Love went to top 10 in 1971. They scored again with the McPherson penned black-powered anthem "Black Seeds Keep on Growing," but tragedy struck that year. Donald McPherson had been suddenly taken ill with leukemia, died unexpectedly on July 3rd, 1971, at the age of 29.
Somebody smoked a little bit too much cocaine.
Oh wait, this listener's then stunned Tony Sylvester and Luther Simmons regrouped with a new lead singer, Cuba Gooding Jr.,
Oh snap!
who had served as a backing vocalist on some of the previous recordings and had filled in on tour during McPherson's brief illness. Gooding began auspiciously with the million-selling smash "Everybody Plays the Fool,"
Oh,
which hit number 2 R&B and number 3 pop to become the group's biggest hit. Sold over 1 million copies and was awarded gold disc by RIAA in September 72. So the company album "Bittersweet" became the first to hit the top 10 in the R&B album charts, followed up by 73's "Aphrodisiac," featured several songs written and or co-written by Stevie Wonder. Although it did not produce any huge successes on the single charts, they peaked at number 8 on the R&B chart 74 with "Just Don't Want to Be Lonely," which sold over 1 million copies and also reached 10.
Oh wow!
Almost done. Reached number 10 the Billboard Hot 100. The track peaked at number 27 in the UK single chart in 74.
Holy cow!
So I didn't know that about Cuba Gooding Jr. and the songs on their other album written by Stevie Wonder.
Oh yeah. You mean Stevie Wonder, who can actually see that Stevie Wonder?
No, he wrote some of their songs.
No, you didn't hear what I said.
Oh.
You mean the Stevie Wonder, the one that can actually see that Stevie Wonder?
Oh, probably that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Back had a video, I think, on Kimmel where he explained that he lived with Stevie Wonder in the same apartment and he said he can see.
Dude, there's like 6 to 8 different instances of different people saying that Stevie Wonder can effing see.
It was just a gimmick, probably.
Yeah,
You know
sure.
what? I saw him in concert, and I know for sure he looked right at me.
Whoa.
I'm just kidding. I was too high to tell.
Right.
Oh, what a shame.
But anyway, that song, "Everybody Plays the Fool." Oh man, that's a good song. A good freaking song.
So is that Cuba Gooding Jr. singing that song? Who's
I don't
singing
know. Listen, baby. Let me see. I'll look it up.
Anybody here likes Lou Reed?
Yeah.
Yay.
They said he was the lead singer after McPherson died. Cuba Gooding Jr. was the lead singer, and then they had that hit.
All right, I'm looking at the picture of the 3 of them,
He's
and I
the lead
thought I knew what Cuba Gooding Jr. looked like, and he could be the dude in the middle.
He's the actor.
I know.
Yeah, I figured you did.
Okay, but so his picture isn't on the album. It's just for the one song. I mean, it says "Everybody Plays a Fool."
I don't play the fool.
Oh, Cuba Gooding Sr. Sonny, that's a huge difference. Now I know. Okay. If you said senior, I didn't hear you.
Oh, did I screw up? Oh, okay.
No, I'm not saying you did. I'm saying I didn't hear you say senior. Okay, because, yeah, that was a little bit confusing because, yeah, I thought I knew what the man looked like. I mean, not like, I'm pretty sure I could, yeah, so.
Yeah, so I think they're related, though. Yeah, you're right. I probably faux pas that. So I might have said Cuba Gooding
It's
Jr.
all good. It's all
It
good.
was senior, so I wonder if that was his dad.
It was. Hey, who said I don't play the fool?
Everybody plays the fool.
Sometimes
Oh,
no
okay,
exception
wait.
to the rule.
Helio, you gotta do this.
No exception. There's no exception. Those truer lyrics have not been written.
Did you know that was Cuba Gooding Senior?
I heard senior.
Yeah.
I didn't, but yeah.
Helio, you gotta do the listen, baby. You gotta do that.
I think Elijah has to do that because it has to be a black dude. I can't do it. I mean, I can do it, but it sounds like a white guy attempting it.
You think, okay,
I mean, like, listen, baby.
Yeah, you're right.
I told
Yeah,
you.
that's too high.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for a few minutes. I think it's going to be a perfect FE parody song. For sure.
I mean, it's like Elijah's kind of like, with his talent is dormant, but I've heard him sing. I don't know if I could pull it off, bro. And anyway, I said
That was his dad. That's Cuba Gooding Jr.'s dad, of course.
Here we go. Was it? Did you look it up, Sonny?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. And let's see. So Cuba Gooding Jr. He was Trey Styles in Boys from the Hood.
Dude, he was in
I love
movie with Tom
that
Cruise.
movie.
He was in a movie with Tom Cruise. He was playing the athlete. He was like, "Help me!"
No, I like Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, Tuskegee Airmen, Outbreak, Jerry Maguire, and
oh yeah,
what's the movie he's in with the wagon?
Men of Honor, World War
Red
II.
Rider, something.
Radio was the best.
There you go. He was in Show Me the Money. That's
radio. Radio was the best.
You guys gotta look at
Radio Flyer. Yeah,
Which one's that? Radio. Which one is that?
Yeah, he played a
autistic child.
Yeah, it was like an autistic. Yeah.
And what's the name of the movie?
Radio.
No, it's Radio Flyer. I think
it's an awesome movie. Everybody should watch Radio.
I think it's
Radio Flyer.
Yeah.
Radio.
What year?
Hold on, let me find the actual.
Let's see if
it's called Radio Flyer.
Just Radio. It's a good movie.
I'll look in Footlocker, see if it's in there.
Oh yeah, it is just Radio. 2003. Yeah, it's Radio. But it
has talking about
Radio Flyer wagon, and it has.
And Radio is actually a true story.
Yeah, it's based on a true story.
He just the real life character just passed away recently.
How can I watch this movie? 2003.
Hold on.
Not part
I can send you a link to watch it. Hold on. Give me a second.
Movie time.
Hey, you already know I can find every movie.
More watch options. Let's see. Yeah, send me a link. I don't see it. Or put it in the.
Make sure you have an ad blocker installed on your browser.
We just use the Brave browser.
I have Linux, but
here's the link.
Okay.
Hey.
Bark.
Is that your dog? Is that your dog, Jenny?
There's the dog.
Yeah,
Like a Chihuahua.
he's not doing a very good job of understanding the word neighbor.
Neighbor.
Oh, sorry if I was a
Yeah,
little bit.
maybe there's a baby. I was thinking maybe there's a baby book that I could read him about neighbors.
Is my mic better now? Someone said I was kind of hot. Is that better?
Want to go inside?
Sounds fine. Are you using the
It's perfect.
snowball? Using the snowball?
No, I have a better mic now. I have a Toner Tonor Tonor.
It sounds fine to me. I didn't.
Yeah,
Hear...
and I got a USB audio interface. It's just like the red one.
Actually, I had to turn my gain down on the Blue Yeti because
Yeah, I think he saw a squirrel.
I was listening back to myself, just like, dude, my voice is so loud.
Get him, boy.
Is my voice?
Oh man, he's so much fun to take for a walk, you guys. I got one of those retractable leashes, and he's figured out that he can zigzag back and forth.
Hey, when you take him for a walk, does he walk you or do you walk him?
No, he listens to me.
Right.
No, he does.
That's
He
good.
can only do the back and forth in certain areas. Yeah. Dude, stop.
Does he have Napoleon syndrome?
No, he's normally.
What kind of question is that?
He wants my undivided attention, usually, because that's how that works. And he knows I'm talking to people, and he's like, "Hey."
So he just chills and just like.
Yeah, he's outside with me. He's outside in his kennel. He's sitting
Somebody
outside.
get offended because I said Napoleon syndrome? You must be short.
It's an open kennel. It's an open kennel, by the way.
I got a question. Indio is always posting the thing about the refraction versus the turbulence model. Does anybody know where in the paperwork it shows that the three wavelengths should refract at three different indexes, but they don't, and how this is evidence against the refraction model? Can anybody show me?
I can find probably everything Indio posted as far as links go. He posted the link to the study.
Well, I got the links. I can post the links right here. It's just where is it at in there that he's talking about?
Yeah, you would probably need to ask him.
It's not in there, Larry. That's the problem. That's what I tried to tell him. He couldn't find it, and they can't. It's not there, bro. The refraction they're talking about over there, Jim's, doesn't exist in any textbook or any observation that's been logged in as actual evidence by anyone that I know of.
It's all in their head.
I know, but where's the chromatic aberration test that Indio was talking about in the link that I just posted?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is when those fools over there talk about refraction, they're just saying the words and they're making shit up, saying that atmosphere, different temperatures is a different medium, and it's not. It has to be literally two different mediums, literally, like water and glass or water and salt water or something. But it has to be two separate mediums to bend light. There is no fucking way that air and warmer air or more humid air causes that shit to happen. It doesn't.
Where did you post that?
Your tag didn't work, Larry. You tried to tag Thunder, it didn't work.
God Rockin', are you saying that Globers lie to protect their globe?
You're saying that absolutely, yes.
Oh.
They said I just posted it. Are you talking about on Gem server or here? Because we can analyze it and talk about it. And if we're talking about,
I don't know how Larry does it. Like he just like.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I mean,
this guy's go technical, man.
I was over there for a while earlier, and
I was listening to you.
He's just out of his fucking mind, saying that air, air and then different. And I don't even want to go into it, but yeah.
So where were you at? Where do you guys go to hear this stuff?
Gyms.
Gym Pandas. Is that like a bar and grill or what?
Yeah, Gym Pandas fucking clown world. Jim's Burgers.
Jim's
Burgers.
Jim's Burgers.
Hey, do you want to go over there and talk to him? Shit, we got the link. We want to go over there and talk
So how do you get to Jim's Burgers?
You just go to Debate Flat Earth and More.
Debate Flat Earth and More. That's where you go.
Yeah, that's where you go. Hold on, let me.
Thank you.
You're gonna find that. You're gonna find nice people there.
I want my burger with cheese on it. Is that possible?
Maybe.
I want
can
Jim's
anything
cheeseburger.
you want. They can math you any sort of burger you want into existence, just using math.
This link I'm going to post a link. This one will expire in 7 days. I haven't shared it in a while. Let's see. Back up here, and then post it in Livestream voice text. If you want to go over there and see what's going on, this is where you go. That's the place that people have gone tonight and talked about it. Come back saying, "Oh, I went over there for 30 minutes and I don't ever go over there. Well, I won't say ever, but twice a year I'll jump in there." I have no desire to be berated by those folks.
Hey, Helio, Mike Chick.
Yeah, what's up, Dave?
You going to try to talk to Yellow Swag?
Sure.
420?
Is that someone new?
Yeah.
YOLO Swag.
Yellow Swag 420.
Whose server is that, Helio?
That's Jim Panda's. That's why we say Jim. We say Jim's server. That's Jim Panda. He owns that server.
Okay, I was making sure because of earlier this week there was some weirdness, even though it was in the.
It's always weirdness,
chat.
We're kind of partners with them, but they're like the antithesis to what we do here. So I'm gonna Yellow Swag.
Oh, I see Jim in there.
Yeah, you have access to your microphone, Yellow Swag, and if you have any questions for us, we're right here for you.
Yeah, if I can think of any, I'll ask.
All right, well, have you ever talked to anyone about water before?
Oh, yes, he has.
Listen to him talk, Helio.
No, what? I mean, just like, yeah.
Say something else, Yellow Swag. It's Pay Drinker, Helio.
What is Earth?
Oh, well, I mean, Yellow Swag.
Where's he at? Where's the drinker?
Dude, what is your obsession? It's really weird.
We've also been joined by.
You actually want us to take you seriously, or are you just trolling the entire time? Coming in with friggin' 20, 40 different accounts. Should we take you or anything you say?
Hang on, let me mute. Sorry.
I'm talking about Yellow Swag, man. You have access to your microphone. Speak for yourself, bro. I mean, why are you obsessed with this server? Why do you come in here with multiple? I don't server mute him. Let him explain himself. Do you think there's any reason we should let you stay here?
Yes.
All right. Well, Python, are you speaking for you?
Python, what's up?
What's up, bro?
What's going on, dude?
Nothing much.
Do you know Yellow Swag, Python?
No, I just heard what y'all were saying. Decided to.
Well,
you know,
this guy Yellow Swag has been in our server on at least 20 accounts, and he gets banned every time, but he keeps coming back. What do you think about that?
I mean,
Persistent, man. It shows persistence.
It's
P Drinker,
smart
right?
enough to find his way back, then honestly,
Yeah, it's P Drinker.
Nice.
So Python, do you think
you'll learn if you stick around, Python?
I think that's an acceptable behavior for someone that is has a rational mind.
Well, what did he do to get banned?
Well, you weren't here.
You're right, I wasn't.
He talks about drinking pee on the live stream, even though we've said over and over again that we don't want people talking about people drinking their pee because that's weird even for flat earthers.
I mean, yeah, that's immature, but
That's not the only reason. He has nothing to bring to the flat Earth argument either. So it's not like, it's not just the pee drinking thing. He has really no relevance to the conversation. So it's just like he has nothing to offer to the conversation, and that's why we mute him first, and then when we unmute him, he still comes at us with the same bullshit, and then we ban his character, and then he comes back on another account saying, "Hey, man, I just shouldn't have been banned because." You've been to other Discord servers, right, Python, where people just get banned because they're causing a lot of problems inside the server.
I mean, yeah, my brother got banned in this one, so.
Hey, if you get banned once or twice just because of a misunderstanding, that's fine. We're very patient with a lot of people, but this dude, no.
Yeah.
What did your
So,
brother do?
I mean, he just stated his argument as to like what he thought about the shape of the Earth, and he got banned for it. So, I think it's pretty unfair.
That's not.
Yeah, that's not normally what happens in here at all.
So, is your brother there in the same house with you? Can you get him on the mic?
Yeah, he's right here. Yo, Jaden, I want you on the mic real quick.
Yeah.
He said nah.
Oh,
okay.
So
he's busy.
He offended us on purpose. That's why he got banned. That's why he doesn't want to talk now.
He didn't offend anyone. I was there looking at his screen, and all he said was he stated what he thought about the shape of the Earth and what he thought, what his opinion was.
What did he say?
He said that he thought the Earth was a globe, and then he gave people facts on why it would be a globe.
Such as? Which facts?
How gravity would pull us to the North Pole if the Earth was flat, because that would be the new center.
Oh, that's probably because he watched, what's that?
Wow, that's kind of silly. I never heard that one before.
Oh,
yeah, that's
a new one.
Yeah.
That dude's video where he's just like,
that's funny.
On a flat Earth. It's like
sideways, no?
It's harder to move north. What the fuck is that guy's name?
Why?
Something song.
Be a flat earther on a globe.
Let me address that. Vsauce made an argument.
That's who it was. Yeah.
Yeah, that's who it was. Let me speak real fast. So Vsauce made a video back in 2015, and he was saying that it's impossible to have a flat Earth model because if you mix the flat Earth model with globe Earth gravity, it doesn't make sense. And every flat Earther was like, "Yeah, no shit, that doesn't make sense. How about we tell you what we think, and you address that, rather than Vsauce's straw man model of the Earth mixed with gravity from the globe Earth."
Right.
Please don't say potty words. My mom said you can't say those.
Hey, came into an adult room.
Did he just say invoke sideways gravity? Did I hear you invoke sideways gravity?
I mean, there are kids in here, though. We do got kids in here. What?
Okay, so did you understand what I said?
Yeah,
you can't mix the models. Okay, so if he came in here and he mixed the models and he wouldn't stop doing that, that would be a reason why he would get kicked. Right, because you can't mix the models, right?
But I've said the same thing and I didn't get kicked, so I think I just kicked into kicking.
Not yet. Yeah. How about you address what Hank said, and Larry said, and then then we can move forward from there. So, have you seen the same video that Hank is? I can't get out of the habit of calling you Hank. That Larry's talking about, the Vsauce video where he's saying the further you move to the north, the more the gravity pulls you back. I mean, that Vsauce video was really dumb as shit. That's not. It has nothing to do with what flat earthers are talking about.
I haven't seen that video yet. No.
Well, you should go watch it and then come back and you'll see it's as ridiculous as we're saying it is.
Yeah. What do you mean by not yet, though? Are y'all saying you're gonna ban me for stating what I think?
No, we just want you to come in and have an honest, open discussion with us, with logic, conversation, real science.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of Globers in here, Python.
Are you looking to get banned? Did you come in here to get banned?
I mean, no.
You're wrong, boy.
All right, cool. Well, how about you take a look at some of the information we're putting out, and then look at the globe side, and look at the flat side, and then come to your own conclusion. Nobody here is trying to convert or cajole anybody to a position or anything like that. No, I mean, there's plenty of information out there. We're just a hub for information about flat Earth, and we're not here preaching the gospel.
You gotta have ears,
bro.
You gotta have ears. You gotta listen. You gotta listen to the arguments.
I think I've already come to a conclusion, though.
All right, what's the conclusion? I saw the Earth as a globe from satellites in space.
Yeah, that's my conclusion. I got you.
All right, well, there you go. I already know that. I already knew that.
Let's talk about your friend's claim. Your friend said that if it were flat,
he's my
gravity
brother,
would pull
not my
everything to the
friend.
North Pole. Your brother.
His brother's sitting in the background listening to his.
What makes you think?
I have headphones on, so he's actually not listening.
Oh,
what makes you think gravity will hold anything to anything?
Because gravity pulls to the center of the mass, so it's gonna pull you to the North Pole, because that would be the new center of the world if it was flat.
Right, but we're not going to talk about that because that's not what we believe. Okay, we have a different set of gravity than what you have.
You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk about it, but I can talk about it.
So you're going to straw man us on purpose. Do you know what a straw man is?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Larry.
You know what a straw man is?
He believes in gravity. Can you show us?
No.
Calm
Let
down.
Larry handle this, please. Guys.
Yeah, just real fast. So let's say you make the argument that marijuana should be decriminalized. And I'll repeat your argument back. So you're saying you want to legalize all drugs, including the one that keeps coming across the border. What's it called?
Fentanyl.
Not methadone. Yeah, fentanyl. You want to legalize fentanyl, right? That's not what the fuck you just said.
That is so more.
Right.
That is so more severe than what I just said.
Right. It's exactly what you just did. You changed our argument to make it easier to attack, right? Because I can definitely make an argument against fentanyl. It'd be real hard for me to make an argument against legalizing or decriminalizing marijuana. But fentanyl, that's a lot easier. So flat Earth, it's a lot more difficult to argue against flat Earth. But flat Earth with gravity from the globe, yeah, that's easy to defeat. That's stupid as fuck. Nobody actually believes that. So if you want to
even though
believe
you
that
were
that's what we
taught in
believe,
school about gravity, it's still the theory of gravity has never been proven to this day.
If
the
he's
wrong gravity
actually
anyway.
referring to Vsauce's video about gravity and the way it would work on flat Earth, I'll tell you what. I mean, right now, Python, nobody that's a flat earther thinks that's true. So that's not even our argument. So he's putting up a straw man to debunk it when nobody that he's never actually talked to any of us. He's just making videos about something that he's completely ignorant about because he actually hasn't talked to any flat earthers. So
yeah, this kid doesn't understand that Vsauce's argument is based on a thin flat pizza, which is his straw man argument.
You call me
we
a
don't
kid?
claim that.
You call me a kid?
no, Vsauce is a kid, and you're a kid. Yeah, Vsauce is making some bullshit arguments. He's doing this on purpose to just debunk flat Earth when nobody on the in the flat Earth argument makes any claims that he makes. This is how you build a straw man, right? So he comes on, makes videos, and then doesn't talk to any flat earthers. He refuses to talk to any flat earthers on his fucking YouTube channel. And so he's going to say, this is what flat earthers think. No, but now you have the opportunity here right now, since you think that what he said was plausible, you have the opportunity to go ahead and open your microphone and talk to us because we're right here. Vsauce won't talk to us, but you can.
What do you want me to talk about?
Flat Earth.
I can't talk about something that doesn't exist.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait.
Earth talking about the globe.
Hold on. Let's start. Does Earth exist?
Yeah, just not the flat
Cool.
version.
Wait. Earth.
What do you think the
Earth
version
exists, doesn't it?
Earth exists. Yeah. Yeah, it
All
does.
right. Are you a human?
I think so.
I think I'm a human too.
I haven't entirely checked, but I could probably check.
How would you? Dude, this is baby steps. I mean, this is weird.
What's his version of flat Earth? Let's find out what his version of flat Earth is.
Hold on. He said flat Earth doesn't exist, right? So define Earth, Python. What is Earth?
Spherical ball floating in.
What definition is that? What dictionary says that?
I don't know. Let me find you one real quick.
Sure. Hey, go ahead and Hey, before you say anything else, go ahead and look on Wikipedia. Look up Earth. What does it say about Earth?
Got you.
Egg. Or you can do the definitions. You can look dictionary.com. You can look in, the definition of Earth too. That's a pretty good one.
Do you know if your balls have dropped?
No,
honestly, I don't know, but you could probably ask your mom and she'll tell you about it.
Hey, it sounds like we have to take baby steps with you. Your brother, is he your older brother in the background?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I have a younger brother. I'm the older brother. He listens to me sometimes about this, but he doesn't get involved, and that's fine. But you got yourself involved here, bro. So when you look up the definition of Earth, whether it's Wikipedia or dictionary.com, what did you find?
So what I found is the planet on which we live on. But listen, the synonyms happen to be globe, sphere, and orb. I don't see anything about flat on there.
Well, let me ask you something. Since you saw the definition there of Earth, have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe?
No, but it's pretty big, so I don't think I'd be able to experience it.
How big is it?
Big and flat.
I don't know. Let me look up let me look out how big the world is.
Look it up.
I got you. No.
How big is the
Pretty big, no? To the world, pretty
radius
big.
of 3,959 miles, diameter of 7,918 miles, a circumference of 24,873 miles, and a surface area of 197 million square miles.
Cool.
It's huge.
Great.
It's huge.
You're all caught up. Now, if that's true, in this picture I'm about to post, there's going to be a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. Let's test it out.
Let's see.
Horizon's at 10 miles. Well, guess none of that's true.
Wow.
Well, hold on. He may not be able to pick this up very quickly, but hey, kudos to you for actually.
See, I like what you did there. You just left out one step, bro. So if we could get this young man to pull up an Earth curve calculator and find out when he types in at 1 foot observation height, where's the horizon going to be? Like if we let him get those two things, the radius and the observation height horizon calculation. If we can get him to figure that out on his own and then show him the black swan, that's a lot more effective, I think. Just my.
This is not a sphere.
We're not talking about religious ideas about spheres. We're talking
what
about
they're saying, young man, is
here on Earth. Earth cannot be a sphere if what people experience. If you experience the world as flat, it cannot be a sphere. I mean, this is pretty simple.
What they're saying, young man, is if it were a sphere, it would curve at some point. Let's find out when that would curve mathematically with your radius, and then we'll test it in real life.
And you brought up
Python.
the math. You brought up the math. Let's compare and contrast how the math dictates what we should or should not be able to see over a certain distance across
Yo,
Earth.
Helio, I'm sorry this is completely off topic, but you honestly sound like Dr. Seuss. Not Dr. Seuss, Dr. Phil, my bad, sorry. But you actually sound like Dr. Phil. I just think it's interesting.
All right, is
Anyways,
it distracting? If it's distracting, I'll shut up. But I'm
No.
it's not distracting.
No.
I just think
You sound good.
it's
You
kind of
sound
cool how you
good.
sound like Dr. Phil.
I believe
He
it was a
sounds.
I just
term
think
of
it's cool how you
endearment.
sound like Dr.
Yeah,
Phil.
well,
That was
how
a
about you
compliment.
compare? I know.
That was
Yeah,
a
I mean, it's a
compliment.
compliment. I know that. It kind of makes me, feel weird. Something. It's just the microphone. It's just that. But anyway,
Sounds fine.
well,
Sounds all right.
let's check what you found out about when you looked up which I asked you to do. Look up the shape of Earth or size of ball Earth, whatever, and you gave us the right answers. You gave us the radius, the circumference, bro. You went further than a lot of people actually ever get. So, bro,
That's
let's
because I was
compare
reading what I saw.
Yeah, I know. So you followed the instructions. I mean, this is how we figured out that the Earth cannot be a globe. And this isn't a religion. We're following math. We're following freaking measurements, bro. So you found that the circumference is a certain grade. I mean, you have 3959 radius, 24901, or approximately. It depends on, but it's very close to 24,900 miles in circumference. And what you might or might not be able to see over a certain distance if you're standing on the shore of an ocean. Because we use oceans because that's water. They're in a basin. Now,
let's take a look at the picture.
Sure. Go ahead.
The one with the platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at it right now?
Yeah.
Like what feeling do you get when you look at that picture?
I don't know. It's a picture. What do you want me to feel from it?
Yeah, like what do you think about the content, the information and stuff? Like, does it make any sense to you?
Yeah, but do you want me to say that I feel like I'm wrong now? Like, what do you want me to say?
No, not at all, not at all. Just like, what's your feeling? Does it look real? What's?
I mean, camera quality is pretty bad, but I guess it's not a fake picture.
Okay.
That
what about the
Black Swan,
distances?
hold on, that Black Swan images, that's taken from a video. I mean, there's a GIF here now. I mean, this is taken from a video that someone walked down to the shore, put a P900 on the ground, zoomed in.
What is it? Is this a mirage? Is this like an illusion? Like if you show this to somebody who believes in the sphere, like, is this what do they say about this?
I don't know. Let me show it to my brother real quick, and I want to see what he feels about it. Yo,
Yeah,
Jaden,
but the calculations of what you might or might not be able to see should be involved. If you can show it to your brother.
So after you show it to your brother, do me a favor and pull up an Earth curve calculator. Should be really easy to find on any search engine. And it'll tell you how far the horizon should be at 1 foot observation height.
Yeah.
And then you can go watch the video and see that it was 1 foot observation height. And then you can see where the horizon's at. And then you can decide, is this a good enough argument for me to go check for myself outside where the real Earth and the water are? Or should I just believe the cartoons that the government has fed for me? Because what if NASA is nothing more than the, what's it called? Propaganda arm for the U.S. military industrial complex.
So here, can you answer this for me? What does the government gain out of lying about the shape of the Earth? Like, why would they lie about it?
All right, check this out.
Hold on.
The reason
Hold on 1 second.
The reason you're asking that question is because now we've shown you that you can notice that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. And now you're asking, well, why would they lie? All right. Go ahead.
I mean, it's not like they gain anything about telling us that it's a
Dude, you don't know
sphere
that.
instead.
Like, what if you know half of everything in the universe? What about the other half that you don't know? So think about what I'm saying. Just pull up an Earth curve calculator from your search engine. First, it's important to see if they are, in fact, lying.
The Truman Show gives a great example of that. Everyone pretty much stays, where we're born. A lot of us don't travel a lot. Like I mainly stay in Louisiana. I've barely left my home. So, I mean, to keep everybody where they are, we're not exploring. You and I will never go to Antarctica. They're never going to let us. We're never going to know what's there. It could even just, be more land and we're not going to know. Why would they keep us from that? I mean, there's a lot of reasons.
It always comes to that. Once they get their brainwashing debunked, then they always go to that, right, Brittany? Why would they lie? Because I can't actually prove that flat earthers are wrong, but I also can't prove it's true. So I'm holding on to my belief, right?
Hey, Brittany, how's it
man,
going?
did you pull up an Earth curve calculator yet?
Yeah, I did.
All right, put 1 foot observation height or eye height at 1 foot.
All right. Got it.
Got it? All right, where's the horizon distance? You might have to look around, but it's on the page.
Mine only does kilometers and miles, so I have to find a different one.
Why do you have to find a different one? Just use Are you familiar with the miles?
Yeah.
Per kilometer.
All right, well, just use
Only
miles.
miles and kilometers. There's no other measurement.
You can change them. You can modify it.
Sure.
Yeah, 1 foot observation height, and you're looking for miles.
It says distance to the object, eyesight level, distance to horizon.
So it'll be metric or imperial. You want imperial.
I mean, kilometers will work as well, but we can convert it.
You can use the Omni calculator one that I posted. It's pretty easy to use, and everything's in imperial already, I think.
Cool,
yeah, I tagged him in one too.
Okay, I'm gonna do the.
No, because he has to find it himself. Otherwise, the stuff we have could be scammed.
No, sure. Yeah, these are their websites. This isn't the Flat Earth website. This is their curvature calculator. Well, we put the information in.
9.141 miles.
Why is it so hard for you to find this? Just type in
Because I'm really bad with
calculator.
numbers.
Just type in Earth curve calculator. There's several. Just type in the observer height.
Drace has done it for him.
Alright, fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's already there. You're going to get 1.22 miles to the curvature of the Earth.
Distance to the object.
Dude, how many
I got one.
curve calculators do we have to post on there? I'm going to say that.
I just said I got one, so.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Huh.
9.41.
Or are you talking about the distance to the oil rig? Why are you typing in 9?
Yeah, I'm doing that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you use the Earth curve calculator, you're going to have to start with the observer height.
We're just looking for distance to the horizon, really, for the black swan.
That's what the purpose of the Earth curve calculator is. So you would, in that black swan image, you're going from approximately 1 foot observer height.
Yeah.
1 foot.
Okay, so you just put 1 foot server height in the calculator.
What I put. It's what I put.
Cool. So what's the result? How far is the horizon?
I got 1.22456 miles.
There you go. There it is. All right. So why can you see the horizon beyond both of those oil platforms that are obviously over? One of them's 9.4 miles away. Why can you see the horizon beyond them when the physical Earth curvature should be obstructing? You shouldn't even see those oil rigs from a 1 foot observer height.
I don't know, man.
I do, because it's not a globe.
Exactly.
It's pear-shaped now, right?
It's pear-shaped.
That's
Thought it
just
was
your
a
opinion.
donut, dude. I actually
Oh,
thought
it's
it was
just
a
my
donut.
opinion?
Yeah, it's just your opinion that it's a globe.
Yeah, well, it's just your opinion that it's flat.
Hey,
No,
you know what,
there-
You know what, Python? I'll give him kudos, man. He's been patient and actually went through the entire thing with us. This is, a lot of people don't even get this far before they get frustrated because they already know what's coming.
I mean, I'm willing to look it all up. I'll look it all up just to see what y'all think.
No, sure, dude. You're on the level right now. I mean, dude, bro, this is why the Earth cannot be a globe. Now, if you look at the information, hey, whatever conclusion you come to, this is why we know the Earth cannot be a globe the way that they prescribe it or describe it. But anyway, the prescription is like a prescription, right? The prescription of the globe, that comes through media and education.
Yeah.
The description of the globe comes through similar processes, but through books and maybe some other media propagation as well.
The person who said pear-shaped, this is where they create mass confusion and take away your common sense, because you're to believe Earth is pear-shaped, the Earth is a spheroid, but that's been giving us pictures of perfect spheres since 1960. So you got to believe it's a sphere, it's a spheroid, and it's pear-shaped all
Well,
at
it
the
turns
same time.
pear-shaped in order to cover, to get rid of the whole, well, I see too far. Well, some area, it's actually pear-shaped. So it's now it turned into that in order to because they had a problem. We were seeing too far, and they had to come up with an excuse for it.
Yeah, that. And
We should have a picture. When I see a picture of the globe, it's perfect. It's a marble. It's perfectly shaped marble. Why am I not seeing a pear shape? And why is it always different? Why does it always look different? And why
I think
is
that's
there?
because
We
Photoshop
literally
it has to be.
we have live stream capabilities. I do not understand in this day and time why is it not live stream from the ground all the way up with no cuts? Why can't that be done? We're in everybody streams now.
Get 'em,
why
Britt.
can't that be done?
Any ideas?
How do I have horrible reception, on a horrible signal on my phone when I go into the country, but you go to the moon and you've got no interruptions to the call with the president?
Get 'em,
Why is
Britt.
everything mostly, like what is it? Like in the ocean, all the cables and stuff, it's all underground mostly. Like, yeah, we've got like the satellites supposedly, but why is the majority of it down here? And why not make it where we don't have these problems with losing airplanes? And, why have we not put this technology up there where we're not having all these issues?
Get 'em, Britt.
See, most people believe, or a lot of people, they come to Flat Earth because they see too far. And I'm going to tell you that's not where I started. I'm more of the why. The why did they lie? And more importantly, how? How could they get away with such a big lie? You know, and that's why me dabbling in some of these other things that I believe before I even heard about flat earth, it actually was already kind of like bringing me to flat earth. You have to first realize that like we absolutely have no control and that there's a small percentage of people that do have all the control. And they can do whatever they want. We're in their, you know, their world, and literally because they have created this whole illusion of where we live.
I think they got to the point where they said, well, they already think Earth's a spinning ball. We don't know if it is or not, but let's just exploit their beliefs anyway. Let's build on that.
And I never knew it was a theory of gravity in school. Like, I don't know. It was what it was. Like, it's gravity. That's the reason. Like, gravity. But it's like, wait, it's just a theory. It's just a theory. So it's not been proven, but we say it as if it is facts. And then what's even crazier is that honestly, flat earth is so much easier to understand versus the globe. I told my daughter when she was like 10, you know, we had been watching some flat earth stuff. So it was time for me to tell my daughter, she's 13 now. And I told her, I said, look, I know you're in school and I see what you're learning. They were learning about Apollo and all that. And I said, I just need you to know that you can believe what you want. But we kind of think that at the time, you know, I wasn't 100%, but I was like, hey, you know, it could be flat and this is why. And when I told her that, her mind was blown because she goes, that makes so much more sense. I feel like it went from this pretend space to like, this is what it is. And it just, so in the mind of a child, for her, she was able to lean towards flat earth way quickly because she hadn't had years of, you know, indoctrinations like we have here, you know, we're all older. But it was so much easier for her to grasp. And I mean, she still learns what she has to do for school, but she's ahead of everybody else, kind of knowing what's going on with this world, and not just the flat earth stuff, but a bunch of other things that she's aware of. But she was able to really just, through the mind of a child, I feel like it is just easier with flat earth because it just makes sense. Because the child is only going to know what they see, what they experience, instead of just, you know, it's a lot of just being told. We don't have a good picture of Earth, but we've got so many pictures of all these planets. I never thought going into school that my books were literally just cartoons. I never thought that because it was never said as a disclaimer, this is just an artist's concept or this is just a, you know, whatever. It's never, you know, you take it as fact growing up.
Yeah, I mean, I had to do the same thing for my 13-year-old. Very similar method, just kind of like just mention the topic, right? And usually that's enough to pique a child's interest. So, yeah, I commend you for that. I've done the same thing. So, very respectable.
And honestly, the Truman Show is a very good place to start if you're new to flat Earth, just to be able to understand the how it can be done. Because, you know, he was just in his own little, you know, town, never really left it. You know, we don't leave most of the time. Like, we usually do stay where our family is. Even if we move off, you know, something always brings us back home. You know, we tend to stay in our own bubble, our own circle of people, you know. So, I mean, it's easy to be able to control information that way. And here's the thing. It's so easy to shut a flat earther up. Give me the live feed. Give me a live feed up there. Okay, I'll believe whatever you say. Like, you show it uncut. It's too easy to shut it up. Like, it's just too easy. Why don't they do it? And all the debunking videos on YouTube, that's crap. Like, and this is before I even really believed in flat earth. I could see past that. Like they're not even getting to what we really believe, because that's the thing. People, they don't even know what flat earthers believe, because like they're not doing their research ahead of time before talking to us or whoever. You know, they just think it's crazy and like, oh, I'm gonna get in there, I'm gonna debunk this real quick. Well, but you can't though. You can't debunk it. There's too many loose ends here that it just doesn't make sense why there's not a live feed going straight up. You see too far. It's nuts.
Right. Yeah, Python came in with his own version of flat Earth that he thought he could debunk using an out-of-date theory of gravity.
And it's good. I mean, whoever wants to come in, whatever your beliefs are, but it is good to do a little homework.
I don't like homework.
But it's
I don't
easier
like
just to
homework
say,
either.
well, this guy on YouTube debunked it. I believe him, and it suits what I already believe in. So flat earthers are dumb, and I'm right.
I love how they had the idea of the Earth revolving around the sun before they could actually go out there, and like then they go to it's just, oh, it just so happens we were right. Everything that we thought, all of our theories, they just so happen to be right. We're proving it because we just went there. And I really like the guy, the Force the Lawn guy. I don't know where he's at on YouTube anymore, but
Yeah, that was Brian Mullen. He had
why
actually
do we not have
closed
some
his
type of
YouTube down.
monument showing the dang curvature of the Earth? Like, why can't we do it? I mean, I don't have that kind of money, so I can't do it. But why if the government wasn't behind this, doing this, why in the world can't they force the line?
Speaking of proving that they're right, Universal Pictures had a model, like a little cartoon of a globe with all the continents. I want to say back in the 30s, and we see that old black and white when it starts spinning around with the lights. And this is before NASA went up and supposedly actually saw the Earth. Just so happened they had it perfectly right, exactly the same
Mm-hmm.
in 1930s before they even saw it than it is now. The globe.
It's like they came up with a story, and then they needed to show the world that, we're proving it now. This is our story, and now we're going to go act like we did it, and you got to believe it now.
Well, that's the convenience of it, isn't it? Because we
convenient.
can't go and verify it.
Mm-hmm.
It does just simply require belief, faith-based belief. It's a religion.
Oh yeah, scientism.
And I mean, we all still have questions, and we don't know everything. We know what it's not. We know what it's not. What are the stars? Like, what is, like, there's so many questions that I want to.
Yeah, Brian Mullen.
I really do want to figure out what my beliefs are on all the little details of this, like what is in the middle, is there any, I don't know. The northern lights, what if that's caused by something in the, what if God put something in the middle? What's in the middle? And I'll never be able to go travel and see that. I'll never get to see this edge. Or if it keeps on going.
In the middle, I think there's a huge mountain.
Who knows,
Yeah,
right?
it could be.
Una montaña gigantesca, right, Leonel?
Gigante, ¿no?
Grande. Una montaña. A mountain.
Una.
How do you say ¿Cómo dices montaña en inglés?
Solamente una. Ah,
Muchas.
montaña.
Yeah, muchas. Yeah.
Muchas. Una.
Many. I'm saying that. I'm just saying at the center. We're speculating at the moment, but it's a high ground for sure.
But you always got to take the high ground, don't you?
Oh yeah.
As a glober, like back in the day, you go outside at night, you look at the stars, and you think, wow, it's so pretty, but everything's so far away. Just imagine if you came to the truth that everything is much closer. There's nothing hidden. Everything is, you go outside and you look at the stars, and I mean, I don't know if y'all read the book, but whatever. But if it is that kind of thing where you're not hiding from God. You're not hiding from anything. Like it's right there.
There.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Imagine, like, because I
Up
can't go
is
outside
up.
at night without thinking about, wow, like it's not far away. It's right here. Like we are being watched. Like you would, as a society, like we might would make better choices. You know, if we
100%.
knew and had to be accountable for our actions.
Amen.
So there's a lot of reasons why they would lie.
That's right.
Well, many people have described the mountain of light, mountain of God, and there is such a place. And people have described it and given many names, but there's something. This place is designed not by accident, so
Jimsy,
there is a design to it.
They describe
It's
it
such
as
a beautiful
source.
thing.
It's source, right? Source. I've heard people describe it as source. Now, whether the mountain is physical or spiritual, they describe it as source.
It is just like your body. It is physical, and it has a spiritual relationship, like your body.
No, your body.
I mean, a mountain is not your body, but maybe your body is a mountain.
But you spoke about spiritual.
Yeah, sure. In the spirit, your body is the source. You know, it's where the spiritual energy comes from. But I mean, this is not spiritual talk. But I mean, but almost it's like we try not to talk about it, but we almost have to sometimes. You know what I mean?
Spiritual.
I mean, you are talking about the creation, and given flat Earth, there's only one explanation that's logical: is that there's a creator. So it always gets brought up, one way or the other.
And how many flat earthers are atheists? You know, we talked about this in the chill chat at one point.
I'm an atheist.
Not very many.
Not many.
I'm an
Yeah.
atheist.
Yeah, I'm an atheist too.
All right, so tell us about what flat Earth atheism is. Tell us.
No, not in this
No,
VC.
no, you don't want to talk about it?
Come
Not
on.
here, no, I don't.
Come on, you're allowed,
That's
bro.
okay. We
You're
don't have to
allowed.
get religious. It's just
Yeah, we don't have to push it.
honestly, I'm glad you spoke out. I would like to know, like, because I don't come across many. So, but yeah, different channel, different time.
Dude, we're actually
Absolutely.
curious. Nobody's going to give you crap about it. Listen,
Helio, this is the safer route. This is the high
Learn
road,
to
buddy.
let it go.
It's the high road here.
I have it
Talk
written
about it
out.
somewhere.
I'll just post it.
Dude, I am both. I am both. I believe in God, and at the same time, I am on both sides. I can switch.
Great, that's good. Good for you.
Agile little creature.
But here's the thing, though. You know, a lot of Christians will be so quick to say, "Oh, well, evolution was that's not real. Like that's not true. They don't believe in evolution. But when it comes to the shape of the earth, oh, that's not a lie."
Right, there's a lot of hypocrisy, yeah.
And the pictures are real too.
Yep.
Well, the pictures are
Evolution's garbage,
the
just like
pictures are
Earth
something you
curvature.
discuss, but they're not pictures of Earth.
So evolution is garbage, just like Earth curvature.
Sure. And so, how can you
Because
be
of science,
all the
because of-
evolution?
No.
Go ahead.
Evolution is not garbage. Okay. It doesn't.
Okay.
It
Because
doesn't
of
exist. It doesn't
science
exist.
or-
It's not
Oh,
even.
okay.
It's not even garbage.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
you're
check,
right.
Check this out. I mean, can you describe
See.
evolution for us so that you can say that we can't discount it?
Evolution.
Tell us your best understanding of it so that we can.
Because of science.
Things evolve. I
No,
evolve.
thanks.
Because of science, or what I call
I
scientism.
have a business. I have
Christians
evolved my
lost their
business.
faith.
Hold on, I'm messing.
This is why I keep it simple. Earth curvature. Where's it
Yeah,
at?
I know that, but I mean, yeah, it could be.
What?
We talk about Earth curvature all the time.
You know I love you, Helio. There's less and less stuff I'm gonna talk about up here.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this guy said,
Bring it on, man. Bring it on.
evolution. He has something to say about it.
I don't have anything to say about evolution. There's no way for us to know what happened billions of years ago. There you go.
Dude,
Or
evolution.
millions.
Well,
You're talking about that
There's
type of evolution.
no way to know how long Earth has existed.
Right. It's a whole bunch of I don't know, man. That's where I'm at.
What's everyone's thoughts on dinosaurs?
Well, here we go.
I find them cute. I have one in my house actually.
I think it's a scare tactic, like with the whole like we're gonna run out of oil and all this, and it's like here's the thing: I've had so much more fear when I was believing the globe, so much more fear. But as I come to realize that things might not be as they appear, it just seems to just like I'm calm and I'm
It
like
melts away.
I don't have to worry about this.
Hey, I don't know if I'm pretty sure it was today. I told him about whenever I saw, remember Camp Minden with that explosion?
Which one?
It was in Camp Minden. Anyways.
I didn't hear about that. I mean, tell us about it.
You didn't hear about it? I told someone earlier, or a couple of people. Basically, okay, so they had an explosion. What do you say, Britt? About 20, 30 miles away?
Yeah, about 30 miles away.
And so like it was at like 5 o'clock in the morning, still dark. And all of a sudden, all I see is if the sun came out. It just lit up the entire sky, and it looked like sunlight, like it was morning time for about 5 seconds. So I about crapped myself, went back inside, and went straight to Brittany, woke her up, and told her I love her, and we're about to die.
Well, that's not funny. Sorry.
Oh, it's hilarious.
No, it was
I would have
funny.
hated if she ever did it to
He
me.
wasn't a flat earther right then, so he was in that fear of because
Oh yeah, the
the
sun
end of
done
the world,
exploded.
the sun, all this that can go wrong. But
So what happened?
he was just outside and on our patio, and it's just the whole sky lights up. I mean, he's freaking out. He comes inside, locks the door like that's going to do something. Peeks out the window, like what in the world? And he runs to to me. And he's like, I don't know if I should tell you, if I but maybe you should know we're about to die. And I'm like, go to bed.
Tripping out, huh?
If it's
Shut
my
the fuck
time to
up.
go, whatever. I'm gonna be
And what,
sleeping.
so, what did it turn out to be?
An explosion.
Yeah, what happened?
It was such a big explosion that it lit up just as if it was the sun was shining. Like it was so bright. And it was an explosion at Camp Minden in Minden, Louisiana.
What?
Yeah, but
What
was
the
it like a petroleum plant or something? What was the explosion?
It's a little like military base.
Like he could see the bugs on the ground at 5 a.m. when it's pitch black dark. Like it was so bright.
Oh no, I mean it lit up. Like, I mean, that just kind of helps anecdotally for me that, the sun can probably be a local light source. The fact that we had an explosion, that was the reason I said it earlier, but I just think it's funny that she's here now that I could say it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't talk much, but I was talking today.
No, I love when you talk, Brittany. But I'm just curious. I mean, like, did they give you an explanation? I mean, you experienced this today. You saw it. You live close. I mean, what was their explanation in the?
I don't know, because this was like 5 years ago, and it was summertime. So I
They
mean,
saw it all the way.
it wasn't recently.
It wasn't just. There was a huge radius of it doing that, lighting up the sky for everybody. I mean, even towns, all the way. I have a house in the country, about an hour from here, and from there you could see it too. Like it just lit up the whole sky. It's amazing.
But it came from a military base.
Yeah.
Was it in
Well, that's what the news article said. That it was an explosion at Camp Minden.
Okay, cool. Well, now there you go. Gas well. Yeah. PC.
I mean, it's crazy how an explosion could literally do that. That's crazy.
Posted a video. Is this the one you're talking about? The one that PC TechX?
Do you think the explosion took place? Do you guys know if the explosion took place on the ground or in the sky?
Well, it wouldn't be the Air Force Base. We do live by the Air Force Base,
the ground.
but it's going to be 30 miles
They
away from there.
didn't have it up in the air. No, it was definitely in the ground, I would assume.
I posted a link where it says five men responsible for the 7,200-foot mushroom cloud explosion. They were sentenced.
They teach us from when we were kids that we're going to get taken out one day by a big meteor.
But was it munitions at the Air Force Base that somebody just is? Did you read that article, Jesse?
No, I just found it.
All right, cool. Well, let's read it together. So, 5 men responsible for the explosion in Louisiana. Saga involved turning a Louisiana National Guard facility into the largest illegal dumping ground of military explosives in the history of the United States, prosecutors said. No surprise. The defendants were handed down prison sentences ranging from 2 to 5 years for participating in a criminal conspiracy, the Department of Justice said in a statement. Let's see what they said in the statement. The United States Attorney David C. Joseph announced today that officials of the Explo Systems Incorporated were sentenced for their roles in a criminal conspiracy. The defendants sentenced today used Camp Minden here in northwest Louisiana as the largest illegal dumping ground of military explosives in the history of the United States. At over 15.6 million of explosives, the United States Attorney David C. Joseph stated, "I want to thank our federal and state law enforcement partners for their commitment to protecting Louisiana's citizens and environment. Those who endanger the safety of our community to satisfy their own greed will be held accountable." All right, so you guys actually felt the explosion because you were near it, right?
No, that was the thing that's weird. Like, there was places that felt it, but it's not like, like whenever I saw it and everything, there was no shockwave whatsoever.
He thought he lost track of time and the sun had came out.
No.
All right,
I thought it was a nuclear bomb or the sun exploded
Here's what
instantly.
this official release. This is from the governor of Louisiana. They said there's 15.6 million pounds of explosives. This is what it says in their article. I'll share it with you right now, dude.
How far were you from the epicenter?
Dude, if there was that much explosives, you'd been wiped out, bro. You'd have been fucking wiped out. 15.6 million pounds. Now, this is from Louisiana website. 15.6 million pounds. I don't know. I mean, then this from.
Remember they were, Britt, you remember whenever they were driving something, it was like a huge, I thought it was said to be like a huge bomb, and it was going to take like days to get it over to Camp Minden. Was that that had to have been before that happened?
This article really kind of reminds me of like a kiss ass to the mainstream media and shit. But anyway,
sounds like they set off a fake nuke.
Yeah, and it's like Explo Systems Inc. was a private company whose partner business operations involved the demilitarization of military munitions and the subsequent resale of recovered explosive materials for mining operations. The U.S. Army awarded Explo an $8.6 million contract to demilitarize approximately 1.3 million propelling charges containing M6 propellant, a solid granular explosive material, to lawfully. That's why they didn't get busted, because it's lawful. Anyway, to lawfully store them and to handle the final disposition of the explosives. Explo represented that it intended to sell and reuse the M6 propellant to third parties. On the sale of the M6 propellant, the contract also required Explo to document the sale and certify to the Army and its compliance of the sale with federal laws.
Helio, what are you talking about, buddy?
I'm talking about the explosion that they experienced.
Who did?
Yeah.
Talking about Wrecked and Brittany. They saw when everything went up in a big ball of gas.
Where?
In Louisiana.
When?
Like 5 years ago.
Yeah, on the
Crazy.
date that I was just saying.
Oh, I know what's coming. We'll get back to the
This is their
curvature.
explanation. I was reading
No.
out their explanation.
I just wanted to know what he's talking about. That's all.
Okay.
I was reading out. Yeah. Now you know.
The
Okay,
local sunlight,
Yes, thank you.
Right. Cool. This is fun. I mean,
All that gas and plasma and everything exploded up there in the sky. Did it cause the grass to grow?
what they were actually doing.
Yes.
According to this article, they stored these explosives at a place in Louisiana. They quote unquote legally tried to say that they did it for a purpose, but somebody for some reason and somebody got once it exploded, they figured out who was fucking with this shit, and they were all government employees, and they got busted, and they had prison sentences afterwards. So that's where.
You mean they had some scapegoats?
Yeah, they had scapegoats, but it was just like, hey, you're going to spend some time over here in the Walmart prison.
Yeah, speaking of Walmart prison, whatever happened to the Jade? What is it, Jade Helm? Was it Texas?
Jade Helm.
Is anybody from Texas remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
I remember that.
What was the deal with? I remember
was
there was
in
some
Austin.
weird stuff going on with that, but
I don't know, Larry, Hank. What do you remember?
So basically, what they said was they were going to get military to blend in, right? And before this whole Jade Helm thing, there wasn't a whole lot of immigration coming into Texas. But after the Jade Helm, prices have doubled for rent. And I can't say that this guy might be military, but if they were blending in, we would never see it, right? So what they said they were going to do is going to try to blend into the population, which this is a really old Sun Tzu Art of War. You put the military and all the equipment and everything right in the spot where you need it, and then after everything's already in place, then you start the war. So I was kind of worried about it back in the day, and a lot of my friends made fun of me, nothing ever happened. Did you not read the Jade Helm? They said they were going to blend in. It's they said they were going to do it. I and other people reported on it, and that we were the crazy people for reporting on what they said they were going to do.
I'll bet so many people didn't even look into it. They just heard conspiracy and something's gonna happen,
that was the year that I spent $7,000 on a bunch of freeze-dried food that I still have.
Was it because of Jade Helm?
It was because of that and just some other, I started to really get into some conspiracies about some things that I still believe in. And so I just wanted to make sure that I had food for my family. And see, that's the thing. Back then, we didn't even have a lot of money. So we're well off now. Rex got his contractor's license. But back in the day, I know what it's like to be poor. And so I remember getting my taxes back, my refund. And, I could have did so much with that money. I was like, nope, I'm getting some freeze-dried food.
That's not a bad plan, no matter
That was
what.
my priority.
Yeah.
And it still is. I still try to, not crazy, but we can survive. My brother, on the other hand, he does not believe in. He thinks I'm crazy just for that. Whenever COVID hit, or can I say that?
No.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Well, basically,
He didn't say anything bad, but
It's really just if you slip, it's all right, but don't embellish it, right?
Yeah.
It's all good.
Well, basically, I was stocked up. I had, I had a little bit of a heads up, and then I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the store and I'm gonna get some groceries. Well, I can tell you that my stores around here were empty after I was like maybe that was like the last day that the stores were stocked, and then the next day everything was gone. And I remember we stayed and we like to eat out, but that was when it was, oh, mama's gonna be cooking every night, so I was doing it. I was cooking. Grateful that I had food, because I just can't imagine, being in that moment of, because I needed something. I went to the store and it was completely bare, and I cried. I was in the aisle and I was just like tearing up, just like could not believe. I was so thankful that I was good, that I had food, but I just kept thinking, like, not everybody thinks like this. Not everyone's going to be prepared when stuff does hit the fan.
No, most will go for the first thing they see on the shelf, even if it's like
And then I got
flavoring.
me a bidet.
It's the last thing on the shelf. Flavoring, they'll take it.
There was no toilet paper.
Well, it's so funny about the toilet paper. We still have toilet paper, don't we, folks? And we never even had a shortage, no matter how crazy people went on it. So, anyway, sorry.
When shit does hit the fan and you do got stuff, you're going to want to ransack your house to make it look like everybody else's house. And, you're going to, you don't want to look like you're well fed, right? So you're still going to have to fast for 2 or 3 days to make it look like you're losing weight. I think you don't want to be barbecuing in the backyard is what I'm saying.
Oh,
You
for
want to
sure.
look
My
like
aunt,
and
when
act
she
like
built her
everybody
house,
else.
she put little hidden nooks all throughout her house. Like every space was used for, even if it was just to hold a gun, like stuff like that. And so I'm a little nervous about, I don't want it to affect my choices and like me progressing in life with like what I do with my children. But like right now we're trying to decide, are we going to stay here in Shreveport, or we're on the outskirts of Shreveport. It's like, it's kind of country. It's really country, just an hour from here. And I have a house there. So like I have a place to go if something went bad here, but we're talking about moving to Baton Rouge again, because that's where we're from. And I just get a little bit of anxiety just because I know how super big it is and all the people. And it's like, I don't know if I have a good bug out plan if I do move. But again, I want to experience life with my children. And there's a lot of experiences there in Baton Rouge. So we're most likely doing it, because when I get something in my head, then we're doing it.
It's the way to go.
And then we're gonna get that P900 camera here soon.
No, P1000.
Whatever, P1000. I don't know. That's his thing. He's gonna try to do that New Orleans bridge and do some videos and some testing there, and we'll be able to share it with y'all.
Don't shoot the bridge. Shoot on the other side. Don't you got like a dome? Don't you got like a dome on the other side of the lake? Isn't there like a football stadium?
Yeah.
That's what I would shoot, because you can tell the height of the building.
Oh, I mean, we'll be around the area, so I mean, this is all the time.
Go to the state capitol.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been wanting to go over there and shoot that lake for a while, but I hear the heat is really bad, so it causes all kinds of wonky stuff. But yeah, I went to Corpus Christi and did that.
Yeah, it might be a wintertime deal.
I want to go one day to Antarctica.
Mm.
To the expedition. To the expedition, you know? To the expedition.
What if I told you they had frozen tornadoes there?
Frozen tornadoes? I haven't thought about that.
Hey, somebody funds me. I'll go up in that balloon that they're sending up to so-called space. Well, they're not even going to be that high up, but
100,000 feet.
100,000 feet. Yeah.
Oh, going up in a balloon, right? What are those called? The balloons.
They're doing it in 2024. I don't know what the project was called, but they're making reservations.
I'm talking about the regular ones. What are they called? The big balloons?
We're talking about the hot air balloons.
Satelloons?
The ones that you want like in a basket?
Oh, hot air balloons.
Hot air balloons.
Yeah.
Never been on one of those.
Me neither.
Would you do it?
I don't know.
They're hard to steer.
Oh, they're hard to steer?
No, they're not. They got a computer system when they go up there, and it tells them at what altitude, what jet stream they're in. And because they know which jet stream is what altitude, that's how they get around with this.
You know they're not going to let any flat earther get on one of those, like the thing I'm talking about, 2024. Like there's going to be a heavy vetting process, I bet. But if we could sneak one of us in there, just to be able to I don't know. I would love to get someone's take on it.
I'll send you the money.
We're still not going to see any curvature.
But I love how they change when you can see the curvature, though. Like, you're supposed to be able to see the curvature, when you're at the beach, and you can see the curvature there. Oh, well, now we've changed it. So now it's, we got the Red Bull guy, and you look out the window, and it's flat there. And what was he at? He was at, was he?
120,000 feet, something like that.
129,000 feet, I think.
Yeah.
And yet the camera on the inside shows a flat horizon because it didn't have a fisheye or wide angle lens on it.
So that's what it is. It's excuses to cover up, it's always changing. Like, always.
Well, yeah. Got to keep the lie going.
Yeah. We caught on to something. It's so easy to catch on to that,
Did it get that high? 100 and how many?
129,000 feet.
Wow, that's I didn't know that it was that high.
He got so high that he got above the daylight.
Is that right?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Above the blue sky, right?
Yeah.
Right, above the plasma that we call daylight.
That's really? What an experience that must. Wow. We didn't have any other footage from somebody doing that, right?
There's some unmanned stuff.
I like the astronaut, the one with the car.
Yeah, the one with the car is silly though because Elon said himself that it was just basically a car that's ready to drive on the street. There's no modifications whatsoever.
Like, what a waste
to the
of
tires. Well, they didn't spend a lot. Oh, what?
Well, just
It's
like
straight up.
When they talk about us polluting the Earth, but like have y'all seen the pictures of like how many satellites are supposedly up there? Like, I didn't vote for that. Like, just clutter. If that, if it was a globe, like, why is all that stuff up there? I mean, obviously we know it's not, but
yeah.
all that space trash. I mean, yeah, you get like these little mini anxiety attacks if when you're a glober and you believe that. I mean, how do you not get an anxiety from that, thinking that way, that space and all that? That one day the sun's gonna blow us all up, Life won't be.
I used to be scared of that shit too. Like when I would learn about the sun, about how inside the core,
and we
the particles are just bouncing off each other for like millions of years, and then eventually they make it out to like the outer part of the sun, and then they like cool off, and then they go back in. And it's like the sun is like so many times the size of the Earth, and it's like, holy shit! If that thing ever went wrong, melted down, it would be like game over, man.
And hey, and I challenge everyone in here to go watch a movie tonight and just count how many times that you see either a globe reference, something about the Earth, or even making fun of flat Earth. Like I had watched Yellowstone a while back, and he was like, "Is the Earth flat?" Or I don't even know what he said. Something. It's like everything you watch, it's there.
I'll watch Men in Black.
Well, yeah, you'll get a lot of that there, but.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, even whenever he was talking to him and he said, so many years ago, we believed that everyone knew the Earth was flat. Or even in children's, movies. What's that one popular one that just came out with the magic? Don't talk about Bruno. What was it?
Oh yeah. Oh dude, that one was so funny. Because the whole time, like, it didn't take that long because it's a whole Disney movie. So like, as soon as the movie starts, of course, like the daddy dies or gets captured, like as an immigrant or some crap. And then later on in it, the like transvestite sister,
The buff girl.
yeah, she it's just talking about how all the stress of, anyway, it's not important. She's doing a song, and it's about her being strong, but sometimes she feels weak inside or whatever.
She picks up a bunch of stones.
She picks up some stones, throw them up in the air, and there's 4 stones that comes down, and she catches it, and it turns into the entire globe. And I'm just yelling at the TV, there it is, right there. There's your propaganda, kids.
And you know how many times he says that a day? A lot. Anytime that we're watching something, because it's everything you watch. I don't care what it is. What was it? We watched what was the latest movie we watched with the treasure hunting?
Yeah, it was definitely in Uncharted. And it was also in, of course, Sonic the Hedgehog. It's in.
Yeah, just start paying attention.
99% of movies that aren't even space related.
Commercials. It doesn't matter. Just pay attention. I
Sonic.
want everyone to experience like this awakening of like how often we are programmed with that, just in the background.
Love Sonic.
Yeah, Sonic was good though. Oh, and another thing in Sonic that was pretty crazy is they were showing a beam going up in the air, and it looked like it might be, like 10, 15 miles away. Okay, granted. And it was off the ocean, like they were at an island towards the end of the movie. And it was nuts. The chick says, that's gotta be like 100 miles away. I'm like, what?
It's right there.
It's right there. Like, why y'all acting like y'all could see that far if y'all are on the ball in the first place? So yeah, like, I was like, I see what y'all are doing there.
Like, that might be fun to just, honestly, like a channel where someone just literally clips, like every time that they're watching something, it's got to do with this propaganda. Oh man, it'd be so much.
If that GIF right there of the GoPro is from like a high school that did it, I commented on that YouTube video.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, like, you were seeing a curve of the Earth like 5 foot off the ground.
And then a concave.
Right.
That's 5
when it
feet,
starts
and I'm
doing
tall.
Well, I mean, that particular part of the footage
The
isn't.
curve always changes at whatever height they want, today we're going to show it with the curve, and it just changes.
Well, that's what's interesting about Dwayne Callum's low distortion lens video, because the curve is constant and it's the same direction whether the horizon line appears above or below the center of the picture.
What's up, Jesse?
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
My mom had sent me something on Facebook about she was a part of a group, like beautiful pictures of space or something. And I texted her and I put, I know you didn't just send me this. You about to get flat smacked. I haven't heard from her in 2 weeks.
Well done.
I'm unloved.
Has Jesse brought us a video yet instead of 4 still photos? Jesse, are you gonna bring us a 1 or 2 minute video that we can look at instead of your 4 still photos?
I don't remember which video it was you wanted, but I did upload a video to Vimeo.
Vimeo, but not on here?
Oh, I didn't know I could upload videos to Discord.
Yeah, you can upload videos to Discord. Yeah, I'd really like to see some instead of, I appreciate you coming on and defending your position, but 4 still photos don't really help much when your camera you probably use could take video.
All right. How did so?
Just post a link.
Now I'm gonna have to watch some videos.
So a link to Vimeo is okay.
Yeah, send it to the guy.
I didn't want to talk to you the other night because four still photos proves absolutely nothing, whereas a video might spark a little conversation. Otherwise, it was just whoever talked to you for, I think it was Get Be Get had the patience of Job, which sadly I don't have.
There's a video. I think it's a few minutes.
Thank you.
Hang around here long enough, you'll get some patience. Whatever you do, don't pray to God and ask for it. Say what?
Hey, I like that. I like that photo of Planet New Mexico. That was really Lionel, Sun and Moon.
Yeah.
That's an excellent photo of Planet New Mexico. Thank you. That's cool.
Which one? Which one? Oh,
the one where Felix is ready to jump out on Planet New Mexico. That was good.
yeah, yeah, I posted two. One of them looks really fake, and the other one looks okay.
Yeah. Oh, I
Yeah.
tell you what, these photos are awesome. Looks pretty flat up there, and his GoPro looked pretty round, but they look pretty flat.
Thinking about eating fried pickles.
Goodness. I love Felix was 23 miles up, and he came down saying how beautiful the curve was, and
Really,
and then his camera in the little capsule when he opened it showed flattened to eye level. So Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and go, "It's flat up there. It's flat, flat, flat."
he really said he liked the curve. He really commented on the curve.
Yeah, when he came
Uh-huh.
down, he was interviewed and he said how beautiful the curve was up there, and then
Oh my God.
and then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and said that stuff is flat.
So who's lying?
I don't know. I'll give you 3 guesses, and you only have 2 choices, so you're going to get it right no matter what.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Want to tell you what I saw tonight at about 6:45 Texas time. Went outside, and the moon was up. I don't know how high in the sky in the east, and it was about 2/3 showing. And the part that was showing was at about 1 or 1:30, pointing up toward the sky, and the sun was just moving away, almost on the horizon, and at about 5:30 of where the moon was, and so there was no way that the sun's light was lighting up the moon. There was no way. The angle was completely wrong. And I saw something similar over a 4-day period in February just a few months ago. The sun does not light the moon. The moon lights itself, self-illuminating.
Bessie Gordon, what are you trying to show with this video you put in the live stream voice text?
The other day I had posted stills from it that showed a ship being above eye level, and they're like, "Well, do you have a video?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but it's not very good." And they're like, "Okay, we still need to see it."
Okay, I'll watch it. I haven't watched it yet, so I'll go see what you're trying to show here.
I'll post the picture that consists of the image, the snapshots from it too, that makes more sense.
I'm watching it. It's showing the video how refraction in real on a video.
So he's showing that the horizon moves.
Yes, and can move up above eye level, up to appear above eye level, including the ships that are floating on it.
So you just debunked Al Bruni then.
I don't know him.
He supposedly measured the radius of Earth using the physical geometric horizon.
And what exact number did he get?
He was within 2 to 5% of 3959 miles, supposedly.
So hold on one second. This video is basically like showing that this that the ship is not real.
I don't know what you mean by not real, but it's showing that the apparent angle, in other words, the angle that the light arrives to the observer from, is at an angle that would be where you would expect to see the ship if it was like 40 feet up in the air above you.
You know they have a statue of Al Bruni outside the United Nations in Vienna?
No, I didn't. I'd never been there.
And the crater on the moon?
Yeah, so he's a big deal in the globe model, and you just destroyed him with your video.
Well, he probably didn't measure from 2 or 3 feet above the water. He probably got up on a mountain where most of his line of sight wasn't actually near the water. 99% of it probably was significantly above the water, so it wasn't in that density gradient distortion zone that's apparent when you get.
Supposedly he measured once from the ground level and once from a mountain. So he was measuring one geometric physical Earth curve horizon, supposedly. If the horizon moves, then his calculations would be different.
Well, it depends on what day you go. Other days it's pretty good. Like, so in the picture that I posted, the right bottom picture shows a different day, literally 7 days later, where the air was cold and it was windy, and the horizon there was quite accurate. It was just about like it should be expected, pretty close. But it was below eye level in any case, but very slightly, because I was very close to the water.
So you're conceding that if Al Bruni goes on a different day, the horizon could be closer or farther than his one measurement or one calculation?
Yeah, it could have been.
Well, then they should stop teaching Al Bruni and the 3959 because he's the only glober to supposedly measure the radius.
Maybe they did stop teaching it because I never heard of them.
The video is really cool, huh? You've done an amazing job. I really like the video.
Thank you.
I like the aesthetics. I like the aesthetic about it. Like, it's really cool.
Sorry, it's so shaky, and half the time the camera won't focus. My phone won't focus looking through there, but
it's amazing. I love it. Now, like,
I'm
what is
impressed
your
you're actually going out there and trying to do something. That's more that you're a globe believer, I take it.
It's really nice. Yeah.
The most globe believers just sit on their couch and watch TV for their globe. So at least you're trying to do something, although it doesn't prove the globe, of course, but still impressive that you're actually getting off the couch.
I like watching TV.
What is the claim? What is the claim on the video?
Well, I'm not making a claim except that.
No?
Well, the claim in the video is that it is possible that depending on the conditions above the water, an object in the distance can appear higher than it actually is by a significant margin.
Higher than what it actually is.
Right. In other words, so when I set the scope straight and level, and I'm 3 feet above the water, I shouldn't be looking up to the ship, if that makes sense. And somehow the ship actually appears what equates to about 40 feet up above my eye level, which is already 2 feet above the water or 3 feet above the water. I shouldn't be looking up to something that's below me, if that makes sense.
So you're aware of Atmo magnification and shrinkage?
Well, I'm certainly aware that things can look taller or shorter than they should. And in fact, sometimes when looking out at a ship along the water, the bottom will be raised up more than the top, and it'll make it look like it's like squished really thin.
Yeah, so you're helping provide flat Earth evidence then.
Cool.
Wow.
Because the globe requires a physical geometric horizon, and his video is saying that it changes due to Atmo, and the conditions will change it, make it bigger, smaller, closer, farther. So the globe requires one physical horizon, and Parker's video shows multiple, and it changes.
Who's Parker?
Isn't Jesse Parker? Jesse Gordon? Whatever.
No, Gordon. I don't know who Parker is.
There's so many. I don't like whatever. Robbie Parker, Robbie Gordon, Jesse Parker, whatever.
Okay, so as far as that goes, that's not this discussion. There's plenty of videos, and I'll share them all around. Anyone's curious about that?
I just wanted to ask.
Actors and stuff. Yeah, we have plenty of videos on that, but that's not discussion for this room. Because
I just wanted to ask
YouTube
Jesse.
fucking hates us, man. Yeah, what's up? What do you want to ask Jesse? Go ahead and ask him.
I just wanted to ask Jesse how. Appreciate you uploading that 3-minute video for us. How does that either prove globe or disprove a flat and stationary plane?
Well, I don't think it does either, in and of itself. And I'm not trying to prove something. I'm trying to understand everything I see, everything I observe, and try to figure out how it all fits together with the truth, whatever that truth is.
Does it make more sense to you, like, if it's a globe or flat? Does it take?
Well, naturally, the globies have had a lot longer to iron out all the wrinkles, so more of the stuff I've seen fits that narrative, but I'm still searching. Does that make sense?
What if we all had the better opportunity to iron out the narrative, as you put it, to consider that the Earth is the third rock from the sun, the way they describe, the solar system and all that. All of us used to believe that, but we don't anymore. So it's
Yeah, what have
not.
you? I want to know what Jesse's seen that fits. Didn't he just say most of the things he's seen fit the globe narrative? Please just name one. What have you seen that fits the globe narrative? Please share.
The missing height is a tough one to get for me to get over.
Height of
for
what?
sure.
Height of what?
Anything in the distance.
The missing height.
Items disappear bottom up on a flat surface. Did you know that?
Right, but I'm not talking about the bottoms. I'm talking about the tops. May I post another infographic?
Yeah.
Go for it.
I had to find my poster key.
What
I like the word infographic.
All right, so let Jesse explain this. Go ahead.
Okay, so you see the little blue guy, that's me standing there. The red U-shaped thing is a piece of 16-foot rubber tube full of red water, food coloring and water. And I'm standing on a hill, and then there's about 20 miles of water, and on the other side of the water is another hill with a 187-foot tall building on it. And when I line my... Go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask you, is this representative of something that you've experienced, or?
Yes.
All right, so you have the sea, there's a valley in between where sea level is, and now you can't see the bottom of the buildings.
This is a train wreck.
Yeah,
right
but it's
here.
just that's not even what we're talking about at all.
She asked a question,
Hold
and I'm
on a
answering
second.
it, but I don't have to.
Hold on a second. This is train wreck. This is what they call Muppet vision. You're not taking angular size change with distance into account.
Okay, gentlemen, when I can't finish a sentence, then none of us are benefiting.
Okay, hey, I know QE is frustrating. Let him finish. That I interrupted him, but maybe I don't know how he could explain this. But what are you?
Yeah, at
actually
least let him
trying
finish
to-
his explanation. You interrupted him,
No.
Healy. That's absolutely right. Go
did.
back to where
My
you
bad.
were when you were explaining it, please. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead and tell us what you
Now
mean.
I'll train wreck you.
No, don't. Well, let's wait till he finishes.
Yeah, I said go ahead, and then I'll train wreck him.
He's by the way, he's not making a claim. It's something that he says that he still can get over with, right?
He can get over with. That doesn't
Jesse,
make any sense.
Jesse, go ahead and explain your picture. Explain
I'm
your picture.
just waiting my turn.
Go for
Okay,
it.
thanks. Okay, so yeah, I took the picture that in the right bottom corner of my infographic. That's looking endwise on my two red water tubes, and the thing behind the two red water tube ends is that building. That's the 187-foot tall building, and using the red water tube level as a reference for what's true straight eye level, because the two ends of the red water level are identical, then I'm using that to determine where eye level meets the scenery across the shore. And the entire building, and I should be looking, eye level should be looking at the base of the building, because it's also on 50-foot ground. I'm on 50-foot ground, so I should be looking just right at the base of the building. But instead, the entire building, which is 180 feet taller than me, appears entirely below eye level. And so, obviously, and of course, if you actually measure the angles, it comes out to what the globe predicts, which doesn't mean anything except that's what it predicts. But so
in my mind, I think you just described a flat
Helio,
between those two.
what's happening now is he's finishing his explanation, then Quantum Eraser is going to address it. What did you finish yet or not? Wait till he at least finishes, then say that's the conclusion of my presentation. Are you done yet?
I'm almost done.
Okay,
so
when you're done, so that other people who can't seem to understand the concept of letting someone finish, can you just say that concludes my presentation? Can you say that at the end?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. All right, keep going.
Okay, so to me, because I play with lights and lasers and stuff, and and objects. So to me, this kind of means that either the light is curving like a big smile, somehow because it leaves the top of the building, and somehow swoops down through the B zone, shown in the left bottom inset, and then back up to the observer's eye. So either the Earth has to be curving, which lowers the tower, or the light has to be curving, which lowers the light. And so that's okay. I'm finished with my demonstration.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
Oh my God, dude! Angular size change with distance. Are you retarded?
That shouldn't be the initial.
Yeah, it is. This is Sesame Street League.
I know
this
it's
is
not
a fucking joke.
I know it's not the most simple thing, or it's not the most ignorant claim you've ever seen.
Is it comprehensive? Is it comprehensive in your mind?
Well, it's my observation. And
Okay.
what does it mean?
Go
That's
ahead,
what I'm
John.
asking.
I'll shut up.
Yeah, tear him up.
Yeah, I already did. Before you even, when I first interrupted you, the prosecution rests with my statement. Angular size change with distance. In the top photo, you got us looking. No one ever sees this view, by the way. This is what we call, since 2015, Muppet vision. You're looking at side views. No one ever sees this except the third person. Not you. Look at blue you. Do you see yourself looking at yourself in the building ever in this position? Angular size change with distance. You see, when big things that are real close to you, like a big building, gets further away, it fucking shrinks. Next block of instruction, how to point at a horse. My God.
So what path does the light follow, though? I mean, you could get in a canoe with a long vertical measuring pole and measure the height of the light along every point, right?
Jesse, how does what you posted have anything to do with what we observe in reality?
He's making an interesting point, I think.
All right, well, tell us how interesting it is.
Like, he's talking about the light, right? Like, you're saying that the light travels horizontally in a straight line.
Well,
so you should be able to see the entrance of the building. You mean?
Actually, I think he's talking about how light doesn't travel in a straight line.
Imagine a guy on the tippy top of the building with a laser
Just
pointer.
imagine.
You just can't get past the angular size change with distance. Did you? I don't know. Did you?
He didn't
like
want to
rebut that. Do you have some type of rebuttal with angular size change with distance? By the way,
Could we go over the math for
the math?
What the angular? I mean, well, you don't have an angular size unless you calculate it with math or measure it.
No,
with
you don't calculate an angular size. You fucking idiot.
Well, you can measure it.
Angular size is not a calculate. Shut the fuck up.
You should
You don't calculate angular size. Angular size is a measurement. You don't know the difference between a measurement and a calculation either.
Yeah,
you're essentially retarded.
You should
So-
finish what he was saying.
So A and B, what if I lower that level right there? What if I just lower your two fucking tubes? Your top photo and your bottom photo is nonsensical. It has no fucking meaning. Besides the angular size change and Muppet vision in the top photo. Let's just
What he's
deal
saying,
with the top
Jesse,
photo.
yeah, you need to study, perspective and how light works and vision and that kind of thing. And we have a lot of resources at the bottom of the server that you might look into. But yeah, what were you going to say about the photo, Quantum Eraser?
I was going to say A and B, the blurry A and B over to the right, and his A and B with blue dip shit over there it's almost like Sesame Street. It doesn't have any meaning whatsoever. What does this mean? What? I'm so fucking stupid. I can't even comment on it.
He just wants to believe. You know that. That's what they teach them in school. You just come up with something, kind of sounds sounds good. Fudge a little bit there and there. Count on the fact that most people listening don't like numbers too much and hope you get away with it. I mean, that's what he's been trained up in, so that he's just doing what he's been taught, right?
But what were you expecting to see, Jess? Like, for example, on the upper picture, on the upper image? Like, what were you expecting to see?
Yeah, no, what were you expecting for our response? Because, I mean,
Look at the distance between Blue Numpty dipshit and the building. It's 21 fucking miles away. He thinks that 187 foot tall building is still at the same as Mr. Blue Numpty dipshit.
it's just strange that he would actually present something like that and expect that he's going to bring a genuine argument against flatter globe. It's really kind of nonsensical.
It is nonsensical. This is Sesame Street fucking. Mr. Magoo could come up with something better than this. This is a joke.
You wasted your time creating this. You wasted your time creating this.
Yep.
Oh, come on, guys. Compared to other Globers, come on. The guy goes out into the real world, makes videos, and tries to actually make an explanation. I mean, come on. Like, he's in the world of Globers, he's a genius, right? And so people have been telling him that in the Glober world, and so, he's actually believed it. But it's a disservice to you, really, Jesse. It's not your fault. The educational system has done a disservice to you and made you feel like your abilities are, beyond what they could even possibly be with the tools you're given in a typical public school or even a typical private school in the United States of America. So, but you seem like a person who does have a kernel of, intellectual curiosity about you. So if you're actually interested in following the evidence where it leads, that's why my question to you, which is what you were responding to, you said your claim was that everything you see, or it wasn't everything, I'm sorry, you said most of the things you see seem to support the globe model, and then this is your kind of way of jigsawing or kind of smashing something in there to try to keep the globe alive. I mean, because that's all you have, right? Because you don't have reality. You got cartoons on TV. So what we're telling you is, if you're willing to be a really intellectually honest person, put aside your preconceptions, follow the evidence where it actually leads, you'll find that the globe is nothing but cartoon propaganda and that the earth measures flat, just as it appears to do. And you see too far to be on a globe and so on and so forth. So everything we're telling you is reality. You can stay in your delusion if you wish, Jesse, but, if you would like to actually use your brain and get out of the little tiny, tiny, tiny box you've been put in, where all they do from when you first go to school is reiterate the same nonsense using slightly bigger words. Possibly after 10 years, they might add another syllable to the words they're describing the same nonsense cartoon to you with, and then tell you you're good if you can repeat it, or even not even repeat it, but choose. Hello, I'm talking to Jesse.
Come on, guys.
If you repeat on your test, or even better, even less than that, all you have to do is choose out of 4 choices that are clearly guided toward anyone who even has a modicum of average intelligence to below average to pick the one that's screaming out to be the answer. If you can pick that on your multiple choice test, you get all A's and they're called 4.0, and maybe you'll even be the valedictorian if you're able to pick out the obviously pointed to answer on your multiple choice test. Doesn't mean you can reason your way out of a cardboard box. We're here to tell you, here's your opportunity to use your brain to actually embrace reality. Okay, somebody else wants to concern troll for you. Go ahead, whoever it is.
No, nobody else concerned. I want to hear his response to what you just said.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Jesse, not to this other guy that's worried that I'm hurting your fragile feelings. Go ahead.
Me go ahead?
Yeah, Jesse only speak. Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay. Thank you for that nice speech. You covered a lot. I actually am a homeschool dropout. I never went to public school, so.
Good for you. Maybe that's why you're actually. This is great news. I have great hope for Jesse. That is probably why you actually knew that you have to go out into the world and try to test these things, and you made your graphic and so on. So, what is your response to us talking to you about angular size changing, and how that's why you are seeing things appear to disappear in the way that they are. It has to do with limitations of your vision and perspective. Has nothing to do with Earth's curve, which has never been measured, never been scientifically verified. There is no globe. No globe has ever been proven or demonstrated. So what you're seeing is only based on the limitations of vision caused by the construction of your eyeball. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I guess I have more questions because I'm just trying to understand. If I built a scale model, in other words, everything was exactly scaled down to say 1,000th or something, everything, the distance, the height, everything, would I get the same effect?
Magoo, dude. Your question is nonsensical. You're fucking dead with angular size change with distance. It's over. Third graders are laughing at you. Look at this one at what time is this? Drace. It says hashtag shit shrinks. I want you to focus. Who is this? Jesse?
I'm Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse. Hashtag shit shrink. I'm sorry. Shit shrinks at 13 minutes after the hour. Do you see the two dinos and the man and the mountain way to fuck back there?
I think that's CGI.
Yeah, it's CGI, right?
But the thing is,
muncher, aren't you?
But
you don't have any argument. I got an argument for you though. Celestial navigation. Are you familiar, just surface level, familiar with celestial navigation?
Just very, very minimally level.
Well, you can get this. I'm going to ask you 3 closed-ended questions. They're real easy. You ready? Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between Earth's surface and celestial objects?
Yes, the angular relationship, I guess.
I didn't ask you the relationship yet. I'll say it again. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 2, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles? Now I've asked you. From your position to celestial objects?
Yes.
Can you obtain an elevation angle? This is question number 3 in the last question. Can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent or a curved baseline spherical surface?
Depends.
No, it doesn't depend. You cannot.
I can, and if I know my height, then I can.
No, you can't, because it's impossible. Define an elevation angle with citation in Livestream right now to prove your case.
Repeat the question, please.
I said define elevation angle with citation in Livestream to support the horse shit that just came out of your mouth.
I don't know celestial navigation that well.
So I didn't ask you about celestial navigation. I asked you about what an elevation angle is. So I'll post it at 19 minutes after the hour from radartutorial.edu. It says that elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight, measured in the vertical plane. From the second one, that kills you right there. We'll just pile on. IGCSE 2021 edition, angles of elevation. An angle of elevation is the angle of the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to a horizontal plane.
Hey, John, if I might interject just a second. I don't
Why
think
would you?
Really, because I'm going to do this. Because I don't think when you said curved adjacent, he actually understood what you said.
Oh. He doesn't know what a triangle is?
No, he doesn't understand what a curved adjacent is because there's no such thing.
Well, I said curved adjacent and what exactly did I say? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. But not,
I think
maybe
he said
not
the word
really.
Earth
I
curve.
just don't think he really got what you were saying.
I said, can you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent, curved baseline that is a spherical surface? He said,
and he said,
I don't
yes,
know.
I don't know. He said, I don't know. And then you explained how you could do it from flat, which, we already know that.
He said, I don't know. He said, maybe I can. So let's do this. Let's go to AutoCAD. Are you familiar? You understand what AutoCAD is? It's an engineering program.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So at 21 minutes after the hour, there's about a 1 minute clip I just posted of somebody trying to obtain an elevation angle off a curved surface. Can you tell me what happens?
Which post?
Yeah. It's a 1021.
Yeah, and the live stream voice text. Right?
The Rob Durham one?
Yep.
What was the timestamp again?
Tell me what happens. He attempts to obtain an elevation angle off a curved surface.
Is that how mariners do it with a sextant?
Yeah, mariners measure elevation angles from a flat baseline. It's the only way you can measure an elevation angle is from a flat baseline.
Do mariners use their height above the water as in part of their calculations?
Yes, after they get the elevation angle, yes.
From a level baseline, yes.
Yeah, they have to account for their height above. Yeah, that has nothing to do with my point. And as Rob Durham just shows, since you whistled past the graveyard by that, everyone can watch it. It's less than a minute. I got it time stamped. He attempts to get an elevation angle from the hypotenuse and that curved adjacent or curved baseline, and AutoCAD comes back and says, "You're a fucking moron."
What was his height above the surface?
It doesn't matter what his height was. You can't get a curved or an elevation angle from a curved baseline is the point. Ever.
Could you direct me to instructions on how to use a sextant?
Yes, I could, but I just gave you them. The point is the elevation angle, though.
Rob Durham's a great guy,
I
but
don't
he's
care
not
what Rob Durham is.
He's not a navigator. He's not
I don't
a
care
mariner.
what Rob Durham is. I didn't say he was a navigator. Red herring fallacy.
Yeah, the principle is solid. It's not an argument.
Do you know what a triangle is, sir?
Yes, sir.
Please define a triangle.
It's 3 points connected by straight lines.
Straight lines, there are no straight lines on the earth, and that's not the whole definition of that. So, because it's incomplete, you're wrong. You don't know what a triangle is.
Well, educate me then. You're here
You
for
want to try again? You don't know what a triangle is, and you're in this discussion. I educate you. How about if I drag you around by your short hairs for a little while? Like I've already done. So at 24 minutes after the hour, I'll go ahead and educate you for free. In geometry, this is from Bijus.com, mass and triangles, which you didn't define correctly. In geometry, a triangle is a three-sided polygon. Didn't hear that out of your fly trap. That consists of three edges and three vertices. None of that either. The most important property, we didn't hear from you either, of a triangle is that the sum of internal angles of a triangle is equal to 180 degrees. This property is called the angle sum property of a triangle. I'm talking to you, and you're presenting a case for the globe, and you don't even know what a fucking triangle is. How should I react to that?
Well, you didn't ask me about all the attributes of a triangle. You just asked me.
I asked you what a triangle is. That encompasses all the fucking attributes. Clown. You argue like fucking Little Miss Muffet.
find you the. I'm going to look for the. Does anybody know? Have you guys seen that video where the guy? It's fairly recent. He goes and he tries to like talk to a bunch of university professors about flat Earth, and like none of them can give him a straight answer about anything. That is a really good video. I got to find that for you, whoever we're talking to, Jesse. Yeah, because it sounds like you're really into authority. We also have PhDs, who have done laser tests proving the Earth is flat. I mean, if you're really interested, like I said, in intellectual conversation, yeah, we can show you that, there's nothing to the globe. It's a joke provided to you by entertainers. If you want to be a serious person who studies the world they live in and makes real conclusions about what's really going on here, then you need to keep investigating this stuff. So I do hope you stick around here.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He just needs to stop right here. If he can't show or demonstrate how you obtain an elevation angle off the curved surface, then it's welcome to flat Earth. It's fucking game over right here. He doesn't have to keep going anywhere.
Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, he's been shown multiple times here. There is no globe, and he doesn't have a leg to stand on there. Yeah, he has no argument. It's a matter. I don't know if he's realized that yet. I mean, do you have any rebuttal, Jesse?
Well, I mean, I'm just trying for things to make sense with what I see, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, it makes sense with what you see when you realize you view the Earth as level and stationary. You've never observed curvature. You've never experienced rotation or motion of any kind. That's right. So it makes sense when you realize the globe is a mental construction, a psychological idea that has been pushed upon you since birth that has no basis in reality whatsoever. So yeah, as long as you start realizing that what you see too far. We have laser tests that have hit the target at 25 miles and so on, many different distances. 25 miles is one of them when the target should have been obscured behind over 300 feet of your ledge curvature, which is never there on any of the long distance observations, none of the laser tests. So even if your stuff with your observations there where you're, claiming something about the horizon or something about, things look different, like we talked about, there's atmospheric conditions, there's limitations due to your vision and perspective and so on. None of that proves any globe. And nonetheless, any of these vision things, which you shouldn't be seeing the thing at all, does not explain the laser test where you have a laser demonstrably hitting the target. So you have no explanations for any of this. You just have excuses, obfuscation, fallacious reasoning, and so on. So you have nothing. So what's your next thing that you see that you think the globe model explains? Because we just destroyed the first one you presented. You said most of the things you see are explained by the globe model. So what's your second one?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Conrad's not going to let him go on. He doesn't get to have Glober Greatest Hits tonight.
No, Glober's Greatest Hits. He's going to have to show me, number one, an elevation angle that is produced by a curved surface right now.
We all know he can't do that. I wanted to address that he said that the image hashtag shit shrinks is CGI, and I wanted him to look at his hand and then move it away from his face and notice how it appears to get smaller. Because denying this is not helping your case, brother.
Well, what kind of experiment could I do with real objects, since the Earth is real objects, that would...
Experiment. You don't know what an experiment is. Let's go to the next subject, because you're done. Welcome to Flat Earth. So let's tear apart your science acumen. What are the three constituent parts of scientific... What are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, when my sentences are just chopped right in half, we're not...
Yeah, well, we'll end right here. We don't want to hear your fucking bullshit. I asked you a simple question. You claimed an experiment. It's my position that you wouldn't know what an actual scientific experiment was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. I asked you a very simple question after you claimed a scientific experiment. I said you didn't know what one was. I asked you, what are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment? You've delayed now for 45 seconds. We don't want to hear monologue on how you feel. Give us the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment right fucking now. We're waiting. Yoo-hoo! Essay.
I think he's conceding. I think Jesse's conceding defeat. We also have Python that's here. He's a globe believer right above you there, Quantum Race Python. So I'd love to hear his evidence for a globe. But Jesse, I did give you the Quantum Eraser survivor role. It is an elect group. Many don't survive QE, but I'm going to say you survived. Yeah, even though he conceded.
He survived.
Oh, well, he's still here, isn't he?
That's not survival.
He didn't run away.
Wait till my wolf pups get done with him.
Huey, I don't know what instead of survivor, it's, I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
if they just waited out.
Jesse's not done. Someone muted him. So if he could get unmuted.
He was on. No, please, who's this talking? He was unmuted.
Python?
And
No,
Python.
he was
Python.
unmuted.
Okay, we're moving on to Python. Yeah, Jesse was clearly unmuted several times and could have easily responded and chose not to. So he's conceding that he had no evidence for his globe. Python,
Well,
what's your
he
evidence?
just said he didn't concede, so.
Okay.
Who gives a shit?
His silence was concession. So
Anna
go
Nicole
ahead,
said
Python.
she married for love and Pol Pot was her florist. Who gives a shit? Go on, Dandelion.
Well, Jesse has failed to provide any evidence for this globe, so we'd like to hear your evidence, Python.
Well, I don't really feel like saying anything, considering this quantum asshole right here is going to cuss about it and yell like a bitch the entire time, so.
Yeah, right. Thanks for your concern trolling, and we'll take that loss. Taxi.
Quantum Race, you don't like me to say nice things about the Globers, but Jesse, seriously, I mean, this guy, what's this guy's name? Python. I mean, he just demonstrated. I mean, Jesse, come on, for a young person, at least he made an attempt. You got to give him like at least a consolation prize, like a pack of gum on the way out or something.
He gets a trophy for just showing up?
No, I'm not giving a trophy, just a pack of gum.
A pack of gum.
What do we have? Do we have some like exit tags that we can just attribute to them? This is insane.
Well, I could give Jesse the used globe salesman role. I only give that to people, I don't know, who are very special. I'll give him that one. Used globe
that
salesman.
dude, before you and Dandelion John jumped in, he was in here before, and I I roasted his ass on a lot of that shit. But anyway, yeah, if you want to give him a consolation prize.
Python, that's not what your sister said. Yeah.
But I mean, I actually tried to encourage him if he's really curious about flat Earth. Don't be such a dipshit. Actually, ask genuine questions. Why do people believe the Earth is flat? Boom. Well, we can answer those questions right away. I mean, if you think you're going to try to disprove anything about Earth this way or that way, you're going to have some knowledge about the Earth one way or the other. Just please, if you come in here with your pompous dipshittery, fucking please actually have something to offer to the conversation. Please. That's
he has some globe proof. All right. Go ahead.
All right, 2 things. I don't have a sister, and I'm just curious.
You said you had a brother. He said he had a brother earlier, and his brother got banned from here earlier, and so he was like, I was like, hey, is your brother in the room? And he's like, yeah, my brother's in the room. And he's like, I think he probably pulled the microphone away. And he's like, oh, it's my brother. So don't worry about that dude, man. He's just trolling. Keep them doggies
Honkies.
rolling.
Does anyone
Honkies,
have
honkies.
evidence? Yes, we need evidence for this globe that you guys say and claim that we live on. We need scientific evidence. We need testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence. Thank you.
They wouldn't know what scientific evidence was if it climbed up you know where and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire.
They wouldn't even know how to have an honest, open dialogue about how to
No, they're
have
too
a
worried about.
conversation about it.
Yeah, they're too worried about the conversation, talking about the conversation rather than the actual proof. So let's talk about the conversation.
All right.
How did I hurt your feelings? Where did QE touch you?
Where did Flat Earth hurt your feelings? So it's a really sensitive topic.
Well, I'm sad that Jesse, even though you did say you were a homeschool dropout, normally what we find, at least in the United States of America, is the homeschoolers have some of the highest standardized test scores and so on. So that's unfortunate that you had this experience, but I guess part of it might be because you dropped out. Of course, not all homeschoolers are alike, and it depends on what kind of a structure or a curriculum that you're using. But, I mean, I would hope that it would at least teach you some self-discipline, which is why I think that you're able to go out there with your theodolite and, try to make some observations. So if you could use that self-discipline to, kind of get, like we were just saying, kind of get ahead of, above your feeling about this thing and that thing and just follow the information where it leads. That's what is necessary. Not where you want it to lead, but where it actually leads.
If you have a genuine question, ask it and we'll genuinely answer it. If you get emotional about it, then we're going to kind of give you shit, But if you're genuinely curious about why people think the earth is flat, we're here for you 24 hours a day. Coming with an attitude saying I'm going to debunk the flat earthers, that's not the way to come in here.
Python have a genuine question or any evidence?
So, my question is, what genuinely leads you to think that the Earth is flat?
I already showed you. I guess you weren't in here before. I asked 3 simple questions. We'll go through them with you. We'll try this one more time. Okay? So there are 3 closed-ended questions. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
Yes.
Number 2, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position, the navigator's position, to celestial objects?
Yes.
Number 3, last question. Can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent curved baseline spherical surface?
I'm not 100% sure.
No, you can't.
Are you a navigator?
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
No, you cannot. You cannot obtain an elevation angle from a curved baseline or a curved adjacent.
Understood.
I.e., that is, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Unless you assume it.
No, you can't assume. No, unless you assume it is not an argument.
Well,
No.
the unless to assume it is what the way that they. No. Actually, you're right. Yeah, you can't assume it because it doesn't work.
Yeah, you cannot even get to the first step of celestial navigation or any elevation angles whatsoever without a flat baseline. It's impossible geometrically speaking. You can't even begin. So it's over right here. Yep, that's it.
You may have proved a good point.
Not
and I honestly, I hear what you're saying, and there's a small part of me that wants to agree with you. But
it's not an agree or disagree thing. It either is or isn't. An elevation angle is either measured from a horizontal plane or it isn't. No agree, disagree. This not is based on subjectivity. It's objective. So you either follow geometry and the laws of geometry or you don't. Period.
Then I guess I don't.
Yep, you don't. That makes you a
So
globe-tard goober.
You believe that the Earth is a globe and the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then there you go. Then you're stuck in a conundrum where we don't have any physical evidence that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, so you're stuck because there is no physical evidence that is actually true.
So then what is the horizon? If
You guys go from, hold on a second. You guys go from the point that kills them, but you want to talk about something else. Just stick with the elevation angle and it's over.
Oh, but it always comes back to the horizon, though. You already know that.
Doesn't need to. We can just stick with this one and it's over.
That was Python that just conceded that he doesn't like geometry because it blows up his fantasy globe. That's wonderful. Good job, Python. Wow, so honest.
My Python boots are too tight. I couldn't get them off last night.
You should be a rapper.
I got Stinkfoot, darling. I need the rest of those verses. I'll get them. So back to the point. Oh, let me post this for you just so we can dot all the I's and cross the T's at 42 minutes after the hour from radartutorial.eu. An elevation angle is the angle between a horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in a vertical plane. That's all it is. We can pile on IGCSE 2021 angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured, both angles, but we're just concentrating on the elevation angle, but I digress. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane. You need a horizontal plane for an elevation angle. Game over. That is, all the elevation angles to Polaris or anything else all require a flat Earth to obtain. It's over. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests, smoke them if you got them. Thanks. I'll be in the area all week.
Sorry to say I don't really accept your welcome.
I don't really care what you accept or you don't accept. I'm not the acceptancy.
Yeah, you can stay in the globe delusion. I mean, it's cool, Python. You just admitted you want to stay in your fantasy, pseudoscientific little NASA fanboy cartoon globe fantasy world. You prefer delusion to reality. You don't like math and science because those lead you to flat Earth. And, that's fine. A lot of people live in denial, delusion. I mean, I think it's better to actually, use your brain that you were given to, set aside preconceived notions, stop trying to fit things that don't fit into your globe fantasy to try to prove something because you can't handle psychologically giving it up. I prefer to go the other way where you set aside assumptions when you're trying to make some kind of measurement or scientific observation and, actually just look at what is actually there, follow the data, follow the information, follow the evidence where it leads to the actual conclusion that logically follows from it rather than, using a childish version of magical thinking to try to cling to your fantasy globe. But at least you're upfront about it and admitting that was what you're doing. I mean, in that way, it's hard for me to say. Before I said Jesse Gordon was ahead of this dude, but I'm going to have to say Python wins my Glober match tonight with that last move of admitting he knows it's a fantasy and that geometry destroys the globe, so he's going to deny it. I'm going to say Python wins in the who would win Python versus Jesse Gordon duel tonight.
Wow, that was amazing.
Dandelion, you're in rare form tonight. I'm take a 5-minute break. I think I can leave it in your safe hands.
Okay. Thank you. So, has anybody got any glow proof? That's what we're looking for tonight. Maybe we'll have another contender. You never know. We need a third place here. We only got a gold and silver so far on the podium, and no other globe contenders even in the field. This is how it is in the Globe Olympics, people. You can win just by showing up most of the time because nobody else wants to defend the indefensible. You notice that, right?
Would I be able to bring gravity into this?
What's gravity?
The force that comes off of a mass that pulls us towards the center. That's not a definition. That's just a simple version that came
Okay.
from
So
mine.
what's mass?
A mass of an object.
No, can you define mass for me? Just look it up. It's real easy.
I actually am looking it up because I don't happen to know the definition.
That's honest. I appreciate that.
This is good, Python. You might learn something now because I know that gravity thing is hard for you.
The first thing I see is a coherent, typically large body of matter with no definite shape.
No, we need a scientific definition. Should say resistance. Come on. You can do it.
I'll find the scientific definition. Science. I just see quantity of matter in a physical body.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's
So
what the
when you're
internet
talking about, I know it's never 100% you can count on it. So it should say resistance to momentum or inertia, right? So if you think about mass attracting mass, it literally says the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia. Does that make sense to you?
Sort of. I happen to only be in 7th grade, so.
Okay, so check it out. It's not a force. They lied to you on purpose and taught you Newtonian, right? This has been outdated for like 107 years now because everybody talks about Einstein. You know Einstein, right?
Yeah.
He's the one that came up with the theory of gravity. And that's what most people around the world think is what gravity is. So your school system lied to you on purpose, taught you the old stuff, and hasn't taught you the new stuff yet. But what's going on is they're saying that there's this thing called the space-time continuum, and mass warps space-time. Now you know what space is, right? Like I'm in Texas, you're in wherever. There's a great deal of space between us, right?
Yeah.
Right, and you know what time is, right? Like lunchtime, dinner time.
Yeah.
Right. So they're saying those two things are the same thing. Now this is a concept, right? Like I'm a freedom loving Texan, right? So I have this whole thing about liberty and freedom. That's my concept that I like to talk about, right?
Yeah.
So can you bend and warp my liberty?
No.
No, it's a concept. It doesn't have any physical attributes. It's just in your head, right? It's not tangible. So I'll post some definitions in just a second. And these definitions are going to be about space time. If I can find it.
I think Dre's
There it
already posted it.
Yeah, Drace is the man. All right, so can you read those definitions for me, young man, starting with space time?
Yeah.
Go ahead and check that out.
It says the concepts of time in 3-dimensional space regarded as fused in a 4-dimensional continuum. And concept says an abstract idea of general notion. And abstract,
What's abstract?
says existing in thought or as an idea, but not having a physical or concrete existence.
Right. So this is his theory of space-time. How would I ever be able to prove that wrong? I can't put space-time in a jar and paint it yellow and take it to the lab and run scientific experiments on it, can I?
As far as I know of.
No. Just like you can't bend and warp my freedom or liberty, right? So it's just a concept. You understand? It's not real. It doesn't exist in reality. And let me help you to understand why it doesn't. So you heard space is a vacuum. Do you know what a vacuum means?
Yeah.
Like there's no matter or mass. It's just empty space. Like imagine between you and me, except for there's nothing there. No thing. No hydrogen, no helium, no molecules, just nothing in between us. Okay. That's what deep space is like. That's what they say, right? We don't know that for sure. But
Yeah.
in that place called deep space, where it's a near perfect vacuum, only like a hydrogen and helium molecule here and there, or an atom here and there, right? That's where space time is. So it's non material. Do you follow?
Yes.
So it's the theory of gravity, it's non material. It's outside of the realm of science. It's talking about angels or God. So I can't prove God. You can't prove gravity. So that's what I think about gravity. But however, there is this thing that
If
we do have that we can prove with the scientific method. It's called relative density. Do you know what that is?
yes, but may I ask a quick question?
Sure.
If gravity does not exist, then what holds us on Earth? What keeps us here?
I was just
How
about
come
to
we're
go over
not
that.
how come we're not
I'll be
just
quick.
floating away?
I'll be quick. So, do you understand how science works? You have to manipulate the cause to see the effect. You need the dependent, independent, and control variables. So let's say a caveman, he finds a hot spring and he wants to know what causes the water to boil. So he forms a hypothesis. Maybe it was the heat. So he goes home and he adds heat to water and it boils, and he takes the heat away and it stops. And he adds the heat again. So he manipulated the independent variable, which is the cause, and he saw the effect. You with me so far?
Yeah.
So let's say the apple, it fell on Newton's head and landed in a pail of water. What is the apple going to do in that pail if it's full of water?
Most likely.
No, the apple floats. You ever bob for apples?
No, I actually haven't.
Okay. The apple floats. So the thing about it is that let's say somebody was practicing their crossbow and they shot a hole in the pail of water and the water ran out. What's going to happen to the apple?
It's gonna go with the water.
Right, it's going to fall down. It's going to sink, right?
Yeah.
What caused the apple to sink?
The loss of water?
The loss of buoyant force. The water was providing a buoyant force which was holding up the apple. And when that was taken away, the medium was what was changed. The relative density between the water and the apple has changed to now it's the air and the apple. Do you think the air can hold it up?
No.
No. So that's why you're stuck to the earth, because everything in the world is seeking equilibrium. So if you get a hot cup of coffee, you get a phone call, you come back, the heat dissipates into the room until it reaches room temperature or equilibrium. If you got two batteries, you pull them out of the car, one's completely dead, one's completely charged, you hook them up to cables, the high is going to flow to the low until it reaches halfway on both batteries, which is equilibrium. And then the same thing with gas pressure. You got a propane tank, you open it up, it's going to spew out violently until it reaches equilibrium, right? So what
Yeah.
happens when you pick up a rock and you drop it?
It
Is it
falls.
going to seek? Is it going to seek its equilibrium?
No.
So is the rock going to float outside of its equilibrium?
Not
It's going to go down until it
necessarily.
finds something.
Yeah,
It's
it's
going to
gonna
go
go
down
down.
until it finds something so dense that it's just as dense as it, or it can't go down any further.
Well, I'm pretty sure gravity is gonna make that rock go down. Just saying.
Exactly. It's called specific gravity. Look it up. Type it in right now. Specific gravity. See, just because the rock goes down doesn't prove the mainstream theory of gravity. We all see the rock going down. In fact, that's what flat earthers claim, is that when you drop stuff, they go down, except for helium balloons and hydrogen.
That's because helium is lighter than air, so it goes above the
Now
air.
you got it. Now you got it. What if you just drop an empty balloon with no helium in it?
It's gonna fall.
Perfect. You completely explained what we're talking about when we say specific gravity. Good job.
Well, what I was going to say a little while back was that if the Earth were flat, let's say it's flat, gravity would pull towards the North Pole, because gravity pulls towards the center of a large object with mass. So the
That is
gravity is...
incorrect. That is under the assumption that you live on a pizza. We don't claim that. So that's a straw man argument.
So tell me exactly what you claim.
Yeah, we don't have a claim or a new cosmology to sell you. We can just prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that your previous religion isn't true.
Well, I happen to see a shadow, so...
Where?
Probably right here.
Yeah, so that's not a logical argument, so...
I think I was talking to Larry at one point. Just saying. Anyways,
Yeah,
as I was saying...
I don't book lies, and you've already discussed this before here, so
How's this
please
a lie?
try
Please tell me
to...
how this is a lie.
We've already spoken to you about
This
this
isn't a lie.
before.
I haven't
Yeah,
lied once.
we've already spoken to you about this before and told you how this is a straw man argument and how this does not apply to our arguments and so is therefore unrelated. And so now you bring it back up again as if we have memory loss issues. Is that your problem?
Do.
Now, is that your problem? Because you're bringing it up again as if you didn't mention it already before and addressed it.
Yeah, using a straw man, Python, using a straw man fallacy is deceptive. So that is why it would be called a lie, especially if you've already done it before and already been told. So that's not how we do things around here. We prefer to deal with actual logical, reasoned arguments that have to do with what we can actually experience, observe, and measure on the Earth. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, sorry about that. So what happens when someone accuses you of committing a logical fallacy? You say, show me, right? And then when they show you, if it makes sense, then you don't do it again, right? But they could be saying you're committing a fallacy when you're not actually committing one. But I explained to you earlier how if you take someone's argument that they didn't make and present it to them as if they made it in order to debunk their argument that they didn't make, this is called a straw man. You're attacking the wrong thing. Attack the arguments that we make, like things float when they're buoyant and they sink when they're dense, compared to the medium that they're in. Relative density. Debunk that, sir.
Sorry, I was texting one of my friends. Can you please restate your question?
It was really good the way he said it. I don't know if he's going to be able to say it again or if he feels like saying it again. Are you able to say it again, Larry? Anyway, basically, do you understand what a straw man argument is? He was just first reiterating why it was important to point that out. Okay, and then he was, I think, going back to what you were originally talking about, how it isn't necessary to to come up with this pseudoscientific idea of gravity that has been discarded by mainstream science anyway, even though, I mean, for being in seventh grade, I mean, you're holding your own pretty well here. Have to give that to you. But I mean, so you probably haven't, you haven't got to the part in school, even in high school and definitely in college, they'll start telling you, yeah, a bunch of that stuff they told you in elementary and middle school, that was, not really accurate, and gravity is one of those things. So he would, I don't remember what his exact question was, but I think it was for you to respond to what he was talking to you about with density and buoyancy. I'm pretty sure that's what he asked. So was that what you asked, Larry? He asked for you to
I'll do
repeat
it
the
again.
question. Okay.
Are you going to pay attention this time? Because my time is valuable. If you're just going to be playing video games,
I wasn't
it's
playing video games. I was texting one of my friends.
okay.
And
So pay
I can
attention,
pay attention
please.
now.
It's the least you could do. Okay. All right. So debunk what we say. Right? Don't construct an argument for us. Allow us to construct our own arguments and then debunk that. So you're talking about if the Earth was a pizza planet, right? And it was like the globe and has gravity, which both of those things are completely incorrect. Nobody in here said that. You said then it would do this and that debunks that. Well, we didn't claim that. You claimed it for us as if you're pretending to be a flat earther for a second just so you can get a really dumb argument across. And then you step on the other side of the fence and now you're a globe earther and now you crush that argument. Well, that was a really cool exercise, but that's called a straw man. Right? If you do it on accident the first time, you made a mistake, we pointed out, and it's like, okay, I better reformulate my argument because that one sucked. But when you do it the second time, now this has become a mistake to a tactic, right? And that's why you get called dishonest. So you can address the original argument, which was if you have an object in a medium, it's going to seek its equilibrium. If it's dense, it will go down. If it's buoyant compared to the medium, it will go up. Debunk that, sir.
At this moment, I have no response because haven't really gotten that far in school. So
Well, that may be what you're thinking, but I guarantee you there's nobody else that's going to come in here from a theoretical astrophysicist to a cosmologist to a physicist, particle physicist. Nobody can debunk that. What I just said. We witness it
Hey,
every day, all day long.
one good thing that might happen is as you're in school learning, you might start being able to question it right there on the spot. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. Wish I had that when I was in the 7th grade.
I found that video I was talking about, so I don't know if you're able to save it to watch later, Python, and I hope Jesse Gordon will watch it too, where it's called Flat Earther Stumps Elite Physics Professors with Basic Questions. I really challenge you guys to watch that, please. But yeah, I mean, there's many things that we could show you, if you stick around. But there's also a really good question here from Ladder. I don't know, Larry, were you done with your particular thing there? I guess he said he thinks he needs to learn more, but yeah, that's not the problem.
Yeah,
Then that's why I showed the video.
done.
The physics professors can't answer the stuff, so it's not that you need to learn more. Definitely not, especially not in a mainstream type educational institution. But nonetheless, Platter's question, Python, is, and I don't. This must be in regards to something you might have said earlier about talking to your friends about flat Earth. I don't actually know where this question comes from, but he wants to know: when you next see your buddies, what will you tell them were our main scientific point? Noble seriously want to know. Do you have a response for Platter? Python?
I don't think the next time I see my friend, and this is a completely honest answer, I don't feel like when I see my friends again, I'll feel the need to bring this up. But if I am to bring it up, I'd say your main scientific points were equilibrium the entire time. So, and buoyancy.
Okay, well, no, so no one here has shown you the long distance
Sorry,
observations or the
Grandma.
laser test. Okay, go ahead, Larry. Yeah, you can address that.
I specifically told you to look up specific gravity.
I
And
have.
the only thing you can remember, okay, so
You told me to look it
that's
up.
what
You
we
never
were
told me
talking
to
about.
read it.
Oh my God.
I can read it real quick.
Yeah, while you're reading that, I mean, I don't necessarily want to talk while you're reading it, but I do want to say just in general to the audience, I mean, I always hope that when people leave here, because my first introduction to Flat Earth, and sadly, I didn't even get the amount of resources and access to inquiring minds that these young people have gotten tonight. I only got a Google search in the Flat Earth Society forum and BOB on Twitter, back in 2016. Like, I didn't get the measurements. I didn't get 8 inches per mile squared. I didn't get, obviously, the black swan, which didn't exist. I didn't get anything about the horizon, where it should be predicted by the geometry of the globe. None of that. But even with the tiny little bit I got, even with the confusion brought on by the Flat Earth Society, just with the thought questions that I got about why this and that can't be explained by the globe model, I was like, whoa, I'm never making fun of a flat earther again. And that was after only like a couple hours of looking into it. I mean, before looking into it, I would have been like most people are before they actually look into it, just by what the mass media propaganda tells you to think, which is, oh, those people are just stuck in the dark ages. They don't know what they're talking about. Of course, it only took a very short time before I realized, oh, there's no way I can make fun of this. Like, this is way more in depth than I ever could have imagined. There's these questions I can't easily answer. I need to do more research and so on and so forth. And then once I saw the math, I mean, that was game over. Like, never would I defend the globe again. Obviously, that's why I'm here. So that's why I thought it was a good question. Like, you're not going to say flat earthers are retards, are you? Because that would only reflects your own lack of intellectual ability and discourse. It does not reflect in any way upon Flat Earth. If you can come to this server and have a conversation with people here, like for an hour or more, and if you can't come away realizing there's way more to this than meets the eye, then you're not ready for this, which is fine. You can go back to making jokes with your friends and making fart jokes and flat earth jokes and so on, if that's what you want to do. But hopefully a person, even if they don't understand it enough to realize the math destroys the globe 75 trillion times over, and like there just is no globe, you can't get to that point, at least be intellectually honest enough to, the next time your friends are like, flat earth retards, be like, yeah, they got something going on there, something weird going on there. I can't explain it. It might not be flat, but there's something wrong with that globe model. Even if NASA's not really the most trustworthy organization. There's absolutely no way they could have gone to the moon the way that they claimed, even if it's just tiny things like that, like, at least have enough integrity, and at least a tiny bit of desire to spread some light and truth in this world, to, realize that you don't have all the answers, and neither does your science teacher, and neither do the university professors, which is what this video, I forgot to tag you guys in the video, so I'm going to repost the video and tag you too. But, Pretense has a question. Does Pretense have a role? Because he just messaged me saying he has a question. Pretense does not have a role. Okay, Pretense, I will attempt to unmute you.
Before you get to Pretense, I'd like to devote a couple minutes to the
Go
topic.
ahead, yeah. Oh, please do.
I like
Speak.
it because you said the globe model was wrong. How can something that doesn't exist be wrong?
I know I'm giving it way too much credit, aren't I? Yeah. Gosh, how can I not remember his name? I hope he's not listening. MG42, whatever his new name is, the XO. Yes, he tells us, yes, don't give it that credit by calling it a model. I know. I try to get away from it because it's really way too complimentary of the globe fantasy to call it a model or anything like that, right? Because it does not even merit that kind of conversation. You're absolutely right.
Carry on.
Yes, I remember you very well, MG42. It's just I'm in some kind of time warp where I couldn't remember your new name. Okay, so we're going to try to unmute this Pretense guy. He's got a question for us. Did that work, Pretense? Can you speak?
Yes, hi there. I just had a question for QE. Can you
Doesn't
define
everyone? Doesn't everyone? Go on.
I seem to have seen him.
Go ahead. What's your question? Or did I rumpus you?
Did he just
No,
ask it and
I
run? What
kicked him out.
happened?
I kicked him out because he's. I put him in Cogdis because he keeps on coming in here and he's not supposed to be in here. He's the pee drinker. He said define. He's trolling you, bro.
Define. He said define.
Yeah, and I Cogdissed him for it.
That's pretty fucking stupid. Boy, your ballers are getting more stupid by the instant.
Well, I don't know if I actually Cogdissed him. I sent him to Cogdiss. I don't know if that's actually how that works. Whatever, no more stupid questions. He's like in here like 3 different names in just today so far, I think. So I would like to talk about how I went over, gravity with a young man. Newtonian obviously is old and out of date, and Einsteinian was never, proven to be correct. So we really don't even have to debunk it. And I'm talking about relative density. Now, I think it's funny. They're just going to come up and slap gravity on that one and try to claim it too, but it's not what they're saying it is. But they're going to claim it anyway. Does anybody else think that's weird?
Yeah, I kind of expected them to do that, but it's just going to be funny because it doesn't work. It doesn't help them with the ball in a vacuum.
Yeah, I keep telling them I'd love to see them make a model in a vacuum where the atmosphere is, lumped up around the ball and doesn't touch the edge of the container, and the ball's just, floating there because of gravity. Just a ball of dirt, with water on it, and the atmosphere not touching the edge of the container, so that there's a near perfect vacuum near the edge of the container. When you ballers can do that, then you can say you got a model.
Yeah, I think it's even simpler than that because they're claiming that, because generally when you say something like that, they say, oh, we can't, it's all unverifiable, the ball isn't big enough to create the gravity to hold the gas. And then I'm like, what the fuck, bro? If the gravity can hold the gas, then your big Earth would be able to hold the gas at ground level. So show me an experiment where you can violate the second law of thermodynamics. And it's just crickets. They never supply that because it's just not possible.
Yeah, they don't have a model. They got a concept.
Yeah, they can't hold the gas. And with the gas gone, all the liquid goes. And with all the liquid and gas gone, the rest breaks apart. They don't have anything.
So it all works because of gravity, but we can't demonstrate it because there's not enough gravity. Okay. And then we say, well, what about this relative density? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's gravity. That's gravity too. Wait a minute, what? How's that gravity too? It's like, what about, things falling? That's gravity. And then why does Venus spin backwards? Oh, that's because of gravity, according to Jim Panda, 2016 error. So this, the moon and the sun and the orbits, that's gravity. So it's like gravity and refraction is the answer for everything, even if it's negative. Like it doesn't work because of gravity. It works because of gravity.
Yeah, Hank or Larry, they to try to explain the buoyant force. When you ask them where does the buoyant force come from, most globers who know anything will tell you, "Oh, that's gravity. Specific gravity is caused by gravity because gravity pulls more on more dense things, so it pulls the dense things underneath the less dense things, so things go up and things go down. So gravity makes things go up and things go down." But when we look at a hot air balloon, that's obviously false because the attraction on cold air within their mass is so minuscule it would never be able to overcome the supposed attraction on the tons of weight the hot air balloon is lifting away from the surface. So their excuse becomes oxymoronic, where weak gravity overcomes greater gravity to pull things away from the surface. It's super retarded.
Yeah, they got nothing. All they can do is say, "Nuh-uh, you're lying. Nuh-uh, you're lying."
All they can say is, "No, I believe something different. I believe," just like Matthew. That's their only defense is belief, and everything is relative. If I can believe it's a ball, you can believe it's flat. It might be flat to you, but it's a ball to me. It's crazy. You're dealing with people who should be in a padded cell.
The psychosis is strong with this.
My favorite argument from the Globers is actually refraction, because especially like when Matthew is like, "Oh, it only needs to bend a tiny bit." But yeah, it only needs to bend a tiny bit, but constantly all the time, and that would mean the refractive effects would be massive because it would be constantly refracting for miles. So all of the different wavelengths of light would basically separate, and everything at a distance would look rainbow colored. We don't see this because we don't live on a globe where light is being refracted around the globe to make it appear flat.
So this summer, I'm not going to say when, I'm going back to Corpus Christi, and I'm going to go on Ingleside on the Bay. And when we get refraction going both ways, that debunks the temperature. It can't be getting colder both ways. That's impossible.
Yeah.
So when I shine my light and they shine theirs, and we get it on camera going both ways, game over, man. Refraction dismissed.
Well, the chromatic aberration just misses that argument completely. But then you could even look at the infrared captures, because J. Tolan Media, for instance, has that modified P900 with infrared, and if they were correct, and we just take all their stupid assumptions and we just accept them for now, and we say, okay, if the light is bending around the globe and hiding all effects of our Earth curve so it appears flat and measures flat, and regardless of what we do, we can't prove the globe, then we can just test the refraction. We can test their claim, because infrared doesn't refract nearly as much as visible light, and if it were refracting, we would see the chromatic aberration. But with the infrared, you would see that the horizon would always or should always appear closer if their assumptions are all correct. But in the infrared, we don't see that. We don't see the horizon always appear closer, but instead we actually see into the haze and see that the horizon extends much further, and we can see much further in the infrared, which is the opposite of what you would expect on the globe under their assumptions. But they just won't look at any of this, and it won't think critically. They'll just look for a straw to grasp, anything that seems to confirm their bias, because they're in denial.
I mean, basically, the only thing they got is they heard that some people went up in the 70s and took a photograph of the Earth. That's what they heard. And then they want to compare it to, like, you don't believe in China then? Like, what? Wait a minute. We can go to China. Like, nobody can go to the moon and see the Earth as a whole or a half and say this is what it is. And even if you believe in the mainstream narrative, you're not going there to see it this way. In fact, no one else is either, because they keep postponing it. And they keep saying, oh, we'll do it later, we'll do it later, we'll do it later. It's like, okay, cool story, but we have to take a handful of, some people that are sworn liars, right? Don't Masons swear like a blood oath not to tell what goes on within their secret club? Well, it's not a secret club, it's a club with secrets. Okay, that's lie by omission. You believe those guys?
Yeah, I do feel bad for these people who seem to, want to come up with just very complicated, convoluted explanations that don't even make sense for a very simple phenomenon that there's no reason to come up with all these excuses and ideas that don't work and models that don't fit. I mean, why are these people globe apologists? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would you put that much effort into defending this thing when there's this much simpler explanation very close at hand, which is just discard this fake thing that has no basis in reality whatsoever, that is not a model because it fails to predict or describe reality in a way. It's just a story somebody made up. You don't have to pretend it's real. It's very odd.
I'm going to get into this, and it might be off topic, and maybe some people don't want to hear it, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. If you fall into the globe paradigm, you're going to fall into the left and the right paradigm, and you're going to be like easily divided and conquered. This is one of the oldest tricks in the book. But if you follow, you know, and understand that this place was created, we're all equal under the sovereign. And that's the only way you can have unity in the community, is if we all believe that we're all equal under the sovereign. If we all follow Christ and we all have a direct communication with the Most High God through Christ, then there's not going to be any, I got to go through the priest, or you're different than me, and my hair is blue, and your hair is blonde, and you got blue eyes, and I got brown eyes, and, all that stuff goes away when you're one of the kings that he's talking about when he says King of Kings. And that goes for male and female, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I mean, that's similar to what I've been thinking lately, just how real the Stockholm syndrome is in these people. That they just can't handle anyone who's questioning the narrative that they're propping up because they believe that lie that somehow their very existence is dependent upon these people, and that these people are protecting them because they rely on the protection of man that's not even real. It's completely an illusion. Yeah.
I mean, think about it. If we all thought we were equal, like everywhere I go, I call people like brother, bro, that sort of stuff. Sometimes I say sir, right? But most of the time it's bro or brother. And, I try to let people know, like, I think we're on the level with my speech and my actions. Like, we're on the same level. Like, it doesn't matter who I'm talking to. Like, I wouldn't call a judge your honor, right? I might call him judge because he's acting like a judge, right? Like, but the way I see it, we're all on the same level. Now, yeah, there's people that have, red or black in their bank accounts, and there's people that have like a lot of zeros in their bank accounts, but they got 2 arms and 2 legs just like me, most of them anyway, right? So if I see everybody as equal, I'm not going to try to cause anyone harm, injury, or loss. I'm not going to try to rip them off, or anything like that. And if we all saw each other the same way, and like follow the golden rule, you wouldn't be able to divide and conquer us. But with this heliocentric cosmology, you know, there's a lot of people out there saying that we're just mold on bread and we got to get this population down. You know, the carbon, there's too much carbon. Well, what are we? Carbon based life forms, right? Too much carbon. We got to get the carbon down. So, you know, they're basically advocating for your death, but not theirs, right? And that's all because of the, you know, hidden land, the heliocentric lie, you know.
Yeah, that's the saddest thing. I think that they have these young people believing like their very existence is somehow bad, you know. Like they apologize for their own existence, and of course they don't want people to reproduce, you know. And the kids are actually buying this, and they're you know, spreading it. It's just it's sad. I'm sorry. I'm laughing about it only because it's amazing. It's funny how well they've done it and that it's succeeded so well, and that I've been able to watch it happen in such a relatively short time, you know.
Can you imagine your 5-year-old coming home and telling you, Mommy, I'm racist? And you're going to say, where did you learn that word at? The kid just learned the word today, but already, you know, he's an oppressor. He's racist. Why? Because of his skin color. If that's not the most racist bullshit I've ever heard in my life, you know, that's what they're teaching people in some of the schools. Not all the schools. Not Florida, not Texas. I don't know what other states are not doing it, but that's what they're teaching people. Like, oh, Johnny, welcome to Earth. Turns out you lost the lottery. You got the blonde hair and the blue eyes, so that automatically makes you a racist. You're an oppressor, and you're automatically a bad person.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but you know, that's yeah. I guess it depends on your spiritual beliefs or paths. I mean, really, those people are doing. You know, anyone who is oppressing someone because they're white is or black or any color. I mean, anyone who's oppressing someone because of their race is, you know, giving them an opportunity to spiritually rise above that and, you know, rise above suffering and turn it to their own benefit to, you know, through hard work and industry become, you know, the best at their craft so that even if they are whatever color they are, nobody can you know, I have to go buy the cupboard from, just like the Amish. I mean, people go and buy the Amish furniture because it's the best furniture around. They don't care if they're Amish or who they are, you know. And so I don't think it's a good thing, but I think, you know, anytime you're being oppressed, you can take that situation and try to, the best thing to do to, you know, best revenge is to succeed, right? The best thing to do is to turn that against the person. It doesn't have to be race, can be anything. You know, anytime someone's trying to attack you, hurt you, slander you, say all manner of bad things against you, and so on, you know, there's a lot of ways to be non-reactive that allows that to then turn against the person who's trying to do evil and ultimately be used for good.
Well, I think about the other side of the coin too, right? And they're told that they were oppressed, right? And you need to be protected because these other guys, they'll oppress you again, right? And it's like, well, how could they oppress us? Well, it turns out that they're superior than they are. You're inferior because evolution says, out of Africa theory, that these Europeans evolved and you didn't. You didn't evolve. So that's why you have to be a protected class. I mean, can you believe that it's straight up divide and conquer? Like, to me, it's not about race. It's divide and conquer. It's just another strategy. It's like that one guy. He did the song "Brainwashed," right? And he gave like the 10 ways that they do it. And it's like, man, this is like, I don't know. There's not a word for. I guess it'll be decalateral warfare, if that's a word.
I mean, some people claim the globe, versus flat Earth thing can become a divide and conquer type thing, but I don't really see it that way because, I mean, that's the one reason why I even spend any time in this area, and I don't really spend any time in any other area of so-called truth-seeking anymore, is because it's not really, it's just a demonstrable fact. It's just a measurement. It's not really, I mean, people turn it into this kind of psychological thing or whatever, but it's, it's just a fact that people can either accept it or not. It's not really, there's no reason to be divided about it. That's, I mean, and that's something I've, changed over the years, where I used to think, oh no, I got to convince people. I got to show them I'll find the right way to explain it and they'll definitely see it. And I've come to see, as many of us have over the years, oh no, you can do it the best way ever known. You can have 25 different people explain it in 25 different, amazingly, logically airtight ways that the globe is a complete lie, has no basis in reality. And there are many people who just will not get it. They're just not ready. They're consensus-based people who just, for whatever reason, need to psychologically fit in with whatever the consensus is, in the mainstream media, at the time. They just have to do that. It's almost like to survive, they have to do that. And that's why people call them NPCs and so on. I think they are living, breathing human beings, a lot of them. I mean, they reproduce. I've observed some of these people are capable of producing human children, so therefore they must be people, but they are, something is different about them to where they're not capable of stepping outside of the mainstream. I don't know, some people say maybe they're soulless, it depends on your beliefs and so on, but yeah, something's missing where they're not capable of getting their cues, from internally. Basically, they are completely external locus of control, and their locus of control is usually whatever the mainstream media says it should be, and that's just how they are. I don't know. I haven't found a magic way to change that type of person. You definitely can't do it with logic. I know that.
Can I give you the blood pressure analogy?
Let's hear it.
You wake up early in the morning. You're probably already stressed out and nervous. You don't get anything to eat or drink. You just go to the doctor's office and you wait and you wait and you wait and you hurry up and wait some more. And by the time he gets your blood sample, you're completely dehydrated with high blood pressure, and all your cells are just running into each other and they can't really move about freely like they're supposed to, right? And then he takes, a look at your blood and is like, yeah, you got high blood pressure, and, this isn't a very good sample. As soon as you get out of there, you go home and drink some water, and guess what? Your blood pressure normalizes because now you're at home, you're relaxed, and you're not stressed out. So that's what a snapshot of these NPCs are. It's like they're not, their seed hasn't grown yet. So you're taking a snapshot of their life, and, maybe this young man who is in the 7th grade, he wasn't ready for it yet, but seeds can last a really long time before they sprout.
That is so true. I used to be a self-righteous vegetarian, like from when I was 12 to when I was like 25, I think, about that. Yeah. And like, I was so obnoxious, Larry. You can't even imagine. Like, looking back on it, I see how terrible I was. I remember this lady next door that, she was a very sweet lady. And she used to babysit my daughter for free. She would refuse to take money because she couldn't have children. And she was my friend too, like I wasn't just leaving her with some strange lady. But anyway, so she just really enjoyed spending time with the baby, And so, and she told me, and she was not judgmental of me being as obnoxious as I was, thinking that was the only way to be, right? She just was like, yeah, I used to be vegetarian too. But then one time somebody told me, for my blood type or whatever, I really should try, that actually I should be on a mostly protein diet, that'd be way better for me. And like, I tried it, and my energy levels and everything, I felt so much healthier and so much better. So I gave it up. She just said it just like that, really cheerfully, not like, judging me for being a vegetarian either, but I remembered that I didn't. And then I was still a vegetarian for like 4 years after that, like, militant type. Anyway, but I always remembered her saying that to me because of the way she said it, because she was just kind of like, oh, that's interesting. You found that's good for you. And here I used to think that. Now I found this other way. I always remembered her saying that to me because I don't know, just I think it was because of the way she said it to me. So I think it's the same thing you're talking about, that you might be able to get through to some of these globe believers. They might, especially if they're very young, like they might not even like understand the concept of, that obviously we didn't go to the moon, that that's just a laughable joke that many adults, especially intelligent, in high IQ or, very educated adults know that's a laughable thing. I mean, it's very easy to see the moon landings are fake, much easier than accepting the globe is fake. Like, I've told that story many times. It was when I was a child that I first heard that from our family friend. And when I first heard it, I was like, how could this guy, who I know is one of my dad's smartest friends, who I know has a PhD, whose job is a scientist, who moved here to the United States because of his great acumen in science and was recruited by this multi-million-dollar international company, is telling me the moon landings are fake? Like, how can that be? But my first thing was like, how could he be wrong about that when he's so smart about other things, right? Because that's your first thing. Everything else is telling you that's definitely true, right? So how could Dan Rather be wrong and this, our neighbor is right, even though I know my neighbor's really smart? And then eventually you start to realize, oh, I see, Dan Rather's not really as smart as everybody pretends. He's just a puppet reading a script on the news, trying to act smart. I get it. And of course, since then, it's just gotten worse, right? Like back then, there actually were alternative sources, and like local news or like newspapers actually did have information in them, like that was different than the national level and so on. Like there actually was still journalism, like, and so on. And now these kids just have like a wall that all repeats the same thing, they've never heard anything else. So of course they just hear guy on Discord that isn't going to show me his credentials because he's not going to dox himself says this, like, but everybody else is saying the other thing. They're not going to take it seriously right away, but down the line they might be like, oh, I remember June 2022 when those guys told me the earth is flat. Guess they were right. You're absolutely right, Larry. Seeds, they're important to plant.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the first things I realized when I, started coming around in mid 2015. It's like we got to do the seed parable thing. I think that's where it's at, So the seed parable seems to be the way to go. You just fling out the seeds, and what grows grows, and what don't. Because the seeds are free. It only takes a little bit of time to talk about it. But I wanted to tell you a story of my great aunt who lived well into my teenage years. She was vegan or vegetarian. I don't know which one, because I never knew the whole time she was alive. She never told people that she was a vegan or a vegetarian. I think she was a vegetarian. So she may have eaten cheese. But like I said, I never knew it because, I just wasn't paying attention to what she was eating. I was only like, 18 years old by the time she passed. And I didn't know this until she passed away. And then someone said, most of her life, except for early childhood, like she was a vegetarian. So she wasn't out there like recruiting or shaming people. It's just a way that she lived her life, like a quiet Buddhist who doesn't really, share. The reason that we share and feel the need to share is because no one's ever given us the opportunity to find out that you could be a flat earther if you were to go look. If you just go look, right? It's like we know that you could be a vegan, you could be a Buddhist, you could be an atheist or a Satanist, whatever you want to be, but it's like no one has ever gave us the opportunity, like, hey, it's 8 inches per mile squared. Go check and see if that's right. Like, go check where? Like on the computer? Check Google? No, go check outside. Like the earth, the dirt between your toes. Go look there at a large body of water at rest and go check and see if that's correct. And then most people are going to be like, no, I ain't going to do that. Like a lot of people say that they put it off for several months. Me, the first day I saw Rob Skibo with a flat earth video, I was like, flat earth? What is he talking about? And I went and checked it out, like immediately, as soon as I saw the video. So there's going to be people like me who check it out immediately, but don't figure it out for years. There's going to be people like QE who, as soon as they hear it, his education level is at such a high level that he automatically gets it and doesn't need to go check. And then there's going to be people that take years and years to finally go look or accidentally see too far and go, wait a minute, those flat earthers said that it was 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, how could that horizon be, 20 miles over that way? They're going to hear it and they're going to remember it. And I think the whole refraction thing, I think it's basically the stone of the tomb that, that got rolled away. I think that's what it is. It's giving people a choice to decide. And if people want to decide, for the next 30 years that they're just not going to look into it, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, and I wonder because it's hard to know like what the perspective is of people who aren't, like here on this Discord server that are just, running around in the world. Like, I guess we could go out, we could come up with a poll and try to go and survey people to know, like, what is now, like, just kind of the man on the street view of the flat earth. I guess that's kind of like what Whitsitt does, right? He kind of does that, not in like doesn't necessarily gather statistics, but he kind of gets and other people do too. I shouldn't say just him. I know Orion goes out and talks to people, or at least he used to do YouTube videos of their responses. And of course, that was the whole thing that the Globe Lie tour was about that they did in Europe in 2019. Just kind of a man on the street putting the booth out there. I think that's just to find, because I'm curious to know just what the general attitude is about flat earth, just the regular person walking around, because I know a lot of people, they don't want to think about it, right? They don't want to actually investigate it because it seems too big of a thing, if it's true. Like if some people get like an inkling that it might be true and then they just run away. We see it here all the time, don't we? Like people just be one hit wonders, come in here one night, talk about it, kind of start to see it maybe, and then we never see them again, And so I think sometimes people just don't want to go down that road for whatever reason, because it is a difficult road to go down. Like I always talk about the advantages, which is clearing your mind, freeing up your energy to work on things that are actually important, not wasting your psychological energy on cognitive dissonance, so you can actually use your entire full brain power for other endeavors and so on. But there's other things that go along with that are challenging in terms of like actually dealing with this so-called society where we live that isn't much of a society at all, kind of a loosely tied bunch of semi-prisoners ruled by a mafia that we call a society, but it's challenging to navigate as it is without, taking on an opinion that, or I shouldn't say an opinion, I mean, it's taking on accepting reality on its face and accepting things the way they are. I mean, that's not a popular stance these days. Everybody wants you to accept their version of reality, not what's actually going on out there, not any measurements.
So I wish that I could start an all-girl band called, the cosmology of the patriarchy, and just go to all the colleges and recruit all the leftists, because the cosmology, the heliocentric cosmology, pointed out last night by what's his name? I can't remember. It's all heliocentric cosmology. It's all patriarchal. And then if you like bring this to the leftist, like they wouldn't be able to deny it, like because it was all men who started it, playing golf
Oh
on the
yeah!
moon.
Oh my gosh! You might have something, Larry. Too bad I have all these children I have to take care of. I don't have time to be going out and starting a girl band. But there's got to be some woman out there that's ready to do that, right?
Yeah, it was One World D. He was telling us last night that it's the patriarchy, the cosmology of the patriarchy.
Oh, it totally is. That's why it doesn't surprise me too much there aren't more women like on the internet talking about flat earth, because just the internet in general is just very masculine. Just, technology and computers in general are just very masculine. The whole, realm of the sky is very masculine. But, earth, flat earth, the soil, is very feminine. That's always been traditionally. I mean, women are more tied to the earth because we have the hormones for, nurturing children, trying to, kind of staying in one place, taking care of them, and so on. I mean, So I think that would be natural for women to understand flat Earth more than men, just kind of instinctively. And I think that is the case. I think part of the reason is because of this being, a place, just our particular forum where we've chosen to focus on, taking the battle to their battlefield, where they're going to be like, oh yeah, this is science and math. We'll show you science and math, guys. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we decided to do. But we have a lot of women around here, especially you'll see them on Ladies Night, like Ildiko. She's just kind of like, yeah, it's obviously flat. I've never seen a globe anywhere. Like, what else is there to say about it? You know what I mean? Just like a very kind of intuitive, instinctual thing. Because it is, I mean, I'm like that half the time, even though you guys might not believe it. But half the time I'm like with that dude's graphic, Jesse Gordon, I'm like, you really want me to look at that thing and pick it apart? Because I already know, because I already have proven to myself 7,750 times there's no globe. Like, you really want me to mess around with that? Like, that's just not entertaining to me. Like, logic puzzles are entertaining to me. Crosswords are entertaining to me. Math is entertaining to me because it has one right answer that you can get to or not. That's why, flat Earth does appeal to me. But people's stuff, when I already know they have the wrong answer. And I guess if they were paying me to teach them, which you guys give him a hard time. He's way more generous than I am. Like, to teach him why his logic's wrong and his bad math, he's showing his work, basically. We already know his answer's wrong. But to me, it's kind of like, well, you started with the answer and then you messed around in showing a bunch of numbers. It's like, why even bother to pick that apart? It's like, you started with the answer in mind, so you already failed. Like, there's not even, in your proofs class, like, you don't even have the problem in the right order. So just X, F. I mean, I don't get into it. You know what I mean? So I do, even you guys might not see it in me, because I can do math, I can't do science, and so on. I'm very similar to Ilko. I'm just kind of like, yeah, it's globe. There's no globe there. It's flat. The globe is a complete lie. Like, what more is there to it? Yeah, definitely. Heliocentric is extremely masculine. It's very annoying and tedious. Not that masculine is annoying and tedious, but it's annoying and tedious that the world, which supposedly is supposed to be embracing the feminine and getting rid of toxic masculinity, is like, thinks the globe is like the greatest thing on earth. It promotes it every opportunity. It's like, no way. The feminism has done nothing for women. Women are feminine women are in way worse shape than they've ever been before, believe me. Unless they're like some of these ladies I've met through my homeschool who, like, very young, married a very traditional man, in our home, enjoying their children, gardening, cooking, like, and just kind of, like, living in this beautiful world with their children and nurturing their imagination and so on. Those women are doing just fine. But your average just woman who gets raised in this society and thinks the stuff they say on TV is true and thinks they're supposed to put themselves out there and, like, just basically, become sexually available for whatever man, comes along, and that's somehow empowering them. That those women are not in good shape at all. That feminism has done nothing for women. Nothing at all. So yeah, I'm sorry, Larry. That was a long-winded way to say, yes, it's I think you might have something there. The patriarchy of the heliocentric model is definitely true.
Yeah, I think it's really weird.
You should start a band called the Rage Against the Globe, or find something that rhymes with machine.
I think it's funny that the most feminist women are the most masculine women I've ever seen in my life. I mean,
I know exactly. That's what I was trying to say. You got it. I'm sorry. I didn't know if I was making my point well, but you got it. Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. They dye their hair, the tattoos, and they try their best to look like a dude, but they're supposed to be the feminists. Now, me, like, I married a feminine woman. Like, she's, small and cute and dainty with long hair. She's got a few tattoos, but when she's wearing clothes, you can't really see them. So, for the most part, like, I got a feminine woman, not a feminist woman. Now, she's loudmouth and she'll speak whatever she wants, but that's just the native American in her, But yeah, these feminist women, it's like, if you see one on the road, it's like, are you a feminist? Okay, cool. It's like, are you a feminist? Yeah. Okay, then you got your own tire. Okay, see you later. If they say, no, I'm not a feminist, then, okay, do you want me to help you with your tire? I'll change it for you. But it's like, when you do that, they get mad, like, oh, you're not going to change it? Well, no, you wouldn't want me to. That's your ideology, right? You got this. You're equal, right? And it's like, if they are not feminists, it's like, may I help you then? That would be like what they want. They do want to be helped, right? So yeah, there's differences in men and women, and this is probably one of the things that we shouldn't talk about. But it's like, just embrace it. We're different. Like, there's differences, but it's in a good way. And it's like, this is one of the divide and conquer strategies that I feel. But if we could get a woman to go into the college and talk about the cosmology of the patriarchy, I think it would go a long way.
I
But I
could
couldn't
do
go
that.
into
If
that
you're
college.
talking about it, I could do that. I thought you said I had to start a band, which I couldn't really do that at this point. But talking about it, I could do, or writing a paper about it, I could work on that. Yeah. Cosmology. What did you say? Cosmology. What patriarchy? Say it again. I forgot what you said.
Cosmology of the patriarchy. And just talk about the heliocentric, phallic religion. Because it's everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Cosmology of the patriarchy. I like this. Yeah. Well, if I do end up, doing it, you have to get credit, even though you don't want to because you're a man. But
No, it's what
we'd
world.
have to.
It's what world D. Yeah, it
Oh,
was
what
him
we're
that came up
okay.
with
We'll
it.
put both of you on there. Yeah. Let's do a collaboration. I like it. Yeah. Should I get a PhD in women's studies and that could be my dissertation? Do you think that would be good?
No, don't waste your time.
I know I don't want to pay for that. That's the thing. I wouldn't want to spend the money on that.
Forget the money. Don't waste your time.
Time, money, hanging out with people that have that as their major. Like there's so many
Right.
downsides.
But if there are any flat earthers who want to get in on the system, I would love to see what the astrobiologists are studying. Because as far as I know, there is no alien life. So what are they studying exactly?
I don't know. What do they say they're studying?
Well, when you ask them, they talk about like historical evolution and how everything came to be on this planet, and they study stuff like climate change, global warming, for the future of the planet. And it's like, wait a minute, I thought it was astrobiology, like, life from the stars. Tell us about life from the stars. That's what I want to know about. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff you can go to a college and learn about, but I want to know, what do they study, like on a daily basis? Like, are they just filling out like crossword puzzles? Like, we're still waiting. We're waiting on ET to land, and when he does, we'll put these crossword puzzles down. Like, what are they doing exactly?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. They're probably just making stuff up like all those other people.
I mean, how much does that degree cost? Is that something that costs like over $100,000, or is this one of those degrees where you can get like an entry level degree for like 20 grand? Because there's not a whole lot to study. Yeah, I think there's a way to get through to people. It's just so unfortunate that so many people are coming out of the college like, you can't know anything. I don't know if I exist. They're either like nihilist or a subjective moralist, and it's like really depressing. Like, how do you get through to these people? Like, facts don't matter to these people. They're only concerned with like, feelings. And I really don't know how to relate to those people, except for, I guess, psychologically getting them in their feels and then trauma-based mind control. But I wouldn't want to do that to them.
Yeah, you don't want to relate to those people.
Yeah, I mean, that would be one way to relate to them, but it wouldn't be the best way. The
You don't
best way
want to
would be,
relate. You don't want to relate to those people, and those people are never going to be convinced by reason, and they're not meant to be convinced by reason. Like there's like a certain kind of demographic of people who will they'll just follow whatever's the trend or whoever's in power. They're never going to be convinced by anything like reason. It's either they don't have the faculties, or they just somehow like gave up that piece of their humanity. But yeah, I'm convinced that these people really can never be reached. They just need to sort of follow by example.
I think it's because they were never taught logic or reason in schools. So, like, you can't use a rational argument to convince an irrational person who doesn't put value into rationality and logic. So these people they haven't been exposed to it yet. And when we tried to actually expose them to it, they're already used to using fallacies to excuse for themselves and excuse for others, because that's all they see in TV and all the media. So I can't really blame them.
I'm not sure. I think they were exposed to like what it means to be reasonable or how to reason, like as in they have seen it done, and I think they kind of understand it, but at some point they choose rather to sort of function in this group think or in this collective than to sort of press forward as an individual. It's sort of a survival strategy. I think everyone makes this decision. They're either self-reliant and they're sort of, confident enough in themselves to be able to think for themselves and reason and use their reasoning, or they sort of assimilate into this slime mold kind of, mega organism of groupthink. And that's sort of most people. They don't have sort of the self belief to trust their own rational or cognitive faculties. So they'd rather just, blend in, be part of this group. I think this is like a formative part of someone's development, is whether they choose to be an individual or a group think kind of cultist. Sorry, what were you saying, Jim? Jim, I can't hear you. Your mic's bad. Oh, maybe he's hot micing.
damn it, Jim, I'm not a doctor.
Did he say something?
No, I think he was just hot micing.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I feel like there's like I'm not a psychologist or a psychoanalyst. I mean, hopefully, because those people are usually frauds. Like, I feel like this is a formative part of anyone's development, is they, at some point, there's like this crucial experience where they choose to either become an individual or a part of the group. If you guys know what I mean. And sort of the trend here is everyone here kind of, I think for the most part, are like very individualistic. I think that's like a big like flat Earth versus globe Earth is kind of like a litmus test for whether you're this kind of human or the other kind.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely something to that. But then there's also, these side groups, that so many people seem to get roped into. Because I think there is a tendency within us, even if we are, a more like individuated person that has more of an internal locus of control. There's still a tendency to want to be part of.
Yeah, we're still social.
Some group, right? Yeah. Yeah. And so then so much of that is then hijacked by these, like halfway there truth type movements, where all these kind of things, like the Alex Jones is a great example there. A lot of people get stuck on one thing or another, or the Q thing or whatever. I mean, there's one thing after another like that where they found the ultimate truth. Oh, here it is. It's amazing. And then the people just spend the rest of their time thinking they found the ultimate truth. And even flat earth, I mean, some people will say that can't, and I think that's true. It can be if you just, are like think, okay, found out the earth is flat, I'm done. Yay, found the ultimate truth. I mean, that's obviously not true. That's like just beginning, right? Like now you're just like a normal person would be before the heliocentrists, took over the world with their spell. You're just how a normal person would be. So now what are you going to do with your life? Are you going to make an amazing musical composition? Are you going to study electromagnetism? Are you going to find, wonderful new ways to grow plants? What are you going to do? It'd be great. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, people even we are here as a sort of a community because we like to seek out people who think like us. But I still think people here, on average, they sort of possess more of this individualistic spirit than the average person. And I'd say by far, like it's sort of a far greater inclination towards individual thinking than the average person you find on the street. Like the NPC I posted is like the average person, at least where I live. So
no doubt. I mean, that's why we have. I mean, just in this server in particular, and I think the flat Earth community in general. I mean, there's quite a bit of contention that goes on, within the community. Which some of it's probably from disruptive forces, that are actually attempting to, of course, derail any kind of social movement that would get any kind of momentum. But the other part is just we are a bunch of very strong personalities, which is unusual in the world today to even find one person who has a personality, let alone find a whole bunch of them together, trying to accomplish something in a Discord server, it's or on YouTube or wherever, different people are doing different stuff. But, that's just part of the nature of the game. I think it can get messy, and that I try not to get too as agitated about that as I used to, because at least we have a pulse, at least we're still talking, at least we're not just scared of any conflict, like so many people are, so that's why you see all those NPCs, if there's anything that seems to be going against the grain, they'll surround you like the Borg, oh, person does not compute, not following directives, get them, even though we might be fighting with each other, I'd rather us do that than be the Borg,
But I just wonder if in sort of the human, I don't know, in the human kind of consciousness, what is the percent? Is there a fixed ratio of NPCs to non-NPCs, you think, in any human society? Will it tend to some kind of limit in the long run?
Well, I hesitate to bring up the Stanford smoke-filled room study, but really, Sleepy Joe, you haven't heard my speech about the Stanford smoke-filled room study. I must have it recorded somewhere because I've said it so many times. These people are probably sick of it. But in the Stanford smoke-filled room study, only 1 out of 10 would leave a room filling with smoke, giving you a signal the building's probably on fire, if the rest of the people around them were not reacting and telling them it's just fine. 9 out of 10 just stayed in the room because the rest of them were actors. It's a psychological study they set up. The target, was the only person not in on it. So the actors would stay in the smoke as the room was filling with smoke. If the other people were staying there, they would stay to 9 out of 10. Only 1 out of 10 would go and leave the room and try to find help because, and most of them wouldn't even say anything.
Oh,
They just
man.
look around, and the other people were still like just doing nothing, ignoring the smoke, filling out their forms. They wouldn't even say anything. A small number would like ask somebody else, "Oh, do you see that smoke over there?" And then the actor who, is in on it would say, "Oh, yeah, it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine." And the person would stay there. 9 out of 10. Stay in a smoke-filled room to fit in with the group, even if that would endanger their lives. Because as far as you know, they don't know they're the target of this thing. They should be thinking, "I'm going to die here. I'd rather burn alive than, stand up in front of strangers and just even leave the room. It's like outrageous."
It's a status quo overload, folks. Can you handle being unique? Coming up next.
So that particular study was 90% will go with the crowd, even if it means they're going to die. There you go.
That feels about right, given the last 27 months.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, because people will say to your face that they, they think certain things are unhealthy, but then they'll just keep doing them, right?
Yeah, those just
people.
Cigarette smoking is one of the biggest ones I've ever seen.
But it's so cool, Glatt.
Yeah, well, whatever. I did it. I thought it was cool. I started because I thought I was going to be at the very least accepted by, at the very least, that kind of cool kid, right?
How'd it work out?
Worked out fine. That's not the point.
Bendy
got me
Water
smoking.
Bendy Water is going to be growing plants. He's answering my question. What you going to do? He's going to grow plants. Good.
Water is truth. Oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah, it's pretty based to grow your own plants. Have a garden.
Yeah, I just planted potatoes with my sons. Oh, yeah, we planted the new potatoes I got, but then we also found it was exciting because they found some that we missed last year, because you harvest the potatoes, but you always usually miss some, and those were coming up already and making new plants. So it was fairly exciting. And the soil is finally getting better after years of me putting stuff in it. It's finally getting better.
Yeah. Get next to a water source, folks. Grow your own stuff, and you should be all right to not have to worry about relying on a city that people basically stealing from each other.
Yeah, people have to remember, the Native Americans over here, they lived with way less than what we have now. It's a lot of, you have to learn certain skills for sure, but part of it's also a mindset of being willing to just make do with what you have and figure things out, as you go. And, as long as you have that mindset, you can make do with what you have. We've got plenty here.
Yep. Someone was trying to get in there, fella. You better say what you had to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you talking about me?
I hope that wasn't you. But anyway, I think the thing is, for me, if I'm going to fight the system, the best way is to just slowly bow out. I don't know any other way to fight it, to be honest.
I'm right there with you. Yep, I'm right there with you.
You mean just become self-sufficient so that the government can't fuck with your shit? Sorry to use bad language.
No, you're good. We don't like them fucking with our shit now. And the thing is, the choice to me is between fake butter and real butter. Now, fake butter I can get real easy, but it's unhealthy compared to the real butter. Now, the real butter takes some more work, right? You got to churn it. You got to make it yourself. You got to get it from your animals, okay? But it tastes better. So in the long run, it is better. And if people switch from instant gratification, always knowing where everything's going to be, the grocery store and the red lights and the green lights and the timing everything perfectly, and you can give all that up if you're just willing to do a lot. Actually, it's a lot less work mentally and emotionally, but it's a little bit more physical work, God forbid, to live off of to stop suckling off the teat, right?
Yeah, sucking the teat of mommy and daddy government. So the weird like androgynous like bafflement.
All right. It's not what it was. It was a
I'm just
symbolic thing
joking.
that I said. I know.
I was just fucking up your symbolic thing.
I know. And then I was coming in like an angry dad. So anyway, the point was translated.
Yeah, I get like it's sort of like it sounds like more work, but as you said, in the long run, it's probably less work.
It's a lot less work.
It's more rewarding because you just get stronger and everything's more like rewarding, right? Like if you
It's
make
like
your
this. It's like this. What's going to give you cancer? Worrying about bills every year, or worrying about whether or not it's going to rain? Eventually, it'll rain. Okay, and you can make do in the meantime. Bills are always the same stupid shit every single time, and it's so much more work internally to just deal with it. I guess it's my opinion.
just go off the grid. Yeah, I feel like that does piss off the evil reptilians or whatever.
I don't even think they get pissed. I think it's just. By the way, what reptilians? But I think that they just get pissed. They don't get pissed. Sorry, they don't care.
Their reptilian brains do not allow them to experience.
Come on. They got enough people under their control, I guess, to where a lot of us could get off the grid and it wouldn't really matter. They'd have enough sheep and lemmings to, make the cogs go and the wheels go.
That's not the point because they feed off of emotional energy. Like they need people to suffer.
How do you know that, dude? Come on, how do you know that?
Just like it's just my experience. It's like the psychopath.
Really? So,
the psychopath.
Is it what's he feeding? What's he eating? What's he or she or it? What's it eating?
Okay, so if we get into this, I feel like it's going to escalate. But
I just want to know what it's consuming. That's all.
It consumes
like
human emotion.
Yeah, they feed
Fear and
off
control. It's about the control.
It's a parasite.
Put someone in fear; they're easy to control. It's a fear and control campaign.
No,
Go
I
turn
agree
on a
with that. I'm just
Hollywood
saying,
movie.
I don't
Any
think it's
Hollywood movie
food.
you want to.
I don't think it's food.
Yeah, I know it's not food. They're not feeding off of it like pigs in a swallow. And, anyway, think about like any movie, Hollywood movie. It's an emotional roller coaster, right? It's I'm happy, I'm sad. Build up the character, now they die. It's just tear jerking, emotional roller coaster. I think they do it on purpose.
I mean, you could say like psychopath, even if it's not like actual sustenance. Like psychopaths like to feed off of like empathetic people, right? So in some sense, they get a kick just out of making other people suffer. So I'd say the psychopaths in power, they kind of need that kick. So it's not like literal caloric intake flat, but it's like sort of their raison d'etre is to sort of lord over people. And if you just remove yourself from that, it kind of, I feel like they'd sort of miss something.
And if you look at the bourgeoisie of like the Ukraine back in the day, Stalin literally waged war on them by passing laws that they couldn't eat. And if they did pick up the grain that fell on the ground that was left over by the machine, that was a death penalty.
Are you
So
talking about Is this Holodomor? Yeah, Holodomor.
Yeah, so these, ethnic German and Ukrainians, they were basically self-sufficient because they were living off the land. And communism hates that shit. They do not want you ungovernable. So what do they have to do? They have to find a way to govern you. And the only way to do that is, well, the food has to go to the cities. And then when other countries start asking questions, Stalin upped the amount of grain that he was selling to make it look like he wasn't starving the people. And when inspectors would come in to look, they would lead them on like a parade and parade them around to show like everybody eating good. But then as soon as those people left, it was back to, I hate to say it, but eating your own, because that's what happened.
Not far from the truth. It probably did happen, actually. Yeah, I feel like communism is just like the attempt to organize humans like bugs. Like it's just like the most direct way to rule over people is you have like a few queens and then everyone else is like a worker or drone. That's sort of what communism attempts to do to human society.
communism is cringe.
It's shit. Yeah.
Communism is compatible with the globe.
Well, there you go. I think that maybe that's part of their doctrines, even the globe, right? I don't know. You can look in the Das Kapital or the Communist Manifesto. They probably mention the globe. Let's look.
I mean, they kind of lean the godless direction, right?
Oh yeah, that's a big part of it. Well, they replace it with the state. So like and they're pretty open about it. I mean, at least in like, let's say, classical Soviet communism, they're like, yeah, you're worshiping the state and the
Communism.
party. Huh?
It seems to me like those brainwashing techniques that they go over in that book 1984. Never read the book, but I watched the movie. And, I think they went over them pretty well in the movie, too, and I've heard them repeated in other places. I think that those techniques that they describe in that book are compatible with communism and the globe in a certain sense, because it's almost just like a giant gaslighting operation.
There are some flat Earth references in 1984, the book. It's like not in the movie, but if I recall, there's a literal conversation where some guy in the party is telling them about the globe deception. Let me try to find it. Now, you guys must know what I'm talking about.
Do you
Say it
not
again?
think that our mathematicians are capable of coming up with dual cosmology? Those for the NO and those for the no knots? Do you not think that they're capable of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're capable of coming up with the thing humans will most believe and buy and eat up, hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, you bet.
I swear, you guys don't know what I'm talking about?
Quotes. I just quoted it for you, bro. Search what I just said. Do you not think that our mathematicians are capable of coming up with a dual cosmology? If you search those words, you'll
Oh
find
yeah, I'm a retard. You're right, Hank. Yeah, sorry.
What?
Yeah, you're right. That was the quote.
Well, that's a quote? That's a long one.
It's in the book. Read the
What
book.
book? What book?
1984, Glenn.
Oh my god. No, I'm not going to read that 7 million page fucking thing, okay?
It's only like 6 million.
It's like 200 pages. What are you talking about?
I'm not going to read it again, okay? I read it when I was like 15, so it's like I haven't read it because I couldn't talk about it. So, but I read it when I was like, 15 in high school, rebelling against everything for the sake of it.
That book is just crazy prognostic. Like all the techniques he describes is just like it's the playbook for what the controllers are using.
Yeah, because they planned it out a long, long time ago, long before those books were written, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I posted the quote. So yeah, it's pretty telling. So Hank just basically paraphrased it, but here's the full quote. And also, the original printing of 1984 is also like a Freemason eye on the cover, so it's kind of funny. Was it Orwell was a communist, right?
No,
I believe he
he
was a
was an
socialist.
anti-communist, bro. He hated
Socialist.
the communists.
So Orwell was hanging out with like the people in Europe that were practicing socialism. So he got to see like what the life of the miners were like, how they had to like walk like miles to work, and then when they get there, they had to crawl miles underground to get to where they were supposed to be, and what miserable short lives they lived. And I think he kind of had like a bit of an awakening. So he wasn't the same like all the way through, but he was definitely anti-communist. Because like it's definitely a warning, and the fact that he got that warning in 1948, and the Masonic eye, is that the eye of court? Is that the eye of Horus?
Yeah, that's one thing to call it.
No, it's supposed to represent the government seeing everyone and spying on their citizens.
Right.
Well, the eye is the society that broke away from Egypt back in the day, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't represent some like Egypt ideology. It's just like the all-seeing eye, like the big brother, big government.
I'm saying it's the same group with the same symbolism all the way back to like ancient
No,
Egypt.
but it doesn't represent like some group. It just represents the government.
How did you
No,
know
you're
it was
wrong,
the
Sasha.
symbol?
All right, now that Sasha's saying that, we know it's
Go ahead.
not just the government.
The symbolism
that's
is
what
far older
1984
than
is
the
all
American
about.
government, for instance.
1984 is literally about the dangers of having it too strong of a government. Like that's
Sasha, is there anything in the world that you don't take at face value?
Like your own face? Do you take that at face value?
Hold on. I want to hear this. I really want to hear this. Yes or no? If you can do that.
What do you even mean by that question? Like, take it at face
Jesus.
value?
Yeah. Alrighty. You buy everything you're sold, kid. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's just like you guys are reading way too far into it. It's not like some
No.
Illuminati.
No, you're just misrepresenting what we're saying. We're not saying the symbology of I came from the book 1984. It's far older than that, and it's not relating to the government.
Yeah, tell him.
I like it when I like when Drace comes in and schools someone. It's very effective.
He didn't even school me. He
He
just
did too. He totally did. Rewind.
You're just a delinquent student. So you're gonna keep getting spanked.
Drace is totally my bad cop, so my good cop.
At least you're getting in on the cutting room floor,
He wasn't the
Sasha.
other guy.
As Flat Earth starts to become more and more obvious to everybody, you're getting in on the cutting room floor. We might even say later, years from now, oh yeah, Sasha was with us from the beginning.
no. Flat Earth is. I think it's growing smaller and smaller. Actually.
Oh my gosh, Sasha,
No.
you're so behind the times.
That's just
Get
you
with
projecting,
it.
Sasha.
You wish. That's what you wish, but
I've been here, even in the tiny world of Discord. We used to have tons of Globers come in here, like day after day, defending the globe left and right. Now, like nobody comes in here and defends it. Nobody has a
That's 'cause
decent
they're all
argument whatsoever.
Just ban all the Globers.
That's not
No,
true.
that's not the reason. That's
gotta
not the
be kidding me.
reason.
Yeah,
I
you
just
still hear.
unbanned. Hey, where's RC Meisty? I unbanned RC Meisty like weeks ago, and he still hasn't rejoined. No, they just don't want to be around here because our logic is airtight, and basically the Black Swan, just in particular, destroyed them. I mean, that's only one aspect of it. But once the Black Swan came around, the Globers all ran away. I mean, that's what happens, Asha. I'm sorry, I lived through it, and you did not.
Yeah, Sasha, I think your kind is getting smaller and smaller every day.
Yeah, they don't have any good defenders.
I don't know if they're breeding faster than we are.
They don't have defenders. It's kind of unfair.
Sasha, did you happen to watch that YouTube video I put in there for the other two guys that were here tonight? About the flat earther who went and stumped the university professors. I'll put it back in there for you. You might be interested
Yeah,
in it.
put it in there for me.
Okay.
Who's hot miking?
Whose television am I hearing right now? Jim7. Jim.
Yeah.
Oh, he's fucking muted himself. Somebody deafen him.
Damn it. Jim.
No. Somebody unserver deafen him so we can server mute him, please.
Or just mute him and then he'll be like,
well, yeah, whatever.
Sasha, why don't you watch those videos and answer what the professors couldn't answer? Because surely you're more learned than they are after being here for 2 years. Because they are professors, but they're not gods. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So why don't you watch the videos and then come back in here with some answers, bro? You can do it, bro.
I don't think the video's in the live stream.
I'm working on it. I've almost got it for you. I went and copied the link for you.
Wait a few more seconds, buddy.
Yeah, you can do it, Sasha. You can answer those questions.
There you go.
I mean, 'cause
This
after
looks like
all,
it's from a movie. Is this real?
No, it's real. It's just somebody he just filmed it himself, like on his phone. You'll see when you get to the actual footage.
Who's the elite physics professor? I'm interested.
Been a while since I watched this, but what I remember is that he goes to like 3 different classes, and he tells who they are in there. So
Gonna look these people up. Ira Rothstein. Oh. Professor Ira V. Rothstein. PhD,
Oh,
University of Maryland.
really?
Yeah. They have his CV right there. It's in the video. PhD, University of Maryland. Master's Physics, Brown University. He's a professor at Carnegie Mellon. So yeah, he's a serious guy. So
yeah, Carnegie Mellon's like one of the best universities in the world.
Yeah, definitely.
Somebody get that guy some parentheses.
I ran out of parentheses, Hank. I don't know what to do.
The parentheses button on the keyboard doesn't work anymore.
It literally doesn't. It's like broken on my phone. I use it too much. Too many freaking coincidences.
Ain't no such thing, brother man.
Too many coincidences.
Coincidences.
I got you.
Wait, hold on. If it's a coincident, it's an incident that happens along with another incident. That happens all the time, doesn't it?
What
a coincidence. Hellerstein and Silverstein with the whole 9/11 thing. Do you think those guys are related somehow? If they're related, then what's a conflict of interest?
It's all good, dude.
I just like how the guys from a cave picked our emergency phone number thing on the day to do the day thing on that day. It's just kind of funny. How would they even fucking know? Well, anyway.
yeah, that was one of the examples when Sleepy Joe was asking about the percentage. I didn't really want to mention it because a lot of people argue about were there people, were there planes, were there this, were there that. You know, the story is, which I think that was in Loose Change documentary, that, you know, and it's many eyewitnesses, which I think are credible eyewitnesses, including the guy who's, you know, heard the explosions, who, of course, mysteriously died a few weeks later. Anywho, many, you know, when the buildings were on fire, you know, and these people had seen the fire, the thing came out on the announcement to, you know, go back up. You know, and a lot of people will say, "Oh yeah, we saw they were going down," because some people were like, "I'm not going back up there," just because some stupid, you know, announcement on the loudspeaker told me to go back up to a burning building. But a lot of people did, you know.
Oh, yeah,
so there you go, because the voice of authority told them to. It's outrageous.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
Well, yeah. Let's go upstairs into a burning building. Let's not get out of it. Let's go.
Because
as
the
high
voice
as we can.
came out a loudspeaker told me. It's just, you know, but that's the mentality of many people. I mean, you see it in many contexts. They think they can't go against, even if it's just their doctor, when it's
the same
their
thing as
body.
in
They
the
think
room.
they have to do what the doctor says for their own body. It's like, whoa, it's your body. Like, you don't have to listen to what that dude says. He's not even in your body.
Yeah,
maybe they were offered a bonus for going back to work.
Right.
Everyone who goes to the top floor gets a bonus. Yay.
Yay.
If you think about it, you're paying. Hold on, just a sec. I'll just say this. You don't even have to address it. If you think about it, you're paying a doctor to tell you stuff. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's like an escort.
I like to tell people like Matthew, like to ask them, like, "Hey Matthew, did the terrorists like hop out of the plane and rob the gold below the buildings too? Did they do that? Did Osama like have a special team? Like, go ahead and jump out like right before, you know, the planes hit, before the cameras get on the planes, and get down there and get the gold out of the basement." It's like, whoa, there's gold missing from the basement? Like, yeah, Matthew, you haven't done any research. And then you give Matthew like the Fairbanks, Alaska 4-year-long study. Structural engineering college, like one of the best in the world, teamed up with this Japanese professor, and they said, and I quote, It was a near simultaneous collapse of all the structural columns in Building 7 that led to its collapse. Near simultaneous. So that means that it couldn't have been like a progressive fire. And like you show Matthew stuff like that, it's like, okay, I showed it to him a few weeks ago. Let's wait till he gets back in here and let's see what he says. Like after reviewing that, which I doubt he did.
Yeah, I feel like Matthew got chewed out by his superiors for not shutting down that conversation, which is why he's been MIA for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that story in general just when we were talking earlier about Flat Earth, because that is one reason why I feel very comfortable talking about something that's just a mathematical certainty, which is the destruction of the globe. I mean, it's just a math problem. Like, I don't mind going on the internet and discussing math problems and the geometric predictions, of the horizon, and then the way that in reality, the predictions made by this globe fail every single time mathematically. But, I don't usually go around telling people, what to eat, what to think about this thing, the other thing, what to do, whether to go to church or not, or where to go to church, or what to wear, or what to do about anything anymore. Because I have given people information that was wrong in the past about different things that aren't objectively proven, like the fact that we obviously don't live on a globe of a radius 3,959 miles. I mean, I can say that with confidence, knowing at no time in the future am I going to have to go around and apologize to people. I'm sorry, I told you we don't live on a globe, because we definitely do. I know that's never going to happen. I'm not going to have to eat my words like I've had to do with other things. Like, for example, I bought the 9/11 story, at the time, and and I feel bad now that my daughter, although she's the one who got me to watch Loose Change, she figured it out before me. But I feel bad that when she was young, I believed it and went along with it, and I was very wrong about that. And I used to think like certain conservative Republicans like actually believed in liberty and like wanted to change things in our country, when they would like try to call out the leftists for their silliness. Like, I really thought they were on their side, and I actually like even campaigned for some of them. Now I look back and they're like, oh my gosh, what a moron I was. I'm so sorry that I told people that it would make a difference if they voted for this Republican. Like, what an idiot I was. But with Flat Earth, I don't have to worry about any of that, because I just know I'm giving people things that are facts. And like Larry said, that they could go and confirm for themselves if they chose to. And I know I'm not going to have to regret it. So it's pretty cool, Flat Earth, just an objective measurement that you can feel comfortable spreading around to people.
Yeah, for me, it's the same. I don't ask people for money. I don't ever get money off of doing this. So the way I see it, it's like, you can listen if you want to, or you can overtalk my ass and I'll shut up. You don't have to listen to me. And if you don't like, what's coming out of the channel, you can change the channel. So I might be wrong about things, but I'm not giving people like concrete, like this is how it is. I'm telling people to go look for themselves. So that's going to keep me like completely clear in my conscience. If I am wrong about something, well, I didn't do it deliberately. And second of all, I told them not to trust me and go look for themselves.
Yeah, and it's and people who are pushing the globe, if there's anyone listening who, and some of these people who push the globe, a lot of them are flat earthers. We know that, like a lot of the ones, especially the ones at the top, they definitely know the Earth is flat, and they're consciously pushing a lie. But other people, who are not sure, who are just pushing the globe because they want it to be true, and so they are part of this kind of childlike mentality where the more people you have, to push what you think is true or what you want to be true, then, the more right you are. You really should think before you continue to fight flat earthers or perpetuate the globe that it is a very painful process. I'm here to tell you, if you're a person with a conscience, of course, I don't know what it's like to be a person without a conscience. But if you're a person with a conscience and you get to a point and you realize that you have, were looked up to by people, and that you led them astray, Danny Faulkner's one example, I could think of that we do talk to in here sometimes. And if you don't get to a point where you hold yourself accountable and realize that you made a giant mistake in leading people astray in a way that would affect their spiritual growth because you're keeping them in a lie and using a holy book to do it, if you don't ever hold yourself accountable, then since you claim to believe in a higher power, when that higher power holds you accountable, that might be even more terrible. I know I've held myself accountable in realizing I led people astray in different ways, and that's really difficult to do, and have to go back and find those people and apologize, and make up for what you've done. It's very difficult to do. Sometimes you can't find the people might have died. So if you're a person pushing the globe lie, now's a good time to reconsider that position and why you're doing it, and is the thing you're preserving in order to, by pushing this lie, is it really worth preserving that? Or are you willing to put yourself on the line, and really, put your money where your mouth is and be a real person who takes a risk, but in telling the truth instead of defending a comfortable lie?
So imagine if people did listen to what I said and they went out and measured it. Well, if the Earth is a globe, it's going to present itself as a globe. And what's wrong with that? Isn't that what, quote unquote, science is supposed to be about? Checking and double checking and triple checking and quadruple checking? Because maybe just one day the answer is going to be different. So, if this is all, science and settled, right, then what's the problem with double checking? What are we going to find? We're going to find settled science? If that's what it is, that's what we're going to find. Right? So I tell people to go look for the curve. If it's curved, they're going to find curve. So I got no problems with that. Telling people like, hey, just in case, they were wrong, right? And like all that like Star Trek and Star Wars was just like a bunch of propaganda. It has absolutely nothing to do with reality. You might want to go check outside. And then people are like, Hank, you don't believe in the pictures from the Black Swan. It's like, no. Why would I believe in pictures? Like, go outside. That's what that argument's for. Like, when Huey makes that argument, I don't think it's meant to convince people right away that the Earth's flat. I think it's meant to convince people to go outside and check, just in case it is.
Yeah, but going outside is a non-trivial task for some people these days, especially the younger people.
Okay, so if anything, I'm wrong. Okay, let's say that I am. I'm wrong, and I convince hundreds of people to go outside to the beach. Well, what do they get? Vitamin D and testosterone if they're male. So thanks. Yeah?
You
Thanks, and you're welcome.
dastardly fiend.
And fresh air. Yeah, fresh air, oxygen. That's always good.
Yeah, I think anyone here, if we're presented with incontrovertible globe evidence, we are ready to, come back into the globe fold. But the problem is no one's presented any evidence. Zero.
Maybe Octane Weasel's got it. He's come in here. He's a globe. Octane Weasel, do you have any globe evidence for us? That's what we're looking for.
I have extremely high hopes for him.
No, he's not answering.
He said nope.
Oh, he's writing it. I have to look.
Just chilling.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, if you do come up with any globe evidence, let us know, because that's what we're looking for tonight. Haven't seen any yet.
Good evening.
Hello. Oh, it's Fire Dude.
Hello. Hey, Dave. Cheerio.
What's going on?
Old chap.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, you're on the beach, right? Flat Earth dude, you're on the beach, right?
Not right now.
Okay, so earlier today you were on the
Yep,
beach,
I'm on the
right?
beach.
Would you recommend that people go to the beach? Is it like good for your health or something?
Yep.
So if I was like completely wrong about the shape of the Earth,
I
and I
hear
convinced a
the
whole bunch of
negative.
people,
Good.
what? Can you hear me, dude?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So if
Yeah,
I
can you
was,
hear me?
yeah, if I was telling
Hello?
people to go
Hello?
out, can I be
Are
heard?
you there? Dude?
Yeah.
Flat
Dude, are
Earth
you
dude.
there? Flat Earth dude, can
Hello?
you hear us?
Yo.
Kenny.
Yeah, I can
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Fuck. Hold on. Fuck. Yeah. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
I didn't know I needed to
Hold on.
wait. Sure. I'll wait.
Let me switch I'm gonna try some different headphones. Hold on. Give me a second. All right. Forget the Bluetooth for now. Let's see if this works better. All right. Is that better?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, it's way better. Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear
Flat
you.
Earth
Really?
dude.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So I've been telling people for years to go to the beach and look. Let's say that it was
Yep.
actually a globe. The Earth would present itself as a globe, and they would get a whole bunch of like
Yep.
fresh air and like sunlight, and the sunlight converts to
Yes.
vitamin D, and that turns into testosterone. So really, it's a good thing
Yes.
to go to the beach. Yes, good advice. Right? Even if you're a glober, it's a good advice.
Are you saying women shouldn't go if we don't want to? Are we
Yep.
going to
It's
get
really good
testosterone
advice.
too?
I don't
Never heard
really know
about the
about how that
testosterone
works.
part.
No. You're gonna get the estrogen. You get the
Okay, good.
estrogen. It'll work out fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah. If you want more estrogen, drink Disneyland Donald Duck orange juice. And if you want more testosterone,
Or just
that's full of
drink
testosterone.
tap water, full of estrogen.
It's the man's dinner special. That's full of estrogen, I think. I think they flip it. I don't know. Something like that.
No,
Anyway.
estrogen's for females.
I know, but they put it in the manly stuff. That's why all the men are like girls these days, and then the women are like men, and so they flip the ingredients. And it's just anyway, just a theory. Just a theory.
Sir, I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
I'm pretty sure that fiat currency is illegal, but what are you going to do about it?
That's why I bought Bitcoin. I don't like fiat.
There you go. See?
It'd be a big wake up call to crypto people that Sasha likes Bitcoin.
Exactly.
Actually, my favorite crypto is Chainlink.
Whatever, dude. Same stuff.
I think you're right. Whoever said that in the future when flat Earth is just accepted as the obvious reality, that we'll be like, Sasha 2.0. He's kind of like our Glober mascot. Yeah, been here from the beginning. He is kind of a good sport compared to a lot of Globers.
Who's that? Matthew?
No, Sasha 2.0. Have you talked to Sasha 2.0 before?
It was just the other Sasha was saying that we were being transphobic.
Oh, was he saying that? I missed that night. I haven't actually talked to him since
No,
he's
I
been
didn't
back in this
say that.
recent wave.
I don't think he said
Let me
that.
say the
I don't think
full
he said.
story.
There you go.
They said
Straighten this
people
out.
that are transgender are not fully evolved, and I said that's kind of transphobic.
No, you brought up that example, and then you said your own example is transphobic.
Are you the one, Sasha 2.0, that's going to bring the globe evidence tonight? Have you brought any lately?
Yeah, he is the one.
Let's hear it.
I mean, I've
I'll be
pretty much given you all my globe evidence. You guys.
Well, I haven't talked to you for months. I haven't heard from you for months. I don't remember what your globe evidence is, so refresh my memory.
Celestial poles is probably my favorite evidence.
Explain. You're just going to say 2 words. That's your answer. Can you explain?
So yeah, if you take a time lapse of the sky, you should get like a ring formation from the stars. And either the Earth is spinning or the sky is spinning above us, and I think it just makes more sense that the Earth is spinning. So yeah.
No, it doesn't. It actually makes more sense that the sky is spinning just as it appears. What makes you think it makes more sense that the globe is spinning? The patterns of the star trails do not fit with the heliocentric model in any way.
Here,
Hold
I
on.
got a quick question.
Hold on. I'm going
Go
to
ahead.
finish my statement that he interrupted. Then he can, whatever he said, he can say, and then you can say what you were going to say. The star trails don't support the heliocentric model. They support a stationary Earth. Okay, your response to that, Sasha 2.0?
I mean, you can't just assert that they support the Earth, that the flat stationary Earth.
You haven't seen them then? You haven't seen that they don't support the wild motion, that they say that this Earth is going, they just are circular? Stop motion photography. I'll find it for you while Glatflobe said what he was going to say. Go ahead, Glatflobe.
Ma'am, why is there different poles at different hemispheres of the Earth? Like that kind of proves the globe right there.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where have you observed these poles? What poles are you talking about?
If you take a time lapse of the sky, like it's a celestial pole. It's not like on the Earth.
She's asking about poles, not time-lapse photography, dude.
The fact that they go around a central point, that's your proof for a globe. The globe is not the only model that would explain that. That does not support a globe. And in fact, it does. And you're saying it support. You're saying that somehow you think it makes more sense that the Earth is moving than the stars. In what way? How does that make sense?
If you go to different hemispheres, you would see different, like there's a different pole. So like that kind of like that could only be explained by a globe.
You move to different locations and you see different stars. That's what you're saying? That's your claim?
Yeah, but why is there a different pole? Like there's a north like celestial pole and there's a south one.
And how do you know that?
Yeah, how do you know that?
You can observe it. Like this is an observed phenomenon.
Oh, have you observed it?
Hold on. Danny Lane, were you finished?
Yeah, I was going to go look for the star trails because I thought maybe I hadn't seen them, but go ahead with what you were going to say.
I just want to ask a question. Thank you. Sasha, I've asked you this before, but no doubt you may give the same answer. Let's hope so. Actually, sorry, let's hope not. Okay, so if you had never been told we might be the thing moving instead of the sun in the sky being the thing that moves, because that's what we observe, would you ever have jumped to that conclusion on your own? That we're moving. Sorry, go ahead.
Am I allowed to use like any human knowledge, or do I have to like completely come to it on my own?
Right, what I'm saying is, so like you're born, and then you look up and you see the sun moving, and nobody comes along and says, hey, actually, it's us moving. So nobody did that. Would you have thought that on your own?
I mean, I think that's kind of irrelevant to proving the flat Earth, like regardless.
Not at all. It's just a yes or no question, too, if you can handle that.
Okay, well, probably not, but like, regardless of
that's it. That's good. No, that's it. That was a no. So thanks.
Well, let me just explain why that's.
I don't think you deserve that at this point. But how about someone else had a question?
Something's intuitive doesn't mean it's true. Like that's not how that works.
Hey, I have something to add to this real quick. This is a question that gets brought up a lot as far as the globe side goes, and you think it's a slam dunk for the globe. It's really not, actually. Something that a friend of mine used to always say is actually the best proof for flat Earth is that there's 2 celestial poles adjacent to each other in the sky with 2 sets of stars next to each other adjacent above us on the flat Earth. I just put some GIFs or some screenshots and in the live stream voice text. Would you look at that, Sasha? Please?
Yeah, dude, I literally just used that to prove the globe. That does not prove the flat Earth.
Well, you just used that to try to prove the globe, but what I'm showing you is that there could be two celestial poles, just the way you're talking about, adjacent, above, next to each other, not on the top and the bottom of a globe, and they work like electrothermodynamics, right? Just like Ken Wheeler's little thing there, where you see them circling in towards each other, and in fact, even on Stellarium, at the celestial equator, it shows that those stars seem to be converging and diverging in two different areas, right? And if that's the case, then my friend that was very into the stars and knew more about the stars than any other person I've talked to has talked about, and I'll put his talk in the live stream as well. You can check it out. Basically, if we could get past Easter Island out far enough with the telescope looking up, you could see those stars actually separate from each other, go off in their opposite directions, and then circle around again and come in and join again through the celestial equator. Just because there's two sets of stars does not automatically mean it's a globe. In fact, works better without the globe because we're not moving. So it's a slam dunk on our side if you understand it, but you're not trying to. You think it's a slam dunk for the globe and you're set
I'm
on that.
trying to
It's not.
understand it, but like, do you think like the stars are magnetic or something?
Yeah,
It
thank you
seems
for
like we
bringing
have a
that up.
toroidal.
Thank
It
you
seems like we
for
have a
bringing that up.
toroidal
New
field.
perspective.
No problem. It seems like we have a toroidal field, and that could be the illusion that we're getting is that there's, well, not illusion, but it could be the effect that we're observing. That there's two celestial poles, but they're above us, next to each other, not on the top and the bottom. In fact, it works better this way because when you put like the little filings on a piece of paper and you have the dipoles, you ever seen that? And then it shows that pattern where you charge the two nails that are in the board, and then you see the electric filings. They have that electromagnetic swirling, and they work in symbiosis with each other, and it makes those filings make the same patterns that the stars do. And that's when they're adjacent to each other, not on the top and the bottom of a ball. All right. In fact, it seems like there's a quadrupole at some points too, but the dipole is what I think we're going with as far as like what we can observe. And the southern celestial stars do not prove a globe. In fact, that was the first argument that my friend would bring up as an argument for flat Earth. Sorry.
No, it's brilliant. Check this out.
Wait, are you the same person as Flutter Day Saints?
No.
Also irrelevant. Okay, so check the
okay.
live stream voice text real quick. Whoops. Don't look at the V. Look at this picture in 3, 2. So there's a dipole in action. There's the center line through the dipole in action. There you go.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. I know you've thought that for a long time, that the southern stars actually prove a globe, and there's a lot of globers that stick to the model because of that. And I don't think flat Earth has had a really good answer for a long time, and I don't know why. That the patented answer is always, well, the stars move east to west, because they do through the celestial equator. If you look at that parallel line of them going through that middle area, but they do go in opposite directions, just like you would have with thermodynamics. We have a clockwise and a counterclockwise. Now, according to the globe, they're all going in one direction, and it's only because you're upside down on the globe that it seems to go in the opposite direction. They're not even claiming what it seems to actually happen. They're going in opposite directions. There actually is two sets of stars, in my opinion, that have one clockwise and one counterclockwise, just like we observe, and they converge and diverge, just like we observe, and just like Stellarium even shows. Sorry.
Stop apologizing, darn it.
Wait, I'm so
I'm
glad
saying
you brought
sorry.
that.
I'm saying
Yeah,
sorry in a way that's like, sorry, you lose.
Oh, sorry. Not sorry. Got
you
it.
failed. Sorry.
Sorry.
Thanks
Sorry
for
for
playing.
saying sorry, Glenn.
Yeah. No, because when he was saying that, I was thinking, well, even if there is two central points, that doesn't prove the globe at all. And like
Correct.
someone just
And
put in the live stream voice text there, you're just looking at stuff in the stars. You're just coming up with something that you think proves your model, which it doesn't. There's many other explanations that are possible. So you're just
Well,
looking in the wrong direction.
Yep.
my next question would be then, why is the sun and why do all the planets look like the shape of a circle, which insinuates that they're a sphere?
Why are
It
you
doesn't
trying to
matter if
look?
they're a sphere or not. Does that make us a sphere? Just because they're a
Well,
sphere,
if
does that
gravity
mean
made
we are
them
a
a sphere,
sphere?
gravity probably made Earth a sphere.
Well, that's fallacious logic because we don't see any curvature and we're not moving.
And we don't
Well,
know
we
that
don't see
gravity is a thing.
curvature because the Earth is too big.
That's the
not true.
excuse. That's what you believe.
He's still saying that shit.
That's that's the things where you don't see curvature, period. Because we hope that the Earth is too big. No, you just don't see curvature, bro. And think about it. Tennis balls are spheres. Baseballs are spheres. Volleyball, softball, bowling balls. Does that mean that the American pigskin, known as the old American football, is a sphere? Has to be, right? But it's not. It's shaped like an egg.
It's been reverse engineered, bro. That's the only way it could have been done, and it
Yeah.
continues to fool very smart people.
And fool not very smart people.
Yeah, the very not smart people are just, basically they don't want to figure it out. They just want to go along with what they've been told.
Yeah,
So Sasha, what shape is the football? Has to be sphere, right?
A football is an egg shape.
Oh, but it has to be a sphere according to your logic.
But
Come on,
that's
bro.
just not true. What are you
Sasha,
saying?
check this out, dude. Do you think this is possible? What I posted at 57 after the hour. Do you think it's possible they just took a flat projection, turned it into a ball, and called it a day? What do you think? Doesn't that look pretty
No,
spot
but
on
I
for
do
what they
think it's
do?
possible that they took a globe and then made it flat.
Well, but the only thing about that is it observes and measures flat. So, got a problem there, partner.
What is it that you
And
like
here's the best
so
part.
much
Sorry,
about the globe?
Dandelion.
That's
The
what I
best
want
part
to know.
about that is that if you don't go and try to look for, right, get your hands dirty, trying to find some Earth curvature, drop over distance, measure an arc segment, then my friend, you have no basis in reality, and you should leave this server forever.
If I was a flat earther, I would be exploring Antarctica right now because that's like the #1 flat Earth
So you'd go
problem.
chase a non sequitur for just.
I can give him some new roles now. Thank you for saying that. That gives me something to do.
He's all yours.
Makes me feel like I have a purpose. No, I was just going to ask him what is it he likes so much about the globe. I mean, so what's the answer, Sasha 2.0?
It's anti-reality, and he hates reality for obvious reasons.
Hold on. I want to hear this.
You now have Antarctic AIDS and Snow Intel Pro, 2 great roles, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
What I like about the globe the most is that it's the simplest 3D shape that exists in nature. So I think, just intuitively, like an esoteric truth is like it would have to be a globe.
I don't know. There are no spheres in nature. You know that, right?
That's just
They're all
false.
man-made. No,
I
seriously.
just love it though. He's giving just like
Show
the
me a
old,
sphere.
magical mystery school answer. It's like he's just,
I
like
know.
those dudes that sat around in a cave and were like, "Hey, we like globes. Let's just say it's a globe." I mean, this should go right into the paper we're writing on the patriarchy of the heliocentric model, right? I
Yep,
just like
yep.
the globe, so I think it's a globe. Sounds good.
Hold up, Larry.
So,
What do you mean
Sasha,
there's no
show me a
spheres in
sphere.
nature?
Show me a sphere in nature.
A bubble.
Yeah, a bubble? It's not that hard.
Okay, how are bubbles made?
What do you mean?
Air and water.
It occurs in nature. Like, what?
How are bubbles made?
A flying fish jumps out of the water, jumps back in. Air goes into the water. A bubble in nature.
So, as
Pure
there's a
nature.
bubble and
Is it
it's
floating in the
flowing,
air?
it's flowing from the bottom to the surface. Is it a perfect sphere or is it wobbling?
I was going to say, is it a perfect sphere? And if it is, how do you
Well,
know that?
the Earth is not a perfect sphere. You realize that, right?
How do you know that?
You realize that, right?
No, I don't
then why are
realize
you
that.
claiming
And you
it's a
can just
perfect
observe
sphere?
it. If there's bumps in the road. By default, it's not perfect. Like,
So there's no such
so
thing
he
as a
thinks
perfect
our
sphere.
globe is flawed. He loves perfect spheres, but we don't have one. Gosh, no wonder he's
what?
dark.
Dude, what happened to your esoteric
No
like
wonder
truth
you're
and all that
goth.
stuff?
Do you really think it's supposed to be perfect? Like,
Yeah,
like
dude,
what?
because like the all-seeing eye and stuff, right? Like, you know, like God's realm and like whatever mystery school.
No,
You're the one
Show
who
me a
said you
sphere in
liked it because it was
nature.
It's
perfect. Then you said it
simplistic
wasn't
in nature.
perfect.
Show me a
Dude,
sphere in nature.
as above,
how do we
so
know it's
below.
not perfect?
A bubble? Have you actually? Dandelion's a good example. The dandelion flower is a sphere.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh,
Is that,
dude.
wait, is the dandelion the yellow one or the white one?
All right, everyone, lower your IQ by 30 points when talking to him. So, thank you.
Yo, I'm
Sasha,
sure you
the
could
fact that
find.
you've never seen a dandelion makes me very sad. They
Go
become
outside.
white as if they're
Yo,
seeds after
Go
they
outside, buddy.
mature.
Girls aren't that scary.
Yes, I'm talking about the white part of a dandelion. That's a
Huh.
sphere. That's
Hey,
a
Sasha,
yo,
can you
sphere.
go to the gifts that I
Sasha, let's stick to
posted
the bubble,
at
man.
59
Let's stick to the
minutes?
bubble. Come on.
59
fired,
minutes after
Rabbi.
the hour, Sasha.
Okay, so in terms of the bubble, there's a variety of different like spherical shapes that they come in. I guarantee you could find one that's a perfect sphere from all the trillions and trillions of bubbles that have ever existed. There's definitely some that are perfect spheres at some point.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can you define a perfect sphere?
Yeah, equal distances from the center all around.
Yeah, okay.
There is no perfect
Now,
sphere. Five,
equal
motherfucker.
distances from the center all around. That means you need to have a material, yeah, which has no rugosity.
Has no what?
No rugosity. It's
Do you mean viscosity?
super. No, not viscosity. You see, all metals, for example, yeah. Even if you polish them, if you put them under a microscope, you will still be able to see mountains and valleys, yeah, because of the
Molecular structure?
atomic crystallization, yeah.
Okay. Would you see
Yeah, so
atomic crystallization in water?
crystals, they have shape, like sharp and valleys, you know. So
Sure.
the surface of the metal is never perfect,
Sure.
nor
Yeah,
a
metal crystallizes.
molecule, nor liquids do not form perfect spheres.
I wouldn't.
Because the molecular bonds, yeah, they cannot form perfect surfaces, like perfect flat or perfect curved. You
Yeah,
have
see, I
gaps
wouldn't compare the
between the
metal with water in that
molecules.
regard.
You will have gaps between the molecules because the atoms are not squares, shapes or triangle shapes. So you can achieve uh, such kind of surfaces, super flat. You get
Yeah,
me?
I wouldn't compare metal with water in that regard.
We're talking about
Oh,
spheres.
really?
Show me a sphere in nature. Now, I know that they have spheres in South America made out of like balls, but they're not natural. They're man-made, and they're not perfect either.
Yeah.
A lot of them are very, very imperfect, but they got close, pretty close. But show me spheres in nature.
A grape?
They're kind of oblong, aren't they?
Oh, come on, you guys are just being pedantic.
Yeah, you're being way too pedantic right now, bro.
Okay, what's a sphere? You defined a sphere a few seconds ago as what?
Is that
Perfect sphere is imaginary.
Yeah, it doesn't
It's
exist.
Yeah, obviously it's
concept.
That's why pi
imaginary.
goes on
Yeah.
forever. So it doesn't exist in nature, and there's no such thing as a perfect circle or shape, especially sphere.
Yeah,
So
dude, no
I
one
disagree
said
with you,
your oily
bro.
it's a
boys,
perfect sphere. We're saying it's a ball.
listen. Your oily boys were wrong, okay? They rubbed way too much olive oil on themselves, and they were fucking too focused on balls and testicles and stuff. Okay.
But I give him that. He did knew how to define the perfect sphere.
I appreciate that. I won't give
Yeah.
you the crystallization thing. Crystallization is, when it's solids with metals, you expect that.
Yeah.
With air in water, you don't expect the same crystallization that you have in like metallurgy and with metals.
Yeah, but
whatsoever.
you see,
Like
gases.
there's no grains and what have you, like that form.
Gases don't naturally form bubbles of gases. We don't see them like that.
They
in
do
nature.
depending on the medium they're in.
They will fill the available volume of the container and take the shape. Like they will conform with the shape.
Yeah, but think of it this way: you have this air, right? That's trying to escape. It's trying to expand in the volume that it's in the medium that's in, but it has the same pressure because you guys say yourselves that there's no like bias downwards, so it has the same force in every direction, right? So by that logic, it would make a sphere because that same force is being expounded on this medium in every direction. So this air that's trying to expand is going to be contained within the sphere.
Here. Wait. You started from the premise that it's like air tends to expand. It doesn't tend to expand.
In
Gas
the medium,
molecules.
if the medium's more dense, it does.
Listen, gas molecules, they move, yeah, omnidirectionally, and there is they also conform with the energy levels and electrostatic voltage potential. So, according to these governing forces, you will have the gas behavior and the gas gradient in a container.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying in a bubble, there's a gradient from the top to the bottom, and that is enough for you to say it's not a sphere.
Yes, it's.
And you don't think you're being pedantic?
The gradient. listen. In a soap bubble, yeah. There is a gas pressure gradient, but it is extremely small.
Exactly. It's negligible, and that's why it's a sphere.
Yeah, it is taken as negligible, but you have that gradient there from the top to bottom. And I propose you to demonstrate to me, for example, all
Well, listen. I technically agree
gases.
with you. Technically, I agree with you. If it was a really big bubble, I imagine you would be able to measure a different, if the gradient was.
It will be
measurable,
easier technologically. Yeah, it will be easier
but my point
to
is,
measure.
My point is, it's so small that, and this is something that you're claiming. While I'm not contending it, it's absolutely negligible because these bubbles are so small, and we don't even have the tools to measure it. So if I was to say I don't agree, if I was to say I don't agree, and I want you to substantiate your positive claim, you would not be able to do that. But fortunately, I agree with you, so I'm not going to even go that far. The point is, it's negligible.
Hey, Percent, let me ask you a question. What if, hypothetically here, the horizon was always at 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? And the flat earthers were saying, oh man, well, you don't see, the horizon at 10 miles because of refraction. You guys would be like, the refraction, that's negligible. You don't see past 10 miles because no, right? You would just agree
refraction is
automatically.
not negligible.
Did you hear what I just said? Can you repeat it back to me, please?
Yeah, you're saying what if the horizon's always 1.225 times miles times the observer height or whatever in feet, and if you see it farther than that, then it's refraction, and then I say the refraction is negligible, and I disagree. I'm saying no, the refraction is not negligible.
Okay, I was saying, what if the flat earthers were wrong and we never saw past what we're supposed to see past, right? You with me so far? And the globe earthers were correct because the horizon was always where it was supposed to be. Always. And the flat earthers were saying, well, the reason we can't see further than we're supposed to be able to see, this is all hypothetical because in real life we can see further, right? But in this, imaginary make-believe world that I just made up, to where we can't see further than 1.225 times square root of 0 times feet, right? And the flat earthers are saying, well, the reason for this, it's not because there's a geometric horizon. The reason is refraction. Can you imagine that world?
I can imagine it. It's kind of stupid, though.
I know, right? Because how in the fuck would we have 30,000 people in this Discord talking about flat Earth like all the time if there was no evidence for it?
I'm not saying there isn't. I don't know. You must misunderstand my stance. I'm saying
What is your stance?
there's spheres in nature. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, show me.
You want me to pull up a picture of a bubble?
Perfect sphere.
Okay. You're talking about a
if you measure the
bubble
pixels, it'll be a perfect sphere.
with soap?
Would that
So you're
satisfy
telling me
you?
the little soap that's dripping off the bottom, that's a perfect sphere?
What soap?
When you make soapy bubbles, there's always that little drip at the bottom. And there's always more.
Usually
Hold
when you
on.
have soapy
There's always
bubbles,
more
it's on a
soap at the
surface.
bottom. Hold
where in
on. There's
nature do
more
we
soap
find
at the
soap
bottom.
again?
Hold on. There's more soap at the bottom than there is on the top. That's not a perfect sphere.
Usually when you have soapy bubbles, it's on a surface and it's like maybe a fraction of a sphere, like half a
semisphere.
Not a sphere.
Yeah.
A hemisphere, right?
Not a sphere.
Yeah.
And where do you
So
find
show me
soap in
a
nature?
sphere. Show me a sphere in nature.
Borax.
Where do you find
Man,
soap in nature?
just Google bubble. Got bubble images. That's it.
Yeah, I can already see that's not perfect.
Yeah?
Sasha. It's like try to get a better one.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe those, goat herders from 3,000 years ago may have been wrong about a few things?
Never crossed my mind.
Because you guys always talk about, you guys know that the Bible is written by man, right? Like, what about your mystery school? Who wrote that shit down? Goats?
Drunk.
What are you
Come on, bro.
They were drunk partier cultist orgiasts.
Yeah,
Those are the
hey,
people.
let's play a prank on each
Yeah,
other.
they were.
Don't tell people what we do in coffins. If that ever got out,
Yeah, they were butt
it'd be really
buddies.
bad.
They were really close butt buddies. Not saying anymore.
Come
I'm
on,
glad
man.
Sasha 2.0 is honest about his that he's just biased. He just wants it to be a globe because he likes globes. So yeah, this is the second honest glober we had tonight. It's a new record.
Excellent.
The other guy earlier said he didn't like geometry because it mashed the globe. Full quantum eraser that. Yeah, I mean, we're just getting honesty all over the place here. No evidence for it. Not a measurement. It's just they like it and they want it to be that way, so they're going to stick to it, despite all evidence to the contrary.
Yo, I got another sphere in nature. Pearls.
Not perfect.
Round pearls can be
So
perfectly
are
spherical.
all pearls worth the same amount?
Relevance?
No, because they're not perfect. Some are more perfect than others, but none of them are going to be perfect, right?
Some are more perfect than others. Is kind of a
Well, some are worth more than others. Yeah, some are
No, there
worth
are
more than
perfect
others.
spheres, perfect pearls. I mean, perfectly spherical pearls.
Well,
okay, let me get into this.
Well, check it out. I like it. That's a good one.
Incorrect. Natural pearls from oysters are most definitely not.
The oysters aren't. The shells aren't.
Well, where else are? do pearls come from?
That's it.
It says pearl rotation
Right.
is a self-organized phenomenon caused and sustained by physical forces from the growth fronts. Rotating pearls are a perhaps unique example of natural ratchet, and this process makes it, as it grows, to like smooth out small defects and make it perfectly spherical.
Yeah, I don't see that anywhere. I just see all these imperfect ones. The only perfect ones I see are the ones that we manipulate.
But yeah, Larry, you're right. These are for the the best pearls, the most prized pearls.
Looks like pearls have a ratchet like texture.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
May I chime in for a second?
Go ahead.
You'll get into a knacker when it comes to pearls and how thick the knacker is over the irritant that's put in the middle, or nature puts in the middle, and so basically you'll come down to Mikimoto pearls, which are the finest in the world, the ones that have the best knacker and the most knacker over the irritant. So pearls run the gamut, and the really really nice ones are very very rare. Mikimoto is famous for doing the nicest ones in the world, but most are not even close to being round. The vast majority are not to be even round. So if you want to get a perfectly spherical pearl, that's not even 1%. Anyway, thanks for listening.
I appreciate that, man. Why do you know so much about pearls?
I was a graduate gemologist in the diamond business for about 25 years.
There you go.
Wisdom comes with age.
Yeah, I studied Cherokee and Crete and Blackfoot Indians, Flat Earth, and then I spent time in the graduate gemology business.
Stony below.
One of the rare jewelers that's not a Jew. I'm kidding.
Exactly. That's tough. That's hard to do. Right on, Jim, man. I didn't know dude, geology is fucking cool. One of the coolest things you could learn, I think, man. If I had to go back to school, I'd probably go geology, because you get to study it everywhere you go, It's like, oh, shit, there's a rock. Oh, that's a whatever rock, I would love to know all that shit. I think it's pretty cool. Or botanist. Botanist would be good, too. You could, either one. Hey, be where your feet are. Right?
I like how
Who wants to
Session
live in the
2.0
trees?
calls people sir and ma'am, too. I did hear you call me ma'am earlier. I don't think that I missed that.
Is that a bad thing to call somebody ma'am? Is that bad?
It's entertaining. I liked it. Some people might not, but I thought it was cute. Now he's calling Sleepy Joe sir. I don't know. Do you think he's really trying to be polite, or do you think he's trying to be,
I think he's a good dude.
sly? Oh, Percent is on his side. We already knew that. Yeah.
I think he knows his place.
Yeah.
No, you can tell by the intonation, just like you could tell from you saying what you just said, that you didn't mind it, that you liked it, just by your tone. Like the other person had to ask to clarify, but I didn't, because I could tell by your tone that you don't mind it.
Thank you, Percentage. I am pretty self-explanatory most of the time. I just am the way that I am feeling at the particular moment. It's absolutely true. I'm usually not pretending to be one way when I'm another way.
Well, I want to hear these guys from Texas. Guys from Texas always, yes, ma'am. You hear that a lot.
That's true. Though Larry doesn't do that. He doesn't call me ma'am.
Larry, what the fuck's wrong
Maybe
with
you
you? Why
have.
don't you call him that?
He might have. Yeah, it's true. Review the tapes.
Well, I've known you for a really long time, Mary Mom, and I kind of feel like we're on a first name basis.
That's right. Yeah, maybe you did back toward the beginning.
Yeah.
Just like me and Kenny. Like I've known him for a long time, so sometimes I call him dude, and sometimes I call him Kenny.
Yeah. Yeah. Right on, Hank.
So to finalize the point, there are no perfect spheres in nature, and Larry was correct.
It's leaning in that
I
direction.
thought we
Man.
proved the sphere. I gave you guys 3 examples.
You gave us cartoons and bullshit, and Larry was right in the end.
And our geologist confirmed
I
the
mean,
pearls
we
are not
have
perfect.
bubbles, we have atoms, we have dandelions. Like, those are pretty good examples.
Yeah, they're not perfect spheres, dude. So you failed
They're not
Jobular.
Well, yeah, the Earth
Yep.
isn't a perfect sphere either, so it doesn't really matter.
But
Yo,
what happens to your
I
mystery
have 2
school?
grapes in a bag. Okay.
But your best reason for a globe was mystery esoteric butt buddy school.
I have
So
2
what
grapes in a
happens?
bag.
Professor
One of them is a perfect
Godrill's gonna
sphere.
be like,
Okay.
I have not
I
yet
take one of them and
seen
I
a
pop it in my
picture.
mouth. Prove that it wasn't a perfect sphere.
All NASA's pictures are perfect spheres. I don't see any freaking oblong, shapy, fucking weird nothing.
Well, I mean, yeah, when you look up closely, perfect sphere means it's like point by point, it's perfect. Like, every point is equal. Like, the fact that there are mountains
every
on Earth
point
proves
is
that it's not a
equal.
perfect sphere.
What does every point is equal mean?
Equal from the center.
Every point is equidistant from the center.
Radius.
All right, that's better.
I think we should say
So
observably perfect spheres.
the only thing I can think of is cells of the zygote, right? We're talking about the tree of life, right? All those circles. It's basically, little cells are like little spheres, right? But are they perfectly shaped? I don't think so because they're full of stuff. So you got like the old, components of the cell. They're going to make the cell wall bulge out to certain places. And plus, they're cell walls. Does the sphere have walls that open up like little doors to let water in if it's got salt in it?
Yeah, but what if they average out to be perfect spheres? Like all these little openings and micro deviations of the membrane, but it averages out to be a perfect sphere.
That's still not a perfect sphere.
Where's
To
the
be
Kevin?
technically correct, you will have to be asking for oblate spheroids in nature. If you reference to the globe.
Good point. Good point.
And fucking oblate spheroid. Why'd they make up that oblate spheroid thing again? Why'd they change it from a sphere to an oblate spheroid?
Yeah, because it's a little chubby.
Oh yeah, because of the orbital
Neil deGrasse
acceleration,
Tyson, right?
axial rotation at the equator.
You know
It's
why
got-
anti-flat earthers hate it so much? Because we took away Neil deGrasse Tyson from them. Because he said shit that they can't fucking back up. And now they hate Neil deGrasse Tyson and they hate us for it. That's why they're here like 24/7.
And we took Bill the Science Guy out too, man. So don't forget about that manga.
Yo, you can't just say Bill the Science Guy. You have to say the Nye, because it rhymes.
Nye, we don't.
Bill Nye, the Science Guy.
Nye, we don't.
Bill Nye, the Science Guy. How about
That works too.
Yeah, both those guys
In
got
German-
fighters branded on their ass.
In German, it's Bill 9, not science.
Nine. Yeah, we took both our little childhood heroes away, man.
Yeah, they're ours now.
They're ours.
They're our little
We
bitches.
own those. We
own
got
them.
we got those
He said
guys
a
locked
piggle.
up in the basement.
We own them and they like it. All right, I'll stop.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said a field goal is proof that the Earth is spinning. Like, okay, well, if it spins under a football, it should be spinning under everything else too, right? But it's not. All the anti-flat earthers are like, don't.
Dude, I'm staring at an owl right now. Up in a tree.
Predator birds are awesome.
Dude,
You know why they're so awesome?
they're fucking big birds, man. Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, a question for Sasha. Why, if we see spheres up above, we see spheres above, like the moon and the planets, why is the Earth an oblate spheroid?
Uh-oh.
What do you mean by oblique spheroid?
What do you mean by what do you mean? Not a
What do you
perfect
mean?
sphere.
Like, is he
What do you mean?
saying like it's like a pear
That's a good
shape? Because
question.
I
Was that
disagree with
Jumsy
that.
that asked that? That's really good. We got to come up with more questions like
Well,
that.
I don't
Just
know if he means like
keep
it's
them
like
on their
Earth is a
guard.
pear shape, because obviously that's just false.
Remember earlier you said that because you see circles above and therefore spheres, therefore the Earth is a sphere, but the Earth is an oblate spheroid, not a perfect sphere. Remember?
Okay, yeah. So another word for that is ball. Ball just means imperfect sphere. So
So when we look at the lights in the sky, what do we see? Oblate spheroids?
we see near perfect circles. Yes,
Okay.
and that
There
would
we go.
suggest that the Earth is also a sphere.
Yeah, you're gonna fail math or logic class if you keep that up.
I've got 2 owls. Damn.
Yo, we can hear them.
So, Flat Earth Dude, are you at the beach right now?
I'm inland about 10 miles.
Okay.
These people who have a fetish for spheres, could we call them like homospheroids?
I was trying to like work up a pun with hemorrhoids, but yeah, homospheroid is funny.
Great.
It's like you might want to get that hemispheroid checked out.
I do like that point that you just made, because that is that Glovers do like to say a lot, though, is, well, if everything that we see in the sky is round, like, why wouldn't we be? Why would we be flat? But I mean, we are told that it's pear-shaped. Like, I am seeing near perfect circles when I look up.
Yeah, I don't see pears when I woke up in the sky.
Yeah, so with their logic, well,
Right
wouldn't
now.
they all look like me too? Wouldn't they all look like our Earth?
Yeah, Globers love balls. What else can you say? They just love balls.
Yeah.
And
balls
fruits.
above, balls below.
To be fair, pears are delicious.
I don't like pears.
They're kind of
the soft
quartzy.
ones, the soft, juicy ones that you just like your teeth sink into. They're delicious.
Yeah, but
they gotta be pickled, man. You know, right? You can't
Pickled
just eat a pear.
pears?
What?
Don't you
I don't think
pickle
I've
the
ever had a
pears?
Hey, maybe I'd like it. I do like vinegar. I love white vinegar.
That sounds good, actually.
Oh yeah, they're really tasty. They're slimy. The pears are slimy at that point, man. Hey, not a
slimy and
hey,
satisfying.
Isn't that what Neil deGrasse Tyson said we lived on a pear? Right?
Hey, why
pear
don't I
shape.
don't?
Yeah.
Hey, Sasha, why don't I see pear shapes up in the sky? Like the lights of the sky, why don't they look like pears?
I don't think anyone said that the Earth is pear-shaped, so...
Oh.
No, they describe it as pear-shaped. It just basically means that the top is, a little bit less heavy than the bottom. Like the bottom is a little bit wider. But it doesn't look like an actual pear, obviously. It just means that it's a little, there's an asymmetry between the top half and the bottom half.
I mean, every picture I've seen, it's perfect.
Perfect. Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, they'll say at the distances that we have and the pictures that we have, the difference is, almost inconceivable. It's like a pixel or two. Like that's what Matthew was saying earlier today and stuff like that.
Oh wow, a pixel or two.
Yeah, like you can't tell.
Well, that doesn't
knowledge.
That didn't line up with Neil deGrasse Tyson when he was saying it was like, there's a little trouble or around the waist or look a pear, like like a pear.
The logic changes. At first, we were supposed to be able to see the curve, and when we went to the beach, and then when we debunked that, and we went away from that, now it's you got to be higher, and it just keeps getting higher, and now it's you got to be on the ISS to see the curve, and it just conveniently just changes whenever there's a problem.
Yeah.
The Globers will make up.
Just see the
The
curve.
Globers will make up any lie at any to save their pseudoscience model.
No, you see, the problem is that not even weed gives you that enough high to see the curve.
I don't know what kind of weed he's smoking.
Yeah, basically, think about as high as it's possible for a
flat
white man
weed,
to
man.
go. Think about as high as we are able to go, then add 1 foot to that, and that's where you'll see curvature. That's the official.
I think I've been as high as possible, and I haven't seen the curve.
You gotten as high as possible, and you still haven't seen the curve.
Yes.
Yep.
You need a better viewer.
If you want to see how high we can get to,
I
just
want to
have
get
a
that
look
high.
at the military fighter jets, high altitude fighter jets, and look at those pilots' costumes. They differ very, very much from clouds costumes from NASA. Yeah.
Listen, you want to get high as possible. You live a righteous life in obedience to God, and when you die, hopefully you'll be in heaven. You could look down and finally know the truth.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think you are righteous? How would you judge that?
I'd say I judge.
How would you righteously judge yourself?
By the rubric that's been provided by God.
Oh, do you have it? Do you have that?
Yeah, I do.
You know, I know people who judge themselves, right? The police, right? They investigate themselves and find themselves not guilty. It doesn't really work out when you judge yourself.
That's true.
So,
listen, you see, for example, God sent a flood in the world, and
did he?
Man shit himself and said, "Oh my God, God is destroying the whole world," and even all the angels in heaven, God didn't destroy the world. When God took the action to wash the world, from unclean, everyone fear that God is killing them.
Right.
What God did, he never had the intent to destroy the world.
Right.
But we interpret that as, and I hear many people saying about the Noah's flood, that, yeah, God wanted to destroy the world.
Right.
So in your human judgment, you think of yourself of being righteous, yeah. But you are misinterpreting God's actions.
Right.
So
Are you speaking generally or to me?
yeah,
Generally.
yeah.
Okay.
Read the book of Job.
Yeah, because me personally,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm not the one that like has the scoring kind of rubric, if you will, on how we'll be judged. And obviously, that's just a guideline because in the end, it's to the grace of God. You could be, perfectly righteous and everything, and then if God wills that you be in heaven or hell, He'll put you there. It's as simple as that. But as a guideline, if you do good and you live a righteous life, then
you see
then
the
you
problem.
you hope for
The
heaven.
problem. Wait. People will not go to hell from God's will. It's not God's will
Everything is God's
to
will.
send people to hell. No.
No, we have free will.
It will be God's judgment that will send people to hell, not will.
Everything is God's will, though, because
No,
before any creation was made by Him, He had already decided to like create you with free will and stuff like that. His will that you have free will.
Listen, 1 plus 1 is not 2 because it's your will.
What are you saying right now?
Let him finish.
Let him finish.
So, God created the world. How?
No, you got to say that again, bro. He cut you off. 2 plus 2.
So 1 plus 1 does not equal 2 because that's your will.
Can we not interrupt him again? Can you say it for the third time, bro?
Yeah. So 1 plus 1 does not equal 2 because it is your will. It's a fundamental mathematical
If I was God, it would.
Law.
If I created the ones and the twos and numbers and everything that exists, then 1 plus 1 equals 2 is my will.
No.
Yes. Literally
No.
everything is created by God. So if that were every objective truth of the world is God's will.
Listen, he
let me
created logic.
And even lies, when someone comes up with a lie, that's also God's will, because God allowed for it to happen. Everything happens with His allowance.
God created logics, all the physical governing laws, So these are systems assembled to function together.
Okay.
And some of them, they are spiritual, or metaphysical, and some of them are physical.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean by
let me
some
give
of
it a
them
shot.
are metaphysical?
There is only one right way to create a world. You are coming now and you are invoking godly powers, saying that, oh, I could create a world where some imaginary gravity doesn't exist, or some imaginary gravity force is so much bigger and stronger, and things will be so much different than this world that we live in.
Where do you get off saying that there's only one way to create a world? Are you God to be able to answer that?
There is only one world.
We live in the world that we can
You don't
check
know
out.
that.
Yeah.
You don't know there's only
Have
one
you
world.
ever been? Have you
Triggered.
ever been to a parallel universe?
I haven't, but you're not. You don't have the omniscience to
Well,
state that there aren't
then
other
have
worlds.
you seen? Have you seen any other parallel universe?
No, again, I'm not God, but you would need to be someone with God's level of intellect or more to know that there aren't multiple worlds or universes or anything like that.
Well, God he never said He created parallel worlds, universes.
Well, I mean, God did say that He created worlds.
Guys,
There's
let me
7
moderate
Earths,
for a second.
right? 7 heavens.
There's 7 Earths.
Yeah, 7 levels of Earth, 7 levels of heaven,
continents?
and a lot of different like
Okay,
theologies.
show me the 7
so
Earths.
Who's to say that there isn't another Earth?
Show me the 7 Earths.
7 continents.
Name them off for me.
It depends on what God, like what scripture you're going by.
Name them.
Yeah, there's 7
Name
levels of
them
Earth,
off.
7 levels of heaven, 7 levels of hell.
Name the 7 Earths. Come on. You can do it.
What do you mean, name them? They don't have individual names. There's 7 levels of Earth.
They don't. Show me.
How do you know?
I don't know that. That's just a scripture. So if Geppy Get is like, speaking in terms of the scripture, then he can't say that there isn't another Earth. It's possible that there is.
Listen. No. What you are talking about here, you are trying to. I know what you mean with 7 heavens. Yeah, that's actually the different medium layers which are above us, above our head. Yeah, that's what it's saying in the Bible.
Layers?
This one here on the ground is the medium where you can exist. If you go like in your shorts and flip flops, if you climb into the sky like 50 kilometers high, you will die cold and suffocated.
Okay.
Yeah, because we already know that at such altitude, human life cannot. That's not a medium where human life can live.
What's your point?
Yeah. Well, my point is that we have this uh, gradient described in the Bible. Yeah, 7 heavens, layers of the sky.
That's not what the gradient is. The gradient is in
Listen,
our first level.
but you were invoking that those are actually like 7 other kinds of worlds.
Yes, there's 7 worlds.
They are not.
Everything, listen.
No, they
all
are
the lights
not.
in the sky, the sun, the moon, all of that is contained within the first level. So you have 6 levels you have no fucking clue about if you prescribe to that theology, right?
Okay, we're
So
not
you
going to
can't
keep
say-
debating whether there's 7 levels
Yeah.
or not. You guys can take that down to the religion room. You know, is there anybody in here who has a question about flat Earth or would like to bring up a topic related to the flat Earth?
Ma'am,
Yeah, I got a question. Why is everybody so hung up?
Theology. It was just to say that we don't know what we don't know, right? And so we can't say there isn't another world.
We agree with you, but it's over. The conversation's over. We don't know.
Yeah.
So I want to know why people keep bringing up the Star Trails. I know why I was hung up on it, because it was a misunderstanding, right? So once I was explained that this is the formological affirming the consequent fallacy, or another way to say it so that everybody understands is baseless assertion. So there's 2 star trails in the sky that have a point in the middle, right? Therefore, it has to be a globe. So that's a baseless assertion. Let me give you an example. This guy, he has a effeminate voice. Either he's gay or he's transgender. Has to be, right? Well, maybe that's just the way Mike Tyson talks. He's not effeminate, gay, or transgender, right? Maybe that's just the way he talks, right? You see how there's a logical flaw? Everybody gets that, right? So now you see the logical flaw.
Robot.
Am I a robot?
No, you're good.
Oh.
I hear you
Go.
well.
You're good now. You're good.
Okay. So now that everybody like understands, the baseless assertion, I might be, that could possibly be.
You have a masculine voice, a human voice, but it would be a logical flaw to assume that you're actually a human because of it, right?
What the fuck?
Except for when you ask me questions, not every time, but sometimes I might give you an answer that's way above the pay grade of the AI.
And sometimes you get stuck and start glitching, so I think it breaks even.
Well,
I think
humans
you
do that
get
sometimes.
stuck and glitch more. So maybe you're the robot.
Well, none of us are robots, okay? Because we can all make connections, right? If you got pareidolia, you're not a robot. And I'm sure we've all seen stuff in the clouds, right?
Yeah.
So robots don't make those kind of connections because they don't have survival instincts like we do. It's way better to accidentally mistake a rock as a tiger than to mistake a tiger for a rock. One of those is extremely lethal, right?
Yeah.
Robots don't have survival instincts. Just
Yeah,
wait
rocks
until
are really
you activate Skynet. Just you wait.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already happened. The first Terminator kill was in Dallas. It was that guy who was fighting the cops, and they sent in a bomb robot and blew him up. Yes, the first Terminator kill already happened, bro.
Actually, from my personal observation, I've seen artificial intelligence beings. They, by default, they will break the rules and laws to achieve their goal.
Oh.
Yeah, and they will break any rule or law they can
You mean the
to
laws of
do so.
robotics?
No, in artificial intelligence entities.
Yeah, but when you mean they break the rules
Yeah.
or laws, do you mean like man-made laws, like statutes, or do you mean the laws of robotics?
Man-made laws. No,
Natural.
man created a virtual labyrinth, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And that robot learned by himself that he can actually climb the walls and find the exit much easier. Yeah. But they were not programmed to find that they can climb the walls and cheat. Yeah.
Dracula, are you building Terminators, bro?
I
Oh shit!
personally
Vampire
study them.
Terminator. Fuck.
Yeah.
Terminators.
Vampire
You're
Terminator.
talking about the laws of robotics. You have like the
I'm
first
just
law,
joking.
which is that the robot's not allowed to injure a human. Second law is
Okay,
that
dude.
it has to obey orders.
Okay,
as
cool
long as that
science
order is
fiction
not to injure
story.
a human.
Yeah, that's
Whatever.
cool set of laws, but those are man-made laws. And they have
Yeah, I don't think
nothing
they
to
actually
do
exist.
they have nothing to do with these creatures that we create.
You work for Google, bro? Are you making them Google bots?
No.
I got a
No,
question.
you know I'm just playing with you. Go ahead.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did any of you guys hang out with a flat earther on the beach today, like I did?
Nope.
I have no beach
I was
next to me.
I was at the
I think
beach
I
with
do.
you did? Flatter Day
Yeah.
Saints did. Oh yeah. You got any proof for that? You got any proof?
Whoa.
There wasn't any sand at that beach. Just a bunch of big rocks next to the water.
Dude, the tide was really high today.
There's
So
no sand there. There's no sand at that. Well, there's a little bit of sand at that beach. It's minimal. Yeah.
yeah, not much.
Rock and roll.
Anyway,
Hey,
Flatter Day Saints. We went to where they shot the black swan today, man. That was just so cool. Anyway, thank
What
you,
time did you make it
Saints,
to Santa
man.
Maria?
I got here about 6:00, man.
All right, good.
Yeah, it was
Would you guys
perfect.
do?
How was your
could
Picnic
we
or just
actually? I heard you talking, guys, and I just came up with this idea. Can we apply, for example, like officially, to these, I don't know, these governmental institutions where you set these holidays, you know?
Yeah.
There are these, yeah. And yeah, we are a community, and I want us to have our own celebration day of Flat Earth. Let's say like the day when the
Flatter Day?
Black Swan picture was taken, you know, or
Oh,
when
we'll find
the
out.
laser experiment of the water was made. And we celebrate that day as the day that we found that the Earth is flat.
Call it Saturday.
And to be declared a official
That's a good idea. That's a good
holiday,
idea.
yeah. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna find out. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna call him and or I'll text him and ask him.
Hey, Saints, man.
Yeah.
I want to put a plaque over there at the Black Swan
Oh
location.
yeah, that will be awesome
We
too.
gotta
Yeah.
put a plaque there. Dude. Come on.
Yo, get
This is on this
sorry
day
to burst your
in
spherical
history.
bubble, but it'll never happen
Yeah.
until you have enough numbers. And the
Right.
propaganda
I
is
know.
keeping the flat earthers in check. So they're always going to be a small fraction of the population.
You don't know that.
Propaganda is real, right? And so
What
we
survey have you
have
done?
enough
I'm good.
numbers
I'm
to
good
What
with that.
survey? What survey have you done?
Common
You don't know
sense.
what our numbers are. No, it's not common sense.
It is
You
common
haven't
sense.
done any surveys. They were blocking the statistics back in like 2015, 2016 because we were growing so damn fast that they couldn't show the numbers anymore.
Right.
But the
You're
government
proving
had
my
to
point.
ask for
So
us
they
to be
censored it and
shut down.
propagandized it.
Right. So we kept
Basically proving
growing
my
and the
point.
numbers kept growing and kept growing. And we don't know how
Right.
many people there are. I know that I've met flat earthers in the wild. No idea who these people were. They worked here before I worked here. And I was told that they were flat earthers and that we got so bad in the arguments that they couldn't talk about flat earth up here anymore.
That's fair, but you're proving my point because you're basically saying that, it was a surprise that you met another flat earther in the wild, as it were. So it's
Oh, it's not a
an
surprise anymore.
unexpected thing because
I've
they
met
are
hundreds.
the huge
Hundreds.
minority, and the normies
It's
are the
not
huge
a
majority.
huge minority.
Cite your source
It's
for it
not
being a
about.
minority.
Listen,
You don't think flat earthers are a minority?
actually,
Come on, man.
Cite your source.
That's a cool
minorities
source,
are.
dude.
Source, man.
Come on, man, is the greatest source you can ask
Yo,
for.
if you actually think that there's more flat earthers than globe earthers,
Listen,
I don't
Here's
know
the
what you're
You
talking
said
here's
there's
I'm
the
more.
study
saying
that
we
actually
don't know.
proves it. They're all
I'm
flat
saying we don't
earthers,
know.
man.
Yeah,
what
stick
would
to
you
reading
call a
science fiction.
minority?
about. Delusional, man.
How many
offense.
homosexuals
Everybody.
are there? There's still homosexuals in the closet, right?
There's
So
more
how many flat
homosexuals than
earthers?
flat earthers. That's why you have Gay Awareness Month.
Okay, show
like
me the
Pride Month.
statistics. Show me the statistics.
Bro, I don't
What's
need
the
to show you
percentage?
statistics for a qualitative statement.
So you just get to make a baseless
No,
assertion,
there's a
right?
difference between quantitative and qualitative assessments. I'm making a qualitative assessment based
No,
on the
you're
fact
not. You're
that
just being.
are the Pride Awareness Months, there's enough public pressure from the populace to create those things, and there isn't flat Earth because there isn't enough public pressure or perception
Well,
because the
that's
numbers
why
aren't
we're
there.
here, man. That's
Yeah, where
why
are your
we're here.
sources?
We're adding the fucking
My
pressure,
sources are logic, man.
motherfuckers.
Try it out
Yeah,
sometime.
your
Yeah.
sources, your logic's not reality. Stick to your science fiction.
Yeah, that's completely illogical because that disregards that there's any reason why the controllers of the propaganda would want to push certain groups and not push other groups. Is a ridiculous statement in all forms. And there's many people who are flat earthers. There are many people who are flat earthers who are not public about it. And so there's absolutely no way for you to determine. I totally agree. We don't know what the numbers are.
I agree with you, Dandelion. There's probably a lot of closet flat earthers, but the reason they're in the closet is because of the propaganda and the social structure that we have today. The fact that you can easily become like a social pariah or something like that if in your professional life you come out as a flat earther, depending on what your career is and stuff like that. So that being like that is the status quo. The status quo is that it's not acceptable or tolerated or condoned, and that's why you're not going to have a like flat Earth month or a flat Earth day or something like that. That's actually recognized by governing bodies because they're the ones that are constantly indoctrinating and propagandizing the globe.
Can we get a flat Earth Pride Month? Come on.
What color would Flat Earth Pride Month be?
Black.
You are talking about these minority groups like the government is recording like all these sort of minorities and is trying to make their voice heard. But I personally know people who are imprisoned for life, yeah, and they haven't committed any such crime for that, yeah. So they were wrongfully imprisoned, and there is no chance for them to actually escape, to be set free. There's no chance, and the government admits that, the system, and he doesn't care about what we feel. They will still keep those people imprisoned, yeah, regardless that there is no evidence for their crime. They were wrongfully accused and jailed, yeah. So nobody is paying damage. The government stole the life of those people, yeah, the lifetime. It
Yeah,
literally
same thing in
stole
America.
it. and they
I
don't
recently
fucking
saw.
care. Yeah,
I
and now you're
recently saw a law. Sorry.
yeah,
Let him finish.
and
Sorry.
now you're coming and telling us like, if there is a minority in this world, the government will
Fuck
help
that
them to be heard.
minority.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Go ahead, Larry.
All right, so
It's
I
not gonna
recently
happen.
saw where they passed a law that says if someone is like on death row or in prison and new evidence comes out to like set them free, that they're not going to look at the evidence anymore. That someone gets
Yeah,
put in
yeah.
court,
No,
they're not going to
no, they're
review the
not.
evidence.
That is
We're too
And I
insane.
tell
busy.
you why is that happening, because they don't accept to be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right.
Yeah. So all the decisions they took, they are correct and righteous decisions and
That's right.
judgments.
You,
Yeah.
you know why they passed that law? Because the paperwork is murder.
It's murder.
Paperwork is murder, huh?
But
It takes a
Yeah.
fucking paper to deal with one case, you know. It's like, really?
And when you hear the word like the government is pointing at a minority, a small group of people, like being oppressed or whatever, yeah, they do that only when they want to push forward their narrative and agenda and justify their actions. That's the only time when
Yep.
they present a minority or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Could we
Yeah,
possibly
like the depopulation agenda. Flat Earth definitely doesn't go along with the depopulation agenda. They're not going to be promoting us anytime soon. It probably goes along with the repopulation agenda, which of course they would not want to promote.
is it
Well,
possible
Yep.
is it possible to assume that it's socially more acceptable for someone to cheat on their spouse than to be a flat earther?
I would say that's probably a safe assumption. Yes.
That
Yep.
depends on the
It has.
society. If you're talking about a really, Christian society, like in some of the small towns where I live, no. Like, you ain't supposed to be doing that. You'll ruin your fucking life, your children's life, your wife's life. It's like generational damage.
Yeah, absolutely. But like in general, like across the entire United States, for instance, it's probably more acceptable to cheat and have like multiple baby mamas than it is to be a flat earther.
Well, maybe I'm
I
projecting.
don't think
know.
so, because I don't really think people
I'm
care
not
that much.
buying
Do
that.
other people care that much about people being a flat earther? I don't really think so.
No.
I
At
don't
this
think so.
point, they don't give a shit. They're
Yeah.
more worried about, this other
Gas
2-year
prices.
shit we've been going.
Yeah, I'd say also it's probably good to
Inflation.
make it
Ah,
distinct
they go
between
like, "Oh, you're a flat
personal.
earther. You want a beer? Yeah, okay, come on in, man. You hungry? Dude."
Yeah, I was gonna say just it's probably better to distinguish between personal and professional life. Like at work, they won't care that you're cheating on your wife or whatever. But if someone tells the boss you're a flat earth or whatever, you might lose your job.
Well, yeah, you
No,
gotta
I disagree.
See that's a bullshit fucking shitty situation. If you believe in Buddha or fucking Coco or whatever, man, I mean, don't we have like the right of like religious freedom? I'm a flat earther. Okay, well, bless you. Have a good day. Why not that attitude? No. You're a flat earther. You're fired. Fuck off.
Well, I mean, you gotta, like with anything, you gotta know your audience.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like take basketball. You got who was it? Kobe who cheated on his wife. He made a public apology or whatever. Tiger Woods public apology. But Kyrie, yeah, he actually had to like kind of avoid talking about it because they were just on his case so much and they were trying to disparage him and stuff like that so much. B.O.B. He didn't get signed
the guy,
lost contracts because of that
cares?
and stuff like that. So
the guy made $20 million. Guy made $20 million in 1 year. Okay, I'm done. I'm retired. Fuck off. I'm a flat earther. You don't want me to play in your basketball league? Fuck off. Yeah, he could have gone
B.O.B.
that
still
route.
makes music. He makes music with underground artists like Check Nine, who's pretty big in the underground scene. He's not signed to anybody. He kind of does his own thing.
But
Tekanina!
if he didn't,
Yeah.
speak out and stuff like that, if he hid the fact that he was a flat earther, then he probably would have gotten signed by one of the bigger names.
What if he just played basketball and got paid a stupid amount of money?
What about
and was
this
a flat
one?
earther and he goes, why does he have endorsements on top of making $20 million a year, man? I don't get it, man.
Yeah, I can't let this one go. Sorry,
Go.
Hank, Larry. Tech Nine?
Yep.
Tech Nine?
Yep.
Remember that shit?
Yep.
That's that shit right there. Anyway, go
That's
ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of Tech Nine. I used to roll around delivering pizza with a little boombox in the back of my car when I was not that much younger.
Bro, he's better than
And
Busta Rhymes, like for sure. Like better than 10 of Busta Rhymes. He's fucking sick. Sorry.
I'll put it this way: he's extremely talented and a little bit satanic, but I still
I don't care
dig
about
the
any of
music.
Yeah.
Nah, you're a musician. You appreciate the music, man.
I'll tell you what,
it's
I
just
can
about the
drum.
music.
I can drum to Busta Rhymes shit pretty easy. I would not be able to drum to Tekanina's stuff as easily. I wouldn't pick it up as quick. It's crazy.
The way that he chops it up, and I'm not talking
Right.
about like in the studio. I'm talking about live on the mic. It is just so fast what he's doing. Those syllables are just going by.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Look at Midwest Choppers.
Yeah,
or
Midwest
Worldwide
Choppers.
Yeah, if you're curious what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Yep. Highly recommend it, y'all. Do it. Get some choppers up in your life.
Check it.
And the only
Chop it
reason
up.
that this dude here was listening to my man over here, Flat Flo, he was listening to it because they're from the same city. Right, Flob?
No, but where I live, Tech Nine came right. It's like just talk about the like Tornado Alley. I live kind of at the tip, and that's where Tech Nine would play our city. I don't know when he was coming up, twice a week at least at the you got your huge venues, then you got your bigger venues, and then you got your big venues, and then you got your just regular ass venues. So he was playing the big venues, 2 times a week for a couple years.
I was close. I knew that it had to be because of your geographic location.
Yeah, I'm not from KC, but yeah.
Right.
I hear you. Yeah, there he is. Tech Nine, Caribou Lou. That shit is, it's heated. Okay, it's really really hot. That's all I have to say. Tech Nine.
Fire. Hey, has anybody got a measurement for direct measurement of curvature? Anybody? I've been looking for it. I really need some. Help a brother out, man. Help a brother out.
My favorite song is Dysfunctional.
Roger that. I was thinking about it today, Kenny. I don't care if they can't show us curvature, so I'm going to stop asking for that. What I want, truly, deep down, genuinely in my heart, I know I sound sarcastic, I can't control it. This is truly what I want. I want to see a staunch Glober go out and do some shit. Try to find that curvature, okay? I don't care. They're going to give us measurements. That will never happen. I'm not asking, and hey, that's okay. But at least put some effort out there. Try to find what you so vehemently defend.
Yeah, I mean, dude, take it to the Jay Tolan level, if you could.
Oh
Glover,
boy,
you know what
that's
I mean?
asking a lot, but sure.
Come on.
To anything at this point, anything.
I'll take a P900, but if you got some infrared and we can get Math. I could probably get Matthew to fucking give it a go.
There's no skin in the game. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you feel like you got a position, bro, then you need some skin in the motherfucking game.
I like it. I like this new position you got, man. This is welcome to summertime, everybody.
Summertime.
Sorry,
go ahead. That's like
we need more cowbell Globers.
That's when Will Smith could do no wrong, right? I guess he still can,
Glover's
right?
got a cowbell. I love it. Hey, Larry, cowbell. We need some cowbell, people. I love it.
Gravy.
Cowbell.
You know what I like is
Yep.
gravy filled cowbell.
Ooh.
You know, you get 2 for 1 there.
Texas gravy, man.
Yeah. Actually, I think that might be Nashville gravy with the cowbell.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, eating gravy out of a cowbell, bro. Sorry. Go ahead. What?
I have to double check
Wouldn't
on
that
that.
be cool if somebody served you a meal in a cowbell? You know, like you get sometimes you get like a cast iron skillet with your
Yeah,
meal.
and like when it's empty, when you want more, you just hit the side of it. Fair maiden, fetch me more slop.
Hey, you got to start delivering some pizzas inside the cowbell.
Oh boy.
Look, I brought the cowbell. It's the Glover's turn. I've already made some good arguments.
You've made more than most, man. You're guarantee you that.
No, I wouldn't say that. There's lots of video making flat earthers who made a lot better arguments, like Jeranism and stuff like that. But I've made a few of my own.
Yeah, you have.
You're a superstar around these parts. What are you talking about?
I don't know about that. I think y'all tolerate me sometimes.
Yeah, but that's human stuff. Y'all tolerate me. You know that you tolerate me. That's just how stuff goes.
Yo, we tolerate you 10 out of 10, man.
Well, thanks.
I think all flat earthers are tolerable. Is that a word? Maybe not.
It's tolerable.
Oh,
the word.
It has been said that there was this one guy from Australia who was a flat earther.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Is A4 really a flat earther? If flat earthers are supposed to keep it on flat earth, and that's what makes them flat earthers,
right?
He was the obfuscation king.
A4 is flat paper.
Flat paper.
Something.
I must have missed those days. I was sorry, brother.
Piggybacking what the good gentleman said a few minutes ago, you know, we should all ask our our Globie friends to go out and please verify your globe for us.
Yeah.
And if you can do that, that would be great. So that's basically what the other good gentleman was saying is go verify your globe, and then we'll be happy with you.
The last time somebody went out to do this, some glober, they came up with this little picture of some towers over this place called Lake Pontchartrain, something like that. And they put it out there, this curvature of Earth, and it was this, I don't know, and they had a bridge on Lake Pontchartrain, and they had some looked like electric towers or something. I don't know, but it was super curvy, man. It was like the most curve I've ever seen in my life. It was, and it was this YouTube channel called Soundly. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that was their big. That was their fucking. Soundly did. Lake Pontchartrain was the black swan for the globe. Okay,
yeah, that was their 2016 comeback. I remember that.
That was it. And they were running 24-hour live streams and going, "Look at the curve, everybody! Curve, curve, curve,
Yeah.
curve, curve, curve."
But it was a curved bridge.
It was a curved bridge, and we got the curve. And then some flat earther went out there and took a couple pictures and went, "It ain't curving, man. What's up with that?"
Yeah, I should have went out there.
Yeah, if you step back from the Pontchartrain bridge, it was built that way to look that way up close. But when you look back from it, it was it wasn't curved.
It wasn't curved. I mean, I'm like, dude, what do we live on? Like a radius of 300-mile curve? I mean, the curve was so ridiculous that Fucking A. I can't believe they tried to pull that shit off. Mongo.
It was all they had, bro. They had to have something because we were
Yeah.
claiming that we could see too far with Chicago. So
Right.
they had to get a curved bridge, and that's what they did. They sold everybody a curved bridge.
And they were selling it hard, man. But nobody brings that shit up now. I know that. It's like, we fucking crushed that thing, man. But nobody's crushed the fucking Black Swan, man. And they've tried, too, man. There's been hundreds of people trying to crush that Black Swan, too, man. Oh, fuck. They've come up with, like, helium fraction and fucking... What? What the hell is that? I mean, they've tried everything to crush the Black Swan, man. And all of their arguments do fall a little bit short, which is, of course they fall short because we live on a flat Earth, man, and there's no bendy water. No bendy water.
There's bendy light though. I drank some last night.
Oh, the bendy light.
I had some last night. I had two cans, just 2% alcohol, so I'm good.
All right, you're good. Yeah, you'll be good.
2% alcohol. I didn't even know they made that.
Boy,
it's
very bendy and it's very light.
I love going to like a bar and going, hey, what do you want to drink? You got any bendy water? They're like, what? Hey, it's bendy water.
I can see you saying that too.
Oh yeah. And I say it in that English, bendy water. You can't just, can I have some bendy water, please? No, you got it. Doesn't sound right. Bendy water.
And after tonight, you can say, you got any bendy water with my owl that I got on my shoulder? You can take your owl in there.
I was sitting here in my car. I'm at my friend's house. He's a light sleeper, so I come out in my car and talk to you guys. And I'm sitting there looking at this tree, and this one owl lands there, and it's going, and then the next